So here's the deal. This story is about a guy who decided to make a seedy sect the most powerful in just 100 years. Nothing could be easier or more fun, he thought. But things don't start out the way he planned. He cheerfully invited him to join them. The poor fellow was lying on the ground at this time. The leader's foot stood on the lad's cheek and prevented him from escaping. The young man asked to let him go. The sect head smirked faintly and retracted his foot. He explained that he couldn't help himself when he saw the boy and his student together. Jun Chang Xia apologized for his rude actions and lifted the fighter by the scruff of the neck with one tug, studying him closely. He asked me to think again about joining the sect. Shivering with fear, the boy said that he was already a member of the Springwater sect. The clan leader sighed heavily and defiantly pushed the young man aside. He was sorry he couldn't get a new warrior. Turning to his female disciple Lu Changqian, who was sitting on a tree branch, the head asked if the type had harassed her. The first follower shifted the sword in her hand. Raising her gray eyes, she said thoughtfully as the boy tried to touch her hand. Jun Chang Xia had had enough of this. He grabbed the boy and kicked him in the chin. The young man shouted that he didn't do that. The head smiled gloatingly and said that his student never lies. He kicked his victim in the face with his foot once more. The impact made the boy's back sag. Leaving the young man moaning on the ground, the master and his apprentice walked forward in a sedate manner. She asked why the blows were only to the face. Many years ago, Wang, a fighter, jumped off a cliff and survived. He founded a sect for people with an iron spirit who lead a righteous life. The man worked on the cult for over a decade. Unfortunately, he was later imprisoned for having fun in brothels. Wang tried to escape, but the escape attempt was prevented in time. He was caught and executed by beheading. Thus, a person claiming to be Master Jun Chang Xia became the leader of the Iron Bone sect. The real Jun Chang Xia died 3 days after Wang's death. A huge stone tablet fell and crushed his spine. When the young man took over the master's body and learned what kind of death his former master had died, he simply had no words. But then he got a taste for it and promised himself that he would rule the world like the other time travelers. In the midst of his reverie, the young man heard a strange sound. The system activated right in front of his eyes. His hair stood on end in astonishment. Jun Chang Xia looked over the brief information on the sect. Right now, there was only one person in it out of 100 possible people. The head learned that he had to make the sect the strongest in 100 years, or else his soul would be destroyed after the deadline. After each paragraph I read, an incredible pain was felt in my body as if a spear had been driven into it. Jun Chang Xia smiled and closed his eyes. He had finally realized everything. This entire system was just a figment of his imagination. The man remembered that all the troubles started when the owner of the body was nailed with a plaque. He decided to repeat the experiment to make his brain work normally. Immediately after the blow to the head, the system activated and reported the accrual of the gift. The head rejoiced. He knew he was on the right path. A stream of energy enveloped the man's hand. The system notified that an artifact called the Interdimensional ring had been received. Jun Chang Xia stared thoughtfully at the golden bracelet that would fit even 2 hands. His cries for a giant ring echoed throughout the complex. Trying not to fall off the chair, the sect leader hung the heavy plaque in place. The man thought glumly that the system's task was very difficult. Plus he got a weird giant ring, though in cases like this the protagonist should get combat experience or strength. Jun Chang Xia thoughtfully placed the bracelet on his forehead, trying to figure out what to do with it. His body was enveloped in streams of energy. The young man rejoiced. Judging by the feeling, the system wanted to provide him with an unusual gift. To the boy's surprise, in a few seconds it was all over. In his hands was the most ordinary brick. Jun Chang Xia almost cried out in frustration. It would have been better to be given a few skills or a mythical beast egg. Suddenly, the young man realized that this brick was not quite ordinary. There was something inside it, and he could clearly hear a sound like a heartbeat. The man rejoiced. Most likely some master of ancient arts is hidden inside. He would teach the boy all the skills. Jun Chang Xia brought the brick closer to his eyes. He was already ready to kiss the magical object for the gift of fate. Meanwhile, an inscription appeared on the brick. The young man realized with horror that the countdown from 100 years had begun. The man angrily threw the brick to the ground and screamed that he had been dastardly deceived. The artifact was actually a bomb. After hitting the ground, 1 hour of countdown was missing. Jun Chang Xia shouted that even the timer on this brick was set incorrectly. Turns out the bomb has a soul of its own. If you upset it, the countdown accelerates. The young man immediately fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The system reported that the mission could not be cancelled. The man felt completely helpless. He wanted to kill himself. At this moment, a large sword with a black and gold hilt appeared right in the air. The system notified the delivery of the Sword of Destruction. It stabbed into the ground right in front of the boy. The boy crawled away, startled, the weapon almost hitting him. After learning that the sword was meant to commit suicide, Jun Chang Xia sighed heavily. The stupid system had gotten it all wrong. He called up the system interface, hoping to learn something new about his assignment. The structure of the sect was of particular interest. Apparently, all the most interesting things started when the sect reached level 5. Now the level of the structure was at the first. The man sat down on the temple steps and began to question the system on how to level up and what the value of the sect's contribution was. After a short conversation, the young man realized that the value of the contribution was linked to the sect's store. In order to open it, it was necessary to attract followers. Now it was clear. The strongest sect was the one with the most followers. The boy decided to look into it tomorrow. Quickly constructing a plywood board, Jun Chang Xia wrote a call to join the sect on it. He was confident that he could recruit the first 100 disciples in 3 days. To his surprise, no one showed up even after a month and a half. In that time, the doors to the complex had grown cobwebs. The young man's enthusiasm was fading with each passing day. He saw that it was difficult to realize his plan. He had no appetite and had to eat noodles. It was at that moment that a girl in light-colored clothes appeared in front of the temple and declared her intention to join the sect. Jun Chang Xia almost choked at the sudden appearance of a potential sect member. He noisily sucked in the remaining noodles. The man looked admiringly at the gray-eyed beauty. He introduced himself as the sect leader and solemnly announced that he was pleased to welcome her. Lu Qianqian glumly announced that she had changed her mind. The young man fell to his knees, begging the girl not to leave. His sect had great potential. After being persuaded, she agreed to become a follower. As a result, the sect's store became available on the system. The assortment of the store offered ancient techniques and artifacts. The leader was very excited and asked to be shown the items available for purchase. Unfortunately, artifacts and abilities could be forgotten about. He could only get a beginner's kit for 1 point of contribution value. The system offered to show this set. The young man grudgingly agreed and received several spells, which are placed in an interdimensional ring. The man put on the bracelet and asked to be shown the capabilities. 5 colored holograms with information about spells appeared in front of him. The image with red letters was an experienced spell and accelerated cultivation. The young man grabbed it and crushed it between his palms. Immediately after that, he felt that he was getting stronger and stronger. Jun Chang Xia went through the stages of development very quickly. It turned out that all the stages of the initial stage meant nothing. He was still at the lowest stage. Even to the apprentice level was far away. The young man pretended not to be too embarrassed and wondered why the seal-opening spell was needed. It turned out that this spell was needed to open the Sword of Destruction. The guy got angry and tossed the hologram aside. After learning from the system that Qingyang City was recruiting followers, Jun Chang Xia traveled there with his female disciple. Suddenly, 5 strangers in dark robes appeared in their path. After a few somersaults, the fighters landed in front of the leader. While the guy and girl were trying to figure out what was going on, the young man beaten by the leader shouted to his fellow man that this was the guy. Lu Qianqian wondered in surprise who the man was. The head whispered in the girl's ear that it was the guy he had beaten up. Li frowned and asked the man to introduce himself. No one dares to beat up the followers of the Springwater sect with impunity. The young man smiled and proudly said his name is Jun Chang Xia. He is the leader of the Iron Bone sect. The man turned to his companions in surprise. He had heard that the sect leader had been executed for visiting brothels and escaping from prison, and the clan had broken up. Lu Qianqian asked the head of the brothels with surprise. The young man pretended not to hear the interlocutor. Li said that a talentless leader has no right to touch their follower. Jun Chang Xia asked the girl to step back. He was about to slap them. The apprentice obediently stepped aside and asked for the position of clan leader to be handed over to her before he died. The young man couldn't believe it. He had only 1 follower in all his time, but even she was vying for his place. The confident leader proudly straightened up and demanded that the system activate his skills. 3 circles of fire appeared on his wrist. His opponents were puzzled. A school leader should at least be a student, but this type clearly didn't reach that level. Li stepped forward and promised to spare the young man and forget what he had done if he would fall to his knees now and beg for mercy. Lu Qianqian realized that the opponents are stronger. They are at least at the 4th step of opening acupuncture points. The suggestion of begging for mercy made the leader very angry. He threw himself at Li with a lightning leap, pushing his face away. The man fell to the ground. Jun Chang Xia victoriously asked why he would kneel before his enemies. The members of the faction watched cautiously as events unfolded. It was clear that this leader was not as simple as he seemed. Li indignantly asked how a level 3 master could have such strength. At this moment, a new task appeared. The system suggested to deal with the enemies. The sect leader lifted his opponent's head and slammed it to the ground. The task was updated, and there were only 3 opponents left. The angry companions rushed to attack to avenge their boss. The young man smirked and said it was too easy. A second later, the defeated enemies trembled in fear. They found out that Jun Chang Xia was actually at the 5th level. A moment later, the opponents groaned on the ground. Carelessly waving goodbye to his enemies, the sect leader called out to Lu Qianqian. The girl was reprimanding the head of the clan along the way. She stated that the man should have killed his enemies. He replied that there was no need to be cruel. The follower informed him that the starland they were in was more dangerous than the jungle. If he doesn't realize that, he doesn't need to be a cult leader. Jun Chang Xia analyzed the girl's words and thought that she was right. This world only honored martial arts and jungle rules. The system provided a new side mission. He needs to change Lu Chenqian's mind and protect his dignity as the sect leader. The young man thought it made sense. Even though there were only 2 of them in the sect at the moment, it was necessary to show at once who was in charge. He turned to the girl and said he agreed with her. They cannot show mercy to their enemies. The guy said that their sect strives for truth and purity. If he killed the weak disciples, it would damage the sect's reputation. The student thought about the leader's words and said that she now understood him. The system credited the reward for completing the task. Lu Chenqian drew her sword from its sheath and said that killing those worthless people would affect his reputation, so she would do everything herself. The young man explained that every girl should be elegant. The girl frowned and made a lunge with her sword toward the leader. She said she would do his bidding as a cult leader, but strongly discouraged looking down on women. Jun Chang Xia gently took the edge of the blade with 2 fingers and slowly took it aside. He realized that the girl had been through a lot. Without waiting for a moment to be left to himself, the young man called up the system store menu and looked up the prices of artifacts. To Lu Qianqian, he just looked like a foolish young man walking along the forest path and wiggling his fingers in different directions. Jun Chang Xia didn't notice his companion's strange looks. He was more embarrassed by the fact that he couldn't buy anything at the store. 1 point could only buy a small healing pill. The young man told himself that he would buy it if he were dying. The girl was walking alertly, and so she immediately noticed some noise nearby. She drew her sword and asked him to be careful. Hoping it wasn't a wild animal, the leader told his companion that the forest looked rather muddy and dangerous. They'd better find another road. After walking a few meters forward, Lu Qianqian raised her sword up and said, "It doesn't look like a wild beast. There's a human in there." There was indeed a man behind the bushes. Badly injured, he sat down under a tree. His clothes were missing large scraps of cloth. The young man moved closer and checked the injured man's pulse. It looked like he didn't have long to live. There were multiple bloody streaks on the guy's back. Jun Chang Xia assumed that the stranger had come across a wild beast. Lu Qianqian hurried the boy. They should go as soon as possible. If the beast caught them in the night, they would suffer the same fate. The man can't be helped anyway. He could die any second, especially since they're both non-medical. The young man smiled faintly and stated that he was not trained in medicine, but he had a miracle pill. Buying a pill from the system store, the leader scrutinized it carefully, then put it into the dying stranger's mouth. The girl sighed and instructively said that the warrior had many wounds. 1 pill would not improve his health. Suddenly she heard a cough. The mortally wounded guy started to lift himself off the ground. Jun Chang Xia smiled and asked his disciple what she would say now. Lu Qianqian stated that it was simply impossible. The guy was almost dying from injuries, and now he was almost jumping. The leader seemed more mysterious to her now. She'd noticed that gloating expression on his face during the conversation. There was a reason for that. The leader was anticipating a quick fortune. Such a pill should be very expensive, but it costs less than any commodity. Jun Chang Xia saw himself already wearing expensive clothes and gold. He decided to buy pills with all the money he had and sell them more expensively. Unfortunately, the young man was bitterly disappointed. There was a limit on this pill. The player could only buy 1 pill per month. Besides, it turned out that the stranger he had rescued had also just run away. The guy couldn't believe that he wasn't even thanked. Lu Qianqian took it up again. She said that good guys don't achieve anything here, so it's better to be bad. The leader exclaimed irritably that there must be at least 1 person in this world who acts according to conscience. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. In her opinion, some people in this world don't know what conscience is at all. Jun Chang Xia was dissatisfied. He had hoped to save this guy and invite him into his sect. But it didn't work out. The young man remembered that there were no laws or moral restrictions in this world. Anyone could humiliate him, or just run away after being rescued. He decided from that moment on to take up the challenge and live in Starland the way the rest of us live here, by the rules of the jungle. At that moment, the system notified a secret mission that involved understanding the rules of Starland. The guy remembered that all the tasks assigned by the sect's higher system could be divided into main, side, and secret. Of course, there are other assignments. He recently had the epic task of slaying the legendary blood dragon. The leader became very excited. The type of task implied that the reward for it would be very generous. Unfortunately, it was impossible to fulfill it right now. It was necessary to obtain a certain level of development. Anyway, for the last secret mission, the young man got 10 contribution points and could buy something from the store. Suddenly, his companion tore him away from his grand plans by tapping the hilt of her sword right on his forehead. She reported his arrival in Qingyang City. There really was a lot to see here. Jun Chang Xia decided that his sect would definitely look more majestic than this city. The guy's enthusiastic exclamations attracted the attention of many random passers-by. One of them scornfully said that he was a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. The young man angrily declared that he was not a disciple, but the second leader of this sect. There was silence in the square for a moment. Suddenly, everyone exploded with laughter, holding their bellies. Absolutely everyone was laughing at him. One guy exclaimed that the sect was long gone. Some young man and girl were almost crying with laughter. Given his low level, they could have started a sect themselves. Jun Chang Xia heard all these remarks perfectly. He pretended not to pay attention, but he was very painfully worried. Each of the insults was a heavy spear thrown at his back. Unfortunately, the boy could not answer. The young man couldn't stand it and roared, sitting down right on the road. He has no skills, no artifacts, nothing but a time mine. Lu Qianqian gently placed her hand on the leader's shoulder. He enthusiastically declared that at least the girl stayed with him. At the same second, his companion motioned him with her fist and said scathingly that he should be ashamed. The young man was a little taken aback by her harshness. He got up from the ground and replied that he'd been through more than that, so he wasn't hurt by other people's criticism. The man offered his companion to go to the pledge recruitment ceremony. The girl asked how he tolerated the mockery of himself. Jun Chang Xia didn't bother to explain anything. He knew that his companion wouldn't understand anyway. Such people could only be silenced by brute force. In a few minutes they came to a wide square with rows of pavilions. In each of them were representatives of different sects. Looking at the great Sheng sect's pavilion, the guy remembered that he had done various tasks for the system in the past. But now the situation has changed. It is a different time. Starland would soon feel the force of his swift and powerful attacks. In one of the tents, an apprentice was fervently proving to his master that they would definitely be able to recruit a newcomer with great potential this time. The sword-wielding man standing beside them laughed unpleasantly. The sects here are all level 8 sects, so it would be hard to get a newcomer. He turned his face with a scar across his eye and declared that the Broad Sword sect would come out on top this year. The deacon got angry and rolled up his sleeves. He told his opponent that he would see whose sect would gain the most followers. At that moment, some stranger with a portable tent in the shape of a large umbrella wedged himself between the tents. He put up his banner. A man from the Broadsword sect shouted that he had no right to sit there. His disciple timidly said that the Iron Bone sect was part of the alliance. The man smirked gloatingly and said that the place belonged to the Broadsword sect. The two of them had better look for another place. Jun Chang Xia didn't even move. He reminded that they were all members of the alliance. There was no need to be angry with each other. The deacon came out of the tent and stated that he previously had nothing against the Iron Bone sect as long as leader Wang was alive. But now he considers it a disgrace to himself that such a sect is recruiting new members in the neighborhood of his pavilion. The young man replied that he would expand his sect, and no bald men could stop him. The masters of both tents tensed, their eyes blazing with hatred. They began to argue that there was nothing wrong with baldness. At their call, the disciples came running, ready to tear down the enemy's tent. Jun Chang Xia rejoiced. With a little showdown, he would be able to promote his sect and gain disciples. Suddenly, someone shouted that Li Qingcheng was coming. The deacon from the Lion Roar sect demanded that all the disciples come over to him. With his ears perked up, the young man overheard that this guy is the direct heir of the Li family. Everyone is out to get the young master. In addition, young Li had a supreme spiritual development route. In the city, even the middle level was rare. After carefully analyzing the situation, The guy realized that he had the lowest level of development. He told his companion that Li was a real genius. Now he had one idea to get the master to join their sect. As Li Qingchang walked through the square, all the pavilions were empty. Their representatives were begging to join their sect. A man in white clothes with gold jewelry walked proudly down the center, ignoring absolutely every suggestion. The thoughtful face of a guy with blue hair and elements of gold jewelry on his white clothes seemed familiar to the leader. He asked his follower if they could have met this man somewhere before. Lu Chengqian recalled that this was the same crippled man who had escaped from them in the forest. The young man smiled. He was not mistaken. At that time, a green-clothed elder came out to meet Li. He invited the young man to join the Kangshan Mountain sect. This sect was 5th in the rankings and had its own centuries-old temple. None of the other recruiters had a chance to get the guy. Jun Chang Xia sighed heavily. He could barely restrain himself from screaming. All hope was only for Li to join his sect because of the healing. Suddenly, the young man saw Li Qingchang stop in front of him and bowed. The man asked if the guy was really the head of the Iron Bone sect. All the recruiters were stunned. They all offered the best terms, and Li went to some lowlife. Jun Chang Xia felt his superiority over the other challengers and sat back down. The young man smiled and replied that it was him. The representatives of the Broadsword sect and Lion Roar sect stared dumbfoundedly at what was happening, unable to believe their eyes. The legend of Qingyang City easily chats with that snooty guy who sits on a chair and doesn't even think of getting up. Li Qingyang admitted that he had run away from the forest that day. He didn't have time to apologize, so he apologizes now. Jun Chang Xia smiled and politely wrapped his arms around Mr. Li's brush. He said that there was no need to worry about it. After all, he had already forgotten himself until Li reminded him. Lu Qianqian frowned, thinking that this was all the leader had been talking about a few minutes ago. The young man smiled welcomingly and asked for more details about the history of the origin of their powerful sect. Immediately, a side task from the system was activated. One had to convince Mr. Li to join the sect. Both of Jun Chang Xiao's neighbors simultaneously shouted that the Iron Bone sect had no great history. The deacon exclaimed that the sect's greatest merit concerns their leader Wang. He had helped stop the distribution of pornography. The leader of the Lion Roar sect wailed that the sect itself was worthless. He could swear on the rest of his hair. The young man gave his opponents a look that made their blood run cold. He said that this was only the part that was known to everyone. In fact, the Iron Bone sect has a centuries-old history. It has its own temple complex of buildings. Li Qingcheng asked for more details. The representatives of the other sects frowned at the young man, unable to understand why he believed the trickster. Jun Chang Xiao asked the man if he had heard of the East Sea. Li surprisingly replied that the sea was in the east of Star Country. The leader continued the story. At the edge of the Eastern Sea there is a country called Dolai with 2 mountains. One of them is called Ironbone Mountain. It was there that their oldest sect originated. Their first leader was Sun Wukong, whom everyone knew as the Monkey King. The young man's story was so convincing that many casual passers-by believed him. Only an elder of the Kangshan Mountain sect cried out that it was a lie. He said that the East Sea is very dangerous. Especially Dolai State is not mentioned by explorers. No one has heard of the Iron Bone Mountain. Jun Chang Xiao turned to the elder and stated that in that case, he knew absolutely nothing about Star Country. The old man became enraged and demanded an explanation of where the Sun Wukong he was telling about had come from and who was his master. The young man told that the first sect leader was born from the Divine Stone after 1,000 years of incubation. His master was Subhiti of Mount Linthai. The elder became even more angry and said that all men are made of flesh and blood. No one will believe these silly stories. Jun Chang Xiao faintly smiled and said that a man really just couldn't possibly know absolutely everything about the evolution of creatures. The old man's eye began to twitch with anger. He shouted that he wasn't as dumb as the boy wanted him to be, and he wouldn't believe such nonsense. It was as if Mr. Li didn't hear the old man. He smiled and said that he was glad to hear the long history of the Iron Bone sect, but he wanted to know more about the current state of the sect and what he could accomplish if he agreed to join. The elder almost cried with happiness. It was the right question. Of course, this sect couldn't provide any benefits. The sect leader humbly replied that all powerful sects die out one day. His sect was no exception. He smiled and added that the Iron Bone sect was time-tested. After losing its former glory, it had left a solid foundation. And that pill is the best proof. Li Qingyang couldn't argue with that. He remembered how he had almost died. Besides, a man of such great value gave such a huge amount of money to a chance encounter. He could very well be telling the truth. Jun Chang Xia said that he wanted to resurrect his sect and needed a master of the level of Qingyang. He can't promise much. However, only the Iron Bone sect would guarantee advancement to the very pinnacle of martial arts if a young man joined. The elder blushed red, trying to shout over the recruiter. He shouted that a sect leader couldn't make such a promise. In Star Country, a martial arts emperor is at the highest level of cultivation. He is worshipped as a god. The old man almost choked when he heard that the young gentleman, despite all exhortations, had given his consent. The contract was immediately signed and sealed with a prearranged seal with a red star in a circle. This was how the sect leader completed the side mission. The elder still couldn't calm down and tried to convince Qingyang to give up. After all, he would ruin his potential in such a sect. The sect leader softly said that the Iron Bone sect would surpass all others in 3 years. The old man would still remember this conversation. The elder turned black with anger. If it wasn't for young Li, he would have torn his friend apart. The man shouted that words alone would not do anything. He promised to clear things up a bit and explain to the arrogant young man the vast gulf between them. Qingyang frowned and softly asked Elder Ma not to disrespect his sect leader anymore. The old man realized that all was lost and walked closer to Jun Chang Xia. He said that he would look at the development of his sect. A tall man with a black mustache approached the friends with quick steps and asked the elder to take his time. The entire job fair simultaneously ayed. The man wearing dark clothes and gold-embroidered ribbons was Master Li. He bowed politely to the Kangshan Mountain sect elder and promised that he would accept an invitation to his sect on behalf of his son. Qingyang angrily exclaimed that he had already made a decision to join the Iron Bone sect and would not back down from it. Master Li angrily said that his choice today would not only affect Qingyang himself, but also the future of their entire family. The young man recalled that his father had always taught him to be honest. He had joined the Iron Bone sect and was not going to take it back. The man lost control of himself and declared in public that he would give up his son if he did not leave the cult immediately. His shout caused Master Li to cough violently. The man accompanying him anxiously picked up the master. He excitedly reminded the young man that his father was already in his old age and also asked him to come out of the wretched sect. Elder Ma took advantage of the moment and said that one should not forget about piety. It is not very noble to act against father's will. Qingyang was in an awkward position. He himself saw that things had gone too far and couldn't afford to embarrass the family. Seeing his hesitation, Jun Chang Xia put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. He promised that they would achieve dizzying success together. Master Li turned black with anger. He was very unhappy that his son had joined the sect and believed the silly stories. He stepped closer to the guy and suggested that the sect leader clearly had incredible knowledge of martial arts. Barely restraining himself, the man jabbed a finger in his direction and said that Mr. Jun was acting very confident. The young man smiled and said that he knew more about the arts than everyone gathered here combined. Qianqian thought that this time he had really screwed up. Master Li began to lose his patience. He took out a small book from his pocket and asked for advice in such a case. He said that Qingyang City has had a sword technique for 100 years. None of the masters had been able to master the 9th style. The man made a demand. If Jun Chang Xia didn't master the last step of mastery, he would expel his son from his sect. The young man smiled and replied that it wouldn't be a difficulty. He realized that Master Li had chosen a win-win situation. The sect leader opened the system store menu and activated an hour-long illumination spell. It allowed him to learn the combat skills and secret techniques of his opponents. After activating the illumination spell, Jun Chang Xia began feverishly flipping through the stapled book handed to him. Everyone around him was watching him with interest. Even Qianqian and Qingqiang couldn't understand why he was turning the pages so quickly. The Lion's Roar sect leader said incredulously that the kid wouldn't learn anything that way if he just turned the pages. Hearing the talk about himself, the Ironbone sect's sect leader faintly smiled and explained that he was using the quantum fluctuation method. In fact, the young man saw the book differently than the others. The red images of the fighters in the brochure looked to him like a training video. After finishing reading the guidelines, Jun Chang Xia defiantly slammed the book between his palms. He turned to the girl and asked for her sword for a while. Qianqian handed over the blade with surprise. The sect leader drew his sword from its sheath and quickly made a circular motion. The air current shattered the paving stones in the square, sending small shards of stone flying. Elder Ma knew perfectly well what it meant and was very surprised. This guy only took a minute to learn the first style from the book. Meanwhile, the young man continued onward. He waved his sword a few times and visualized the second style. Now it was Mr. Li's turn to be surprised. In his time, he had to spend 5 days to learn the second style. The guy made several lightning-fast movements. From the outside, it seemed as if 3 swords were cutting through the air at the same time. The powerful energy release caused the surface to collapse more and more. The blast wave blew the guy's recent opponents backwards. Despite the effect produced, Jun Chang Xia was dissatisfied. In his opinion, this technique could be used even faster. Demonstrating the 8th style, the sect leader made unimaginable movements in the air and quickly spiraled downwards, producing another explosion. Elder Ma stated to the surprised Mr. Li that it was impossible to learn the 9 styles in such a time. He had clearly done it before. The guy's speed is unbelievable. In a minute and a half, he portrayed all 8 styles now known. The elder inquired why Jun had stopped, and asked if he had studied the 9 styles of ancient techniques before. The young man didn't answer anything. He just stood in the center of the square. Energy was emanating from his body, and all the fighters could feel it. Li Qingchang was the first person present to determine the guy's strength. Apparently, he was able to reach the Sword Realm, the highest stage. Following young Master Li, all the other warriors murmured and began to vigorously discuss the fellow with martial skills. Elder Ma asked for silence. He explained that it was very rare to be able to grasp the secret of the Sword Realm. There was no need to disturb the young man. Suddenly, he heard Jun Chang Xia asking for help to test his strength, and perplexedly turned to the young man. The Iron Bone sect leader said that only an elder here could handle a couple of his attacks and smiled. With a lightning-fast lunge forward, the young master created a strong energy flow, destroying everything in its path. Elder Ma carefully watched the energy wave that was rapidly approaching him. He put his hands out in front of him at the last moment and blocked the flow from advancing further, marveling at the young man's strength. The elder tensed up and broke the energy pulse, spreading his arms apart with force. After taking a closer look at his opponent, the elder realized that Jun Chang Xia was clearly new to martial arts. Furthermore, the 5 red marks on his arm clearly said that this warrior only possessed a level 5 martial skill. The sect leader made another quick attack. There was a violent grinding sound. The energy release made a deep ditch in the paving stones, but the elder was able to stop the impact. Mr. Li suggested that it was a demonstration of the 9th style. Elder Ma rubbed his wrist and admitted that the attack was strong. He rushed to his friend and began to shake him, grabbing him by the shoulders. The old master said that this was not even the limit of the young man's strength. The elder bowed to his opponent and admitted that he admired him. He had managed to master the martial art in 2 minutes. The leader of the Lion Roar sect saw that his tent had been completely trashed and rushed towards it with shrieks. The old man confessed that he had a request. He has been cultivating non-stop all these years, but he has never been able to reach enlightenment, and he needs advice. Both of the young man's recent opponents couldn't believe that he was being asked for advice by the 5th-level sect elder and martial artist himself. Jun Chang Xia willingly agreed to give it a try if Elder Ma detailed exactly how he cultivated. This interested the leader of the Lion Roar sect. He tried to eavesdrop on the conversation, but he couldn't make out anything. When the old man heard the advice, he rejoiced. After the boy's words, it was as if he had gained new wisdom, and now he knew what to do. The young man smiled. He suggested that the elder train for a couple months with his advice. After that, he would be able to break through to the next level. The Kaishan sect leader ran off and shouted goodbye, saying that he would ask the guy for some more tips a little later. Seeing how respectfully Elder Ma treated the sect leader, everyone gathered in the square ran for advice, pushing each other away. Jun Chang Xia saw that he had only wasted 3 minutes out of an hour. He decided to make money and announced that 1 tip was worth 100 taels. A crowd of eager people nearly swept away his umbrella and sign. Hundreds of hands with money reached out to the young man, each wanting advice. Li Qingchang assisted the sect leader and handed out a token with a serial number in the queue to those who paid the fee. The eager members of the queue peered forward now and then, trying to determine how long to wait for their advice. As soon as one of them tried to trick the guy into walking forward, Lu Chengqian declared that no one would pass by her. The guy trembled with fear. Meanwhile, the sect leader was approached by a lucrative client. After paying the requisite 500 taels, he received advice on promotion and bowed. After counting the money, the guy called out the next person who wanted to come. Master Li introduced himself. He had a few problems and could use some help. The young man demanded 1,000 taels. Mr. Li turned black with anger. He shouted that everyone only paid 100 taels each. In addition, his son is a member of the Iron Bone sect. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that in that case, he would make a discount. 1 tael would be charged. The sect leader of the Lion Roar sect was surprised. To make sure no one else doubted, the young man raised his head and loudly announced that he was making an exclusive discount for the parents of his sect's disciples. For a few seconds there was complete silence in the queue. The leader's statement simply stunned everyone who wanted to attend. After a second, the most savvy ones rushed forward, shouting that their children had always dreamed of joining the Iron Bone sect. The sect leader smiled and told his 2 disciples that they wouldn't be bored now. Now the recruitment for the sect would begin. There were too many people wanting to join the sect. The young man was already tired of putting stamps on the standard forms. Unfortunately, there were only half of the talented students. About 40 fighters were of no value. The sect leader remembered the basic background. It seemed uncomplicated. He would soon have the right number. Suddenly, the system reported that the limit of participants had been reached. Jun Chang Xia became angry. He couldn't believe that the system only allowed 100 people to be recruited at such a moment. It turned out that in order to expand the sect, you had to send your disciples on missions. The leader collapsed exhausted. New difficulties again. Suddenly, a dark-skinned giant with a neat beard approached the table and claimed that the guy had somehow beaten up his disciples from the Springwater sect. A deacon from the Lion Roar sect loudly exclaimed that Wei Yingwu himself, an elder of the Springwater sect, had come to see them. He whispered to his disciple that last year, the master had destroyed his disciple's cultivation and expelled him from the sect. Jun Chang Xia asked Li Qingchang in surprise why many masters were afraid of the Springwater sect, being a higher level. The young man replied that all the elders from that sect surpassed the other masters by several levels. No one could compete with them. Wei Ying was glad that everything had already been told about him. He suggested that the sect leader destroy his cultivation, and then no one would touch him. The young man explained to the man that his students had molested a female disciple from the Iron Bone sect, and so they received quite deservedly. The elder became enraged and demanded that the guy fight him on the platform of justice. Li Qingchang whispered that this opponent is very strong. He is at the 12th stage, and therefore the fight is obviously a losing one. Jun Chang Xia was overjoyed. He replied that dueling with the head of the Springwater sect would save them a lot of trouble. The opponents immediately proceeded to the rectangular platform that was located here as well. The spectators were surprised that the guy was so confident. As soon as the opponent attacked the young man, Jun Chang Xia ducked down and kicked him in the stomach. The elder bent in half from the intense pain. He attempted a quick counterattack and hit the sect leader in the head from above, pressing him into the arena. Li Qingchen asked Lu Qianqian if their head had time to leave a will in case of his death. Wei Yingwu angrily shouted that he could let the guy go if he did the right thing. But there would be no mercy for him in the arena. The man strained his huge biceps, showing off his steel muscles to the audience. He stated that he devoted a lot of time to physical exercises. The elder demonstrated how he could smash any boulder weighing even a ton without using combat skills. Jun Chang Xia had been lazily stubbing his nose with his finger the entire time, and disdainfully said that no one was interested in his conversations. Wei Yingwu realized that it was time to teach the arrogant youngster a lesson once and for all. He swung his solid fist and rushed towards his opponent. The guy was ready for it and activated an energy shield with a bluish glow. The elder was sure it wouldn't save him. To his surprise, the guy's defense was pretty good. Even his powerful fists couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, the man's hand hurt a little after the impact, as if it had encountered a very sturdy obstacle. Jun Chang Xia faintly smiled and asked his opponent if they could finally start their duel. Wei Yingwu couldn't believe that the guy hadn't moved even a millimeter. He must have advanced martial skills. The young man smiled faintly and tapped his fingers on the invisible shield. A metallic clang sounded. Jun Chang Xia explained that he had used the Golden Bell shield. Li Qingchang was surprised to ask his interlocutor what this skill was. He had never heard of it, and assumed that the bell had only developed in this sect. Lu Qingqian had already studied the leader quite well, and said that there was a high probability of lies in his words. However, their head has many secrets that ordinary people are unable to unravel. The girl was right. The Golden Bell shield was out of the question, and Chang Xiao was miraculously alive. The only thing that saved the leader was that he used an anti-damage spell from the new player's set, and thanks to that, he was unharmed. The elder was confident that his strength could not be handled by any skill. He enthusiastically attacked the opponent. Unfortunately, not a single punch was able to overcome the defense. The powerful punches only resulted in Wei Ying's fists shattering to the point of bleeding. The young man only laughed at his opponent and roused him. He assumed that in a little more time the man would be able to wrinkle his clothes. The elder couldn't believe it. There was almost nothing left of the arena, but Jun Chang Xiao didn't even have a scratch on him. Li Qingchang also saw such a defense for the first time. He said that with such a combat skill the sect leader was practically invulnerable. The enraged Wei Yingwu wailed that the young man himself had forced him to go to extreme measures and slammed his fists against each other, creating a bright source of light between them. The sect leader said thoughtfully that the elder resembled Hercules from the famous game, and his skills were very similar. Li Qingqiang paid attention to his head's words and began to look closely at Wei Ying, trying to figure out what skill the young man was talking about. Now he remembered and shouted to the boss that this unique martial skill of the Springwater sect was called the Magnificent Golden Fist. While dodging the blow, Jun Chang Xia realized that the leader of the Holy Spring sect was called Minato Namikaze. This name seemed familiar as well. The elder angrily shouted that no one dared to turn away when displaying art and rushed forward to attack, pushing a huge golden shield in front of him. The young man waited patiently until the last moment and then thrust his arm forward. To the man's surprise, the shield shattered. Wei Yinu continued to run at the enemy, realizing with horror that his unique combat skill had no effect. Li Qingqiang's jaw dropped down in surprise. The girl frowned, saying that the sect leader really has a lot of trump cards. The deacon couldn't believe that this golden bell shield was the most ordinary skill. In that case, the guy was very strong. The young man smiled and suggested that Wei Ying show the rest of his martial skills if he had any trump cards left. The sect elder sat in the arena, breathing heavily. He didn't even have the strength to respond to his opponent. The other warriors spoke up, saying that the man was very tired and therefore would not be able to continue the fight. He had expended a lot of energy. Wei Yingwu raised his head with an effort and muttered through his teeth that he had more than just combat skills in reserve. The man quickly got to his feet. A huge sword appeared in his hands with golden energy emanating from it. Jun Chang Xia frowned. This was already an unpleasant surprise. From everything, it appeared that the elder also had a spatial backpack. The branding on the sword indicated that the blade had been forged by Master Fang, one of China's most famous armorers. Wei Yingnu proudly told everyone who had yet to touch a martial art that Master Fan was the best blacksmith in Star Country. He spent a lifetime forging thousands of weapons, each one considered a treasure for martial artists. The elder showed everyone a shiny, curved, serrated blade. He bragged that he had spent a fortune on it. The master solemnly swung a broadsword with a stylistic depiction of flames, and announced that he was showing it in public for the first time. Jun Chang Xia noticed the chips on the edge of the sword and frowned and advised him to find a service master first. The elder angrily exclaimed that any weapon from this master was valuable in any case, even if it had flaws. He swung his sword furiously, cutting off chunks of paving stone, and shouted that the guy had simply never encountered a perfect weapon. The man demanded to see his weapon immediately. He was eager to engage in a deadly duel. The young man smiled and asked to wait a bit. He needed to choose a weapon. The boy was just in the process of buying a suitable blade. The system offered to buy the cold sword at a bargain. Jun Chang Xiao tried out the blade and swung it. It seemed to be a good choice. The elder rejoiced. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Wei Yinu exclaimed that now he could fight and rushed at his opponent. With a few movements, the man broke off many shards from the arena and left a deep furrow in it. As if not noticing his intentions, the young man was thoughtfully practicing with his sword. It looked quite strong. The guy decided to try it out and proudly showed the ninth style technique to everyone gathered. Everything happened too fast. Wei Yinu only realized that something irreparable had happened when he saw the blood spatter. The shard of his perfect sword clanked into a crack in the arena. The Iron Bone sect leader apologized. He wasn't used to the sword yet. At the same moment, the defeated elder fell to his knees exhaustedly. His battle was lost in a few seconds. The power of the Sword of Cold was not only enough to shatter a weapon of dubious origin. Wei Yingwu had lost his arm in this fight. Jun Chang Xiao even felt a little sorry for his opponent. But then he remembered that the elder was going to kill him. So it was fair. The young man jumped off the platform of justice and decided that henceforth he would compensate people for evil in proportion to their desires. The sect leader called out to his first disciples and said that it was time for them to return. Li Qingqiang was delighted with such an art. The broadsword sect elder couldn't believe that Jun Chang Xiao had defeated the sect leader Wei Yingwu so calmly. The deacon frowned, saying that the Pure Water sect would now be furious. His friend wasn't sure the young man could handle an entire sect. At the exit of the city, Jun Chang Xiao stopped and looked intently at his disciple Li Qingqiang. He gave the guy 10 days to spend with his family and say goodbye with dignity. After that, they would meet in the cult. The young man replied that his father had already started cultivating anyway, so there was no point in going home. The leader suggested that in that case, he should continue on his way. Li Qingqiang smiled shyly and informed the sect leader that he had one presumptuous request. He remembered his favorite girl and stated that he would like to bring one very dear to him into their sect. The head of the sect smiled conspiratorially and asked in a whisper which person the young man was referring to. The boy was embarrassed and replied that it was a woman. Remembering his beauty, Li Qingqiang closed his eyes and reported that it was about the most ordinary girl from a poor family. Jun Chang Xia assumed that it was because of the girl that the young man decided to join his Iron Bone sect. Li Qingqiang smiled and admitted that none of the other sects would allow an outsider to be brought in. The leader frowned and said that he would accept the girl with pleasure. They were just short of people to take care of the household. Not holding back his aggression, the young man grabbed his friend and shouted that it was a bit early for him to be thinking about women. The head himself was unmarried and would be jealous. Unfortunately, the conversation took place too late. His beloved had left town and left only a letter for the boy. Li Qingqiang told the sect leader and Lu Qiangqian about it. The girl didn't want to interfere with his future and left of her own free will. The young man replied that it was better for both of them if his beloved had indeed been born into poverty and destitution. Li Qingqiang was surprised to ask if the sect leader really thought so. It turned out to be the majority opinion, but the leader himself thought otherwise. The young man vowed to achieve supremacy and find the girl. Then he will tell his beloved that it was he who was unworthy of her. The sect leader listened intently to the young man's promises and declared that he would turn him into the strongest man. The young man was very much moved by the promises of the sect leader and even wept. Now he saw that he had come to the right place. To his surprise, the sect building looked very abandoned. The roof was holey, the rusty hinges of the door creaked, and the sign was barely hanging on. Li Qingqiang began to realize that he had actually been deceived all this time, and cautiously asked if he could change sects. The young man replied that there was no need to worry about that. They would fix the building. Suddenly, they saw a boy urinating on the wall of the temple. The sect leader shouted that no one dared to desecrate his building and pulled out the sword of cold. The little boy trembled with fear and ran away. He tearfully shouted to his mother that he was being bullied. The young man pretended to keep running after him. When the kid was gone, Jun Chang Xia exhaled. He admitted that he didn't like arguing with children and invited the sect members to go inside. As soon as the young man pulled the doorknob, the heavy sign came off and hit him on the head. The followers watched the boss warily. The angry leader with a bloody head drew his sword. Li Qingqiang held it by his belt and explained that it was only a signboard of the sect. The head went inside and showed the interior. He said that the main task now was to rebuild the sect. They needed to repair the windows and doors. After bandaging his head, the young man handed Li Qingqiang a weighty wad of money and smiled. He said that he was entrusting it to him. The cult leader admitted that he had a slight headache and needed to go back to the room. The young man left the followers alone. The girl surprisingly told her friend that their leader was a very strange guy. He could do the repairing of the building himself. A few days later, the building began to change. The renovation was in full swing, and scaffolding was put up around the section. Workers were constantly bringing materials upstairs to fix the roof. The foreman made sure that everything was done properly. Jun Chang Xia was satisfied. He didn't miss out. Li Qingqiang had organized the building repairs well, so he could do his own cultivation. For 50 points, the young man bought an ability-enhancing liquid from the system store. It added 1 skill level to the user. Emptying the flask of bluish liquid, the leader remembered that abilities were needed to increase cultivation speed. As soon as the guy drank the entire contents of the container, he felt his spiritual root change, energy pouring out of him. The system reported a successful breakthrough to the next level. The young man was overjoyed, but recognized that it was still not enough for a battle with the Pure Water sect. Jun Chang Xiao asked if there was a quick way to level up. After receiving the advice, he exchanged the contribution points for a cultivation base. Thanks to the favorable exchange, the young man had broken through to the 10th stage of acupuncture point discovery. His wrists were now adorned with 10 red bracelets. The sect leader shouted excitedly that he felt an incredible power within him. He was ready to roll mountains. Without putting off the experiments for later, Jun Chang Xiao ran to the nearest wall and punched it with his fist. The wall immediately cracked and began to crumble. The powerful impact created a huge hole in the outer wall. The young man realized that this was not the limit of possibilities. One of the pieces of wall fell right on Li Qingqiang's head. He added the repair to the estimate, and told the head that it would take another 200 taels. The young man gave the follower a huge wad of banknotes that formed a square. Li Qingqiang promised to finish the repair in 3 days. For 3 whole days, Jun Chang Xiao did not leave his room and cultivated his skills. Finally, the door creaked open and the sect leader walked out. He had used the meditation technique of an elder from the Kaishan Mountain sect. But for the next stage, he still needed to practice a lot more. Suddenly, the young man saw the sect building and was stunned. Now it was unrecognizable. The temple was considerably taller, and tall trees were planted around it. In addition, the surprised fellow noticed several gazebos by the pond. A rock garden was laid out on the extended territory of the sect. Jun Chang Xia couldn't believe that this entire complex of buildings belonged to his sect. In just 3 days, his building had turned into a palace. Li Qingqiang saw the enthusiastic young man and smiled. He asked if the head was satisfied with the sect's restoration. The guy turned around and squealed happily. He was very pleased. He even thought at first that he had wandered into someone else's territory. Li Qingqiang suggested looking at the training grounds. The boss happily went ahead and did not immediately realize that the young man wanted to report the renovation costs. The boy handed the cult leader a weighty ledger in a blue cover. On top of it were a few crumpled bills. Jun Chang Xia sat down on the porch and almost roared. He couldn't believe that out of all the money he had earned, there were only a few bongs left. Li Qingqiang added that the students also want to remodel the courtyard. It will cost another 4,000 taels. Meanwhile, disciples began to arrive at the sect. One of them exclaimed that the sect was marvelous, and another climbed the pillar at the gate with joy. The head of the sect asked why not all the followers had come. One of the boys replied that some of them lived in remote areas. Suddenly, some man in rags appeared on the horizon. His whole body was trembling. The man was calling for help in a weak voice. Jun Chang Xia and Li Qingqiang watched the strange man who walked into their sect with astonishment. The young man stumbled on the threshold, and the head of the sect and his follower were immediately at his side. They helped him to his feet. Li Qingqiang looked at his leader suspiciously. He knew that the boss had only opened himself to the 5th stage, but he managed to be near the guy faster. After taking a little breather, the beaten youth told Jun Chang Xia that their group of 30 had been ambushed by bandits. The sect leader asked the young man to get a good rest and unfolded the note he had been handed with his disciple. The note contained ransom conditions. The author of the note promised to kill the hostages if he did not receive the money. The head got angry and tore the letter into small shreds with his internal energy. He angrily exclaimed that the bandits had had enough of living. Li Qingqiang returned from reconnaissance and informed the leader that there were at least 200 bandits on Black Mountain. Their leader had reached the martial arts apprentice stage. The young man really didn't want Jun Chang Xia to go to such a dangerous place alone, so he volunteered to accompany him. The head frowned at the follower and said that all the disciples would stay in the sect and go about their business. This was not up for discussion. Those bandits made him very angry. Anyone who dares to threaten the disciples of the Iron Bone sect is not worthy of life. There were steps leading up to the fortress located on top of the Black Mountain. 2 thugs were carefully watching the area. Suddenly, one of them saw a man nearby and said to his partner, it was too audacious to climb the mountain. The martial artist looked back at Jun Chang Xia walking up to them and said that it was one of the travelers. The man blocked the way with his long sword and smiled. He offered to give up all his valuables amicably. The guard explained that in that case no one would touch him. If force were to be used, the outsider would be torn to pieces. The sect leader glumly suggested that their boss was in the fortress. The man laughed and pretended not to understand the question. In the next second, Jun Chang Xia swept past his partner and deadened the defiant fighter, then repeated his question. Shivering with fear, a surviving guard with a blood-splattered face replied that their boss was indeed in the fortress. The young man smiled gloatingly and asked him to tell the boss that the head of the Iron Bone sect had come to ransom the hostages. The Black Wind sect's fortress was indeed impregnable. It was located in the midst of the high mountains and was protected by a high fence. When they saw the stranger inside the fortress, the fighters surrounded him. One of them gritted his teeth and said that he was lucky the boss had agreed to meet him in person. Jun Chang Xia now understood why neither the government nor the sects had been able to take the fortress. It was securely protected by mountains on 3 sides. Meanwhile, the Black Wind warriors reluctantly opened the main gate. They looked hatefully at the stranger who dared to come to the fortress. Several crucifixes were dug into the main courtyard with prisoners tied up. A man beat them repeatedly with a whip, turning their clothes into rags. The head of the fortress sat on a throne. 2 tall warriors stood beside him. 6 more select soldiers stood at the steps leading up to the throne. The young man quickly assessed the strength of the opponents and realized that these 8 people were elites. Each of them was at the 10th stage. He stared intently at the muscular leader. Li Qingqiang was right. This man has the strength of a martial arts disciple. The head smiled politely and said that they were happy to welcome such an honorable guest into their Black Wind sect. The boy reproached himself for coming here alone. The chief's strength could be compared to that of 10 people of his level. Putting on a serious demeanor, Jun Chang Xia glumly said that he didn't like wasting time. He had come here for his disciples. The sect leader Joe Tianba smiled. He liked the guest's businesslike approach. The man said he valued the 30 captives at 3,000 taels. The young man frowned. The bodyguards murmured. It was very cheap. Normally, their leader would set the ransom at twice as much. Jun Chang Xia smiled and declared that he was willing to give him 1 tael as payment for his men's stay. Joe Tianba said in surprise that Mr. Jun didn't quite understand the situation of the wards correctly. He snapped his fingers. There was a rustle in a dark corner. One of the warriors dragged a bound prisoner begging for mercy by the hair. Jun Chang Xia immediately recognized his disciple. Now he had no doubts about the ringleader. The man carelessly threw the prisoner at his boss's feet. Joe Tianba smiled gloatingly and said that he intended to kill one of the disciples, so the ransom would become even smaller. The captured disciple roared and begged not to be killed. He was even willing to join the Black Wind sect and become a slave. The bodyguards laughed amicably. They were pleased that one of the students had been so easily frightened to death. The sect leader turned red with anger. It was clear that he had no use for such a disciple. He had no dignity. Joe Tianba lifted the young man by his head and severed it from his torso. He assumed that Chang Xia would not mind the death of a coward. The system reported 1 vacancy in the sect. The young man gritted his teeth and said he didn't mind. One of the guards laughed loudly and informed him that the man should be grateful. He had been helped to get rid of a cowardly student. In the same second, the guy's body was covered in blood. Jun Chang Xia was behind his back and stabbed him through. The sect leader reported that the young man had no manners. Joe Tianba should not mind that the boor had been taught a lesson. The giant, who was twice the size of the sect head, shouted that the outsider had killed his mate and would pay with his life for it. Both opponents prepared for a fight. The thug clenched his huge fist the size of a boy's head and prepared to attack the enemy. Jun Chang Xia adopted a fighting stance while studying his opponent. He had to admit that his opponent's aura was quite strong. The leader of the Black Wind sect asked them both to stop. He said that there were 31 people in captivity, each head worth 100 taels. The young man realized why the head of the fortress was restraining himself. What he really wanted was money. He stated that he could only give 1 tael. Joe Tianba became angry. He was already acting too diplomatic, but this guy is just being rude. The giant smiled and asked the boss for permission to kill the guest. Then they would search his body and take all the money. The bodyguards cheerfully supported the man. Jun Chang Xia took a closer look at his opponent and realized that the strong man would be easy to deal with. One by one, the warriors suggested ways to avenge the 9th leader. Each of them was more horrible in description than the last. The head called the thug over to him and warned him that their guest was very fast. He should be careful. The man laughed back and stated that no human could handle him, no matter how fast he was. He adopted a fighting stance. The spectators murmured in admiration. It was a technique of using the 7-stage shadow transformation. The giant quickly ran towards his opponent with a loud stomp. The young man realized with horror that he was wrong. This guy was too fast. In the same second, the bulky man was behind Jun Chang Xiao's back. The leader turned pale. He couldn't even follow the enemy. The young man realized that his only hope now was that he could outrun the bulky and clumsy guard. Jun Chang Xia ran circles around his opponent, but the man still managed to stay in place and stare straight at him. Despite the guy's fast running, the bulky man's smile appeared from left to right. He exclaimed that Jun Chang Xia was running slowly. Joe Tianba admitted that the young man had managed to improve his technique. One of the bodyguards admitted that even he would have had a hard time dealing with him. He smiled gloatingly and added that at this speed, the guy wouldn't keep up with the thug, even with the fastest sword in the world. Jun Chang Xia wrinkled his nose unhappily and said that they were all buzzing like flies and preventing him from concentrating. The young man frowned and looked at his opponent closely. He made a lightning lunge and slashed the air with his sword. The bodyguard recognized that their guest was fast enough. He recognized that their man might miss an accidental blow. Suddenly, the man was silent, terror in his eyes. The sect leader caught the bully during the attack and cut off his head. Jun Chang Xia contemptuously said that the giant couldn't even turn. It was enough for him to bump into his sword. The guards snapped out of their seats at the same time and mobbed the offender. It was the second solid loss. The boy stood calmly in place. He assumed that all the warriors were actually weaklings, so they decided to attack all at once. No amount of exhortation worked. 4 blows came right where the young man was standing, and he barely had time to jump back. The leader shouted that the bodyguards had provoked him themselves, and now he would have to use his trump card. A weapon hilt appeared in the guy's hand. A steel sword blade began to grow out of the air at the hilt. Jun Chang Xia proudly said that it was a catastrophe sword and lunged towards the opponents. To his surprise, the sword was very short. Its blade was even shorter than the hilt. It became obvious that it would not be enough for an advantage. One of the opponents was almost crying with laughter. He wasn't sure if such a trump sword could cut even an apple. This was enough for Joe Tianba. He ordered to immediately grab the guy and search him for valuables. The forces were clearly unequal. The young man knew he would have to give his best, each of the four of them outnumbering him in strength. There was only one last chance left. The sect leader used the spell to open the first seal and unlocked the Sword of Catastrophe. A blinding source of light appeared where Jun Chang Xia was standing. It spread out in bright rays in all directions. Covering their eyes, all four fighters puzzled over where this strong source of light had come from. It swept past their heads. The light reached the head of the fortress as well. He thought, covering his eyes with his hands, that a small knife could not give off so much light unless it was of high quality. Opening his eyes, Joe Tianba realized with horror that the blade was at the bridge of his nose and trembled in fear. On the turn, that small knife turned into a sword with a long blade of 40 meters after activating the spell. Trying not to give away his excitement, the head of the fortress insinuated to himself that it was not the length of the sword that frightened him, but the pressure their guest was exerting. For some time the rivals were against each other. None of the bodyguards dared to interfere with the young man. Jun Chang Xia was pleased that the catastrophe sword had grown in size. But still 40 meters was a bit much for a slashing weapon. Still trembling with fear, Joe Tianba asked the young man to put his sword away and calmly discuss everything. The sect leader admitted that this sword is difficult to remove, so he has to say goodbye to some viewers. He swung his blade lightning fast, decapitating 2 bodyguards with one blow, and knocked a piece of the backrest and headrest off the throne. Both warriors fell breathlessly to the floor. The splinters from the throne continued to fall downward, making it even more frightening. The head of the fortress was stunned. He couldn't believe that 2 of his best men had died in 1 second. Jun Chang Xia revealed that he had only spared him because he wanted to ask a few questions. That was why he was able to dodge. Joe Tianba was surprised to hear that it wasn't just these 2 trustworthy guys who had actually been killed. The entire fortress was cracking at the seams. Even the tall trees outside were only low stumps. The weapons were destructive. All around, the walls were crumbling. The young man proudly said that he had come here today to help the people of Qingyang City. All the bandits as one began to beg for mercy. They had seen what this guy was capable of and begged to be let go. The guy angrily recalled how many innocent souls they'd put to death and declared that he couldn't afford it. Jun Chang Xia gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. He frowned and announced that today would bring death to each of them. With a single swing of his sword, the sect leader massacred all the opponents, their bodies instantly cut in half. Turning to the head of the fortress, the young man said that it was now just the 2 of them, and raised his sword upwards. He gave a friendly smile and announced that he would allow his opponent to run the full 39 meters. Joe Tianba already knew it was useless to run. He fell to his knees and begged for mercy, promising to bring back all the disciples. Feeling the sword above his head, the head trembled. Jun Chang Xia inquired about his sect's interest. Stammering, the head of the fortress mumbled that he had just heard about the Iron Bone sect's recruitment of disciples a few days ago. The young man struck the sword to the right and left of the man, scaring him a little. The boy said he wanted to hear the truth. Joe Tianba raised his head and roared that he had been paid by the Pure Water sect. Their head ordered to kidnap the disciples and kill the leader. Jun Chang Xia said goodbye to the head of the fortress. He elicited the information he needed. The sword blade collapsed on the palisade and killed the head. The system reported the completion of the additional task and awarded 50 points. The sword turned back into a short knife. Suddenly, the young man learned that after using the catastrophe sword, he would experience fatigue for half an hour and would be left completely defenseless. Losing consciousness, the guy thought that the system could have informed him a little earlier. Fortunately, he had already eliminated everyone. The sect leader was lying on the floor and breathing heavily. He looked at the result of his activity and thought that now 200 enemies would not harm anyone. A man was sitting on the doorstep, clearly nervous. He tried to calm his anxiety with his hand, but it didn't help much. That man was Qingyang Li. The guy was sitting on the steps of the sect and asked Lu Qianqian what they should do if something happened to the sect leader. She said that it was easy because she would be the head of the sect and he would be her first disciple. Nevertheless, with a stony expression on her face, the girl said that in any case, they had far more than one secret in their heads. Suddenly, however, while looking into the distance, she opened her eyes wide. The image of the protagonist appeared before her eyes as he approached them with an easy gait. Qingyang Li immediately ran up to the protagonist and said that he had finally realized that it was too dangerous to go alone, and it was better to report it to the authorities. However, Jun Chang Xia easily passed by his second disciple and said that there were 30 disciples at the foot of the mountain and told someone to take them away. The man closed his eyes and asked if Qingyang wanted to upgrade the courtyard earlier. Immediately afterward, he threw some bars of gold into the hands of his second disciple and told him to take this. Qingyang clearly didn't expect this, and with an expression of incomprehension, he wanted to ask what happened to the Black Wind sect. Of course, a creepy smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he interjected to ask about this particular sect. The guy turned back around and said with a slight smile that it had already been destroyed. At the same time in Black Mountain, only ruins remained of the sect. The man saluted his superior and said that, judging from the wounds on these bandits, they were killed by the same weapon. The man said that, judging from the location of the wounds on their bodies, it is likely that they were killed by the same person. That mysterious man smiled eerily and asked if he had done it alone, then said that he might be a powerful man in the city. At the same time, incense was smoking and smoldering elsewhere. Jun Chang Xia paid his respects to that very tablet and closed his eyes and said that he was counting on it to continue. As it turns out, he built a literal small temple for his system. The guy activated the system and realized that he now had both disciples and a sect. The guy realized that he needed a basic cultivation technique, but it wasn't available in the store. The guy realized that he had to upgrade for 10 points of contribution value to his store. Jun Chang Xia realized that the result would be completely random, and he might just be left with nothing. The guy didn't realize that he was always out of luck, and gave up wondering what he should do in this case. Desperately, he realized that he would have a better chance if he made 10 attempts in a row. In the end, Jun Chang Xia made up his mind and risked his 10 points. At the same time, the value of the sect's contribution decreased by 10. Suddenly, the system window lit up with a bright light, and the guy stared at the pop-up in bewilderment. Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes wide as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. As it turns out, he had obtained an initial divine-level cultivation technique. Jun Chang Xia was literally dancing and crying with happiness. The system congratulated the protagonist and said that the chance of obtaining a divine-level motivation technique of the initial store was less than 1%. Enjoy! Jun Chang Xia gathered Lu Qiangqian and Qingyang Li in the assembly hall. Once they gathered, Qingyang Li looked at the goofy expression on the protagonist's face and said that he looked very happy. The guy coughed and said that he had just solved an important problem for their sect. However, as soon as Jun Chang Xia presented his project, both disciples stood puzzled, because they didn't understand why their uniforms were considered an important problem. The guy held up a piece of paper and said he was done. Then he asked to find a tailor in town to live the uniform. Qingyang Li bewilderedly asked the protagonist if it was considered his first priority to teach cultivation techniques to newcomers. After that, he looked at the drawing and said that the collar on the uniform was very big. However, this infuriated the protagonist and told him to shut up, asking him if he knew who the head of the sect was. However, Jun Chang Xia did not ignore his disciple's question, and slowly took out a certain book from his sinus. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and said that he had a Yikin scripture. The system described this scripture as a very good technique that was suitable for martial artists in the stage of opening acupuncture points, and also mentioned that after completing it, it would strengthen the body and increase the chance of level up by 50%. The system reported that the requirements had been met. It also said that the sect cultivation technique would activate automatically. The guy was greatly surprised. Jun Chang Xia wondered what the sect cultivation technique was for, to which the system replied that only the sect head disciples could cultivate it. While Jun Chang Xia was wielding the system's tablet, the other disciples looked at him like he was crazy. The system said that if any of the disciples gave the sect the information and write-offs to others or were expelled, his or her memory and techniques would be erased. Jun Chang Xia smiled widely, as he realized that this was an incredible intellectual property protection that he would definitely need. Jun Chang Xia was literally shining with happiness as he realized that he didn't have to worry about someone trying to steal it. At the same time, Qingyang Li waved his hand in front of the protagonist's face, trying to get him out of his daze. Jun Chang Xia said that he was using the Yijing scripture he created as a sect cultivation technique. The unexpected system reported that in order to print 99 copies of the scripture, one would need here contribution value points. The guy had obviously not expected this, and was covered in sweat. However, he quickly came to his senses and told me to distribute these books to the students. Lu Qiangqian and Qingyang Li looked at the protagonist with disbelief, since there was no way that he could create a cultivation technique at the proper level. Nevertheless, Qingyang Li opened the book and began to read into the writing. The guy instantly realized that this technique is awesome and really perfectly balanced. Qingyang Li realized that the mid-level technique his father had bought was no match for him. He wondered if it could be a supreme technique. Jun Chang Xia then placed his hand on Qingyang Li's shoulder, who thanked the head. Lu Chengqian looked at the protagonist and asked if they could let her pass, if the technique they had created was inferior to the one they were using right now. Jun Chang Xia bent down in front of the girl and looked her eyes, calling her name. He moved closer to her ear and said that if the technique she cultivated was divine level, then she naturally could do it. The girl flushed and instantly left the hall with the words that she would check everything out. Jun Chang Xia smiled because he assumed that the girl was shy. He thought that he wasn't aloof enough. At the same time, Qingyang Li was in the background asking for help. Jun Chang Xia walked up to the guy and asked, how did he confuse himself so much, to which the guy replied that he was just practicing writing. The girl opened the writing and was greatly surprised. She realized that it seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. And she instantly realized that it must be the divine level. Lu Qiangqian realized that a martial arts master at the stage of discovering cultural points would never be able to create such a technique. She wondered if everyone who was iron-blooded could really be a forgotten ancient sect. The girl exhaled and realized that she had just completed several microscopic orbits, and they were completely compatible with her freezing skill. She smiled as she realized that if she practiced them together, she would be able to carry out her revenge very soon. Lu Chengqian realized that she had greatly underestimated everyone who was iron-blooded, and especially her leader. At the same time, Jun Chang Xia also exhaled. He turned to the system and said he had been practicing for an hour. His legs were numb, but he still hadn't learned anything. The system said that even if the scripture was easy to understand, it would be harder for him than others because he didn't have good spiritual roots. Jun Chang Xia questioned whether it thought that without the system, he was nothing. The system explicitly responded that this was exactly the case. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and said that he would finish it even if it took a whole year. The guy didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to cultivate without a system. After that, he got into the rack and continued his workout. 2 days later, a black-eyed Jun Chang Xia rejoiced the whole after such an amount of time. He was finally able to activate the microcosmic orbit. The system immediately congratulated the protagonist and gave him 30 contribution value points at once. The guy realized that the system doesn't want him to depend on it, and luckily Jun Chang Xia is hardworking. Right after that, Qingyang Li burst into the room and said that he had reached the macrocosmic orbit in 2 days, and very soon he would be able to reach the 11th stage of opening points at the culture. Hearing such praising fashions to himself, Jun Chang Xia couldn't help but choke up. Immediately afterward, loud shouts and insults were heard from the hall. There was a huge amount of energy accumulating around a certain guy while he sat in lotus pose and meditated. He stood up abruptly and laughed. It turned out that he had just reached the 4th stage of opening acupuncture points. Immediately afterward, however, a pillow flew into his face. The roommate said he was the last one in their dormitory to reach the level after everyone started studying the scripture. He questioned, "What's the point of bragging right now?" and said to give him back his pillow. The blushing guy only sent his friend away. The next day, Qingyang Li reported that on the 10th day of scripture cultivation, 10 people had reached the 3rd level, 5 had reached the 4th level, and 1 had reached the 5th level. The guy said that on the 20th day, all the disciples had increased their level. He also said that it was amazing how many disciples raised their level on the same day. Jun Chang Xia calmly tended to the leaves in the garden and called out his disciple's name. He turned back around and said that from now on it would be routine, and second apprentice he should get used to it. The apprentice immediately saluted his master and said that he was amazing because he had created such an amazing cultivation technique. The guy apologized because he was overreacting, and now he would organize further training for the disciples. Immediately after that, Qingyang Li turned back, and Jun Chang Xia abruptly reached out. He smiled as he realized that the level increase had happened so quickly. He was glad that it was indeed a divine level technique, but regretted that it didn't help him much. Pretty soon he was looking away with sweat on his face. The boy said he would never get rid of his bad luck. He grabbed his head because he didn't understand why he hadn't been able to level up, even though he had been absorbing spiritual energy all day. Jun Chang Xia realized that the success rate was only half, but he was the only one in the entire network who hadn't leveled up. And it was all because of his ordinary spiritual root. Immediately afterward, however, the system offered a solution that was a pill. She said that the spiritual energy was increased 5 times, and it was worth 10 points of contribution value. Jun Chang Xia realized that this was just a wonderful everlasting cultivation, and immediately bought this pill. Without thinking long, Jun Chang Xia threw this pill into his mouth and instantly felt a change. He realized that he could absorb spiritual energy by activating the microcosmic orbit. He was happy because he would soon have enough energy to level up. The guy clenched his fist and realized that about this speed was most likely his disciple Qingyang Li's, which made him very happy. The system said that the disciple had a higher spiritual level and was absorbing energy much faster than Jun Chang Xia, and he couldn't imagine how happy he was. Out of anger, Jun Chang Xia immediately dispelled the system's message by telling it to shut up. Very soon, deep in the night, Jun Chang Xia was still absorbing energy. His body felt as if it was cracking. Suddenly, Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes. He was happy because he had finally discovered the 11th stage of acupuncture points. The system reminded her that despite the help of the writing and energy-gathering pill, it still took 5 tries. She wished she could give him the title of the most untalented man in the world. Jun Chang Xia noticed that it was said that this pill could only be used by the sect head, and legitimately asked if that meant that there were pills for disciples. The system said it was true, and she was impressed with her master's intelligence. She also said she had a recommendation, and showed the information of energy harvesting to the students. Jun Chang Xia realized that 1 point of deposit value per day was a very bad deal, and even completely what he had, he would only be able to keep it up for a month. The system said that only when the disciples became stronger, then the sect could become the same, and strongly recommended this item. Jun Chang Xia agreed, and bought the formation after all. The system alerted that Jun Chang Xia had spent 10 contribution value points to buy 1 gathering information. It wasn't long before a basket of flags and instructions for use appeared in the hands of the protagonist. The system reminded that the value of the sect's contribution was 30 points out of 100. Jun Chang Xia had already started to read the instructions as he suddenly heard a loud scream. One of the students abruptly walked into the protagonist's room and said that someone was causing trouble at the entrance. The guy squinted his eyes and asked exactly if someone was causing trouble. After that, he smiled and said that it was about time he got some more experience. With a loud sound and incredible force, the foot ended up on the stomach of one of the passers-by. The guy coughed up blood from such a strong blow. Some hooligans said to beat him and show no mercy. It must have been retaliation for the stolen pills. A certain man with a calm gait approached the beaten victim and said that he didn't have a good cultivation base, but he was pretty fast at running. Looking at the victim as if he were nothing, he resented having to follow him to this dump. Of course, someone shouted, "Everybody stop." The men immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Jun Chang Xia stood at the threshold of the gate and said that this was the territory of all iron-blooded people and told them to scram and fight elsewhere. The same man got angry and asked how the man dared to talk to him. However, it didn't take long for the protagonist to find herself right in this villain's face. The man was literally thrown back from such a hard blow, and his subordinates began to worry for their young master. With a clatter, the man found himself at the nearest tree post bleeding out. At the same time, the main characters wondered why he hit him since he didn't mean to. A subordinate approached his boss and begged him to wake up. Another subordinate asked the protagonist how dare he kick the 3rd son of the Hai family and threatened to pay for it. Jun Chang Xia smiled and asked if the Hai family was that strong. All the other disciples also began to gather at the entrance of the sect. Jun Chang Xia asked if that family had the strength to destroy his sect. Jun Chang Xia looked back and realized that his heart had become more united after they had all upgraded. Qingyang Li approached the protagonist and said that the Hai family owns the largest pill business in the city, and is the supplier of many sects who has great connections. The very 3rd young gentleman inhaled the air sharply into his nostrils. However, this did not save the fact that his nose began to bleed again while he was yelling at the protagonist. Haizu wondered how Jun Chang Xia dared to hit him in the face. He shouted about how he wanted to see the head of their sect. Jun Chang Xia abruptly realized why he had such a sudden urge to kick him as soon as he saw him. Jun Chang Xia said that he looked simply disgusting, and with these words, his opponent was clearly a people. Haizu demanded to call the sect head here. However, Jun Chang Xia slicked back his hair and asked why call him since Jun Chang Xia is the sect leader. Haizu, along with his subordinates, looked at the protagonist as if he was an idiot, or stood silently. They obviously didn't believe him, because they started shouting and calling for the sect leader. Jun Chang Xia turned to the stone at the same time. The guy grabbed the bully by the collar and asked if he was an idiot because the head of the sect was right in front of him, and if he couldn't see anything. Immediately afterward, he threw Haizu into flight once more and told him to take off. The subordinates surrounded their master as he said they would leave and then sleep them later. While the subordinates were literally carrying their boss in their arms, Jun Chang Xia turned to the 2nd disciple. Jun Chang Xia literally asked with tears in his eyes whether he didn't look like a sect leader. It was not long before the victim of the beatings found himself in the sect building. He was obviously deeply wounded and could only grunt in pain. Qingyang Li said that 8's ribs are broken, and he is showing signs of internal bleeding. The guy also said that he could only last 4 hours at most. However, there was nothing the doctor could do about it anymore. However, right after that, he looked at the main character and remembered that there was a way out of this situation. The guy said that if the one uses a healing pill passed down from ancient times. Lu Qianqian asked, "Does Qingyang Li think it is some kind of candy that is so easy to get?" Jun Chang Xia said that he actually had healing pills and wondered if he should save him. The first student and the second student were immediately divided in their opinion. Hearing such contradictory answers, Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and realized that this was quite an interesting situation. Qingyang Li proved his words with the assertion that saving people is the greatest virtue. However, Lu Tianqian disagreed and said that many people were dying in Starland and asked if he could save them all. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and said that the second disciple's kindness was priceless. The guy got up from his chair and said that reality is sometimes cruel. Jun Chang Xia said that when he gave him that pill, or he didn't know that it would be so effective. The guy said that now that he had learned more on it, he didn't want to use it to save people he didn't know. Qingyang Li asked if Jun Chang Xia regretted saving him. Jun Chang Xia said that since he had joined the Iron Bone sect and became a second disciple, he did not regret it. And on the contrary, if he had not done so, it would have been his biggest regret. The guy took out a pill from his inventory and said that the healing pill had brought him a talented disciple. Looking at the guy's face, he said hopefully he could get something special this time too. Lu Qianqian was surprised and asked if he would really save him, and wondered if he thought everyone was so talented like Qingyang Li. Jun Chang Xia said that maybe he was just lucky and made the guy swallow the pill. The pill went downtown and was successfully absorbed by the guy. Literally. A second later, the man who would seemingly be dead a couple hours later coughed loudly and woke up. Jun Chang Xia had already started to say that he had used a valuable pill to save him as a guy, interrupted him and asked if it was really Jun Chang Xia. Immediately afterward, he bowed before the protagonist and began to beg for acceptance. Jun Chang Xia said that he was going to keep quiet, but he got to the point himself. Jun Chang Xia asked what his name was. The guy said that his name was Zuji, and he was a direct descendant of the Xiao family from Liang City. Qingyang Li was very much surprised when he heard the guy's name, and asked if he really was who he introduced himself as he was a rare talent with a supreme spiritual root. The main character's eyes instantly lit up, and he felt that he had hit the jackpot. Zuji was a direct descendant of the Xiao family from Liang City. His supreme spiritual root was known to absolutely everyone in this city. However, at some point, his spiritual root degraded to the lowest level. His 12 meridians joined together, and his cultivation base disappeared. Immediately afterward, his fiancée broke off the engagement and humiliated him. Qingyang Li said he dishonored the family and was expelled, while Jun Chang Xia said he was born to be a talk show host. Jun Chang Xia instantly realized that he was a loser, and his eyes lit up. Jun Chang Xia smiled. I after all realized that he would be the one to unlock his potential. Zuji asked if Jun Chang Xia would really take such a loser to him. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and realized something amiss. The guy said, naturally he's not going to take anything. Zuji literally cried as he realized that this was what he was thinking about because he didn't deserve to be a disciple of the Iron Blood sect. The guy turned around and apologized for the trouble he had caused. Qingyang Li had already tried to explain to Zuji that if he stayed here, with their sect leader's instructions, he would definitely recover his cultivation base. However, Jun Chang Xia stopped him. The guy said there was a rock to the left of the entrance, and he could jump from there if he wanted to die, and maybe new opportunities would open up for him. Heading towards the exit of the strongman said that the moment he became a failure for him, all new possibilities closed. Jun Chang Xia smiled, and said that opportunities open up for those who are ready, and no one is born strong in this world. As if to press the hurt, Jun Chang Xia asked if he would accept his fiancée breaking off the engagement. While Jun Chang Xia was asking if he could bear to be abandoned by his family, Zuji began to slowly turn back. Jun Chang Xia looked at the boy's crying face and asked another question. He asked him if he wanted to get up. I told his unthinking fiancé and cold-blooded family that people change. Looking at Jun Chang Xiao's crying face, he said that this was the end of it. While sitting down and clenching his fist, Jun Chang Xia said that if he wasn't ready, he should really leave. Right after saying that, the guy knelt down and said that she wanted to join all who are different bones and wanted to get back what he lost. Jun Chang Xia said that he had been depressed for too long. Despite this, Zuji's face was literally glowing with happiness, and Jun Chang Xia said that it was time for him to regain his former glory. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia was in his palace. The man blew on the tea trying to cool it down, and felt that convincing the guy he had reached on and restoring his confidence in martial arts was a tough job, and Jun Chang Xia had boundaries with him. The guy smiled and realized that the student's talent in sex was not so good. And now he had another one, which is a waste of space. The system said that this only marked the development of the sect. Jun Chang Xia asked, "The system does not think that you are there training. There is a great sense of satisfaction." Also, the main character needed to do this because it was a task with a 5-point reward. The guy understood that with Zuji, the number of sect members had reached 100 people, and asked if they could start the sect's mission. The system said that it had detected the required number of members, and the mission was starting. Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes wide. Right in front of the main character was at once a huge list of all the tasks of different varieties that, not on a joke, scared the head hero. However, what made Jun Chang Xia even more resentful was the fact that this was just an ordinary household chore. The system said that if Jun Chang Xia was unhappy with these tasks, he could spend 10 points to upgrade, and he instantly changed his shoes. Jun Chang Xia shouted to the second disciple to take the students to complete the tasks. Pretty soon, absolutely all the students were busy with strange errands, the meaning of which they still didn't understand. Similarly, Lu Qian, who had been tediously rewriting texts for a very long time, was also busy. She was angry the entire Jun Chang Xia had tricked her into writing letters. The girl asked a nearby man what he wanted her to write, but the man clearly did not hear her. Realizing that perhaps because of his old age he had begun to have trouble hearing the girl, increased her volume and asked again. However, it still didn't have the desired effect. The girl was literally busting her throat and asking what the man really wanted her to write, and her screams could even be heard outside. In a certain room, Jun Chang Xia could sneeze more easily. Jun Chang Xia scrunched his nose and said to the system that wasting points made him corrupted. Guy looked at the strange structure and said he hoped the true 10 points were worth it. The system said that the machine could accurately check the force of the blow, and he could measure the force of his blow and his students at regular intervals. Jun Chang Xia concentrated the energy in his hands and decided to give it a try. Facing the so-called punching bag, he struck with all his might. The system said that the punch that Jun Chang Xia threw was equal to about 900 kilograms. She also reported that the blow delivered by a fighter in the 11th stage of the opening stage of what culture is only 750 kilograms. The guy smiled and realized that it was probably because of the writing and he wanted to try again. However, an unexpectedly loud scream brought the protagonist out of his positive state. The guy realized that the voice was deep loud, and it sounded like it was coming from 1,000 miles away, and it was most likely one of his enemies. The guy saw Lu Qian near the gate and asked if she had seen the enemies outside. However, unexpectedly, he heard this voice exactly from Lu Qian and was covered in sweat. A furious woman asked if he knew what it was like to write letters for a bunch of old men. The girl screamed and demanded the protagonist to return her sweet voice, while Jun Chang Xia begged her not to punch him in the face. Jun Chang Xia clapped his hands as if congratulating someone. The guy pointed his thumb and said that he had designed them himself, and they were the perfect embodiment of their sect's temperament. As it turned out, the sect had been given new uniforms. The girls' uniforms were red, while the guys were blue. However, Qingyang Li wanted to change the subject. The guy asked what had happened to his face. Indeed, the protagonist's face looked like there was no living spot on it. At these words, Jun Chang Xia said that he was just practicing writing and had gone too far. Suddenly, Lu Qian said in her broken voice that she hated red light. Qingyang Li was very much surprised the whole didn't recognize this voice and started to look around for it. Jun Chang Xia panicked and told Qingyang Li to give his uniform to Lu Qian. After that, the guy looked at the girl and asked if it would suit her. The girl clenched her fist and frowned heavily. Jun Chang Xia understood that this was not like a simple dislike for the color red. The guy wondered when this girl would reveal her past to him, as suddenly someone burst into the hall and called out to the protagonist. Su Xiaomo ran into the hall and said that there was an elderly person outside who wanted to see the protagonist. Jun Chang Xia said that he could already feel the aggression in his breath, and was surprised that he himself didn't rush over here while the system issued the main character a task to teach the high family elder a lesson. Quite soon, Jun Chang Xia walked out to the doorstep, while the elder said that he did not expect Jun Chang Xia to be so polite. With a contrived smile, he asked if the guy was the leader of the Iron Blood sect and introduced himself as Hai Shanke. Jun Chang Xia asked if the man came here because Hai Zu was beaten up, to which the man agreed. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that he was causing trouble in front of his sect and was trying to fight with his disciples. Jun Chang Xia said that it was quite reasonable that he had been taught a lesson. Hai Shanke squinted his eyes and asked if the one who stole the pills from the Hai family was also his disciple. The man said that for the sake of the 100 sect union, the Hai family would let the thief go, but since they had beaten up Hai Zhu, he should take revenge on him. Hai Shanke opened his eyes and said that he was obliged to break his arms and legs. Jun Chang Xia clapped his hands and said that he was inviting the elder to the training ground. The guy smiled caustically and asked politely. It wasn't long before both men were in the building and heading to the training area. Actually, she was surprised that Jun Chang Xia, who was only at the discovery stage of that cultivation, had the guts to challenge him, a martial arts disciple, at the 5th stage. While some followers were scared for the protagonist, others realized that the bandit leader on the Black Mountain was also a martial arts student. However, they were all killed by the leader. It shouldn't be a problem for him. Hearing the whispers, the man was greatly surprised at the familiar name. The man squinted his eyes and said that he would not be able to get out of the Black Wind sect unharmed, and asked, is Jun Chang Xiao so desperate for 1,000 taels that he even lied to his disciples? Jun Chang Xiao didn't understand at all what the man was talking about, or what thousands of taels the man was talking about. Suddenly the guy remembered that there was a reward for killing bandits, and some people would want to take it. The guy realized that he had to go to the city as soon as possible. It wasn't long before the opponents were on the training ground, and Hai Shanke took out his blade. He asked if Jun Chang Xiao was ready. Jun Chang Xiao picked up the fast-running talisman and asked the elder something. The guy asked if he knew that among all martial arts skills, speed matters. However, the man was not going to finish listening to the protagonist's speech. With a sharp movement of his hand, he ripped off the main character's arm and leg, crippling him. Fully confident of his victory, the man said that being fast is his credo. However, Jun Chang Xia was immediately behind the man's back afterward and asked what he was still doing here. The man was very surprised at the fact that Jun Chang Xia was unharmed and panicked. As it turns out, the man struck a blow to the residual image of the main character. That very image began to slowly fade away, and before its end only smiled evilly. When the man saw such a technique, he was very frightened that it was some kind of spirit. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed in fear. Lunging backwards, Hai Shanke pointed his blade at the protagonist and said that it was sorcery, and he was most likely using some kind of magic. Jun Chang Xiao took a step forward and said that he would do it again. While Hai Shanke squinted his eyes, Jun Chang Xiao told him not to blink. A moment later, Jun Chang Xia was behind Hai Shanke's back and asked if he had seen what had happened. Hai Shanke naturally couldn't notice such swift movements and made a sharp wave of his hand, questioning if this was really sorcery. However, Jun Chang Xiao said that it wasn't witchcraft at all, and I was usually a footwork. As it turned out, that very swing of his hand merely tore up a residual image from that very image, and said that this technique is called Phantom. Su Xiaomo couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his eyes wide and wondered if he was seeing an illusion. The guy didn't understand why he was seeing more than one leader here. Hai Shanke was surprised because he realized that the main character's quick steps had created an illusion. Immediately afterward, the protagonist's face was right in front of the man's own nose, and the man said with a snide smile that the man was smart. Immediately afterward, Jun Chang Xiao made an uppercut to the man and knocked him to the floor. However, even though this strike was very unexpected, Hai Shanke was able to stop halfway and keep his balance. Rashly, the man turned in the direction where Jun Chang Xiao was and called him a name. However, the protagonist was long gone and was once again behind the man's back. After that, he made another kick and felled the man again. This time, he couldn't stop anymore and crashed face first into a rock. Jun Chang Xiao smiled and said that one must act as not aggressive, but he is offensive. The guy said he didn't want to use it too often. The second student said that the leader is always very bossy, to which the third was silent. The man couldn't believe it because he was a 5th stage martial arts disciple. His eyes seemed to light up with light, and he asked as he humiliated him. Immediately afterward, the man made vertical sweeps of his arm and released the powerful nets. Jun Chang Xiao, looking at this attack, could only sigh, and his residual image distorted once again. The boy called out again to the elder, who was fearfully looking for the protagonist. The guy was right in front of his face and held his hand with the blade. Jun Chang Xiao asked if he thought it was necessary to continue fighting. The system deemed the task complete and gave the protagonist 50 contribution value points. The guy realized that the bigger the gap in strength, the more contribution value points he could get. It wasn't long before Hai Shanke calmed down and saluted the main character. He thanked him for his concern. Jun Chang Xiao, with a cracked smile, put his hand on the man's shoulder, who couldn't help but jump up in surprise and fear. Jun Chang Xiao said that it was his disciple who stole their pills, and he as the sect leader was also to blame. Jun Chang Xiao smiled and said that his disciple had been badly beaten by Mr. Hai Zhu. After that, he asked if it was considered that they were even. The guy squinted his eyes and pressed the man to ask what he thought about it. With a sport on his face, The man bowed to the main character again, and said that he, young people, energetic and fighting is normal, and the Hai family. It is not interested at all. After saying that, Hai Shanke stood up to go down to the foot of the mountain. The man realized that he had clearly underestimated the Ironbone sect's litra, and he should tell the head of the family to treat this guy well and not make an enemy out of him. Hai Shanke realized that at this speed it would be easy for him to kill even martial artists. Meanwhile, two concerned voices sounded in the forest thicket. The woman's voice told the man not to fool around and asked what if someone saw them. However, the man said that no one was here, and he had not seen her for several days. He said that he missed her so much that he couldn't eat or sleep. The man was about to kiss his blushing girlfriend when he noticed something strange. The man looked up where he was trying to question what that noise was. As it turned out, on the tree branch was Jun Chang Xia, who revealed that he was just drawing their picture, and the residual image of the guy disappeared into thin air. Then that very same drawing went down while both of the people watching stood in a stupor. The man shouted loudly that it was the ghost, and many birds were frightened by such a sound. Meanwhile, Jun Chang Xia fled to the city with all his might. Guy realized that as a senior member of the Single-Man Kingdom, he had the overriding principles of breaking up all couples. With tears in his eyes, the man realized that the fast-running spell still worked, but he must hurry to the city and get the reward. Not noticing that in this way, Jun Chang Xia interfered with everyone else. Huge gusts of wind and pressure rushed to the gates of the city, and wondered if perhaps he would find a beautiful girl. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia found himself outside the city mansion. With the force of stopping his own body from the incredible speed, Jun Chang Xia found himself right beside the guard, who was looking at the protagonist like he wasn't crazy. With heavy breathlessness, Jun Chang Xia smiled and asked him to tell the city lord that the leader of the Iron Blood sect was here, and he was here to collect the reward for destroying the Black Age sect. The guard took the leaf in his hands and told him to take a number and get in line. Jun Chang Xia turned extremely pale when he heard about a certain line. The guard pointed his finger at the scene and said that they all said that they had destroyed the Black Wind sect. Jun Chang Xia looked in that direction and saw many masters waiting for their reward. At the same time, a loud shout was heard from the city lord's mansion. Not who was shouting that even a lowly person dared to claim the reward. After that, with tremendous force, another fake annihilator was pushed out of the mansion. However, it turned out that it wasn't a punch at all, but merely sound waves in which even Jun Chang Xia himself was surprised. The system said that the city lord was stronger than Hai Shanke of the Kangshan Mountain sect, and he was at least a grand master of martial arts. After that, Jun Chang Xia coughed and was about to shout out his speech. Jun Chang Xia said that he was the Iron Bone leader, and he was here to meet with the city lord. The city lord said that he had heard a little bit about the recruitment meeting for rookies that was held a month ago. However, he was conducting closed training and could not invite him to the mansion. The man told the protagonist to come in. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia found himself in the conference room right in front of the man. The city lord was glad for the chance to meet the protagonist. He felt that Jun Chang Xia met his expectations and was a talented young man. Nevertheless, the man squinted his eyes and asked if the guy had really come for the award. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that it was indeed true, and he was the one who had destroyed all those black winds. Another man who was also in the room asked with what kind of strength he was able to do this, and said stop. The man said that the protagonist was just short of money and had come to cheat them. Exhaling, Jun Chang Xia asked the city lord who the two trolls were. The city lord said that these two are the elders of the Springwater sect, Wei Yi on the left and Wei Yil on the right. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and realized that enemies were always encountered. The city lord asked the protagonist how he could prove that the Black Wind sect was destroyed by him. Jun Chang Xia said that he alone climbed the mountain and killed the sect's literature, and over 200 bandits, and no one saw it. The city lord felt that Jun Chang Xia was lying again. However, Jun Chang Xia smiled and started pulling out something from his inventory, and said that he had some evidence. From the protagonist's inventory, a 1.5 sword appeared. The city lord immediately realized that this sword belonged to Joe Tianba. Wei Yi realized that the matter was taking a strange turn. In the hands of the protagonist was a green dragon sword. The guy realized that if it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to pull this off, he'd accidentally broken the blade. The system only required 1 point to fix it, which couldn't have been bad news. Wei Yil said that when they went to the Black Mountain, the green dragon blade they rode was just like him. Wei Yil asked if everyone who Black Wind had really been destroyed by the protagonist and couldn't believe it. The city lord said that this blade really proves that he was the one who destroyed the Black Dragon sect. The man asked for a little more detail. At the same time, the system gave the protagonist side quests to convince the man that Jun Chang Xia was the one who destroyed the Black Wind sect. The guy licked his lips as he realized that this story assignment would be obviously simple. Jun Chang Xia smiled and realized that he had to learn how to tell stories. Jun Chang Xia said that it was impossible to kill only bandits alone. The city lord asked if there was anyone who helped him. The guy said that this someone was not a human, but spirits. The guy said that to be precise, it was the spirits of the Iron Blood sect. Okay, the hero said that being an ancient sector she has lost her former glory. However, the spirits of their ancestors still exist. Jun Chang Xia said that when she is in danger, then the spirit appears beside him and endows him with great strength. The guy squinted his eyes as he realized that he was a newcomer to the discovery stage, and the cultural points and destroy the Black Wind sect alone was unrealistic. The guy realized that he had to say something that they could not confirm. He by elder instantly rose from their seats and said that Jun Chang Xia was fooling them. The elders told the city lord not to believe this story, but the man only remained silent. The city lord asked if Jun Chang Xia could demonstrate spirit attachment. Wei Yil saluted the city lord and said that he was ready to fight the protagonist and see the power of the spirits on the training ground. The man said that he believed that Mr. Jun Chang Xia would not be afraid of this challenge. At the same time, Jun Chang Xia asked the system in his mind how long the fast-running spell would last, to which the system replied 20 minutes. Jun Chang Xia said that was enough time, and after he dealt with those two guys, he would still be able to return to the sect using the spells. It wasn't long before both opponents were in front of each other in the arena. Wei Yil picked up a whip with a pointed end and said that howling would be dangerous, and asked if Jun Chang Xia was ready. The man thought that since the Black Wind sect did not kill the protagonist and his students, he would do it. The city lord asked the protagonist if his spirits were ready. Jun Chang Xia summoned his imaginary spirits and recited a technique. However, Wei Yil wasn't going to listen to the protagonist said that he didn't care what it was all called. However, Jun Chang Xia paid no heed to his opponent's rudeness, and the floor beneath him cracked. The guy picked up the very green sword and said it was called a flash of lightning. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and asked something of the man. Looking at the decapitated head, Jun Chang Xia asked if he had thought about where his alliance would lead and how it would end. City Lord instantly wrote since he didn't expect something like this. Wei Yi was similarly taken aback. However, it was too late because Jun Chang Xia was already standing behind him. The guy made a horizontal sweep of nothing and decapitated another elder. Looking at the blood spreading on his clothes, Jun Chang Xia said something. He threatened that anyone who wished him dead should die. In the blink of an eye, both men lost their lives and Jun Chang Xia turned to the city town. Jun Chang Xia swung his sword again to get rid of the blood on the ball and said that he would have to bother his servants to clean the floor. Very soon, a golden tail appeared in the hands of the protagonist, which indicated payment. Jun Chang Xia easily grabbed it and thanked him for the reward. The guy squinted his eyes as he realized that he now had the assets of the Black Wind sect and a reward. The city lord saluted the protagonist and thanked him for destroying all who the Black Wind that had been causing trouble for years. At the same time, the system also congratulated the protagonist. Jun Chang Xia said not to mention it because as a young man from this city, he was obligated to do so. The horoscope said that Jun Chang Xia had just beaten 2 Springwater sect elders, so he was now their nemesis. However, the guy squinted and said that they wouldn't have let him go even if he didn't. Horoscope said that the Springwater sect was supported by the Holy Spring sect, and she would not reason with them about what was right or wrong. Jun Chang Xia waved goodbye in his hand and said that he was not afraid of anything. Immediately afterward, the protagonist's face darkened and said that if they dared to provoke him again, he would kill them too. Immediately afterward, a dark mercenary appeared beside the city lord and said that, judging by his swiftness in the footsteps of everyone who Black Wind had most likely really been destroyed by him. The city lord realized that in order not to give away his power, he had made up a story about spirits. The man laughed and wondered, did Jun Chang Xia really think that he, as a 3-year-old child, would believe this story? He then asked the mercenary if his skin really looked as soft as a child's. However, City squinted his eyes because he realized that it was surprising that Jun Chang Xia knew such an incredible technique, and perhaps it was true that his sect had been established back in ancient times. The man understood that in any case, Jun Chang Xia was a very determined guy, and it was better to be friends with him than hold a grudge against him. Jun Chang Xia realized that right now, he had 50,000 taels in his hands, and not Jun Chang Xia still didn't hear the accelerated footsteps towards him. The guy was glad to be out, all decided that he was going to the restaurant Starry Moon, and would eat and drink as much as he wanted. At the same moment, a certain girl crashed into the back of the protagonist and the guy wondered what it was. An annoyed Jun Chang Xia turned around and asked who did it. However, the main character's hubris was instantly gone because he realized it was wrong. As it turned out, the main character was hit in the back by a little girl who started crying and sobbing in pain. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and asked if he was Jun Chang Xia. Someone at the same moment she heard the shouts of the men chasing her telling her to stop, and she was instantly covered in sweat. Apparently, a restaurant employee said that not only did she eat the dish without paying the bill, but she also insulted the chef. At the same moment, Jun Chang Xia pulled his huge sword forward, and all the pursuers were instantly frightened. Jun Chang Xia asked if so many big men were bullying a little girl and said that it was unacceptable. The man who was closest to the protagonist said that it really wasn't true, and they had gone too far. Jun Chang Xia was surprised that he had changed his attitude so quickly. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and said that he was giving them 3 minutes. As soon as Jun Chang Xia said that he was allowing them to escape from here as fast as possible, the entire group literally evaporated. After the girl calmed down, she thanked the protagonist for his help. Jun Chang Xia said not to mention it since he is returning everyone, she should also go home. She-girl instantly embraced the oops from the protagonist and asked if she could join the cult. The girl said her name was Liu Wanxi and her nickname was Dudu. Liu Wanxi said that she was a good and obedient girl and asked for permission to join the sect. However, Jun Chang Xia could not accept which request and apologized. Despite the girl's crying face, Jun Chang Xia said that their sect was not recruiting disciples yet. At the same moment, a loud baby crying sounded outside. As a result, Jun Chang Xia was literally covered in those tears. 2 lines of fountains were literally pouring from the girl's 2 eyes. And Jun Chang Xia was only trying to calm her down and tell her not to cry. At the same time, passers-by also paid attention to this situation and called the main character a monster for bringing a little girl to tears. Jun Chang Xia said that everything is fine and she can stop crying, the whole girl can go with him. Liu Wanxi instantly calmed down as if nothing had happened and with stars in her eyes said that they could go. The girl said she was hungry and asked if she could order a roasted gardenia from Starry Moon restaurant. Liu Wanxi said she also wanted ham on honey sauce, as well as many other dishes. Jun Chang Xia asked if she was really a culinary expert and asked how she knew so many dishes. From such loud words, the girl was already ready to cry. However, Jun Chang Xia stopped in time and agreed to the proposal. It wasn't long before the company was already in the Star Moon restaurant, and their food was brought to them. Okay, hero, seeing such a huge number of plates and different viands was very surprised. Savoring these dishes, Jun Chang Xia was literally floating with happiness. However, Liu Wanxi could not stop the chef saying that mistakes were seen in many of his dishes. Jun Chang Xia asked if she was complaining after eating everything. Liu Wanxi said that people who are very hungry will not care about the quality of the food. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that she sounded like she could cook well. However, right after that, the girl said that there is no one in this world better than her at cooking, and she has all the cooking skills such as pan cooking, baking, braising, frying, grilling, and so on. Liu Wanxi said that if thieves like cultivators were divided into different stages, she would be a master. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and asked if she was really that good at cooking. The girl said that if Jun Chang Xia didn't believe her, she could prove it when they returned to the sect and she would show her what real food was. Pretty soon, Jun Chang Xia was sitting on a wagon with a girl, and a huge amount of different products ranging from appliances to literal cows. Dudu said that apart from pots and pans, seeds, poultry, and livestock were bought from the market. She also said that the sect needed to establish a vegetable garden, a fish pond, and an animal pen. Jun Chang Xia said not to worry, he would do all these things for her. At the same time, one of the chickens ended up on the main character's head and released its excrement right on the top of his head. Pretty soon, Jun Chang Xia was getting closer and closer to the sect. However, he could hardly move and exhaled heavily with each step. Dudu, who was beside him, could only encourage the protagonist, who carried a huge ball of all products as if it were a Sisyphean stone. Jun Chang Xia shouted to his sect and asked them to help him. However, suddenly the guy squinted his eyes and wondered, who is this person? There was a certain man right at the entrance, and the cult followers were happily approaching the protagonist. Jun Chang Xia happily handed over all the products to his disciples who could barely hold them in their hands, and asked what kind of person this was and if he had come to cause trouble. Completely handing over the ball of food that had literally entered the ground to the disciples who were trying to hold it, Jun Chang Xia exhaled. Su Xiaomo said that his name was Ma Ning, and he was a traveling swordsman. Su Xiaomo Said, he has been standing here for like 8 hours now. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that if he was standing here for 8 hours, he must have a strong will. However, Upon approaching the man, Jun Chang Xia realized that he was literally asleep in such a pose. Jun Chang Xia couldn't believe that this guy was sleeping standing up. Pretty soon, Dudu was in the kitchen. The former chef said the girl was very young and wondered if she really knew how to cook. As it turned out, the very former chef was Qingyang Li, who claimed that no one could compare to the royal space noodles he cooked. Jun Chang Xia said that he can only cook noodles, and is he really proud of that? Qingyang Li said only to see how she wielded the knife. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl wielded the knife as if it were a part of her body and easily sliced carrots. After that, the girl started frying rice. Having brewed the broth, Dudu began to boil a rich soup. Pretty soon lunch was ready, and everyone was gathered in the dining room. All the portions looked like they came straight from the restaurant. All the disciples of the sect happily devoured this food, because they realized that it was incredibly delicious. Jun Chang Xia and Qingyang Li, who also happened to be the former incompetent chef, were literally devouring the food with their plates. Jun Chang Xia said that it was much better than the chef of Star Moon restaurant, while Qingyang Li was amazed that even ordinary noodles were so delicious. The girl said smugly that the chef of the Star Moon restaurant is an ordinary cook, but she is a senior chef. Dudu said that when she reaches a higher level, the food she cooks will also help improve their strength. Jun Chang Xia wondered if it was really true eating a chicken leg. The girl asked if she would now be able to stay in the Iron Blood sects, but that Jun Chang Xia naturally replied with an agree. Soon enough, night fell. The bright moon came out of the clouds and illuminated everything around. At the same time, Lu Qian was sitting on the roof of the sect building. The girl stared intently at the moon and realized that it was now a full moon again. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia climbed onto the roof and said that it was getting late and asked how she was going to do the tasks tomorrow if she didn't sleep now. Sitting down beside the girl, Jun Chang Xia asked if she was thinking about anything. The guy said that if she told him, she would definitely feel better. The girl said she wasn't worried about anything and just went out to admire the moon. Pretty soon the couple sat in awkward silence. Lu Chengqian looked at the main character and said that Liu Wanxi was an unusual girl. She said that as far as she knew, only the Ouyang family in Tianyu Imperial City could prepare food that increased strength. Jun Chang Xiao heard a name not known to her and realized that she looked quite extraordinary. However, Jun Chang Xiao said that Dudu's surname was not Ouyang, and Lu Qianqian parried that people's names could be changed. Jun Chang Xiao asked if she meant to reveal her identity directly, as she had done exactly as she did. The girl got up from her seat and said she had to go, avoiding the question. Jun Chang Xiao turned to the girl and told her to memorize something. The girl trembled and stopped after that. Jun Chang Xiao looked at the moon and said that she would always be the first disciple of the Iron Bone sect, and if she made enemies, she didn't need to do anything stupid. The girl listened to this quietly, looking down and thinking deeply. To everyone, Jun Chang Xiao said that he would help her. The girl, however, shuddered at such words. Blushing, the girl asked what it was talking about. Jun Chang Xiao exhaled and looked up again. The guy said the moon is very beautiful tonight. The next day there was some music coming from the sect. Jun Chang Xiao with a bright face sang along to the tune and smiled widely. The guy was still watching the beat and continued to sing along as he heard an incomprehensible squeak. At the same time, the door to the hall literally shattered into splinters and Jun Chang Xiao stepped back with a cry. A certain man put his foot on the remains from the door and looked at the protagonist with confidence. This man turned out to be a wandering thing who introduced himself that way. The man said he was here to challenge the leader of the Iron Bone sect. Jun Chang Xiao asked if he had just woken up and asked why he had kicked the gate. The man said that he was just a little irritable in the morning. Jun Chang Xiao looked at the man with this answer and couldn't help but go into a stupor. The sword appeared in the main character's hands, and he said it was an incredible coincidence. With a grim face, the guy said that he too is irritable in the morning and is ready to knock someone out right now. Ma Ning took off his hat and said that he was just the man for the job. Jun Chang Xiao made a sweep of his sword and said that it was disgusting. Immediately afterward, Wanderer drew his sword and made a dash towards the protagonist. Both opponents clashed in fierce resistance, and the two punches collided, canceling each other out. Ma Ning was very surprised at such a weak attack that didn't even belong to a martial arts disciple. The man said that he had challenged the leader of more than 30 sects, and among all of them, Jun Chang Xiao was the weakest. Jun Chang Xiao smiled and said that he had prepared 9 styles of sword-wielding for him. Immediately thereafter, the man launched his first punch. Ma Ning instantly realized that he was struggling to fend off the main character's attacks, and had absolutely no time to counterattack. In the midst of one of the blows, the sword of the traveling swordsman was literally split in two, which even the man was surprised by. Jun Chang Xiao said that for him, the cultivation stage was of no importance, because the stage did not always show the real strength. Jun Chang Xia looked down at the guy from above and told him to challenge him when she understood the main character's words. Ma Ning looked at the protagonist with heavy breathlessness and called his name. To top it all off, Jun Chang Xia turned to him and told him to fix that door and threatened another beating. Pretty soon, Jun Chang Xia found himself in his own hall and sat down on his chair with irritation. The guy couldn't believe that he had fought a maniac so early in the morning. The system told the protagonist that he had accumulated 86 points of contribution value, and he could improve his health by making a purchase at the store. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that it was a good idea, and he would be a shopaholic today. Jun Chang Xia bought all sorts of trinkets that he found interesting time after time. Jun Chang Xia realized that he had finally obtained two useful things. In hand was a spell of increased physical strength. Jun Chang Xia realized that right now, he could deliver a 900-kilogram strike, and with this spell, he would be 5 times more powerful. However, Jun Chang Xia shifted his gaze to something even more unusual. In his hands was a golden pistol. Pointing the muzzle in the distance, Jun Chang Xia said that times have changed. The system said that this gun was a prototype that had been adapted to this world. Jun Chang Xia removed the clip from the gun I pulled out to check the components. Palma mentally noticed the change in the gun and realized that it wasn't firing bullets, but using crystal cores. Jun Chang Xia understood that a crystal core was a ferocious beast energy core, and even the lowest quality one was worth around 1,000 taels. The boy squinted and remembered what he had seen on the sect's task list. There was an assignment to help the villagers to exterminate a firewolf in the Saipo Valley. The guy realized that due to the students' efforts in completing the tasks, the sect's contribution value points had already reached 7 decades and should buy equipment for them. Jun Chang Xia asked why only the value contribution points could be used on the disciples and why he couldn't take a portion from there. The system said that the contribution points are earned by the disciples who feed the pigs and smash the manure. She pressed on the conscience of the protagonist, asking if he was going to say that they had to do it, because that would be clearly inhumane. After hearing so many arguments, Jun Chang Xia said that he would just choose the best equipment he could find for them. It wasn't long before the top 4 students gathered in the Star Pavilion. Looking at the disciples who lined up, Jun Chang Xia said that given their excellent work, he would like to reward each of them with a vial of energy elixir. Jun Chang Xia said that after they accepted it, then their spiritual energy gathering speed would be twice as fast as usual. The guy held out the bottle and said it would last 12 hours. Qingyang couldn't believe that such an elixir was in their sects because obviously, only everyone of the 5th level and above could have it. Jun Chang Xia turned to the second disciple and said that it was all for the very disciples who were fulfilling the sect's missions and asked them to distribute the bottles. Suddenly, there was the voice of a guy who assured me he didn't want his share. This guy turned out to be Xiao Zuji, who claimed that he hadn't reached the cubature point opening stage and didn't know how to absorb spiritual energy, and asked him to give it to a disciple who needed it. She, as Jun Chang Xia, said that he had always been just and he deserved it, and as for his cultivation base, he had other plans for it, for which the disciple thanked him. Jun Chang Xia summoned Qingyang and Su Xiaomo, and said that given their excellent work, then there was another reward for them, at the same time holding out 2 swords from the inventory. Jun Chang Xia said that Qingyang has seen the power of this cold sword, and he wants this sword to go to him, for which the guy thanked him. After that, Jun Chang Xia turned to the 3rd disciple and said that he worked hard, but he was sly often enough, so he gave him a wooden sword. The guy was clearly not too happy about this news. Su Xiaomo thanked the protagonist, but asked what he could do to him. After that, the guy took a swing of his sword. Jun Chang Xia tried to stop him, but it was too late. With a sharp movement of the ball, he sliced through a column in the hall. Lu Qiangqian said that the quality of this wooden sword was not inferior to that of a supreme sword, while everyone else looked at this sword with either awe or fear. Jun Chang Xia pinched the bridge of his nose and said that they should be careful, and the protagonist has a 3-star assignment for Lu Qiangqian, Qingyang and Su Xiaomo. The guy said that outside the village there is a firewolf that is all this chaos in the area, and they will go along with the protagonist to destroy it. In short, the disciple was frightened as he realized that the firewolf was a ferocious beast and the strength compared to that of a martial arts disciple. However, Jun Chang Xia said not to worry since he would be with them. However, Jun Chang Xia stopped and told the 3rd disciple that as soon as they returned he would subdue the pillar, otherwise he would make his replacement stand up. It wasn't long before the company found themselves in the Wolf Valley. The firewolf lay calmly to himself and smoke rose up around him. Our company was trying to paint to this firewolf. Qingyang showed Lu Qiangqian a gesture and she nodded in agreement. It wasn't long before all 3 disciples surrounded the firewolf. Meanwhile, Firewolf noticed their presence and twitched. Jun Chang Xia suddenly shouted for them to go forward. Despite the guy encouraging them and telling them they could do it, all the students were scared. The firewolf immediately heard this sound and opened its eyes. After that, he shouted loudly and was already ready for battle. Xiaomo was indignant because Jun Chang Xia said that he would just watch them and asked why he shouted. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that Dimension had already spotted them anyway, and he had just shouted to warn them. As if in some computer game, Qingyang began to move closer to the firewolf, trying to strike it. However, due to his lack of experience, he twirled around as if he wasn't used to the control buttons. Jun Chang Xia asked if he could move more flexibly. It wasn't long before Firewolf used his fireball skill. Jun Chang Xia said to remember this because this skill had a recharge time. Pretty soon, all three disciples began to take turns attacking the firewolf. Jun Chang Xia observed this and told them to learn to fight as a team. Jun Chang Xia said that the three of them didn't have a tank or a healer. In the end, Lu Chengqian was at a low health level because of all these adventures. Jun Chang Xia told Su Xiaomo that he couldn't use just normally, so instead to use his skills. However, immediately afterward, a huge rock flew towards the main character's tree and destroyed everything around him. As it turns out, it was pulled out of the ground by Lu Chengqian, who supposedly apologized for the accident. Jun Chang Xia wrapped both arms and legs around the tree and said that he wouldn't say another word. After this moment's pause, with everyone standing in a stupor, the team, along with the fire lion, continued. The girl activated her quick steps and made a crisp and sharp strike at the firewolf. Watching this sight, Jun Chang Xia realized that she really had extraordinary martial arts skills. He wondered if it was higher level or even divine level. However, the girl didn't read that at the end of her attack, the fire lion itself would attack her. Realizing that his comrade was about to be injured, Su Xiaomo picked up the very same wooden sword and swung. With a sharp movement of his hand, he struck the fire lion, preventing the fire from escaping. Yet clearly he didn't expect his skin to seem so tough. Immediately after that, the third disciple felt the breath of the fire lion behind his back as he prepared to attack. After that, a huge amount of fire was washing out of his mouth, while Su Xiaomo said not to chase him since he hadn't even scratched his skin. While Su Xiaomo was fleeing from the fire lion's attack above the lion himself, Qingyang appeared ready to make a falling attack. As he landed on the ground, he landed a rather serious blow. However, the apprentice immediately realized from the tiger's angry expression that he hadn't hit it hard enough. Realizing that there was nothing he could do now, the guy immediately called out to Lu Chengqian. The girl reactivated her steps and looked like she was floating in the air. He tried to charge another attack, but it failed trivially as the student's final blows decapitated him. After that, the wolf's head seemed to start bouncing off the ground. In the end, it was Jun Chang Xia who caught that very head. After making a hole in his head and finding a crystalline core there, the guy said things were shaping up in his favor. Su Xiaomo corrected himself and asked if they had fought well, and Jun Chang Xia said that their teamwork was not bad in the last part of the battle. The disciples said that it went well because Jun Chang Xia gave them great weapons. Su Xiaomo said that this monster had been spewing fire at him the whole time, and he now felt like he was on fire. However, Jun Chang Xia clenched his teeth because he realized that something was clearly wrong. Since even Jun Chang Xia himself felt warmth and heard growling, it could be assumed that it wasn't over yet. Jun Chang Xia realized that there was far more than one firewolf here. A lone leaf swayed quietly in the wind. However, despite all the tranquility, it wasn't long before he literally decayed and turned to ashes. The only reason for this was the presence of a firewolf, and an unusual one at that. The third student was very much frightened because this wolf was huge and had much more heat than a normal flame wolf. Everyone immediately realized that he was the king of the flame wolves. Lu Chengqian understood that this beast was a 7th level beast, and it was much stronger than the previous beast, and also said that its strength was equal to a 7th stage martial arts disciple. The girl took a hard look at this wolf and instantly realized that they were in serious trouble. Suddenly someone reached forward with their sword despite the unfolding hopelessness. One person turned out to be Qingyang, who was telling the chapter to leave first. The guy had already tried to speak his dying words, however, he was stopped by Jun Chang Xia himself. The guy told everyone to step aside and asked why they were so serious. Jun Chang Xia said, "Remember this, because the main purpose of the Iron Bone sect is completely different." The guy said the goal is to not take death seriously and just fight what they don't like. Jun Chang Xia pompously walked over to the beast and showed everyone the open holster. While Jun Chang Xia smiled confidently, Qingyang and Su Xiaomo looked at him with bewilderment. The guys looked at each other and questioned whether the main target was completely different, while Jun Chang Xia shouted in annoyance and said that he had just changed that target. The guy picked up a gun and said he's been practicing his reloading skill hard lately. Jun Chang Xia took out a clip from his pistol. Without thinking long, he picked up the very same crystal core and put it in the clip. The sheath happily absorbed this charge and began to fill with energy. Pretty soon, the clip panel showed that 7 shots could be fired with this crystal core. The guy put the clip back in the gun. Immediately afterward, he pointed his muzzle at the beast and bid it farewell. Immediately after that, Jun Chang Xia pompously pulled the trigger. However, despite the guy acting out this scene after the press, nothing happened, and everyone froze in awkward silence. Immediately after that, Firewolf started to attack, and Jun Chang Xia started to panic to avoid the attack, asking the system why the gun wasn't firing. The system said he didn't flip the bolt. The guy stopped abruptly. He clicked the bolt and was about to make his next attack. The guy crouched down, trying to aim, and said goodbye to him again. The guy pulled the trigger again. However, even this attempt yielded nothing, and the protagonist only had to avoid attack. Su Xiaomo asked why he was not using his weapon, observing this fight, while the other was saying that he said that he might be preparing an ultimatum skill. While Jun Chang Xia was dodging another blow, said that she was not done talking, and the gun safety was still on, after which the guy sent her away. Jun Chang Xia once again bounced back from all the blows, and said that if it didn't work again, he would just melt this gun down. Jun Chang Xia quite soon found himself on the monster's back and said with a grim expression, he hoped that he had a good time. Jun Chang Xia, with sweat on his face, once again said goodbye twice. Already this time when the guy pulled the trigger, there was a gunshot, and this shot was enough to not only break through the hard armor, but also finish off the monster. Jun Chang Xia pulled the trigger, and a shot of incredible power erupted from the muzzle of the gun. The main character was literally knocked back to the other side from such a hard blow. Immediately afterward, the Flame Wolf King with a huge hole in the middle of his forehead spat on the ground dead. Qingyang couldn't believe that such a weapon killed a rank 7 beast with a single shot. Nevertheless, Su Xiaomo asked where their head was. Suddenly, and from the other side, the sturdy voice of the main character was heard, to which Lu Qianqian herself was surprised. Jun Chang Xia was on the opposite side near the tree and told them to take the Wolf King's core and help him stand up. The guy was still holding the gun and said he simply couldn't move. With a gloomy expression, Jun Chang Xia said that the recoil was too strong. Jun Chang Xia said to be gentle with him, the whole he wouldn't be hurt if either of them were a healer. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Qianqian bent the main character's joint with a sharp movement of her hand. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly with such force that even the birds were frightened by the sound. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia was in the sect, and was telling the system that it didn't work. The guy said the gun did more damage to himself than the monster, and he would be at the mercy of the enemy if he missed. However, the system said that Jun Chang Xia was just an idiot, and was not strong enough to use this gun. The protagonist couldn't believe it. The whole recoil of this gun is equivalent to heavily ammo, and is she insulting him because of her own stupidity? The system told you that you know that the recoil will be strong because it's a modified gun with crystal kernel ammo, and the system has a thing that fits it perfectly. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia found himself in the training room. The guy asked with embarrassment, did this body training room was worth 20 points? Jun Chang Xia stood outside this room and said that it was just a tent. The system said it was worth its money and told me to trust it. There was some sort of chair in the middle, and the system said to go in and try it. Jun Chang Xia leaned over and asked if it was a massage chair. The guy sat down on the chair and the tent automatically closed. The guy asked if he would become stronger after his body was massaged. After the tent slammed shut, a sign appeared on it that said it would be closed for 2 hours. Jun Chang Xia looked on with a smile and said that everything looked very soft and how this tent would give a massage. However, unexpectedly. But now the iron glands immediately encircled the body of the protagonist. Jun Chang Xia immediately realized that he was tied up and had a bad feeling. Unexpectedly, right after that thought, he was struck by a part of the tent that seemed soft on his cheek. Jun Chang Xia was still in a stupor and wondered what was going on. The system said that human flesh is like ordinary steel, and after 1,000 times hardening, it can turn into excellent iron. And that's how this room works. Jun Chang Xia reprimanded and said to let him out, but the system immediately apologized. She said that once the room starts its work, there is no stopping it for 2 hours. A slew of punches landed to the body of the protagonist right after that. Immediately afterward, a loud shouting and swearing was heard. After a while, all the shouting began to quiet down, and they seemed to only tone down. 2 hours later, the tent surrendered mechanical sound and opened. Jun Chang Xia instantly stuck out his hand, trying to escape from this prison. Being completely beaten and ungroomed, Jun Chang Xia swore once more and walked out of the tent. The system had already started to say that when one was going to give someone a big responsibility from the heavens. However, Jun Chang Xia was clearly not in a good mood and looked at the pear tree beside him. The guy told the system to shut down and hit the punching bag with anger. The contraption itself swayed slightly and began to calculate the force of the impact. As it turned out, the main character's strength had increased from 900 to 925. Jun Chang Xia was greatly surprised because he remembered how yesterday's punch was 900 kilograms, but in just 2 hours of training, he had increased it by 20 kilograms. The guy asked, "Is this method really that effective?" Suddenly, Jun Chang Xia heard some strange thumping sounds. The nearest tree swayed from those blows. As it turned out, the one who created these sounds was Zuji, who was trying to advance in cultivation. Jun Chang Xia approached the guy and asked why he was boxing here and if his cultivation on writing had failed. The guy wiped his face and said that he had comprehended the scriptures. But after days of absorbing energy, he still didn't have a single one. Tears flowed from Zuji's eyes as he said that even the divine-level cultivation technique couldn't work on him, and it was fate that he wouldn't be able to become a cultivator. Jun Chang Xia said not to be upset, and said with an incomprehensible smile that he had found a new cultivation method, and this method was being used to increase the strength of his body. With a tear-stained face and hope in his eyes, the guy turned around and asked if it was true. Immediately afterward, however, the guy freaked out and asked why the leader was so scarred. Jun Chang Xia smiled evilly and said that he would soon find out why. After that, they came to the tent, and after a long 2 hours and no less frequent shouting, Zuji came out of the car. Jun Chang Xia bent down in front of the guy and asked how he was feeling. The guy asked if this was the punishment of his discouragement, and he is just a loser who can't even gather spiritual energy. However, Jun Chang Xia said not to jump to conclusions and told him to feel his strength. Zuji slowly got up and slept, and said that he couldn't even defeat a child in the first stage of opening points at the culture. The guy pushed down on his hands and tried to say something. However, he was instantly surprised at the ease with which he could lift his own body. The boy abruptly found himself back in the chair in the training room. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he had gotten stronger and asked when he would be able to cultivate. While Jun Chang Xia was closing the room, he said that this training room would help him strengthen his body. However, after that he waved his hand and said that he had to spend 8 hours there every day and told him to keep practicing right now. The guy was indignant and asked why the man couldn't even let him catch his breath. Just as Jun Chang Xia walked happily out of the room, loud shouts could be heard coming from the room. Jun Chang Xia thought that he should buy another body training room. For the next few days, Jun Chang Xia and Zuji looked completely beaten up and just filled their bellies. Those passing by the training hall were extremely frightened by such strange sounds. Very soon, Zuji went outside and tested the strength of his punch. As it turned out, the strength of his punch was already 300 units. Su Xiaomo was greatly surprised at the whole. Even if he didn't have spiritual energy, his strength was still higher than many people in the second stage of opening points at the cultivation. Qingyang Li began to examine the guy's body and asked, was he really born so strong, to which the guy said that he was not at all, and the special training of the sect leaders and made him so strong. Still, the guy said the leader told him that the training did him a lot more good. After meditating for a long time, Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes and said that he had finally done it. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes, and the system congratulated him for reaching the 12th stage of acupuncture point opening. The system said he was qualified for epic missions, after which it immediately gave him a mission about a sect competition. The system said that from the requirements, any of the students must be in the top 3, and if they don't register in time or all students lose in the first round, they will fail. She also said that the reward depends on how the competition ends. Jun Chang Xia asked about the very last point. Jun Chang Xia asked if the reward would be very great if all 3 of his disciples made it to the top 3. The system said that she admired his intelligence. However, she said that the punishment for failing an epic mission is very harsh. However, Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes wide as he realized that if this happened, there was a chance that the bomb in his ring would explode, and then he would enter another world after death. However, Jun Chang Xia immediately called out and said to meet at the training hall. Holding back his laughter, the hero said that in 10 days, everyone in the city will have a competition and asked if everyone knew about it. Qingyang Li said that only advanced sects are involved. They usually send their best disciples, and most of them are at the apprentice level in martial arts. Once Qingyang Li, who was all beaten up like everyone else, spoke, Jun Chang Xia couldn't contain his laughter. Laughing heartily, Jun Chang Xia said, just looking at them, he realizes that they have been practicing hard in the body training room, and they will take part in this competition. Jun Chang Xia said that he wanted them all to take the top 3. Once the students heard this information, they couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Qingqian said that it would be difficult. Jun Chang Xia said that this would really be a challenge for them and took out an accelerated training formation. The guy also said that all these 10 days he would train them harder than ever. After that, he released a formation with dual spiritual energy. After the flags finally formed a structure, Jun Chang Xia continued. Jun Chang Xia said that Lu Tianqian would cultivate within this formation for the next 10 days. Then he told all the boys that they would spend their time half in the structure and half in the body workout room. The guy also said that he would put 2 more body training rooms. In the meantime, Zuji could only look sadly at the energy in the guys. After that, Jun Chang Xia turned to him specifically and said that the competition would be held in Liang City. Jun Chang Xia said that it was his hometown where he was humiliated. The guy said that in addition to 3 food breaks a day for the next 10 days, he would be in a room with no body workout. However, the guy interrupted him and said he only needed 1 meal break a day, and the rest of the time he wouldn't leave the room to exercise his body. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and agreed with this. Watching the boy's grim face, he told him to get stronger and show others what he was capable of. Jun Chang Xia said that even without a spiritual root or cultivation, he is still an unrivaled genius. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia found himself at his brother's side at the entrance of the city. The administrator asked the name of their sect, to which Jun Chang Xia replied that they were the Iron Blood sect. Then asked who would participate and their ages. Jun Chang Xia named all the disciples and their respective ages. However, when the man heard the familiar name, he couldn't help but flinch in surprise. The administrator raised his head and asked if this was the straight-A loser who had been rejected by his own family. However, the protagonist's face instantly darkened, and the guy said that if he said one more word about it, he would immediately die. The administrator held out a sign and told Jun Chang Xia to tell the students to get to the assembly hall on time, or else they would be disqualified. Jun Chang Xia looked at the plaque in his hands and saw that Zuji's plaque was signed as a direct descendant of the family. The guy said that his disciple didn't want to have this title at all. Jun Chang Xia raised his finger and peeled off this inscription. The guy said that from now on, he was only a disciple of the Iron Blood sect. At the same time, there was a rather important negotiation going on in the Xiao family's mansion. Someone twirled the pebbles in their hands and said that there were unknown people who wanted to humiliate the Xiao family. The man remembered the rejected loser who entered the lowest level 9 network, signed up for the heart competition. The man said that he should have followed the advice of the Grand Elder and given this loser a cup of poisoned wine. The man believed that I would be a better fate for him if he could be reunited with his parents in hell. At the same time, Zuji himself was being beaten by the training machine. Coming out of the tent, the guy could hardly move. Zuji exhaled and tried to calm down. He made a sharp U-turn toward the pear tree. Then he made a swift kick, which was so strong that it tore his clothes. The boy exhaled and looked at his score. Jun Chang Xia observed the guy who was returning to the tent and realized that he didn't have many talents, but he was working very hard. Jun Chang Xia watched the guy and realized that Zuji was getting stronger by the minute, and he would once again be able to spill out all his grudges on the day of the competition. The boy squinted his eyes and realized that if these old men of the family dared to play dirty with him, he would deal completely. Meanwhile, there was a distinctive sound in the Star Pavilion. The system informed the protagonist that Li Tianwen, carrying 20 barrels of water, had completed the sect's task. After that, the prices here of the sect's achievements reached their maximum, and the sect's formation rose to the 2nd level. Jun Chang Xia looked at the newly arrived medicine tower and realized that it was finally more advanced. The guy looked at the materials and said he knew what it was, but he didn't understand what fire meant. The system said that the pill can only be made when he has fire, and there are different kinds of fire in the city, and he can also buy them from the store. Suddenly some idea hit the guy. The guy asked if he could combine 2 kinds of fire and create a fierce lotus. However, the system said that the host was mistaken, and this item was only available in another novel. She then said that one type of fire is on sale at the store right now, and she highly recommends it. She reported that a Linglong fire of superior quality costs only 50 points. Jun Chang Xia said that he only had 62 points and asked if he could get a discount. However, unexpectedly the system alerted the protagonist that a side mission had been launched. The system told the protagonist to destroy the assassins who were targeting the protagonist. The guy obviously didn't expect something like that, and his face instantly darkened. The guy picked up his gun and took the safety off. Jun Chang Xia began to look around and wondered where they might be hiding. Suddenly the boy heard some rustling. Jun Chang Xia smiled and realized that the assassins were on the roof. Jun Chang Xia raised his pistol with a sharp movement of his hand and confidently fired a shot at one of the assassins, instantly finishing him off. From such a strong impact, the man ended up on the roof, or rather his village. The other assassins instantly realized that Jun Chang Xia was able to detect them. Realizing that there's nothing else they can do, they're down in front of the protagonist. One of the attackers picked up throwing knives and told the protagonist to head for hell. However, before the man could speak, his head was destroyed by the main character's shot, which clearly frightened the third assassin. Jun Chang Xia said that the shot was too loud so he didn't hear it. The guy then pointed his muzzle at the remaining attacker and asked him to tell him what his partner was saying. Realizing that the same fate awaited him, assassin couldn't help but cry and panic. Qingyang Li walked into the room and was surprised. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Jun Chang Xia drive the assassin almost to hysterics. Jun Chang Xia said that even if he did not say who sent him, he would find out himself. And when Jun Chang Xia suggested that it was the Springwater sect, the assassin tensed up. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes as he realized that if he was starting to worry, he was right. He realized that it was not surprising that the Springwater sect had never done anything because they were busy hiring assassins. Jun Chang Xia gloomed and thought that when the sect competition was over, he should deal with them. Jun Chang Xia said to seal his spiritual energy due to warm him. After that, the system notified the end of the task, and Jun Chang Xia realized that the points were just in time. The guy realized that recently his training had led to a very good result, because otherwise those 2 shots had gone off. Jun Chang Xia now understood what he had to do. The system said that Jun Chang Xia had spent 50 contribution value points and bought a superior quality fire. Jun Chang Xia realized it was finally time to make pills and heated up the cauldron. The guy realized that he had to make some healing pills to keep his students in shape. With tired eyes and a purposeful gaze, Jun Chang Xia worried about his disciples. It wasn't long before night fell on the city. Jun Chang Xia opened the tent and said that he was especially worried about him specifically. Jun Chang Xia walked up to the guy who was dozing and said that he was thinking about how to make him stronger, handed him a pill. It turned out that it was a primary muscle strengthening pill. 10 days later, Jun Chang Xia found himself at the gates of the city. The protagonist was also followed by all of his students. The formidable company walked down the street with serious faces. The others were speculating about what was going on here as they saw the famous face of the loser. Some suggested that he would be a stepping stone for his opponent. Someone suggested that he had probably developed a hobby of getting jeered at by others. However, suddenly on the third, the student found himself in front of the faces of all 2 guys and asked with an expressionless face, how dare they slander him. Immediately afterward, he slapped them and told them they had asked for it. Everyone else was shocked at this guy's tremendous speed. Jun Chang Xia called the third disciple a good boy. The gawkers thought that with such speed, he must be the best disciple of his sect. Some have speculated that he is Qingyang Li, who has long been considered the genius of the city. A certain man said that Qingyang Li was fast and strong, and should not be underestimated if they met in a fight. His friend said he's a genius too and he's not afraid of him. After that, the guy was right in front of the protagonist's company and made his presence known. The guy was very happy to see his longtime acquaintance, Zuji, and said that he was now the inner disciple of the great elder of the Silent Valley, and he had heard from him as soon as he returned. This person turned out to be the Xiao family heir, Xiaoling. The guy said that Silent Valley was a level 6 sect. Unlike their level 9 sect, it was much better. The guy said that he was once again convinced that their family had made a huge mistake in raising him using all the resources. Jun Chang Xia was just watching the confrontation while eating a watermelon. The man said he was the future of the family, and he should thank him for helping him reach the first stage of opening points as a culture. Su Xiaomo was about to burst out in rage. However, Jun Chang Xia stopped him and told him to observe. Zuji looked at his opponent and called out his name. The guy said that the fact that he is his older brother will never change. Xiaolingi abruptly realized that he couldn't even free himself from his former brother's grip. After that, Zuji lowered him to his knees. Even though Xiaolingi was looking at the guy with immense anger in his eyes, he didn't change his expression in the slightest. Zuji said that even without a spiritual root or cultivation base, he would always be his shadow. Jun Chang Xia approved of his disciples' actions. Pretty soon the competition began. The herald asked everyone to go to their seats and take the seats watching. At the same time, there was already a certain man in the arena. Among the crowd, Zuji was also swept in, with everyone looking at him and condemning him for appearing here. The great elder was the same person, because he said that he shouldn't even be alive, because he would only dishonor the family. After that, the man looked at the head of the Iron Blood sect and wondered if he was the person and the one he relied on. However, Jun Chang Xia showed a gesture to hear not to hold a grudge against his disciple, otherwise he would shoot him. However, the man clearly didn't understand what the gesture meant. Xiao Huang thought that this sign signified that there was something wrong with his head, and no wonder he took this loser to him. The herald said that 200 people are participating in this competition to help the contestants avoid meeting their comrades and their A sect, and divided them into 4 groups. Very soon, the first match of the first round began, with Tianqi from the Iron Blood sect opposing Sang Kai from the Red Gate sect. Tianqi was very much surprised that his opponent was so big and large. After that, a certain man approached the protagonist and said that today was a good day for the Red Gate sect. The man said that the opponent was at the 12th stage of acupuncture, but he wouldn't mind fighting his disciple, so the protagonist shouldn't worry. The boy thanked Elder Liu. After that, the referee started the fight. At the same moment as the man spoke about the start of the fight, Tianqi made a sharp lunge forward and struck his opponent. It hit with such force that the man ended up on the other side of the arena and crashed into the stone. The man beside the protagonist instantly opened his mouth, because he had not expected such an outcome. Tianqi immediately became worried because he couldn't hold his strength, because he couldn't believe that he was so weak, and the head was telling them not to give their best. Afterward, the man said that Jun Chang Xia must have trained him a lot, to which the guy said that he was just lucky. Jun Chang Xia told them to show what they could do. The 32nd match was with a 3rd student. Suddenly, Wei Yixi gave up the matter of not Qingyang Li moving so fast in the city gate. The 20th match was against the 2nd student. The 32nd match was against the beautiful Lu Qianqian. Watching the whole incident, the man beside the protagonist couldn't believe that they had defeated their opponents in a second, while Jun Chang Xia said that they didn't seem to know how to help their opponents play decently. While the match was going on, many people thought that the Iron Blood sect disciples were strong, and they beat their opponents too fast, so their matches were boring. However, his friends said that they were just having fun. Zuji entered the arena. His opponent thought that he was too lucky today, because he did not think that he would fight with the $1 million genius. Immediately after the fight started, his opponent lunged at him with great speed, and said that he would make him feel what it was like to be convinced right away. However, even after the guy threw his punch, Zuji didn't move a millimeter. The man said to stop playing tough because he must have shattered his shoulder. The guy said that compared to the hits he got in the training room, they were just too easy. The opponent couldn't believe this was happening and asked what kind of body workout room it was. Immediately afterward, Zuji struck a small blow with his fist, and his opponent's body ended up on the other side of the arena. The man clattered down the nearby steps with all his might and barely managed to slow his flight. As it turned out, from such a simple blow, the man's arm was dislocated and he involuntarily screamed. Everyone watching was left in deep shock. The referee declared the match won. The system said that 5 students had qualified for the 2nd round, and the epic task was 10% complete, and the guy received 20 contribution value points. Jun Chang Xia understood that since the contribution value points were based on completion, it wasn't that difficult to complete it. However, the protagonist's biggest problem is Xiao Huang. The guy realized that once Zuji defeated his opponent, something changed. The guy noticed that the man had become even angrier, and Jun Chang Xia should take precautionary measures. Afterward, the protagonist's friend asked why you're here playing with a toy instead of watching the competition. The man said that even though Tianqi had defeated his disciple, however, he should recognize him because he was great. The man noticed how the disciple hadn't even used spiritual energy yet. The opponent of the 4th student asked why he did not resist. At the same time, the protagonist's friend realized that each punch of a disciple from this sect weighed about 75 kilograms, and since Tianqi was calmly taking all these punches, he couldn't help but wonder how he was doing it without the help of spiritual energy. After that, Tianqi threw his punch, but his opponent was able to dodge it. The man said that apparently he would have to break down his defenses with his own fighting skills. The man activated a spectacular palm strike and a huge amount of energy concentrated in his hands. The man pointed those hands toward his opponent and shouted loudly. With such a move, he was able to jump high and a huge amount of energy formed arcs. Tianqi calmly dodged all of these, however. He couldn't do anything. Suddenly, the guy turned his head as he noticed something unusual. Tianqi asked his opponent here plans to break his defense, and with a single hand movement, he grabbed him. With a grim face, the one said he didn't stand a chance and broke his arm. The referee declared the 4th student to have won. After the 2nd round of trials, the system said that all 5 students had passed on, causing the fulfillment of the epic task to increase by another 10%, for which he received 20 contribution value points. The man who was sitting beside the protagonist said that he was indeed a capable teacher, because even Zuji was able to strengthen his own body. Jun Chang Xia said that he was after all a genius, and even without a spiritual root, ordinary people wouldn't be able to compare to him. Jun Chang Xia realized that this was most likely bad news for the Xiao family. At the same time, the head of the Spring Wind sect only clenched his fingers and trembled. The man realized that the underdog had most likely trained his body, but any human body has its limit, and he was just lucky to win the first 2 rounds. The man smiled and reckoned that he couldn't defeat the opponent this time with his strong body. The 6th match of the 3rd round was between Zuji and Haizu. Haizu surrounded his finger with mysterious energy and looked at his opponent cheekily. The guy said that it was very surprising that he had made it to the 3rd round, and asked if his body could resist his purple flame. Haizu said that fire cultivators were the natural enemies of martial artists, and the one wanted to see his opponent fall into hell. Jun Chang Xia pulled out a telescope for himself and wondered if he was the rich kid that he had chased away. The friend asked if it was another toy of the protagonist and called him a child. Jun Chang Xia said that it was not a toy and was extremely useful. The system described this sight as a sight with a magnification function capable of recognizing targets at a distance and introducing accurate shooting at long range. Haizu said that even if he was the genius he was 5 years ago, he was no longer the perpetually losing loser. A huge sphere of energy headed towards his opponent with a distinctive sound. Haizu told his opponent to turn into ashes, however, he did not even flinch. With a sharp movement of her hand, the guy instantly extinguished that fire. Haizu couldn't believe it or opened his eyes and mouth wide. Zuji said that Jun Chang Xia had said a lot of things that he couldn't understand. The guy was saying that if Zuji were to punch fast enough to create negative air pressure vacuum and something else, he would be invincible. Haizu couldn't believe what had happened. Energy concentrated in his hands and he focused. The man summoned many fireballs and told him to defend himself against them. The guy bent over a little and prepared for another blow. After that, he started doing his series of punches as if it were air. However, what this series of blows did was that not only did it destroy the fireballs with the power of wind, it also knocked the enemy out of their calm state. Zuji said he beat him back then when he bullied others in the past. The guy said that even now that he has lost everything, he still has his fists. The guy swapped upwards and was about to make another strike. Even Haizu's begging Haizu, who asked him to stop, couldn't do anything about it. After that, a loud scream was heard and Jun Chang Xia closed his eyes. The guy realized that this was a very cruel fight, and he couldn't watch it anymore. Jun Chang Xia understood that Zuji would definitely win. The guy remembered how Lu Qianqian had participated in the first 2 rounds, and realized that she had definitely become a martial arts disciple then. Jun Chang Xia realized that she had immediately thrown her opponent off the stage with her spiritual energy. Guy felt an inferiority complex, because he realized that even though he was the head of the sect, he was much weaker than his disciple, and this thought made him shiver. The guy realized that he couldn't let that happen, and said that he would work hard on his cultivation. The protagonist smiled and realized that the better his students were, the more pressure he felt. The guy looked at the fighting students and realized that their opponents would only get stronger as the next rounds passed, and they should put all their efforts and pressure on the protagonist. The system notified the protagonist that 5 disciples had entered the 5th round, and he once again received 20 points of contribution value. At the same time, the others were whispering because they realized that the 5th round was coming to an end. But not a single Iron Blood Sect disciple had been eliminated, and they had no idea of their true strength. That one suggested that it might be their opponents, and they were simply not strong enough. One wondered why everyone who was level 9 had so many strong disciples. A certain mysterious man smiled and said to enjoy his triumph. The head of the Spring Wind sect was smiling, because even though an underdog and had made it to the 5th round, however, he would be defeated by a true genius in the family. The 7th match of the 5th round has begun, where Xiao will face Zuji. The man understood that Xiao had cultivated in the Silent Valley for months, and he had become stronger than anyone else. Xiao only looked at what was happening with disdain. The others understood that Xiao was good, but he didn't seem as good as Zuji, and many were happy to see such a hero ascend in the shadows. When Xiao heard these words, he instantly blinked. The guy swore that he would defeat him in front of everyone, and then they would all know that he was the one in charge. Zuji bluntly told his opponent that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, the latter said with disdain that he still hadn't discovered the A culture points, and he was already a martial arts disciple. The guy asked who he was to despise a man. Xiaohuang understood that Xiao mood had soured, and he couldn't overcome the feeling in him that he had been living in the shadows for many years. However, once he was destroyed, everything would change. The guy instantly used the palm strike of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. A huge amount of energy was directed towards the guy. However, the guy didn't even lift a finger. Suddenly, the ground beneath the opponent cracked, and Zuji said that he had already told him this. Such a powerful strike, even though it hit Zuji entirely, couldn't even scratch him, let alone seriously damage him. Zuji said that he had already mentioned that he would not be able to defeat him. After such a serious blow, all that happened to Xiao Zuji, it was just a disheveled garment and no scratch. People didn't realize if anyone in this sect could take this blow and remain unharmed. Others said to pay attention to the fact that not only was he unhurt, but he didn't even take a step back. Xiaolingi said that he knew he had a strong body, but he didn't expect it to be strong enough to withstand a blow weighing a ton and 250 kilograms. However, the guy was not discouraged, and said that if one punch didn't work, he would punch twice, and if two punches didn't work either, he would punch as many times as he needed to take him down. After that, he struck again and there was a small explosion. Xiao Zuji raised his hand to protect his own face, and all that happened to him was that the clothes on his sleeve also got torn. The opponent realized the guy wasn't even moving. He looked at the guy's legs and thought about how to get him to move. He went behind his back and told him that if he didn't want to move, he would make him. He swung at the guy from behind and told him to die standing still. After such a powerful impact, it couldn't help but crack, and large puffs of dust rose upwards, smelling the scent of victory. Xiaolingi laughed and said that he didn't expect him to be able to dodge his attack. After that, he once again concentrated the energy in his hands and used the same technique. As Xiao Zuji took a defensive stance, Xiaolingi only laughed and said that he still had some fighting spirit left. However, despite his joyful expression, he realized that things were far from rosy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zuji's eyes opened wide. Xiaolingi said, making him just a punching bag. However, what no one expected is that the guy would guess that the strength of his rule and palm is 150 kilograms heavier than the left. However, the guy did not understand why it happened because he remembered that he was left-handed. Xiaolingi questioned what nonsense he was talking about and prepared to attack once more. The powerful blow was directed toward the opponent, who fully embraced it. He noticed how his left arm wasn't flexible enough in combat, and it was most likely because he had practiced too much. The guy threw another punch. However, this time the Sella turned slightly away from him. After that, Xiao Zuji successfully threw a punch that his opponent dodged. Xiaolingi was barely able to slow down his flight and cursed. However, in the same second, Xiao Zuji was in front of his opponent's face. With a sharp arm movement, he broke his opponent's arm. Xiaolingi barely managed to stop and looked in the direction from where the punch was coming from. Immediately after that, he launched another combination of strikes, each of which Xiao Zuji easily deflected. Xiao Huang didn't understand how this was possible because he realized that Xiao Zuji had only reached the speed of the Buddha palm strike due to his physical training. At some point, Xiao Zuji struck back at his opponent, and already this strike had hit. Immediately afterward, his opponent declined on the other side of the arena. With a heavy breath, Xiaolingi said that he was just a loser refusing to accept reality. He didn't realize that his cultivation base was gone, and his life was ruined, and even his family had abandoned him. However, he still didn't understand how he couldn't compare to him even in his current state. The guy bowed to the winner and asked why he was still such an invincible genius. In the end, Xiaolingi admitted that he had lost after all, which clearly displeased the elder. Xiao Zuji looked at the elder and asked if he was his greatest creation. Xiao Huang literally cried and said that he was gushing. However, at the same moment, his body instantly reacted to the blow and dodged. Jun Chang Xia asked with a smile, wondering if someone had given him permission to stand up and told them to sit back down. Jun Chang Xia looked at the scope and said that he would shoot him in the head next time. After that, the battles continued, but they were nowhere near as interesting. Qingyang Li faced off against another sect disciple in a duel. However, after an intense battle, she was still able to defeat her opponent. The referee announced that the first match of the final 8 was won by Qingyang Li. The protagonist's friend said that he remembered that 2 months ago, Qingyang Li was only at the 10th stage of opening his daughter as a culture, and asked how he was able to put a first-stage martial arts disciple so quickly. However, the man suddenly noticed Jun Chang Xia sweating and questioned why this was so. It turned out that Jun Chang Xia was literally jealous of his disciples, as he realized that even Qingyang Li was stronger than him, and now he was the 3rd strongest in the sect. They were perplexed, and wondered if talented people could achieve anything they wanted. Jun Chang Xiao mentally asked the system if there were any tools for this. After all, he needed them urgently. The system said that he would get what he wanted when he completed this epic task. After that, the matches continued, and in the end, the final 8 finalists included all of the main character's students. In the end, Tianqi was opposed by Xiao Zuji. Absolutely everyone was excited for this battle. The 2 boys huddled together across from each other. Tianqi and Xiao Zuji looked at each other with smiles. The guys started exchanging their blows, and after a while they were back in their seats. All the spectators were extremely enthusiastic from such a battle. Both boys tried their best. One blow after another, they got together and decided to settle it with an argument. As it turns out, they were just playing rock, paper, scissors, and Tianqi showed the scissors while Xiao Zuji stone. Tianqi was greatly surprised since the guy had said he would show the paper. However, Xiao Zuji laughed and said that he had outplayed and destroyed him, so victory was his. The spectators and the referee observing this state of mind both stunned. The entire grandstand started sending these contestants asking, "Do I really think you think they are stupid, and they want to end the match with a game of rock, paper, scissors?" Jun Chang Xia sighed and said that they were acting like chumps, and their acting was a total suck, and he would need to take some lessons to teach them. The system informed the protagonist that the final 4 students had reached the finals, and the requirements, the tasks were completed. Jun Chang Xia at the same time looked at the completed task and chanted. Jun Chang Xia realized that if he added up the rewards from the previous rounds, he now had over 300 contribution value points. The unexpected system said that the host had exceeded the epic task and awarded him a seal opening spell and a certain amount of experience. At the same time, a huge amount of energy gathered around the protagonist. Pretty soon, this energy formed a kind of experience that went straight to the protagonist. At the same time, everyone around him was also incredibly surprised by this burst of energy. Jun Chang Xiao struggled to breathe because he realized that this was an incredible burden on him. Then on his face, the guy said he couldn't believe the system gave him so much experience. The system then congratulated him for reaching the 5th stage of martial arts disciple. Jun Chang Xiao was happy that he was once again the best in the sect. At the same time, the protagonist's friend asked if you really enjoyed watching his students win in battle since he even made a breakthrough. At the same time, the judge coughed and decided to ask the finalist a question. He asked if they were going to play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would be the winner. However, the 3rd student said that they would not do this because it would make the competition less interesting. He then looked at the 2nd student and said that they had decided to do something different. Immediately afterward, they all concentrated the energy in their feet. As it turns out, they were trying to escape the arena at top speed. The first one came out of the apprentice ring. She said that she left the stage first, so she is ranked 4th. Qingyang Li said that she did well and said that he was ranked 3rd then. Su Xiaomo said that in this case he ranked 2nd and said that Xiao Zuji was too slow. It is for this reason that he should be the champion. The guy literally cried, however he thanked his fellow soldiers. At the same time, the spectators who had been silently watching this competition only walked out of the arena dejectedly. At the same time, Jun Chang Xiao laughed and said that he would ask Dudu to give them a feast to celebrate their victory. Jun Chang Xiao said that they were even able to obtain a supreme skill book and 10 spiritual stones, each worth 10,000 silver. However, the disciples asked something else. Qingyang Li asked if they should really go back to their all in such a shabby state. At the same time, Lu Qiangqian, unable to tolerate the red ribbon, just ripped it in half. Jun Chang Xiao said that they looked great and said not to doubt his taste. The guy then asked why don't they go out and celebrate with the 13 students. Qingyang Li was greatly surprised and asked which 13 martial arts disciples we were talking about. Jun Chang Xiao said that they had been following them since they left the city and must be very tired. The guy asked if they were from the Springwater sect or the Xiao family. With a nonchalant face, Jun Chang Xiao thanked them for becoming punching bags after his breakthrough. It wasn't long before the tree began to shake and the assassins emerged from there. Jun Chang Xiao lightly put down most of them with a slight movement of his hand. After a short while, Jun Chang Xia walked over to the remaining bandits, who were already starting to be afraid of the guy. Constantly, one of the assassins in the pair noticed something unusual. On his chest was a clearly recognizable badge. Su Xiaomo abruptly raised his hand, to which even Jun Chang Xia was surprised. The guy revealed that all the remaining assassins had managed to take the poison so they wouldn't be able to get the information. Jun Chang Xiao asked if they were kamikaze assassins at the same time as the other assassins, and made sharp payments forward trying to wound the protagonist, and did not rush to the body of the protagonist, even realizing that with such power, they could not do anything important. Jun Chang Xiao asked what kind of assassins went on a mission with identity tokens. The guy realized that he probably wouldn't get their boss's name from them. I made murals and movements with my fingers. He said he would give him a message using their lives. Immediately afterward, the decapitated and cut bodies went down. Jun Chang Xiao realized that right now, he was at the 5th stage disciple would be in their arts, and martial arts disciples of the 1st and 2nd stage were simply too weak for him, since he hadn't even received a side quest. Still in his thoughts, Jun Chang Xiao realized that the system forced him to defeat the strong, and remembered the names of all those who wanted to go against him. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a fierce bolt of lightning descended on a tree, breaking it into pieces. It was a rainy night, and no one even suspected anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, however, a certain man appeared out of the tree, fuming as lightning struck the tree. What's even weirder is that he didn't scream, just laughed. The guy asked if he was chopping wood in this weather, and didn't he know that trees conduct lightning, as if he had taken over this body and was addressing the original owner. Nevertheless, he said that today was his lucky day, leading finally reincarnated after his soul had been imprisoned for several thousand years. With hatred unleashed upon the world, he said that he thought that one was his soulmate. However, she had set him up in front of the sutra and the great mystery, and he would set something up with her after recovering his cultivation base. Suddenly, the mystery man's head began to throb, and he questioned what these memories were. Suddenly, he realized that it was the woman who had ascended to heaven and become the faith for the mortal whom, known and revered by all. However, the guy realized that he was Lord Ye and the best among the 10 martial arts gods, and with the sutra in the great secret, he would once again become a martial arts god in a few decades. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the rain had stopped. He laughed loudly, for he realized that even heaven was on his side. He extended his finger upwards and said that he would destroy a certain empress. However, an unknown object was suddenly falling from the sky, which the guy obviously didn't pay attention to. He kept saying that the Great Mystery Sutra was a perfect cultivation technique. From this point on, Ye Xingcheng would subjugate the entire world. The guy already wanted to say that if Sky did not agree with this decision, he would make him obey, as a game ball flew to his face with incredible speed. Suddenly, one of the students told the protagonist that the soccer ball hit someone, to what the guy could not believe, because who can be in such a wilderness? After that, the guys approached the unfortunate victim, and Jun Chang Xia said that he had just made an accidental strike, and it hit him. They thought that he was just incredibly unlucky. Su Xiaomo asked if they could just leave him here and pretend that nothing happened. However, Jun Chang Xia said that he should learn to be kind. Jun Chang Xia took him by the scruff of his neck and said that if they met someone who had fainted for no reason, then they should take him to All Who and help him so. The disciple asked if Jun Chang Xia had forgotten about how they sent him to Who, to which Jun Chang Xia said that he should be more savvy. At the same time, the guy put his foot on the ball, and the system reported that it was a lucky soccer ball and was the ball that players from Argentina once beat Brazil in the final. The guy introduced himself as Ye Xingcheng. He realized that he had once been the god was in their art who ruled the entire continent. However, someone had surreptitiously weaponized him, and now he was sitting in some hall wiping blood from his nose. The guy wondered what he was doing, because it looked like someone had helped him. Ye Xingcheng understood that he had to be. And from here, he needed to find a good place with rich spiritual energy to cultivate. However, at the same moment as a shout was heard for Jun Chang Xia to be more attentive, the ball once again landed directly on the guy's head again, rendering him unconscious. The guy introduced himself again. Ye Xingcheng, he remembered wanting to become a martial arts god who would rule the entire continent, but someone hit him with a concealed weapon. Spent. Suddenly he realized that he had heard those words somewhere before. The guy realized that he had to find a good place with rich spiritual energy to cultivate, and got up from his seat. Yet he still wasn't left with a feeling of déjà vu. And at the same moment when the guy was trying to open his door, Jun Chang Xia joyfully walked into the room, and with a smile on his face asked if he had woken up again, hitting the guy. Unable to say a word, Ye Xingcheng could only curse in his mind. Jun Chang Xia looked at the guy's face, which looked clearly not in a good way, and whose mouth was visible foam, and asked why he was standing outside the door at that time. Because Jun Chang Xia had no desire to hit him. The guy once again introduced himself as Ye Xingcheng. However, this time he had a clear desire to kill him. Jun Chang Xia said with a smile on his face that he snuck into their soccer field and was accidentally knocked down by a soccer ball. He also said that after a few days of them leaving, he finally woke up. The guy said that his name was Jun Chang Jiao, and he was now the head of the Iron Bone sect. Ye Xingcheng said that the sect name is complete garbage and they're all who are most likely a piece of trash. With an annoyed expression on his face, Jun Chang Xia said that it looked like he had seen the world and asked where the guy was from. With a haughty face, Ye Xingcheng told him to remember that he was not to be trifled with. Ye Xingcheng got close to the protagonist's face and told him not to mess with him and started threatening him. At the same moment, however, a soccer ball flew into his head again, and a distant voice apologized once more for hitting the guy again. Jun Chang Xia looked at the guys in a stupor, and wondered if he had blocked the ball with his face again, because he realized that they needed a goalkeeper like him. Su Xiaomo asked the protagonist to pass him the ball, while Ye Xingcheng was unconscious again. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and realized that no matter how young he looked, he was too advanced and intelligent, and wondered, did he encounter another genius again? The guy reintroduced himself as Ye Xingcheng when Jun Chang Xia told him to stop repeating himself. Jun Chang Xia asked. He had already decided since the guy could get many bonuses if he joined their sect. However, Ye Shincheng asked why he needed to do this since their sect was a total lame sect. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and asked what made him so arrogant and surrendered to the question of whether he was a martial arts god, since Jun Chang Xia would give him 3 seconds to think about his proposal, or he would decide for him. The guy asked the protagonist if he was threatening him. With a grim look on his face and a smile on his face, the former Vogue said that no one could ever do that. However, not long after being beaten, the guy said that he had thought about it, and realized that joining him would not be the worst choice. Jun Chang Xia questioned if he was sure he wanted to join them voluntarily. The guy was screaming, and then that he would do anything for Iron Bone Sex while tied to a chair and had a whole line lined up behind him, ready to hit a ball at the guy. The bound Ye Shincheng asked the protagonist if he could find one, while the disciples sighed in frustration as they realized that the precision punching training had ended too quickly. Ye Shinchen decided to let the protagonist go for now, because after he mastered the great secret Sura, he would simply kill him. Jun Chang Xia at the same time primly signed the paper and said that he was now his 102nd disciple. The guy handed him the scripture and said that it was their technique for cultivation, and asked him to learn it and remember that it must not be shown to anyone else. It wasn't long before night fell on the city, and Ye Shincheng found himself in the dormitory. He put the uniform and the writing on the floor with anger at them. Placing his feet in lotus posture, he wondered just how good a 9th-level sect cultivation technique could be, and to him, it was simply trash. He realized that he could look at her if he checked his cultivation process, found an excuse to bother him. However, as soon as he picked up the book and started reading, he was literally stunned. He couldn't believe that he was holding a divine-level cultivation technique for body enhancement. However, at the same moment, a pillow from another student flew into his face and told him to shut up because they had practice tomorrow. Immersed in deep thought of some sort, the man pondered what defines an assassin. He understood its ability to kill a target in a couple moves without leaving a mark. While Jun Chang Xia was looking at the notes on the bamboo paper behind him, the same assassin landed behind him. He realized that the victim would only sense his presence when he hit the target. The man smiled as he realized that this was how a professional killer worked. Still smiling and taking a swing at the protagonist, the man said that death had come for him. However, unexpectedly, the man's sword literally bounced off the bamboo paper with a distinctive metallic sound. The man wondered why this bamboo scroll was so strong since he had used all his power, but it was still intact. As it turns out, the system gave the protagonist a scroll on how to become a good sect leader, and this scroll is so valuable that the bamboo scroll was reinforced. However, the man did not know about it, and realized that a failed mission means immediate escape. Jun Chang Xiao pretended not to notice him the whole time. He said that he was really good, because he had only sensed his presence after he got close to him. Squinting, however, he sank into his thoughts. The guy said that he wouldn't be able to leave the Iron Bone Sect so easily while the man tried to run out of it. And so it was indeed, for the man encountered an invisible barrier during his flight. The man was greatly surprised and wondered if it was real. Realize his mission doomed to fail. The man fell down without even resisting. Jun Chang Xiao said that he wouldn't be able to use the same trick twice, while the system notified that the entire sect was surrounded by a dome, or rather a small protective structure, because it was strong enough to withstand the attack of a Grand Master of Martial Arts. While the failed assassin was trying to escape from the protagonist, Jun Chang Xiao said that he had a very unusual hairstyle. Unexpectedly, Jun Chang Xiao asked if he was number 47 by chance. The assassin smiled and said that he had underestimated the protagonist because he didn't think that he would recognize his codename. The man said that he seemed to have learned something secret about the Drizzling Tower, and Jun Chang Xiao probably knows how strong they are. However, Jun Chang Xiao squinted his eyes and repeated the name. After briefly thinking, Jun Chang Xiao said that this was the first time he had heard this, but the man resented this and asked how the man could know his codename without knowing about her. Jun Chang Xiao merely said that he had just guessed it, and the man literally cried at this for he had tricked him. A martial arts student in the 4th stage who had completed 264 missions, and he would not let him do it again. Jun Chang Xiao thought very hard about the suggestion of hiring a professional like him. The guy realized that it must have cost the Springwater sect a lot, and it probably cost no less than 5,000. The man said that 5,000 couldn't even cover the cost, and they offered 10,000. Once Jun Chang Xiao heard this information, he only smiled while the man was covered in sweat. The guy took him by the scruff of the neck and said a guy like him shouldn't be doing that kind of work and said, "Think about your future and career in his dungeon." The assassin literally cried as he realized that Jun Chang Xiao had prepared a trap for him. At the same time, a pleasant atmosphere brewed in the Springwater sect. A certain man was lifting an iron barbell, breathing heavily. He kept getting angry and realized that Jun Chang Xia had killed 2 of them, and why it was so hard for him to kill a third-rate sect leader. However, looking at the man's pathetic efforts, Wei Yixi said that Jun Chang Xia had killed them with his own hands and asked if he still considered him a loser. The man said that this time, he had hired a professional drizzle tower assassin, and now Jun Chang Xia would definitely die. The man said that the 4 of them had become disciples of the Holy Spring sect and left there to found all who spring water, and asked why they should hire others to take revenge. Wei Yishi said that after the assassin eliminated the main character, they would personally go to the Iron Blood sect. The man said he uses every drop of his students' blood to mourn their brothers. Suddenly another man approached the company and asked if he would disturb them. The sect head was very surprised to see such a significant face. He asked what brought him here. Qin Haran had come here to apologize for not raising his subordinates well, and asked for forgiveness. The man also said that there could not be a bloodthirsty leader like Jun Chang Xia in the Union Pack sect. The man said that he would make him satisfied even if he had to mutilate or kill him, and it was also necessary to fix the situation of the Holy Spring sect. A certain man leaned on the handle and said that it was Qin Haran, the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance. The man was Jun Chang Xia, who said that he had no time to visit him personally after becoming the sect leader, and he didn't think he would catch him during such a memorable moment. Everyone except the alliance leader was startled, as they didn't expect something like this to happen. The man said he had sensed his presence some time ago, and asked what had brought him here, and what he would witness. Jun Chang Xia said with a bright smile that he would also witness the demise of the Springwater sect. The elder said that Jun Chang Xia had killed their brothers and even took down their signboard, instantly getting angry. However, Wei Yixi stopped him. The sect leader told him to calm down since his presence here meant that the killer had failed. And the killer was a disciple, would be a stage 4 art. Jun Chang Xia took the plaque and said that he was generous enough to let them return the sect's card again as a coffin board. The guy said that it was his personal dislike between him and the Springwater sect, and he hoped that Qin Haran would not interfere. Jun Chang Xia said that he didn't want the staking sect alliance to break up so soon. Qin Haran asked, does Jun Chang Xia want to destroy everyone's Springwater in front of him, and said that he was too bold. New Jun Chang Xia made a throwing sign and told him to make a wise choice. Both men immediately realized that only high-stage disciples could possess such strength and speed. It was Qin Haran who grabbed the wooden tablet. He defended the 2 men and said that according to his observations, he was only a 5th-stage disciple, but his strength was equal to a 7th-stage disciple. The alliance leader said that he did not know where he got such strength from. However, he was a 9th-stage martial arts disciple. The man said apologizing to them would be his only option today. And just as suddenly, a bullet appeared right in front of the man's face and was rapidly approaching him. A man at the last second and 2 was able to react and dodge the bullet. Qin Haran breathed heavily and asked if this was the reason why he dared to challenge a higher-level cultivator, and it wouldn't help him to defeat him. Suddenly, however, the man heard a shrill scream at his back. As it turns out, because he dodged that bullet, the bullet itself hit the elder, and Wei Yixi instantly began to tremble with fear. Jun Chang Xia was still holding the gun, and said that the disciples were in their arts in the 9th stage, barely able to dodge the bullet. Qin Haran got angry and asked if he really wanted to destroy the Springwater sect, and asked where he got so much anger from. Listening to the threats and censures of the alliance literature from the hands of the protagonist, slowly disappeared the very same gun. Jun Chang Xia said that the Springwater sect colluded with bandits and tried to kill his disciples, and after that they offered a reward to the drizzling tower for his head. He asked how he could stop just because of the alliance leader's words, and asked why he wouldn't ask all those of the Holy Spring to do nothing after he destroyed the Springwater sect. The sect head said that he had sent disciples after the people from the Holy Spring sect to restore justice, and said that there would be nothing left of the Iron Blood sect. Literally crying, Wei Yixi said that he would be waiting for him in hell, and he along with his brothers would be waiting for him. Jun Chang Xia said that the rule of the 101 Iron Blood sect stated that they would fight any offender, and said that such a hopeless barking dog didn't deserve his bullet. Immediately afterward, the main character's mood soured and he sent him to burn in hell. Realizing what would happen in the next second, the alliance leader's clothes were instantly destroyed from his muscles. The man said not to do that and took a swing at the protagonist. After that, the sword of the protagonist and the fist of the alliance leader clashed together. Jun Chang Xia swung his sword and was greatly surprised. The guy smiled and said that he couldn't believe that he wanted to stop the sword system with his bare hands. As a result, this sword easily pierced not only the arm of the alliance leader, but also the head of the sect leader. Qin Haran couldn't believe that his skill couldn't stop the main character. Jun Chang Xia chopped off the head of his assailant and released his sword from his grip. Jun Chang Xia said that the Springwater sect was expelled from the alliance, and the same would happen to the Iron Bone sect. Jun Chang Xia said that fools like them didn't deserve to be his allies. Qin Haran quite soon found himself beside the city lord, and said that a scoundrel like him could not be spared. The city lord said he would take care of the main character if he did something heartless. However, Jun Chang Xia merely killed the sect villains and dispersed the disciples. However, the Springwater sect raises many more questions. The city lord was furious when he said that the sect colluded with the bandits to kill innocents, and they were even allowing the people from the Drizzle Tower to infiltrate the city. The city lord asked the alliance leader how dare they do such a thing. The man said that he knew how he wanted to curry favor with the Holy Spring sect, and the man instantly stumbled on flat ground. The city lord stood up and said not to forget who is really in charge of this city. Looking at the alliance leader prostrate on the floor, the man said that if someone dared to harm the people in the city with sneaky methods, then they shouldn't be blamed for what would happen next. At the same time, the Iron Blood sect was playing incomprehensible music. Some speakers were saying the dancers' slogans, and amazingly, all the disciples of the sect could not shake off the feeling that they were obliged to do so. Jun Chang Xia blushed, not realizing that this was another shameful purchase from the system. However, Jun Chang Xia realized that this thing could allow him to take control in a situation if necessary. Jun Chang Xia wondered what would happen if the enemy suddenly danced. However, after remembering something so shameful, he couldn't help but slap his face. At the same time, all the disciples thought that Jun Chang Xia had completely lost his mind. Yashinshin wondered why he couldn't make his body stop dancing after all he is a martial arts god, and how he would dominate the world after such a thing. Pretty soon the morning exercise was over. Although everyone else endured this moment harmlessly enough for Ye Xincheng, it was a blow to his pride. He tearfully told me to leave him alone because now he had no dignity. Just like that, Jun Chang Xia suddenly descended in front of the guy. Even though the guy couldn't see his face, however, he could see the power. Covering his face, Ye Xinchen could only cluck irritably. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia, along with Ye Xincheng, were on the training ground. Jun Chang Xia said that he was envious of people like him. Jun Chang Xia said that unlike him, all he wanted was to be handsome. Hearing this goal, Ye Xincheng couldn't help but laugh. Jun Chang Xia that he was probably thinking every second about getting the hell out of here. However, Jun Chang Xiao also realized that the guy had mixed feelings about the sect. Jun Chang Xiao understood that the guy had already been to the gym to train his body, so he knows how beneficial it is for his development, and even the awkward morning exercise makes him feel invigorated. Jun Chang Xiao said that when he left this place, he would lose many cultivation resources beyond his imagination. As soon as Jun Chang Xiao saw the proper reaction, the guy realized that he was right, and the guy really wanted revenge. Jun Chang Xiao said that he didn't know his whole story. However, he said that if he cultivated here, he wouldn't find any problems. Jun Chang Xiao said that only he could decide how his story would end. Yi Shencheng asked if Jun Chang Xiao could help him become a martial arts god. Jun Chang Xiao laughed and said that becoming a martial arts god would only be the beginning, because he believed that there were higher realms and he would help him reach a higher level. Ye Xinchen stretched and said that the writing in the training room proved that he wasn't lying, and for now, he agreed to be his disciple. However, the guy realized that the main character's spiritual roots were mediocre, and even if his cultivation methods were amazing, he wouldn't make further progress. Jun Chang Xiao said that he had a keen eye and Jun Chang Xiao had already guessed that he was special. However, the guy smiled and said that he couldn't even imagine what secret cultivation methods he had. At the same time, it was obvious that Jun Chang Xiao recalled the stove. In the meantime, at the entrance, someone was trying hard to hammer the tins into the door. The guy was struggling to fix something, but it seemed like he was breaking more than fixing. After a short time, the guy was breathing heavily and rejoicing because after all, he was finally done. After finishing his work, the guy decided that now it was time to continue his adventures and said goodbye to everyone running toward the exit. However, unexpectedly, the sound of a sword bouncing was heard. The guy struggled to break free and realized that only one step separated him. However, the ball of the protagonist did not keep him waiting, because the guy immediately threw it in the direction of the fugitive. Eventually, this ball bounced off the frame and hit the student right in his face. As soon as the guy felt that kick, he mentally said goodbye to his adventures. Jun Chang Xiao slowly walked over to the guy and told him to wait before he ran away because the door had been repaired abnormally. Jun Chang Xiao walked past the guy and told him that if he didn't fix it before he returned, he would remain their goalkeeper forever. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xiao found himself in the common market. Jun Chang Xiao looked around and realized that they called this city the City of Medicines for nothing. After all, It only took him an hour to get more than 20 medicinal pills, and he even got 2 energy circulation pills. However, the guy looked up and said it still wasn't enough and he needed to look in other places as well. At some point, Jun Chang Xia noticed the pharmacy and said that it looked pretty impressive. What I didn't realize was that he was quite close to this family, and although not particularly good glory, he became famous for beating up the elder and the boy. One of the receptionists smilingly greeted the protagonist and asked how he could help. Jun Chang Xia said that he had a special offer for them. However, he would only talk to the administrator. The administrator was surprised and asked what the main character's name was. Jun Chang Xia called out his name and affiliation. The boy instantly remembered the name and asked if he was the one who had beaten up the elder and the child. After that, he got angry and told another employee to call people here as soon as possible. Jun Chang Xia smiled and realized that it looked like there was no revenge here, and he knew that dealing with them was not easy. It wasn't long, however, before his face literally went dumbfounded. Jun Chang Xia wondered if the receptionist was just asking him to serve tea. The man said that this is indeed true, and their family always treats customers well. Quite soon, it was the elder of that family who approached the protagonist with a wide smile and said hello to him. Jun Chang Xia said that he was afraid that because of their conflict, the man ignored the request. Nevertheless, the man could only laugh and said that it would naturally not be like this. The elder still remembered the news of Jun Chang Xia destroying the Springwater sect and defeating a 9th-stage martial arts disciple by himself, and realized that no one wanted to anger the martial master. The man said that their fight was only to help them get to know each other better. The man sat down beside the protagonist and asked him what he had to offer him. The guy held out a sheet of medicine names. The guy said that regardless of how many of the listed components he has, he wants to take absolutely everything. After looking at the leaf, the man said it would cost him a fortune, and the leaves of the diva flower are the most expensive, and they have over 200 units in stock. Jun Chang Xia understood that the leaves of the diva flower were the main raw material for making energy pills, meaning that he would be able to make more than 200 pills. The man said that they would cost him 100,000 even with the discount. However, Jun Chang Xia laughed and said that money was not a problem and he had enough money after robbing the bandit. Getting old, she said he'd arrange delivery right away. He then asked the guy if he knew anything about alchemy. Said he knew the littlest and had with him and the people he did. The guy held out a healing pill and asked if he wanted to purchase it. The man said that even a very respectful healing pill is the most common, and selling it would not make much profit. Suddenly, however, the man noticed something amiss, got up from his seat and punched the receptionist in the chest. Poor victim vomited blood. Jun Chang Xia pulled his hand out of the guy's ribcage, already seemed to have one foot in the grave. The elders instantly rose from their seat and said that their family had not disrespected him in any way, and asked why he had chosen to kill their employee. However, suddenly the receptionist said he was perfectly fine, and even the man couldn't believe what was happening. The elder was certain that his ribcage had been crushed and began to guess something. The elder touched the administrator's chest. He was sure that the blow had crushed his chest, but it had suddenly healed, and it wasn't the magic healing pill. After that, the man instantly asked the protagonist how many of these pills he had, and said that they would buy absolutely all of them. Jun Chang Xia said that such periods are very expensive, 10,000. The elder said that if they demanded 10,000 for one pill, there was no problem. He immediately told his administrator to go to the bank and withdraw 100,000. Jun Chang Xia can't believe it because he wanted to say that he was giving away 10,000 for just one bottle. The guy understood not to be rich very nicely. The man held out the ring and said that they had placed the herbs he requested in the interdimensional ring. The elder said that this ring would be his gift to honor their first collaboration. Jun Chang Xia held out a medicine bottle and said that there were 10 medicinal pills in here and they would cover his expenses. The elder thanked the protagonist and said that they would gladly buy back all his pills at a good price. The system congratulated the protagonist on the fact that he was able to earn 1,000 silver and immediately 10,000, for which it gave him 20 and 5,000 treasure points respectively. Jun Chang Xia was still greatly surprised when the system provided him with a hidden reward, a liquid that improved abilities, and even 2 pieces. Jun Chang Xia said that he had something to do and said goodbye to the receptionist. The administrator said they could sell the pills for 30,000 silver each and congratulated him on making a terrific deal. However, the elder told the boy to think twice. The man realized that belonging to advertisements and auction prices for such magic pills would start at 50. The elder said that Jun Chang Xia is a terrific money tree, and Jun Chang Xia, who was running at one time, sneered sharply. He wondered if 2 bottles of ability fluid had just made him sneeze, and asked the system if he had gotten those medications he needed. At the same time, Jun Chang Xia found himself in the forest thicket and instantly began to absorb energy. In the middle of the lawn, the main character literally saw with his naked eye this incredible surge of spiritual energy. Jun Chang Xia surrendered to the question of whether this was exactly how it felt to have a supreme spiritual root. The guy said that since the spiritual energy was causing such a violent reaction, he would absorb it completely. The system said that Jun Chang Xia had successfully broken through to the 6th and 7th stage of martial arts disciple. The guy was literally floating in the air and realized that a higher spiritual root was awesome, and with it he felt like the master of the world. I didn't realize that there was a reason why Qingyang Li was progressing much faster than everyone else. Jun Chang Xia realized that this made him wait with even more trepidation to obtain the highest spiritual level. The guy thought that he had become a genius like Qingyang Li. Suddenly, he remembered that the female disciple was even more talented and wondered how you want the spiritual root of her. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia was in his sect and pressing the pill creation button. The guy sulked that the system didn't allow to create pills in batches, and it was unreasonable that his finger was about to cramp. However, the guy realized that in his past life, he had been single for 30 years, and otherwise his hand speed couldn't have been so fast. 2 hours later, Jun Chang Xia had finally finished producing the pills. The guy realized that he had created too many pills at a time and his finger was already suffering from spasm. The guy reached out and said that he would distribute these pills tomorrow and his disciples would make progress in cultivation. The guy looked at the boiler and said that it was getting dark outside and he had been working too long. The guy thought he should look in the store and maybe he could buy something useful. Suddenly, however, his eyes focused on one commodity that he couldn't even believe existed. He instantly told the system that he had to get it. The system asked if he was sure or not, because it would cost him 100 points in contribution value. However, Jun Chang Xia said that he wouldn't even think about it. The entire chance of such luck is 1,000. Immediately after that, a huge barrel appeared in the hands of the protagonist, and the system congratulated the guy. She said he purchased a modified sniper rifle. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that a real man should have a sniper rifle. Jun Chang Xia took out his scope and attached it to his rifle. The guy took aim and said the modified sniper rifle is an amazing weapon. The system said it was a sniper rifle equipped with an 8x scope, and it was recommended to use the enhanced mode. The guy asked what the enhanced mode was and instantly said to turn it on. The system said that the host had activated the enhanced 8-fold sight mode and was charged 5 points of contribution value. Jun Chang Xia didn't expect that this service wasn't free. However, before he could even finish speaking, he sensed something wrong. Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes wide and felt incredible. He saw everything in the building and everything around him like it was all a blueprint. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said, "This is not an improved mode. A is a cheat tool that makes everything around it transparent." Suddenly, the guy heard some voices saying that something strange was going on in the sect, and they had to be very careful to save the 47. The other man said that they had only 1 day left before the appointed time, and they had finally broken through the defense structure with the ancient weapon. Jun Chang Xia instantly turned gloomy. Jun Chang Xia ducked down and immediately started looking through his scope. The guy saw 2 men who were squatting and plotting their plan. Meanwhile, the 2 men speculated on how the sect had trapped him, and realized that since they were both here, they could easily kill the protagonist. The guy opened his eyes wide as he realized that this mode allowed him to eavesdrop and find targets. The guy squinted his eyes and said he understood that they wanted to take the client's money and be done with the case. However, they still came here after the client died and most likely the tower shouldn't exist in this world. The guy then pulled the trigger and a single shot was fired from the rifle. Such an incredible shot instantly destroyed all the nearby walls that were stirring. The assassins instantly realized they had been exposed. However, to their misfortune, this shot was so accurate that it immediately struck both heads of the criminals. Jun Chang Xia realized that in the end, it was the latter who won the confrontation between the assassins and the sniper, and the extermination of evil must be finished. The protagonist's face darkened, and he realized that the tower had to disappear. After that, the system gave him 2 skills. Jun Chang Xia asked if this was a martial arts skill of the sect, and since this was the case, his disciples should practice it as well. The guy understood that it was only average but martial arts. However, he would be curious as to how energy saving it could be a point. The guy smiled and said he needed to find someone to check things out tomorrow, and instantly remembered such a person. He took his weapon in his hands and asked if he really wanted to fight him on blades, because last time he defeated him only because his weapon was better than his opponent's weapon. The boy swung and said he was born to be a master of blades. However, no one expected that this very blade master would be so afraid of such a strong and fast attack. After a short time, the main character's hall suffered another explosion. Jun Chang Xia wondered if some mysterious martial arts master had modified this skill after all. It wasn't just energy-saving is practically zero consumption. However, in the midst of all these puffs of dust, one man raised his hand and addressed the protagonist. As it turned out, this man was the very same blade master who barely I was able to avoid all the attacks. Jun Chang Xia looked at the guy and asked, didn't he want to escape yesterday, need to say something? That after seeing his great skill, he too wanted to master this great skill. The man said that after yesterday's meal, he had firmly decided to stay in the sect until the end of his days. Jun Chang Xia was angry and asked if this was the real reason why he wanted to stay here. Jun Chang Xia said that Dudu needed someone to help her wash dishes and appointed the guy as her assistant. The man said he was born to be a helper. Jun Chang Xia couldn't believe such a change and said that the guy was too bold. Jun Chang Xia put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that this was exactly the talent they had been waiting for. 3 days later, there was a strange atmosphere in the city. There were flyers everywhere telling people that death was imminent. Pretty soon, a lot of people found themselves auctioning off healing pills. Meanwhile, there was noise and gum at the auction. Many were fumbling about the healing pills on display today, but many did not realize if there was really any good in there. Suddenly, someone noticed something strange and wondered if this was not the second son of the Song family. People felt sorry for him back then. He was only doing Xiao Zuji's thing, however. When he was attacked by a beast in the wilderness, his body was paralyzed. People looked at this guy and realized that now this is a case where he won't be able to live normally, and he won't be able to die normally. And in 2 or 3 years, he would have become a very important big shot if it wasn't for this case. Someone gave him that very period protagonist. The overseer over the boy asked the elder what he was giving the second son of the Song family. Despite all the insults, the guy could only flinch. However, it wasn't long before the unbelievable happened. The man was able to lift his arm on his own. Both the overseer and everyone watching instantly shut up. It wasn't long before Da hand was back in its original position, and the overseer couldn't believe he could move his arm with just one pill. However, suddenly, a huge amount of energy gathered around the unfortunate man. The man opened his eyes wide, then astonishment. His whole body began to fill with energy again, and he couldn't help but laugh at such an amazing feeling. He instantly broke down his wheelchair and happily said he could finally move. Literally cried with happiness, and said his meridians were restored and so was his motivation. The warden couldn't believe it, and asked how this was possible. Those watching couldn't help but say it was a miracle. People realized that it was not just medicine A and to top it all off, an extra life. After that, the elder smiled and asked if everyone had seen the effects of this medicine, because this was a secret medicine effect he had made especially for martial arts disciples. After that, the auction finally started. The price of the pill has jumped to 60,000. However, it didn't stop there, and people bet more and more money on this pill. Nevertheless, regardless of the general excitement, there were 3 men in robes sitting on the bench. Qingyang asked the protagonist didn't tell the protagonist that he made a huge profit selling each pill for 10,000. After that, the guy said not to reveal all their plans, and realistically its price could be even more than 100,000. Jun Chang Xia literally held back his tears and realized that he had screwed up very badly. At the same time, the first pill was sold for a modest 100,000. The guy couldn't help but feel sad, and pretty soon found himself back in the cult building. The boy straddled the wood with helplessness. The guy could not believe that now every step he takes causes so much pain, because realizing that these people are sold for 100,000 silver, he could earn much more. Suddenly someone called 3 people in robes and asked the protagonist to go with him. Said he spotted them at an auction. The protagonist said that he came today to raise the sect rank to 8th, so he brought his disciples to the city, and as he noticed, an auction was quite successful. She blushed and said it was all thanks to the miracle drug for which there was so much demand. Unexpectedly, he rummaged through his pockets and held out a pile of papers to the protagonist. He asked the protagonist to take the 20,000 silver as compensation. The man said that he hoped Jun Chang Xia would continue to sell pills to his family in the future, and they hoped for much urgent cooperation. Jun Chang Xia said that he had made 10 good pills this time, and regarding the price he wanted to ask for 500,000. However, he was instantly interrupted. The elder smiled and said that she would give 1 million for it because after talking about today's auction, many people would come to see the next one, and then the bids would be much higher. The guy realized that it was really good because he only wanted to ask for 500,000. It wasn't long before Jun Chang Xia and his second disciple were walking down the street. Qingyang asked the protagonist if he really wanted to say that he had already made a deal with them, However, Qingyang Li wondered whether Jun Chang Xia was hiding his pain. Su Xiaomo and Qingyang Li quite soon came to a certain place. The guy pointed out the certification of the sects before them. Jun Chang Xia, Qingyang Li, and Su Xiaomo only watched him drink his drink in silence. After he put his glass down, Jun Chang Xia asked why they couldn't promote everyone who was up to the 8th level. The man said that they didn't meet all the requirements. Jun Chang Xia asked, how could they not do it since for an 8th level sect, one only needs to have 5 martial arts disciples, and 4 of his disciples were at the martial arts disciple stage. Thus adding a protagonist would be enough. The administrator said that he had heard about the past tournament, and even though he knew they were martial arts students, but he couldn't register them without a reason. Jun Chang Xia was starting to get angry, but still calmly asked how to prove it to him. The man said that first he should go to the village registration office in his sect, and find the village headman and the secretary of the village committee. Su Xiaomo said that if it was that simple, Uncle Wang would easily take care of it. Jun Chang Xia said that he was too naive. The man continued his demands. After all, when the form is signed and approved by these people, the application certificate will be ready. After that, the man said to give it to the head of the city guard, who will bring the preliminary inspection and so on and so forth. Jun Chang Xia was literally stunned by such a list, and said that he didn't expect this place to be even more of a mess than Earth. Meanwhile, the man still didn't stop. After that, Jun Chang Xia smiled and asked, is there an easier way? However, the man spread his hands and said there was nothing he could do about it because it was all established procedure and no reductions or exceptions were allowed. However, unexpectedly, Jun Chang Xia heard a voice from the passage saying that the Glory Iron Bone sect was so famous in the county that they could take special measures. As it turned out, standing outside the threshold was Elder Ma, whose arrival Jun Chang Xia was extremely happy about. The man said with a smile on his face that he didn't expect to meet him again and asked what was wrong with his face. Jun Chang Xia says he's just following the rules and said not to be too strict. Soaked. However, unexpectedly, he instantly stamped his approval for the sect's rank promotion. With a wide smile on his face, he said that his application for sect promotion to level 8 had been approved and asked him to take a picture later. As Jun Chang Xia looked at everything happening in a stupor, the elder could only smile. However, Jun Chang Xia was sure that he would be simply irresistible in the picture. The main character's disciple said that his charisma should be spread, and that was his requirement. Another said he should style his hair to show his ears. Eventually, on the count of 3, the main character was shot and done. The photo was far from perfect. Jun Chang Xia tore up this piece of paper and said that Elder was very helpful today, and he would definitely visit him to thank him. The system congratulated the protagonist on the sect's promotion to the 8th level, and gave him 100 sect achievement value points. Jun Chang Xia, literally with tears in his eyes, asked the system if it knew what he had gone through. At the same time, the sounds of furious training could be heard in the training room. The guy was trying his best to beat up a punching bag to increase his strength. Jun Chang Xia walked over to the guy with a smile on his face and said that he had brought it as a gift. The guy tossed the guy a sack, and the guy looked at him in surprise. Inside the bag, there seemed to be a huge amount of nukes, the value of which was hard to imagine. Jun Chang Xia said that he had given just over 1,700,000 for everything, and needed them for the next step he had prepared for the guy. The guy said that his punching power had now reached 4,600 kilograms, but his body had literally reached its limit. Jun Chang Xia said that there are many ways for a warrior to improve his physical strength, such as weapons and equipment. The guy said that if his concentration peaked, that sniper rifle would be his. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said to walk with him to the back of the hill and try out this weapon. Pretty soon they were on mountainous terrain. Zuji looked through the scope, while Jun Chang Xia said that range, firing speed, and wind speed all affected accuracy, and after removing the safety, he would be able to pull the trigger smoothly. Jun Chang Xia told him to aim and shoot. The guy said yes, and without thinking long, he pulled the trigger. At the same moment, it created an explosion of a small area, and the earth around it instantly cracked. Jun Chang Xia forgot to mention something and smiled. Jun Chang Xia said that this rifle has a hell of a recoil. As a result of such a shot, a lot of trees that were just in the way were affected. Jun Chang Xia said that he couldn't handle the recoil. Jun Chang Xia said that his physical strength still left a lot to be desired. As it turned out, Xiao Zuji's body was on the opposite side and was extremely shabby. Jun Chang Xia said that the physical strength could still be improved. The guy said he had a knack for shooting because he was able to hit the target even after being knocked back by the recoil. The guy, still breathing hard, said he wanted to be a sniper and was ready to go. The next day, a multitude of disciples were carrying a huge log at full speed. In the end, this log was blocked with her own body by Xiao Zuji, who didn't even move. After this exercise, the guy was only a few centimeters behind from his original position. The guy was literally trembling from this. However, he still kept on his feet. The guy squinted and told them to say it again. Jun Chang Xia and Qingyang Li couldn't help but think that he was being too hard on himself. Qingyang Li said that Zuji had always wanted to be strong, and to do so, he constantly had to prove his abilities, but he still needed to win over his fiancée. Jun Chang Xia remembered that her name was Mu Rongxin and asked if she was strong. Qingyang Li said that as far as he knew, Mu Rongxin was a descendant of the Murong family, which was one of the 4 big families in Tianhai County. He was sure that her family's strength was not lower than a 5th-level sect. Qingyang Li said, even more importantly, this family had excellent spiritual roots and had been accepted as disciples by the 11th elder of the 2nd-level sect, Holy Father Baihe. Jun Chang Xia blushed and was sure that his fate had already been terminated, and he could already smell that sweet smell of place, and no wonder he was suffering from guilt. Jun Chang Xia realized that as master, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to control someone who had lost himself. At the same time, Zuji's face was full of determination. After another blow, the log literally split from the guy's body. No one could even believe it and looked at the guy with perplexed eyes. Jun Chang Xia looked at this guy and realized that a family that was inferior to a 5th-level sect and talented disciples were worthless against him. Jun Chang Xia understood that it might be difficult, however, his disciple would definitely teach this family what repentance was. A few days later, Jun Chang Xia was once again in the forest. Jun Chang Xia put another core in the clip and said that with it, the recoil would be much less than last time. The guy said the wind direction is from north to east, and its speed is about 3 meters per second. Marina said he determined the target's velocity and started the report before the shot was fired. The guy was still staring intently through the peephole. However, exactly at the last moment, he saw an unknown silhouette appear behind his victim. The guy was greatly surprised and wondered if this was the building. That same silhouette appeared near the entrance of the Iron Blood sect. Mu Rongxin wondered if this was the Iron Bone sect, and unlike the rumored ruined building, it looked completely different. The unsuspecting girl noticed something unusual. The silhouette of a guy we already knew appeared at the entrance, and the girl wondered if he had changed so much. Zuji asked the girl what she was doing here, and she only stared at the guy silently. Let's go back to 5 years ago. That's when Mu Rongxin came to the guy to dissolve their marriage. The rest of the crowd was cussing the guy out and telling him to get the hell out of there. The guy has still not lost that feeling of being a genius, but even then he was a blank slate. Nevertheless, the guy could easily accept it, because he could accept the knowledge from his own family. Zuji understood that the marriage was agreed between their parents, so they had no feelings for each other. But she humiliated his parents again and made them look bad again. Back to the present, though. A guy asks a girl what she wants and tells her that if she doesn't name it, he's going to shoot her. The former daughter-in-law said that she is one of the main ones in their family, and when their family comes to any sect around the city they are greeted by the elders. The woman immediately followed up by asking who was in charge and why wouldn't this man greet her. However, once she noticed that Zuji was simply closing the door in front of her, she became even more angry. The guy said either she goes in, or he closes the door. The blushing girl shouted about how this was only a 9th-level sect. The girl wanted to already say that if he thought she was important, he should take the appropriate one, but was stunned by the sight of the sect. The girl looked up and couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. Zuji said firstly, they are an 8th-level sect, and secondly, the sect head instructed their second brother to upgrade and expand the sect. Mu Rongxin said that it is useless to rebuild the sect, because no matter how luxurious it is, the disciples here are low level and they are very mediocre. Taken in, did she really think that disciples who had only cultivated for a few months were mediocre? Hearing such a time frame, the girl couldn't help but be surprised and realized that many people here were in the 10th stage of opening points. The woman looked at the guy and said he still hadn't recovered his medians. The girl said she didn't know at that point at his spiritual roots and regression cultivation, nor about the whole situation in his family. Mu Rongxin and said that she simply did not want to marry a stranger. So behind her grandfather's back, the marriage was dissolved. She said that in the past 5 years, everyone thinks that she is the reason why he lost his cultivation. The guy said it had been quite a while and said he wouldn't remember it because he had found his own way. Jun Chang Xia calmly observed this situation while sipping his drink. They watched the couple as if they were spying, and Jun Chang Xia didn't hesitate to make many comments, while Qingyang Li said that he didn't think peeking and eavesdropping on them was a good idea. The girl handed him 10 pills that should help with the opening of the blocked meridians, and said that it was compensation for her impulsive actions in her youth. The guy asked if she had decided to feel sorry for him since she couldn't take those pills. However, at the same moment, a drink flew into the guy's head. Nevertheless, the guy did not change his decision and said that this way he could not regain his dignity, which he had already lost. A sign flew between Xiao Zuji and Mu Rongxin telling Jun Chang Xia to add his timelines. Xiao Zuji said that things would change in 10 years. However, Jun Chang Xia didn't agree to it, nor did he agree to it for 8 years. At one point, Xiao Zuji got angry and asked the protagonist to stop throwing those signs. After that, the guy finally did take those pills. Xiao Zuji said that he would enter the sect in 3 years and challenge him. The girl instantly blushed at such a strong statement from the guy. She turned and said she would wait for him. Xiao Zuji silently looked at the girl's back. The guy squirmed as if to lie down and said that he had nothing to do with her and asked why he had to go all who in 3 years to humiliate her. However, Jun Chang Xia didn't tell him to humiliate or dishonor her because he only needed to get out of the hole he had dug for himself. Jun Chang Xia said that only by destroying the memories of his past self could he regain his confidence and self-respect. The guy looked at the protagonist like an idiot and didn't understand a word of what was being said. At the same time, there were many signs behind the protagonist's back that incited the guy. At one point, Qingyang Li was forced to stop Xiao Zuji because he wanted the protagonist, who at the same time only laughed and walked away. Being already in the building, Jun Chang Xia asked the system what. She thought about analyzing the ingredients to find out. Jun Chang Xia understood that with these pills, the disciples would be able to progress faster. And what is equally important to the protagonist is that the spiritual root problem may be the wife. The system said that Jun Chang Xia had spent 50 contribution value points and obtained a special liquid. The guy said that he would first try to raise the spiritual root with strength, and then he would see what the problem really was. Xiao Zuji looked at the bottle and asked if it was really only the elixir that would be able to restore his spiritual root. Jun Chang Xia said that it was quite difficult to say definitively. However, it should definitely help. After that, Xiao Zuji drank this elixir in a volley. The blushing guy said that he could smell the aroma of malt, and Jun Chang Xia called him a connoisseur. Jun Chang Xia said that it was just about time for him to wait. However, he noticed something unbelievable. Some black substance that looked like smoke started oozing out of Xiao Zuji's body, and the guy was clearly screaming in pain. His body was literally covered with this vile creature. Jun Chang Xia asked the system what this black smoke was since he had never heard of anything similar. The system said that Xiao Zuji had been poisoned, so there was nothing surprising, and the elixir helps him get the poison out. After a while, some of that smoke came out of the guy's body while the other returned to its place. Jun Chang Xia realized that he had only helped flush out some of the poison, and was able to open some meridians. The boy's face darkened, and he wondered if he had poisoned him too, because there were too many candidates. Jun Chang Xia noticed that the poisonous gas was gradually disappearing and the detoxification was coming to an end. Unexpectedly, the guy said that he could feel spiritual energy again. After exhaling the very black gas, the guy decided to examine his body. Xiao Zuoji understood that he had stabilized his strength at the 4th opening stage, and he never thought that he would feel this feeling again. Afterward, he immediately knelt down and thanked the main character for giving him a second chance, and said he would never forget it. Jun Chang Xia stopped the guy from making a kick to the floor and raised his elbows. Jun Chang Xia said to stop because all he needs is just to help his sect become more powerful. The guy said that he didn't need to kneel before him at all, and told him to stand up and regain his cultivation. The boy, with tears in his eyes, unable to keep his emotions in check, agreed with his master. Jun Chang Xia scratched his chin and said that there was something he couldn't understand from the system. The guy said that the guy's cultivation had been sealed and his spiritual roots had degraded, all because of some eye something. The eye was eventually eliminated, but why was he only able to recover to the 4th stage of dots? He didn't realize that even without paying that much attention, there was trivially no poison that would suppress both cultivation and spiritual roots in the city. Guy realized that even if it existed, it was unlikely that the poison would have an overwhelming effect even after it was removed. The protagonist's face darkened, and he realized something important. The guy assumed that Xiao Zuji had been poisoned by at least several poisons. That liquid only destroys the part of the poison that is responsible for suppressing cultivation. The guy realized that the more he dug, the more confusing it all became, and his brain was trivializing it all. Then the guy asked the system if there was a way to improve his brain, to which the system told the protagonist that this was the first time it had heard of anything like this. The system once again reiterated that there was simply no medicine that could cure brain damage. Jun Chang Xia cursed in his thoughts and realized that he would format it sooner or later. At the same time, Ye Xinchen was on the rooftop and wondered what else Lily's sect was. The guy remembered that when he was at the height of his strength, they were only level 5 sects. However, he was much more surprised by the main character's writing. as it held so many secrets that he had not even comprehended. He realized that if it weren't for the writing, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th stage of opening points so quickly. Finally making up his mind, Ye Xincheng came down from the roof and said that he had to practice a lot anyway to increase his motivation speed. It wasn't long before he landed near the front door. The guy said he was going to the wild animal territory tomorrow for training. Jun Chang Xia said that ever since he started practicing hard, his cultivation level had increased significantly, and from now on, he needed to train his body and mind. The guy reiterated about how he even had his roof leaking, and he imagined himself to be a martial arts god. After that, Jun Chang Xia told him to take Xiao Zuji with him. The guy said that he too needed to train to regain control of his spiritual energy, and the two of them would take care of each other just fine. Jun Chang Xia looked at Ye Xincheng and surrendered to the question of whether he was the reincarnation of a potentially powerful cultivator. After that, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Zuji and realized that the genius in front of him was a genius who had lost his strength. Jun Chang Xia realized that they would make a very interesting duo. The guy realized that he still had to leave for town to buy herbs, and on the way would see how the preparations for the second auction were going. Soon enough, the boy found himself in the city. Everyone on the streets was talking about the fact that the medicine had a divine effect, and that was not all, because the injuries were instantly restored. People whispered that several big families and sects were waiting for the auction to start, and they as small and poor families couldn't even hope to own something like this. For the protagonist, these conversations were like honey for their ears, and decided that if things continued like this, they wouldn't count the money until they had cramps. However, suddenly the guy realized that he once again felt like a fool who was just bringing in money because he had sold pills worth 100,000 silver for only 10. The guy scratched his head and said that he still needed to grow medicinal herbs as soon as possible, without wondering who would process them. It wasn't long before he was back at the drugstore. One of the receptionists shouted at the customer and wondered what kind of insolent old man he was. He beat the customer with a broom and told him to get out of here because there was no room for such a crook in their store. Jun Chang Xia calmly approached the receptionist. Afterward, he asked what was going on here. The man explained that this old man had come to ask for a job, but as Splinter. The very man being beaten said he was a third-year medical student and wouldn't miss much. However, the administrator still beat this man up because he said that a third-grade medicine disciple was almost the same as a disciple was in their third-stage arts, and wondered how he could be so cocky. Jun Chang Xia excitedly tried to stop the administrator and asked to be allowed to listen to him. The man said he was asking for it based on his skills, and he wanted 5,000 silver a month for his labor. Jun Chang Xia realized that it was a bit more than usual. However, he still had no right to beat him for it. However, at the same moment, Jun Chang Xia realized what was so strange, and the elephant in the room was the exorbitant demands of the job itself, which were reaching absurdity. Jun Chang Xia asked the administrator for another broom, while the insolent beggar said that it would be nice if he gave him some more helpers since he had a few. However, he immediately changed his mind after the angry looks. The guys took a swing at the old man and told him that if he didn't want to be beaten up, he should shut up and get the hell out of there. With a grim face, Jun Chang Xia asked if this was all he wanted since only a fool would choose him as his assistant. The man turned his head and said they were once again a bunch of uneducated fools. With tears in his eyes, the man was literally crying. Unexpectedly, he said that if it wasn't for him, this pile of entitlements would be ruined. The administrator asked what we were talking about since the family's herbs are of high quality. The old man said that these herbs are fine, however the one who oversees them is a complete cretin and called him out for being wasteful. The administrator said that all these herbs are handled by 7th and 8th grade herbalists who are much better than he is. The system said that the man, as it turned out, is not lying. Jun Chang Xia said that he had been asked by curious people to tell more about the incident. Quite soon they found themselves near a medicinal herb. The administrator said this hardwood right looks great, and she is definitely better quality. The man said the leaves of the deciduous herb gather spiritual power around them, and strange energy oozed from his fingers. The man said that if they were touched with bare hands, the spiritual power would be destroyed, and the effectiveness of the medicine would be greatly reduced. The man used his aura to pick up the leaf and realized that every time he did this, his whole heart literally burst, and luckily, he could still recover the lost medical effects. After that, a small amount of aura flowed into the leaf. The system warned the protagonist that an unknown energy had been detected and he freaked out. The system said that the effect of this leafy herb was increased by 300%. However, the administrator was clearly unimpressed because he had only just restored the lost grass effect, and it was just words, and no one would believe him. Jun Chang Xia instantly after this judgment said that the Iron Blood sect were willing to hire him for a much larger sum of money, and the monthly payment would be 10,000 silver, and on top of that, he accepted all the other conditions. The guy said that all he just said was that he would cultivate medicinal herbs for his sect. The old man was clearly surprised at such a huge figure and asked again if it was true. After that, he bowed to the protagonist and said that since he was sincere in his decision, he would go and pack his things and then move in with him. The system congratulated the protagonist for successfully summoning Wei Lao. Jun Chang Xia was surprised that the man could summon hidden tasks, and realized that he had most likely found the treasure. Wei Lao opened the doors to his home, where he was greeted by a multitude of children who cheered his entire arrival. Jun Chang Xia said that they looked like a happy family. About the Belo. The old man said they were orphans he had adopted. The man said he knows it seems ridiculous in a world where only power matters. Yet there are things someone has to do. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that you finally understood him why he was asking to leave work at any time, and he felt that hiring him was the right decision. The guy said he could bring these kids into his cult, and they had recently renovated the facility and would even be able to build them a yard to play in. As soon as the old man tried to refuse, Jun Chang Xia said that recently he had too much extra money, so he would try to provide them with everything they needed. The old man said he was too worried about those kids and thanked him for that. Wei Lao said that he knows that many sects prefer to raise orphans to be loyal and cannon fodder, and he wants these orphans to secure their own future. Jun Chang Xia said not to worry about it as he would not make them join the sect. However, Jun Chang Xia would like to make a bet with him that in the future, they would want to join there themselves. The guy said that when they returned to the cult, he would send some disciples here to pick up the kids. Pretty soon, a huge column of boxes was coming down the street. The old man said that grass seeds and seedlings should be carried carefully, and told him to remember that under no circumstances should they be damaged. Under the feet of the protagonist literally burst heavy, and he asked if it was saying that seeds and seedlings would be crushed. Jun Chang Jiao asked if it was that important, to which the old man said that if it wasn't for his age, he could help him. Jun Chang Xiao said that the old man was overdoing his pretense because he had been resting for 3 hours after their trip to the market for herbs. It wasn't long before the team found themselves on the side of a mountain. Su Xiaomo put the Aesop down and turned to the main character. He said that he joined this sect for the sake of cultivation, not to plow the land. The guy said they'd be hunted down like horses in slave labor here until they were old. But the old man did not tolerate such expressions, and said that it was only 10 acres in the heath, and they should get to work as soon as possible, because the best time for growing grass would soon be over. After that, all the guys started cultivating the earth. Eventually the old man ended up beside the panting lads, and said that the earth was very well cleared and prepared for landing, and now it was his turn to deal. Su Xiaomo wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Wei Lao said that in order to plant the seeds of medicinal herbs, one must have a pure heart and connect it with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and so far they are not ready for that, so he will show them how to do it. Suddenly, energy began to emanate from the man's body. All this energy went into the seeds that were buried in the ground. Suddenly, a huge seal formation formed around the elder. Jun Chang Xiao realized that the planting technique was not so simple, and the space between the ramps seemed to create some kind of mystery. And the more seeds were planted, the more spiritual energy was accumulated. Qingyang Li said that he had been very shrewd recently. After that, he also said that as soon as Jun Chang Xiao entered the market, they received a letter. Jun Chang Xiao received the letter and asked if it was written by the Spring Spirit sect. The letter contained a proposal for a duel, and his opponent would be a disciple of the Spring Spirit sect, Mo Shanfei. Jun Chang Xiao abruptly realized that it looked like he was being underestimated, and looked down on again. Qingyang Li said that it wasn't true at all. The guy said that if one wanted to become a disciple of the Spring Spirit sect, their talent and strength should be as outstanding as his own. Jun Chang Xiao said that he should close his mouth in time. Jun Chang Xiao smiled and said that since his opponent was a disciple, he should write a reply letter where he would not engage in combat. The guy pulled techniques out of his inventory and said they should be enough for combat and told me to study them. Qingyang Li looked at the skill books and wondered what it was. After that, Jun Chang Xiao also threw him a bag of spirit stones that he had won at the tournament, as well as 10 energy-gathering pills. Jun Chang Xiao said not to worry about anything else for the next 2 days and just focus on training. Qingyang Li said that with these spirit stones and energy-gathering pills, he would be able to break through to the 4th stage of a martial arts disciple within the next few days, and he would do his best to fulfill his expectations. Jun Chang Xiao smiled and said that this duel was a matter of sect honor, and no matter what, he was bound to win. 3 days later, Jun Chang Xiao, along with his company, found themselves but invited. The guy said that in this sect, everyone is like strong types and they can lose. He said to try to keep him alive. In 3 days, the stone chairs were seen by the very name behind which the other disciples were also seated. At the same time, 3 elders of the sect were seated on the chairs. Absolutely every single one of them was a martial artist. At the same time, everyone froze in an awkward silence as the entire place was imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. Jun Chang Xia said that although they were only 5th-level sects, however, their skills were too great. Jun Chang Xia said that even though they might lose, Jun Chang Xia is not an unusual loser at all. Right after that, many weapons appeared behind his back and formed a sort of seating. The guy sat down on it and looked at them. Jun Chang Xia said that he was the head of the Iron Bone sect and gave his name. The guy said that if in order to accept the challenge, Qin Haran said that it seems like he is simply tired of living because even though he has the 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders in front of him, he laughs at how arrogant it is to lead in front of them. Watching this situation stare off into the distance, the 3rd elder was greatly surprised that Jun Chang Xia being in front of 3 martial artists was not afraid at all. Suddenly, an aura swirled around the man, and he asked if he was really the one who had destroyed the Springwater sect. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that the pressure of spiritual energy was too strong. The guy asked if he was the 3rd elder, and asked why he was asking what he himself already knew about. Jun Chang Xia said that there was no need for any empty path, and said to summon his disciple Mo Shanfei, and his disciples were already tired of waiting. The city lord who was observing this situation couldn't help but smile because she didn't expect Jun Chang Xia to be so bold. At the same time, the alliance leader believed that the protagonist was clearly facing death. The 3rd elder looked at the cocky guy and couldn't say a word. Said that the 8th-level sector was acting so arrogant, and no wonder they dared to kill the head of the Springwater sect. The 3rd elder smiled maniacally and said that he liked it a lot and called his disciple over. The man said to finally show up in the arena already. In the midst of all this crowd, there was a clearly disgruntled voice saying that he had been fed up with everything a long time ago. A big man who was twice as big as usual stepped forward and said that other than the sect leader, he didn't see anyone who could fight him. Unexpectedly, Qingyang Li entered the clearing. He said that the Iron Blood sect was providing their 4th stage martial arts disciple, and Jun Chang Xia was supporting him. Mo Shanfei smiled and asked if he was really a stage 4 provost. With his manic smile, he said that he was an 8th stage martial arts disciple, and was most likely the last name he would ever hear. When Qingyang Li heard such a statement, he clearly tensed up. Immediately thereafter, the collision began. Mo Shanfei made a leap forward. Seeing his opponent advancing, Qingyang Li covered himself from the blow with his hands. Nevertheless, he clearly had not calculated the strength of his opponent. He couldn't hold back a suppressed groan and realized that he had clearly underestimated him. His entire punching power should be at least 17T, and a normal 8th stage disciple has about 14. After that, the body of the 2nd disciple was on the other side of the arena. Jun Chang Xia understood that things were bad, and realized that Mo Shanfei was faster than the guy and was crushing him from all sides. Mo Shanfei looked at his fist and realized that he just had a strong body, but that was where it ended. After that, he looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that the next fight he would have with the sect leader. Lu Qianqian approached the guy and said that she would go fight him because Qingyang Li would be hard enough to fight him. Mo Shanfei said that he wouldn't stop her because he believed that she was stronger than that boy. However, a voice was suddenly heard amongst the pile of dust, saying that the disciples of the Iron Bone sect and so weak that he could defeat them with just one blow. The guy got to his feet and said this fight is still not over. Immediately afterward, the main character's students began to support their senior. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes and realized that he needed to do something about it. From the scope, someone looked at Jun Chang Xia, who made a gesture with his fist. At the same time, there was a trunk in the forest thicket. As it turns out, Xiao Zuji and Ye Xincheng were undercover. Xiao Zuji said that Mo Shanfei was really strong, just as Jun Chang Xia had suggested, so they should sit in ambush and act according to the situation. Ye Xincheng realized that if he didn't use disguises on them, these masters would have discovered them long ago. Mo Shanfei looked disdainfully at his opponent and said that he would still lose. The man said that even though his physical defense is not that bad already, however, there are a lot of things he lacks. He swung again and wondered how many blows his body could take. It wasn't long before the man's fist connected with the elbow part of Qingyang Li's arm. The guy asked if that was it, since he was starting to get used to his power. I did. Mo Shanfei smiled and asked if it was really like that, activating the energy in parallel. His hand was enveloped in a mysterious energy, and it was obvious what was going to happen next. The man struck again with his fist, and already this strike was able to make Qingyang Li step back again. However, unlike the previous time, the guy was still able to slow down and stay in the arena. The opponents once again concentrated the energy in their hands and swung in for another strike. Qingyang blocked it once again. Realizing he wouldn't last that long, the guy activated his technique. After uttering both techniques, both fists collided in a straight standing position. At this moment, the one who was forced to step back turned out to be Mo Shanfei himself. His clothes instantly shredded and the distinctive sound of bones breaking could be felt. The man was able to slow his exactly with his feet. However, at this point, he was already perceiving his opponent all hers. The man realized that his strength reached 22 when using the technique, but he was still at a disadvantage. The man understood that Qingyang Li's technique was far from an ordinary thing. Energy concentrated around Qingyang Li's fist. The boy exhaled and focused on the battle. More energy concentrated in his hand. He gave a slight wave of his hand. Immediately after that, he made many instantaneous sweeps, and pure energy was channeled with his blades towards his opponent. Mo Shanfei clearly didn't expect such an exodus of events. He couldn't believe that something so weak could hurt him, yet he was forced to accept reality. Qin Haoran was covered in sweat because he couldn't believe what was happening. The city lord, on the other hand, realized that it was a spiritual martial art. The sect elders were watching, and when they saw such an attack, it shocked them. Everyone understood that this would be his art that could only be mastered at the martial artist stage. Yashin Cheng, who was watching, couldn't believe it at all. He understood to you spiritual type arts are known for their unimaginable consumption of spiritual energy, so they could only be used by a master-level person. But for Qingyang Li to so easily use a technique 3 times in a row, he must have an incredible amount of energy. Ye Xingcheng realized that this little sect with Qingyang Li's talent had already become 3 times stronger than it was before, and he clearly didn't expect such a technique and instantaneous cut to be such strong skills. Quite soon, the dust settled, and Ye Xingcheng continued his observation of the competition. While Qingyang Li once again used this technique trying to prevent the situation from happening, Mo Shanfei jumped high. However, Qingyang Li wasn't confused either and aimed 2 more blades against the guy. Realize he won't be able to block these attacks. He said he would attack him in this case. Pulling forward in his hand, he wholeheartedly absorbed all the damage from his opponent. The man realized that he could take an exchange of blows after all. However, the guy clearly didn't notice Qingyang Li was right in front of his face at the same moment. The man asked if the man was trying to fight him, but close and distant, and said he was not afraid of him. However, at the same moment, Qingyang Li's fist was on the guy's cheek. Despite the lack of a strike, Qingyang Li uttered the name of another blade and Mo Shanfei realized that he was in trouble. The multitude of blades tossed Mo Shanfei aside with their staggering impact. The third elder understood that Mo Shanfei's situation had become extremely unstable. Mo Shanfei found himself in the ruins and had a hard time understanding what was going on. Nevertheless, his ambition did not fade at all, but rather strengthened. The guy lunged forward and activated the Raging Wind Fist. His hand seemed as if it had cloned and a multitude of punches rushed towards Qingyang Li. Qin Haoran laughed as he realized that Mo Shanfei had finally become serious and he was using his strongest martial arts technique. The man was clearly satisfied if Qingyang Li lost. Jun Chang Xia turned to the man and said that if the man didn't want to lose the uber of his hands, he had better shut up. Qingyang Li raised his hand and looked to give back. After that, he activated an instantaneous cut without a doubt in his eye. A huge number of blades headed towards the falling enemy. Mo Shanfei couldn't believe it because there was no way that a normally 4th stage martial arts disciple was so strong. He sank to the floor breathing heavily and couldn't believe that he had been defeated. He smiled as he realized that Qingyang Li's spiritual strength had improved a lot recently. Otherwise, this duel would have ended badly. Night Girl at the same time watched this fight and realized that she needed to study harder to become even stronger. Jun Chang Xia stood up from his throne and said that Mo Shanfei had been defeated and acknowledged it. He also said that everyone present had witnessed this, which was clearly not a good feeling. From the third, the elder looked at the protagonist and said that Qingyang Li was truly the giving of the heavens. Nevertheless, he smiled and said that his student's performance had brought up a very interesting idea. The elder rose from his seat and approached the protagonist closely. He smiled and asked what Jun Chang Xia thought about a duel between the two of them. The guy realized that with such an advantage, he was clearly not in a winning position. Jun Chang Xia turned to the system and asked what stage he was and how strong he was. The system said that he was a 1st stage martial artist and the strength of the strike was hard to measure, but it was at least not less than tons. Jun Chang Xia realized that even if he used the talisman to increase his strength by 5 times, he would barely be able to touch it. Jun Chang Xia asked if he could give up this duel. Qin Haoran said that he thought Jun Chang Xia was not afraid of anyone, and a sect head who refused to duel with another sect elder would be razed to death. The guy squinted his eyes and said that he was just a mutt of the Spring Spirit sect, and asked if he saw that he was communicating right now with his master and sent him away. Qin Haoren instantly became angry and was about to attack the guys. However, suddenly, from an incredible angle, a bullet landed on the arena and passed within a few centimeters of the leader's face. The one could hardly notice this shot, and it was obvious that even the elders had trouble recognizing it. As it turned out, the bullet ended up forming a small tunnel, and the leader on the pavement was perplexed. The third elder instantly turned his head and realized that what he couldn't sense approaching at all was an attack. He looked into the distance where the gunshots had been played and wondered if they were concealed weapons. At the same time, Zuji rose from his seat, and still with the smoking muzzle from his sniper, and looked into the distance. Jun Chang Xia said that it was his Shadow Dragon squad from his sect, and it was a divine weapon. The elder instantly realized that he need not fear this weapon, for if he was fast enough, he would be able to dodge it. However, the man realized that the problem was that the others were not as fast as he was. Suddenly the man realized that he had an unsettling feeling as if he had become prey. The elder smiled and realized that this situation really amused him. He asked the protagonist if he really thought he could threaten him. The man got angry and asked if he thought the man would fall for his tricks. Jun Chang Xia easily repelled these attacks, because he knew that it would come down to a head-to-head battle, so he would have to spend one of his talismans. Suddenly the boy's face turned red and he realized he had something else unusual, and the mere thought made him feel scared. Suddenly, a certain man ran up to Karina and asked if he was throwing a challenge to a martial arts student and if it was too much. The third elder instantly recalled the name. The man asked why he was interfering in the affairs of their sect. The man was about to say that he had heard about the situation in the Spring Spirit sect when suddenly his body started to dance. The third elder looked at the newcomer and asked him what he had done to make him dance. The man said he had nothing to do with it, and asked if he could not see that he was dancing too. Both men immediately looked at the protagonist and asked what he had done here. Jun Chang Xia apologized to the master, and said that it was a mistake. Ma Yuntang tried to recompose himself and breathed heavily. The man said that he saw the diddle of the two server and was not worth capturing so far and for a few scum. However, the third elder didn't want to give up something like this because if they surrendered, it would be a disgrace. The man shouted to the fourth and fifth elder to destroy this man. The man with concentrated powerful streams of energy in his hands, just like everyone else. Done. However, Jun Chang Xia said that they themselves were forcing him to do it. He clicked the on button on the record and a different tune was played. Regardless of gender, absolutely everyone there started doing weird exercises and dancing in public. Jun Chang Xia smiled because he did not expect that there was that dance song, while others were telling him to turn off that music. Jun Chang Xia said that he knew that they had agreed to use music for a group attack. However, it was rare to find in a few martial artists who were dancing, and everyone else would just have to be patient. However, Qingyang Li was not as worried about himself as he was about Lu Qianqian. Jun Chang Xia looked sharply in her direction. As it turns out, this music was making her literally strip, and she with a flushed face couldn't help it. Shivering, she told everyone to close their eyes because if a guy looked, she'd gouge his eyes out. Jun Chang Xia instantly turned away and said with a bloody nose, he would change the song right away. Unexpectedly, Jun Chang Xia recognized the underlying motive and realized that they were in for an even bigger disaster. Lu Qianqian told the protagonist to leave her alone, however in a kind of out-of-character tone. The girl came right up to the protagonist and called him names again. The girl's face was right up close to the protagonist's face. Jun Chang Xia was already ready to kiss the girl and said that he couldn't be blamed for this. Suddenly, however, he felt a rush of wind. Suddenly, the protagonist was taken in the arms of the protagonist far from a girl, but Qingyang Li. Immediately after that, they entwined in a kiss, while Lu Qianqian looked on in shock. Jun Chang Xia released his energy and couldn't help but get angry. He realized that it was the first kiss in both of his lives, and Lu Qianqian couldn't contain her laughter. Jun Chang Xia told her to stop roaring. Suddenly, however, the boy realized something most important. As soon as he turned and looked around, he noticed how absolutely everyone from the old men to the guys started kissing each other. And because there were no girls, it all looked extremely indecent. Jun Chang Xia cleared his throat and turned his attention to himself. Jun Chang Xia said that he didn't want this to continue and asked if they would agree for them to end up here while absolutely all the men started spitting. The third elder realized that he had never been humiliated like this before in his life. However, once the protagonist's hand was once again near the button to do nothing, pretty soon the whole incident was over. The third elder said that he had learned a bitter lesson from the protagonist today, and he would remember the incident. The man said he hopes the next time they meet the guy won't resort to such tricks. The man then turned around and told everyone to leave. However, suddenly looking at the man's back, Jun Chang Xia set a date of 1 year. The man was greatly surprised by this. Jun Chang Xia said that in exactly 1 year, he would personally bring his disciples, and they would return to that place to fight his sect again. After that, the man smiled and lit up with impatience. Jun Chang Xia squinted his eyes as he realized that in this short period of time, the speaker had almost run out of power, and he did not know if he would be able to cope with the martial artists who would be much stronger than him. Jun Chang Xia thanked the elder for coming here to help fix this misunderstanding. Ma Yuntang asked not to talk about it and said that today he didn't help much. But he also lost his face. Jun Chang Xia folded his hands in reverence and said, "Elder is very noble." The guy bowed to him and said that as the head of the Iron Bone sect, he could feel confident thanks to his help. After that, he said that if he ever needed his help in the future, they would definitely agree. Ma Yuntang said that in any case, if he received such a promise from the protagonist, it was worth it, and after that, he asked for permission to ask one more question. The man understood that the issue with the Spring Spirit sect had already been resolved, and asked why Jun Chang Xia wanted to meet with them again a year later. Jun Chang Xia said that after today's incident, the Spring Spirit sect would not sit still. And if that was the case, they had better make a bet that their sect would become much stronger within 1 year. Jun Chang Xia said that in a year's time, the Iron Blood sect would still be equal in strength to the Spring Spirit sect. At the same time, the third elder realized that they could give them another year to live, and the 8th level sect would never be able to reach their level in such a short time. The man realized that even though his technique was similar to a demonic technique, it must have some limits, otherwise he wasn't taking the opportunity to kill them. The man then asked why everything was redder and asked what was so bad about a man kissing a man. Suddenly someone called out to the third elder. A certain man appeared in the bushes near him. Immediately afterward, he fell down in front of the man and said that he was a disciple of the Springwater sect. The man asked to take it all who's spring spirits, after all he wants to kill the protagonist with his own hands. It wasn't long before notices were posted on the walls of the sect. All observing students gathered around the flyer to read it. On it, Jun Chang Xia was flaunting and talking about how he was founding his inner sect, and the first disciples of the inner sect would receive more resources. Everyone has read that the strength test will be held once a month, and the outer disciple competition will be held once every 3 months, while the inner disciple competition will be held once a year. Also, every year, the winner of the main competition would become an inner sect disciple, and the top 9 would be rewarded with a certain amount of money. Suddenly, someone read the inner disciple award and saw the transformation liquid there. Not many people understood what it meant. However, everyone decided that if it was a reward for the inner disciple, it must definitely be something amazing. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Everyone turned back and saw that the martial arts arena was literally ablaze with energy. Everyone instantly rushed to the scene and didn't understand why such a powerful energy was emanating from there. As it turned out, the older disciples of the sect were in the arena at the time. Jun Chang Xia waved his hand and told everyone to come over here and look carefully, because in front of them was the first group of Iron Blood inner sect disciples. The guy named Su Xiaomo Tianqi and Li Fei among them. Jun Chang Xia said that it also includes Qingyang Li, Lu Qiangqian, and Xiao Zuji, along with Ye Xincheng. The guy said that he would treat everyone equally, so they should put in maximum effort to become a disciple of the inner sect. Jun Chang Xia said that the transformer liquid would help directly increase the level of their spiritual stones, and bad spiritual roots would no longer be a limitation for them. As soon as everyone heard this information, everyone immediately became eager to become an inner disciple of the sect. At the same time, in the forest wilderness, someone was eating their prey. Some fearless man, even though he saw a predator, walked forward. The lion instantly noticed the catch and headed for his assailant. As it turns out, that guy was Ye Xincheng, who couldn't believe he was being hit in the face with a fucking soccer ball. The boy charged his attack again, still wandering in his thoughts. He couldn't accept that Jun Chang Xia was forcing him to dance these strange dances. With one blow, he blew the monster's head off and the fight was over before it even started. Ye Xincheng looked at his hand and realized that he was only holding a low-grade crystal core. Xiao Zuji looked down and asked if that person was angry with Master. The man jerked the bolt and was about to aim at the guy. However, Ye Xincheng instantly covered himself in sweat and said that it was just a couple of words. However, the guy clearly wasn't listening to his friend's excuse. Unexpectedly for him, here is this bullet flying Ye Xincheng, and the tiger that pounced on them from behind. Ye Xincheng realized that he was careless, and he didn't even feel that there was another beast hiding there. He realized that he needed to raise his spiritual root as soon as possible since he didn't want to die from such worthless beasts. It wasn't long before the twosome found themselves in a cave in front of a campfire. The guy realized that even though Zuji was weak, however, his vigilance gave him confidence. Carried out. Ye Xingchen closed his eyes and immersed himself in his thoughts. He realized that right now he would be able to study in peace. And in the past few days he had reached the second level of the sutra, and he would try to pump up his spiritual roots today. The red light detached itself from the guy, and it began to consume him. It was aura who started enveloping the guy. Suddenly all the veins in his arms swelled. A second later, the boy vomited blood. Xiao Zuji was about to approach his comrade, however. The latter held out his hand and said that he was fine, and not to worry. Despite the amount of blood that poured out of every possible orifice, that despite the fact that it was painful. But his spiritual roots began to renew. The boy looked off into the distance and noticed that he had another advantage. Ye Xingchen realized that he had forced his spiritual roots to open the sutra, and now he felt like he could sense everything around him. The man understood that this entire place was an iron bone sect. Jun Chang Xia pounded on the table and asked if they were being targeted again. Qingyang agreed with this, and Master Qin made a declaration that in 6 months, they would crush their sect. Jun Chang Xia said that there was nothing surprising about it. The guy now realized that when with the creation of the inner sect they had a new goal, the disciples would be willing to put their best foot forward. Jun Chang Xia understood that they could then take this opportunity to make their disciples train harder. The guy looked up and said someone was coming. A certain man approached the sect with a quiet step. Prompted. He introduced himself as Lang Ziyang and said that he had long admired the sect and had come to join him. Jun Chang Xia looked at him with disbelief, and while Qingyang Li was lingering on the arriving, Jun Chang Xia was writing something on paper with increased speed. He pointed to a leaflet the protagonist had attached to his face. The leaflet said that the sect had no vacancies. So a few days passed. Jun Chang Xia slumped down and literally cried. The guy read that he himself didn't have a big enough charisma and complained to Qingyang Li. Suddenly, another disciple came up to the counter and said that he wanted to join everyone who was iron-blooded. The man said his name was Yang Yuhua, and said that he had already opened his 3 meridians at the age of 15. Jun Chang Xia was frightened because he knew that he was lying about being 15 years old. Jun Chang Xia still took him in and told him to urgently order a size XXXL uniform. Jun Chang Xia realizes that because of the spring spirit, sex recruitment in everyone who passes is not as good as he thought it would be, and it greatly affects the speed of the system upgrade. Suddenly, the protagonist was told that the 7th elder of the Nebula sect had come to challenge him. Jun Chang Xia said that he had promised to destroy them all who in just 6 months. But in reality, he was just sending other sects to solve their problems. The guy got up from his seat, and an epic quest appeared to him. Jun Chang Xia told me to blame his cruelties, because they themselves were the first to attack. However, unexpectedly for the protagonist in one moment, all 4 students of this nebula were dead. Jun Chang Xia did not understand what was happening, because he did not even have time to leave his room, so it happened that the task had already been completed. The guy stepped out onto the threshold and saw a lot of scattered bodies. Someone was clutching the throat of the last remaining guy and asking how he had the conscience to come here and try to cause trouble with such a low level. The guy said that if he hadn't been so exhausted from the hunt, he would have killed him with one left. The remaining Nebula sect elder couldn't believe that 2 5th-stage disciples, and 1 at the 4th stage, not only couldn't defeat him, but also scratched him at the same time. He wondered if Master had told him that this sect only had 2 4th-stage martial arts disciples. However, the man was not upset and picked up a knife. He realized that if he did not take action now, their sect would lose face. The man threw himself at the student and started threatening him. However, suddenly, the old man's heart twitched at the unexpected aura. Some angry silhouette asked what he was doing here, and if he wasn't ashamed to attack stealthily. Didn't understand what was going on, or why this man was giving him the creeps. Immediately after that, he threw his weapon, and that mysterious voice said that even if he couldn't hold his sword in front of him, he should get the hell out of where he came from. Immediately afterward, the man's mouth became covered with foam. He was lost in the knowledge and could only think that this sect was full of monsters. Jun Chang Xia stepped onto the threshold and realized that without making a single move, he was able to fulfill an epic quest. Jun Chang Xia looked at the guy and asked the system what kind of unknown energy he could sense from Ye Xingcheng's body. After all, his martial strength should not be close to that of a master, but he didn't understand how he was able to defeat Elder Song. The system said it was his spiritual root power, which is known as the tyrannical spiritual root. Jun Chang Xia watched the entire punch and realized that it wasn't bad at all. He squinted and said they didn't disappoint. I was in my training. Jun Chang Xia said that he would give them these 2 transformation liquids as a reward for their successful training. The guy said that with it, they would be able to improve the quality of their spiritual roots. A second later, Xiao Zuji drank this liquid while Ye Xingcheng still stood in a stupor. The boy smiled poorly, not expecting the sect leader to turn out to be a crook. The man realized that even he, being in a past life, had never heard of such a method. And in this life, even with the help of the scriptures, he had to suffer a lot to improve the quality of his spiritual stones. Xiao Zuji, who had already drank this mixture, said that his spiritual roots had been improved to the middle level, and now he had advanced to the next stage. Ye Xingcheng, when he saw it, I couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't understand the point of bleeding and going through all that pain. Jun Chang Xia said something to the effect that Ye Xingcheng was a low-level transformation liquid, and that was what he needed to raise the level of his spiritual root. The guy stretched his hand forward and said that when he was in the wild beast territory, he had tried to purify his spiritual roots and accidentally made a breakthrough, so he was really strong now. He said that he didn't need this liquid anymore. Jun Chang Xia said that in that case, he would give him another one since his sect had enough medicine. After Jun Chang Xia held out to him, "Would you feat?" then immediately drank it. His body was covered in soft energy. Ye Xingchen mentally realized that his spiritual root had risen to the middle level as well as his cultivation level had risen to the 12th stage of opening points, and he felt no pain at all. The guy realized that the effect of such a medicine was a miracle. The guy wondered if it could be a medicine from the immortal realm, since only emperors could overcome the barrier and get there. Ye Xingcheng realized that even when he was the strongest on this planet, he was only a bug there. He couldn't believe that Master Jun Chang Xia was handing out such medicines to his disciples, and considered him to be a clearly extraordinary personality. Jun Chang Xia opened the system and started laughing at the kid's words. Jun Chang Xia realized that he thought he was the ultimate fool, and asked the systems what she thought about it. The system said that it agrees with the information of the continent in this world. There are no methods of forcibly raising spiritual roots in this world, unless it is a method above the divine level. Jun Chang Xia opened his eyes wide and asked if such levels a priori existed. The system said that there were different types of martial arts on this continent, and they were all categorized as superior or inferior. The system said that some martial arts challenged the creation of heaven and earth, but they could not be adequately categorized. The guy asked if she had any information on such martial arts. The system said that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who called himself Tai Xuan in the continent. The system talked about how he created two techniques that became his precious treasures. One was an ice technique, while the other was a fire sutra. Jun Chang Xiao said that he remembered that there used to be an all who called the Tai Xuan Sacred Sect. The system confirmed this one, and said that the original sect had been destroyed and turned into ruins. However, she also said that someone had discovered ice technique fragments and founded a sacred sect with the same name, and it was because of these fragments that this sect had ascended to the first-class level and had been one of the best for many tens of thousands of years. She also mentioned that there was no trace left of the writing except for some words in the history books, and also mentioned that countless saints and martial arts emperors had spent their entire lives searching for it, yet no one had ever been able to do so. The system said that in her opinion, unless one has studied them before, no one can find these scriptures, let alone cultivate them. The guy smiled and said that he remembered their first meeting with the former block very well, and his cultivation level and spiritual roots were low. Guy realized that, judging from his fast cultivation and development speed, he most likely knew about this scripture. The system confirmed and said that there was about a 70% chance of that happening. Jun Chang Xiao's eyes lit up with light, and he suggested something crazy. In a way, he considered that this writing was simply stored in his head while the system asked him to do something about it and whether he wanted to take that knowledge away. At the same time, Ye Xingcheng sneezed sharply. While the system asked the protagonist if he wanted to accept the tech, he sternly refused. Beat. The guy said that anyway, with the system in his hands, he could get anything he wanted. After that, he pulled out his dazzling glasses. The guy instantly realized that he would be able to see someone else's characterization with this and the glasses. His eyes went wide. Jun Chang Xia realized that there were 5 martial arts disciples hiding in the sects. The guy realized that most likely the tower killers hadn't given up yet. The guy realized that for the safety of the disciples and the sect, they had an obligation to deal with this as soon as possible. However, Jun Chang Xia realized that he needed to gather some information about it first. The prisoner realized that to become a murderer, one must always be careful in his words and actions. The guy realized that he needed 24/7 to be on guard. The guy realized that he had to always follow the rules of a killer, and even if someone seduced him with his beauty, he shouldn't give in to it. The same went for money. The man realized that even before the fear of death, he would not be afraid, as he heard the soft voice of what kind of girl it was. The man literally floated in front of his eyes with a giant smile, and said that as soon as she arrived, Tot2 smelled that delicious smell and asked what the girl had cooked for him today. Dudu said that she had just made up her new dish and asked the guy to try it. Devouring the plate of food, the guy couldn't say a word. Dudu said she cooks each dish with soul. However, the former assassin told me to worry about it because once he starts eating food, then he can only be happy if he cooks Dudu. Jun Chang Xia went into the basement and told him to tell him where the tower headquarters was, and said that he was this happy almost every day. Jun Chang Xia took the sword in his hands and said that if not, death awaited him. Right in front of the man said that if he did otherwise, his head would come right off. Well, actually, I realize this is the perfect place to be his grave. It will. The girl naively suggested he join the cult. However, the man apologized to her and said he was a murderer, so he could not betray the tower. The man realized that if he didn't want to die, he left him no choice and told him not to blame him for it. Jun Chang Xia took the plate in his hands and said that only disciples of his sect could enjoy the delicacies, and that one didn't deserve them. After Jun Chang Xia tilted the plate, all the food started to flow down. The girl was literally crying as she watched the situation unfold. She was literally crying and telling me to stop because she was trying so hard to make something like this. Assassin overcame his fear and with tears in his eyes said to stop because this food can't go to waste. The man agreed to join them and tell them about where the tower was. Nashala said that he would tell her what he wanted to hear, but he was not going to join the cult and would just be a kitchen helper, because even if he had to risk his life, he would do his best to help her. Jun Chang Xia smiled and realized that this assassin was not cold-blooded at all. After that, he slowly opened his eyes. In the deep thicket of the forest, someone of all feet was running between the trees. With a heavy puff of breath, the man wondered how anyone could dare to come to the tower headquarters for revenge. However, the man did not notice a certain hand that was peeking out of the tree. As it turns out, that was far from a could, but a man hidden behind a cloak. Jun Chang Xia took off his cape and said that he now realized that the assassins were also involved in killing children. He was clearly shocked not at all by this, but that he hadn't even been shy about using his partner as bait and luring him into a trap. Another assassin said as he silently destroyed two of their groups, then provided danger. He asked if the likes of them were enough to catch him. Jun Chang Xia told me to look so down on the guest who came. Afterward, he said to fix it all. Immediately after that, Jun Chang Xia made a horizontal sweep, and all the trees were maximally cut down at the root. Such powerful energy spread through a good portion of the forest. After that, all the tree logs were stacked as they were. After such a move, Jun Chang Xia stood still. The guy said he at least had to prepare a place to negotiate. Pro Balo. At the same time, there were far more than a dozen people around the guy. Jun Chang Xia said sharply to Blackhawk. The assassins said that there are 4 strongest assassins in the tower, and they all have the strength of martial artists, and they are much stronger than gold-ranked assassins. The man said that the scorpion is the strongest of them all. The viper is the most inscrutable. The lynx is better at autopsy kills, and the Blackhawk is the most difficult. As soon as the man realized that Jun Chang Xia knew his name, he mentally freaked out and realized that a buddy had appeared in the tower. I'll be there. Putting a smile on his face, the man said that he would soon add another one to his collection of hearts as well. He concentrated the power in his hands and said that either Jun Chang Xia was too cocky or too stupid, because with the trees cut down, he wouldn't even be able to come up with a strategy adequately. Jun Chang Xia said that when it came to hidden attacks, then he was definitely not as good as him. Nevertheless, the guy was still burning with the desire to fight him head-on. The guy concentrated energy in his hands and made a lunge. Turns out the entire force of the impact was directed at the ground. All the assassins instantly realized that they couldn't keep their balance. Some were even injured by the stone slabs that protected them from the general chaos. Jun Chang Xia said that was now in the ears is not him, not. Everyone instantly realized what it all meant. About the case, they asked if it was really a trap, and he didn't tell everyone to be quiet. Jun Chang Xia said, listening more carefully. However, just as Jun Chang Xia began her story, a certain silhouette appeared from above. Blackhawk, as soon as he saw something alive, immediately took notice and decided to kill the baby before its owner. However, Jun Chang Xia asked what the latter had learned in school. Jun Chang Xia said that the one in the air is an easy prey. At the same time, Jun Chang Xia had used the instant cut many times to immediately get rid of illusions. Jun Chang Xia said that the tower had many cruel personalities, and if he destroyed it, he would benefit the continent. However, the man said that the tower wasn't really like that, even though it had always been a murder sect. He said that after the previous head passed away, then the right to rule passed to Scorpio, and it was after that that everything changed. Jun Chang Xia said that the mission to kill him in the end was given by Scorpius. In the end, Jun Chang Xia couldn't help but complain. Jun Chang Xia raised his hand up and said that he could save the drizzling tower. He said he would only kill the strongest killers. Jun Chang Xia ducked from the obvious attack. Jun Chang Xia said that all his plans were nonsense, and even when he pretended to be dead. Guy did a leg kick. He said to let that blow serve as a lesson to him. However, no sooner had he caught a break than the rest of them immediately targeted his head as well. The guy arched the ground slightly in front of him. He then shattered this stone with one blow and gave all the attackers what they deserved. The guy said they should be ashamed. Nevertheless, I was all killed by this attack. However, there were so many such people that Jun Chang Xia could break them one after one. The guy bounced back a few more people. However, what no one expected was that even underground there would be assassins who would immobilize the guy. Blackhawk opened his eyes wide and threw his crisp punch. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that they were so synchronized that it was hard for them to fight, and their teamwork was really amazing. However, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Jun Chang Xia easily freed himself from his pursuers. At the same time, the man's fingernails that should have injured him literally cracked, and Jun Chang Xia merely said that Blackhawk was too weak. The guy said he should pray to be a better person in his next life. In the end, the whole structure and trap was doused in fire. The unsuccessful assassins were telling their colleagues to run away. At the same time, Jun Chang Xia did not have it as his goal to destroy everything around him. However, it seemed so only at first glance, for it was not long before one could see 3 shell casings and 3 bodies trying to escape. Zuji successfully reported that he had eliminated 3 targets. In the end, the number of escapees turned out to be 0. A certain man was reporting casualties. He told then that Blackhawk was also missing, and the base was destroyed, and no one could even send any message. A subordinate who was nearby said they looked at several bodies. The man said that some of them had been killed with ugly kills that could only be inflicted with special weapons, and were most likely the work of the Iron Bone sect. The man looked up, and it was as if his surroundings had turned into a huge number of red skulls. He asked if they dared to strike back. The man turned to the rat and said it was his turn. The man said he would come back with his head. The man made a bounce off the surface and said, "They will find out who you are, king of this forest." Pretty soon the guy was already near the protagonist. Jun Chang Xia sensed at the last second and turned his head. The guy said he's having a harder and harder time finding these killers. Jun Chang Xia wondered, "I'll finish off another assassin. When will this be over?" Jun Chang Xia said to be on the lookout and asked if he would see any movement. All this time I was in the tree watching the situation unfold. Suddenly, however, he felt his own life threatened. Link said that 2 people dared to attack the tower. The guy could barely turn his head as he got hit. Jun Chang Xia immediately noticed this. With a sudden movement of his hand, he managed to catch the sweater and asked how he was. However, the man who showed up in that sweater was a far stranger to the protagonist, and he could barely dodge the blow. Said protagonist has good reactions if he can get back at such close range, and no wonder he could get rid of Blackhawk. Still, he's better than the guy who broke his neck. As soon as Jun Chang Xia heard this, he flew into a rage. The man clearly did not expect such speed, but he quickly adjusted to it. In the end, the protagonist had to dodge another attack, and the man again said he had a good sense of combat. Jun Chang Xia bounced back and said that this guy was cunning. Jun Chang Xia said to take the system 100 contribution points for the purchase and buy what he recommended yesterday's point. The system asked if the host was sure this thing needed to be studied before it could be used and asked how he was going to do it in the middle of a battle. However, Jun Chang Xia said that he had someone who would help him buy time. On the ground descended Zuji, who irritably asked if it was his hand that turned his head. Lynx was sure that since he had become an assassin, none of his targets had survived, and said he would deal with just him first. Jun Chang Xia gestured for him not to fight him, but simply delayed for 15 minutes and left the rest to the protagonist. However, Zuji understood these gestures exactly the opposite. All matches encouraged and said he would fulfill his assignment. The system put a 50 on the fact that he understood absolutely nothing, and Jun Chang Xia only stood in a stupor. The guy realized he couldn't afford to fight all night alone, and bought the art of the divine towering ball. At the same time, the fight was still going on, and Lynx tried to attack with the concealed weapon on her foot. However, he didn't expect such a blade to literally not pierce his skin. Lynx said it doesn't matter how strong his defense is. However, as long as he can't get it, then he's just a punching bag. Beat him. Right after that, he literally suspended the guy in the air and gave him a loop. The man said that since he broke his neck the first time, he would just attack again and again. However, unexpectedly, Zuji started swinging at that fishing line. Eventually, he was even able to hit the tree behind him. That's the kind of hard blow he was able to free himself from choking. At the same time as Jun Chang Xia was almost ready, the Lynx could not believe that he was even human. Of course, in the end, the guy took a tree and approached his opponent. However, he gracefully chopped the tree and said that since he couldn't deal with him quickly, he would just kill the head of the sect first. Xiao Zuji clearly didn't expect something like this and tried to warn him. Lynx watched Jun Chang Xia cultivate and asked if he was really looking down on him that much. However, the guy said it was over just in time and activated the swift and sword style. Jun Chang Xia said that it was not good for the ball to be too fast because Mo Shanfei still did not realize that he was already a corpse. The man asked what nonsense he was talking about. However, at some point he began to notice something amiss. Jun Chang Xia said that the power of this blade is truly incredible, and once you understand the first part, you can master an astounding martial art. After that, he chopped the man in two. Jun Chang Xia apologized and said that he had just learned a new skill, and now his plan had changed, so they didn't need to fear the tower anymore. Sold. Jun Chang Xia smiled and said that he would just destroy everyone. At the same time, a messenger reached the Scorpion with some bad news. The man said Lord Lynx's body was nailed to a tree in front of their base, and they left him in a strange pose. When Scorpius heard this news, he was visibly unhappy. At the same time, the whole thing was really in a very strange pose. It was nailed to a tree, and both parts of it were literally sewn together that would hold together. Scorpius looked at that body and laughed loudly. In the end, he sent everyone to kill the gold class, and told them to destroy the sect to the ground immediately. A huge gang of kill headed for the exit. Scorpius himself didn't sit idly by either. The man was surprised that someone would reveal his position just to kill a few pieces of trash. The man used his technique and was going to poison the guy. Pro bello. However, a mysterious device appeared right in front of his eyes. As it turned out, the device was a flash that exploded right in his face. Assassin asked if this explosive was all he had. He sold it. However, Jun Chang Xia said that it wasn't explosives at all and it was tear gas. The man said that with his skill at countering poison, any poison was simply useless. At one point, however, Scorpio couldn't say anything and literally flooded with tears. He turned back and asked why he was in so much pain. Jun Chang Xia wondered if being a guild leader to kill was so difficult while the man continued to complain. Such a pitiful tale got through to the rest of the assassin's senses as well. Jun Chang Xia realized that everyone was crying so sincerely that it was even hard to believe. Jun Chang Xia said that he had originally thought of using tear gas to catch them all chain. However, after they lost the will to fight, then he just wants to gather the whole experience in one fell swoop. However, what no one expected was that tears would appear on the protagonist's face. Jun Chang Xia asked instantly if he should be immune to the tear gas. The system had already called him a child and asked if tear gas would make him cry. After that, Jun Chang Xia also began to burst into tears. It ended up with both sides crying about their problems. Xiao Zuji approached the protagonist and asked if he was competing in grave tilting. Jun Chang Xia then asked why tear gas didn't work on him. The guy said it's because he's always been full of negative energy, and he doesn't think the current state is any different. Jun Chang Xia only realized that he needed to correct his disciple's psychological state. At the same time on the mountain, people realized that they had left the guild in time, and it helped them avoid direct conflict with the Scorpion. The man realized that such an event could only be seen once in a century. The woman said they were forced to leave all the work to these two, and said it was unacceptable that Scorpio dared to covet the position of leader. The man said the two guys had some ability, and said not to think of them lightly. The woman said that she had reached the level of a martial arts master, and she would use them to restore her dignity in the tower. 10 minutes later, both sides finally stopped crying, wiped their tears and gathered themselves. Nevertheless, the tale was filled with embarrassment as well. Jun Chang Xia shouted at Xiao Zuji and told him to give him a sniper rifle. The guy gave it to him. Jun Chang Xia said that they would now start the final battle. The assassins pounced on the protagonist, who realized that weapons for stealthy assassinations in a direct confrontation are more than half as weak. Eventually, Jun Chang Xia activated the enhanced mode and started shooting all the assassins. Jun Chang Xia said that hiding behind his allies was indeed a good move. However, a guy didn't even need to see to hit them. Eventually, Jun Chang Xia exhaled and said that he didn't want to kill in vain and would now only wound them. And if they didn't surrender, they would die next. At the same time, Scorpius realized that the guy had finally opened up. He made a desperate dash towards him. However, Jun Chang Xia immediately spotted him and circled around him from the back. Scorpius recognized this skill and asked how he could cultivate it. The guy said that he found the assassin's secret manual from one of the people he sent to kill him. Jun Chang Xia said he added some things to it and studied it for a few minutes. Pointing the muzzle of the rifle at his head, he wished him in his next life to be reborn in a world without firearms. Jun Chang Xia had already said goodbye. But the explosion from the bullet never happened, because he was covered by some blade at the last moment. Jun Chang Xia realized that this was the first time he had met an enemy that could handle his shots. Jun Chang Xia concentrated and realized that his marriage was very fierce. Scorpius knelt down and saluted his grandmaster. Jun Chang Xia said that he didn't expect such an important person from the tower to show up here. The girl said that she hoped Jun Chang Xia heeded her warning, and said that insulting the assassin guild was not the wisest decision. Jun Chang Xia was able to fend off the blades that flew towards him with the bullet. However, he realized that its speed and strength was simply astonishing, and if it wasn't for the auto-targeting, he might not have been able to hit. The girl said that actually that order to kill the main character was not issued by her. However, the sect leader has harmed her people for which he must pay just the same. Jun Chang Xia picked up his gun and realized that it would now be much harder to dodge the flying knives that were changing their trajectory. Jun Chang Xia shot again and again, however realized that she was definitely too an expert at this, and to her regret Jun Chang Xia simply exceptional Mo Shanfei. The woman activated the transparent steps technique and appeared to be outing the protagonist. The guy abruptly went back there, however it did not save him from the next blow. Thus, they literally raced all over the site. Jun Chang Xia realized that her ghost steps were at a high level, and the guy couldn't increase the distance. The guy realized it was a weapon easily dodged up close, but he didn't even have time to reload. At the same time, Scorpio, who was watching the two masters fight, could only hope that they would kill each other, and thus the tower would become his. However, his evil laughter was heard by both opponents at once. Afterward, they said that his laughter was horrible and instantly joined forces against killing him. Soon, they were down, and Jun Chang Xia said that his attack would be much stronger next time. The guy activated the 9 Styles sword and struck. At this point, the girl could resist no longer, and the guy said he had to go back. Jun Chang Xia summarized by saying that he would just take all the assassins as prisoners. The guy looked at them disdainfully and asked who was up for it and who was against it. Qingyang Li tried to hurry everyone else up because they wanted to finish the work before the protagonist returned. After that, it was said that Qingyang Li had to adjust his schedule. The guy asked, how did the sect leader destroy the tower so quickly? Jun Chang Xia said that he had a bit of a change of plans, so he just captured everyone, and so they should build a separate room for them. Qingyang Li immediately started calling the architect and foreman here because the drawings needed to be redone. Jun Chang Xia said that this was the reason why he liked Qingyang Li, because he always took the task very seriously. Lu Qiangqian said that it would take a lot of money to feed so many mouths. The girl said that if the cult leader didn't want to kill the schmuck, she was willing to help with that. Jun Chang Xia said that she didn't understand it that way at all, and they wouldn't discuss it. Lu Luojiu approached the student and told her not to be jealous, and not to wrap her arms around her breasts, because it was bad for her height. As she walked past her, the girl stretched, and all her virtues were immediately visible. Lu Qiangqian was still standing in a stupor after what had happened. However, Jun Chang Xia brought the girl out of this state by stroking her head. But he said he captured them to create their own intelligence network, and no one fit that role better than Assassin. Jun Chang Xia said not to worry because no one would be able to take away her throne of Chief Lady. The girl, as soon as she heard those words, instantly blushed. Jun Chang Xia realized that it was really exciting to run away after being teased. However, Jun Chang Xia ended up just slamming into the wall with all his might since the floor was wet. Lu Qiangqian understood that her heart trembled again. However, she realized that she also needed to focus because she needed to be calm. Eventually, Jun Chang Xia asked the woman what her name was. She said her name was Lu Luoju. Jun Chang Xia asked if the people from the Drizzling Tower were happy or unhappy about coming here. The girl said that everything was fine. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that everything was a little too cramped. Jun Chang Xia said that the dungeon is only 2 or 3 chambers, and since they are having a renovation right now, they will be able to give them housing and a separate residence right afterward. Lu Luoju asked if Jun Chang Xia was going to keep them here for a long time, to which Jun Chang Xia agreed, and said that he wanted to invite them to join the sect. The guy said that if the woman helped him, she would become the master of the exploration pavilion. Lu Luoju smiled and said that he must be joking since she was an assassin and not related to anything else. Jun Chang Xia asked if she was kidding herself, since it couldn't be that she was hiding in the dark all the time and didn't show her face when she was free. The guy said that the tower was functioning, and even without her leadership, but she was still reporting back, and they were unknown a few months ago. Jun Chang Xia said that she had most likely already realized that their sect was still in a state of development. The guy said that if the girl brought her people here to join now, it would be tantamount to buying the original shares, and one day the main character's sect would become the strongest sect that is on this mainland. And she would become the head of one of the pavilions. Jun Chang Xia had already said that she herself could imagine what kind of privileges and power she would have. Jun Chang Xia said that she could use these weapons like nothing, and he also said that they would raise the martial arts level of her subordinates. After that, he handed the girl the gun. Jun Chang Xia said that this was the first and last time she would receive such an invitation, and asked her to think about it. The girl asked if she would have any privileges if she became the head of his sect's pavilion. Jun Chang Xia said that she and her subordinates were not restricted by anything and could come and go as they pleased. However, there was only one thing they had to do. Lu Luoju asked, wondering if it was murder. However, Jun Chang Xia said that their purpose was to gather information, and he was willing to give her time to think. However, Lu Luoju didn't think at all and immediately agreed. She said the potential and perspective of his sect really attracted her. After that, she said that the tower would join his sect. Qingyang recalled how the sect leader accused her of disobedience and repeatedly committing unforgivable sins. Lu was eventually expelled from the sect, demanding that he no longer practice martial arts. People said that the clan's first female disciple shouldn't have done such a thing, and Elder Tai had always defended her. Qian walked out of the temple and met her rival, who swept up that from now on, the palace of Tianzi's Ice Heart Palace belonged to her, adding that she even wore a red dress to celebrate. Lu stated that it didn't matter how she dressed up if she didn't have a heart inside. The girl replied that she had a root, and Tai Xuan's ice heart body. Qian called her the dregs of society. The gloating lady muttered that without the sex technique, her ice heart Tai Xuan body was worthless. Lu said quite confidently that the outside world was huge, and soon she would be standing on top of it. The villagers nicknamed that day the descent of the god of ice, as it was abnormally cold at that time. Sitting on the roof of the building, Chen recalled how Elder Tai had handed her the ice heart of Tai Xuan, because he expected her exile. However, the girl has finally found a place where she can find peace. Looking at the protagonist, Lu realized that she had also found a trustworthy man. Meanwhile, the newly minted head of the pavilion was showing off her shooting skills. Chang Xiao remarked that she had great talent in shooting and should keep it up. After a while, Jun organized an admissions committee in his person for admission into his guild. The first applicant was Shantian, who stated that he dreamed of joining the sect, the Iron Bone sect. The young clan leader asked what exactly the young man was dreaming of. Li muttered that he wanted to reach the heavens and become an invincible master. Qian thought that only a fool would accept such a naive youngster into the guild. But Chang Xiao made an extremely unexpected decision and accepted the boy into his clan. Lu mentally muttered to Elder Tai that it was most likely that the sect leader found merit in him. However, the next challenger, Sima Duda, Jun also accepted indiscriminately. Despite the fact that the youngster was actually a thief, the protagonist encouraged him to develop in his clan. At the same time, the sect leader was under tremendous stress, which Chang Qian noticed. Assuming that he had to take everyone since the Holy Spirit Guild had announced sanctions, his clan. Suddenly, Lu bared her sword, declaring that she had good news for Elder Tai, and she would soon become the head of the sect, whereupon the damsel flung herself towards the protagonist. Jun realized that he needed more sect members to be able to raise the level of the clan. The next lucky girl was Ling Yuankue, who wanted to prove to all men that she could be stronger than them. Chang Xiao decided to help the girl, as he realized that women were really disadvantaged in the current world. Then followed Imperial medicine expert Sun Bukong. The protagonist was surprised to meet the emperor's successor, much less a doctor. Bukong declared that he had an enormous amount of regalia, and began to actively search his pockets for his business cards. After which, he laid out a few plaques that said that he was the successor of the Reverend Magician and Sword Emperor. Naturally, the guild leader was impressed, and he enrolled Sun into the ranks of his clan. The sword practitioner Zhou Hong arrived next. Chang Xiao was shocked by his appearance. Because his cultivation and qualifications with might, it was impossible to recognize. The master in question was so powerful that it was beyond estimation. Since the points were limited to a martial artist, he couldn't analyze his characteristics either. Jun ordered Qingyang immediately feed the sword practice. The protagonist was upset with the overall result of the clan's admissions. After all, he had only accepted 5 people, and that wasn't enough to boost the sect. Chang Xiao remembered the poisonous serpent saying that the drizzling tower had sent 3 assassins to kill him. He told the story of how the head of the Xiao family disguised himself, infiltrated the tower, and bought methods to nurture assassins. The young clan head speculated that the Xiao family might be hunting him. In addition, the B family is also suspicious because the assassins with their emblem outside Leon City were most likely sent by them. Consequently, Jun asked the poisonous serpent to arrange a surveillance on the Bei and Xiao families. After a while, Chang Xiao reached the 9th stage. His strength doubled. The head continued to work hard to become a martial arts master and increase the strength of his wards, since it was necessary to defeat the Spring Spirit sect. But if the clan level remained low, there would be no chance of success. After all, If the Spring Spirit Guild is a powerful opponent, the Noble Spirit Sect, they are elite warriors. Jun intended to get busy training Qingyang and the rest to eliminate the opponents. During the training, Chang Xiao damaged the wall. Haran immediately asked him for more funds to rebuild the wall. The next day, the protagonist decided to test the abilities of the sect's inner disciples. The first to pass the test was the lightning-fast iron-bone disciple Su. Xiaomo set his own record at 3,500 kilograms. The second was Xiao Zuji, which exceeded Su's strike and was 5.5 tons. The next to test his power was Ai Xincheng. His punch was 6 tons. The guy had recently broken through to the second stage disciple level and was feeling the effects of using Yiqin and Sutra Taishuan. Thus, Chang Xiao found out the strengths of his trainees. There were enough ranged and melee warriors, but there was one spot left for an attack position. At this moment, Hong stepped into the testing arena and struck a blow weighing 30 tons. Everyone present was shocked by such a powerful Zhou, and even Jun was shocked. Xincheng swept up that Hong's abilities were reaching a swordmaster. Besides, he hadn't used all of his power. He advised the chapter to give it to a sect specializing in sword cultivation. As a blade cultivator, 1 in thousands, and such people are extremely few. Xincheng believed that they wouldn't be able to help develop him, but would instead pull him down. At this time, the protagonist handed a book on sword arts, urging him to go train to comprehend the incredible power. The young man thought the head was arrogant and ignorant after all. Someone who had never seen the world could pass off this technique as a treasure. The guy figured he had already developed his mastery of the cutting cloud blade to perfection. However, after reading the new ability in the book, I realized that Cloud 9 wasn't even close to this technique. It was like some kind of secret skill, divine level. Jun stated that he should work hard to learn this technique, and in the future, they would force the enemy clans to capitulate. Xincheng realized that he only had 1 month and 1 book to destroy them. Chang Xiao added that although AA is full of confidence, they won't win a war of attrition, after which he stood up from his throne and walked towards the sect disciples. The head urged all the disciples to accumulate spiritual energy, because their bodies had reached the limit of cultivation, adding that Zuizi and A would each receive a bottle of high-quality transformation fluid, calling them the main hope. The protagonist also pronounced that he would not interfere with the supply of pills for energy harvesting. The young master said it was time for the world to know of their existence and power, and soon the noble spirit sect would cease to exist as they would destroy them. After that, Jun came to weigh about the boundless energy gathering pill. The old man stated that he would do his best to grow the herbs needed for this, saying that it would take about 10 days for them to mature, because in order for them to grow faster, one must wait for the spirit power to thicken. Chang Xiao remarked that the process is quite fast, in which regard he wondered if it would affect the effectiveness of the herbs. The elder assured the head that the herbs he grew were much better than those sold in the market. Jun muttered that before the battle with the noble spirit sect, they would be able to give a few disciples the given capsules. The main character then hosted the head of the Hai family, Shani, and his assistant, who in turn thanked Chang Xiao. As their auction was going full steam ahead, the head wanted to buy herbs in bulk. With that, Hai put all his resources to work to gather another batch, and offered the young master to accept the capsule. Jun asked how much he owed for the herbs. Shani replied that it was a gift. The young clan head decided to thank the so generous Hai family, giving away healing pills that they could auction off for a good price and keep 60% of the profits. Shani in turn was pleasantly surprised. He never thought Chang Xiao would give him most of it. The sect head asked him for a favor, to send him his high-quality herbs every 2 months. Plus, he has developed a new kind of capsule and hopes to collaborate further. The aide has implied that these pills build muscle and bone while increasing strength. Hai naturally agreed to promote the capsule in question and cooperate with Jun, promising to prepare thoroughly for the auction as soon as they returned. After they left, the protagonist urged Li not to eavesdrop and to step out of the shadows, so to speak. The pavilion mistress muttered that his talents were extremely hard to discern, and Hai treated him with respect. In addition, the divine capsule that had caused a storm of emotions in Qingyang County turned out to have been inherited from them. Luoju even intended to steal a few pills, but she didn't have time for that. Jun said that stealing from themselves was foolish, and he prepared a batch of outstanding capsules, especially for the Drizzle Pavilion, adding that the healing pills cost 6 million taels. Also, everyone will receive 1 body-shaping capsule each. Li noted the ruler's excessive generosity, saying she would not remain in his debt. At this moment, Qingyang walked in to pick up today's batch of pills for the Intersect disciples. Chang Xiao kindly gave her a pouch of capsules. Lu abruptly snatched them from his hands and hurriedly withdrew. Jun then asked the pavilion mistress also to leave him alone to continue making pills. A few days later, Wei came to the head, informing him that the herbs he had grown were ready for use. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, saying he would get some rest and start processing them into capsules tomorrow. But the elder swept that they needed to be processed as soon as possible, otherwise the effectiveness would decrease. Jun agreed to get everything done overnight. Wei couldn't understand how he could do it in such a short period of time. After all, even the masters needed several days. Chang Xiao in turn was in no hurry to tell the old man his method of processing. However, the processing speed of the elder grass was longer than Haya, since the higher quality the grass, the longer it took to process. Thus, the energy harvesting capsule was of better quality. As such, the head decided to try one. After taking the pill, Jun felt an instantaneous absorption of spirit power that was dozens of times faster than usual. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised, for the old man exceeded all his expectations and deserved to possess all the talents of the system. After a while, Luoju came to the head to report the incredible effect of the pills that made her feel better, adding that if the Morosi Pavilion started to continue using them, the increase in the sect's power would be unimaginable. Chang Xiao smiled and replied that she was too down-to-earth in her thinking, after which he urged her to visualize their large army taking over the land. Thus their army will lead the clan to dominance and dominion all over the world. The guild leader asked the pavilion mistress to bring her apprentices, who could be made into assassins. Li happily agreed, noting that her people were too soft with newcomers, and a tougher approach was needed. The Luoju disciples brought in, looked at the disciples, Iron Bone Sect, with excessive arrogance. A few days later, Qingyang had reached the 7th stage of martial arts, and Xiaomo the 6th. Li Fei and Tianqi broke through to the 5th stage, Zuji at the 3rd stage, but the most impressive result was Yi. Xingcheng had reached the 6th stage, and if he didn't cultivate the God-class technique and the Taishuan Sutra, it was a demonic arts technique. The young man made his way to the head, thanking him for the sword art book, which was extremely useful. The guy urged to be issued a blade as he practiced swinging his arms. But Chang Xiao said that A didn't show impressive results to give him a good sword. In addition, the energy harvesting capsule given to him is an exception, as he is progressing rapidly. Xincheng realized that this spiritual energy absorption pill was incredible, and there was no such thing in his past life. The young man believed that the clan head had obtained mysterious techniques and sword skills from the higher realm. That was why he died such a miserable death, and didn't meet the Iron Bone Guild to carry out his revenge. A was well aware that there were still many things hidden in Jun that no one would guess. The protagonist hurriedly gave Xincheng a wooden stick, saying that he could train with this instead of a sword. The guy in turn remarked that it was several times lighter than a real blade. Chang Xiao was unwilling to listen to anything and sent him off to practice, then decided to check the results of his training. The clan leader wrote a letter challenging the Noble Spirit sect. The sect head started to familiarize himself with it. He never thought that Jun would dare to do such a thing. After all, in the previous battle, he was a disciple of the 9th stage of martial arts, and Chang Xiao was able to injure his arm. However, things had changed somewhat now. The clan lord of the Noble Spirit clan wished to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, in the Noble Spirit sect, the Ironbone clan's challenge began to be discussed, because it meant that they had made preparations. The warriors celebrated the support of more than 50 guilds that would help alliance leader Qingyang. The head of the High family also came to support the Noble Spirit sect, especially with the healing pill. They became better at meditating. The clan disciples began asking Shani when he would hold the auction and if the healing capsule could be purchased. Chief Hai responded that he was only here to provide support, not to discuss business. Qin personally decided to express his gratitude to Shani for his help. The Noble Spirit sect's sect leader understood that he was actually the first supporter of leader Jun. At this moment, a second supporter of leader Changxiao also suddenly showed up and called Hai over to him. Haran was puzzled, for according to them they had come to support him, but they had not spoken a word to him. Suddenly, strange music played in the distance, and all the warriors began to turn around. The Noble Spirit clan head was shocked as the music came from that box. A smiling Xincheng appeared on the horizon, speaker in hand. The leader of the sect urged his disciples to be on guard. Following A, the members of the Ironbone Guild also came out, with their master Jun. The protagonist corrected his glasses and pronounced that they intended to destroy them. Shen, the head of the Longsword sect, said that Changxiao should treat the Alliance Lord with respect. The young leader of the Ironbone Guild urged him to shut his mouth, as no one had given him his word. Xingcheng with Xiaomo and Zuji stepped closer to Sheng, glaring menacingly at him. The leader of the Longsword clan trailed backwards, subsequently stumbled and fell to the ground. Xin stated that since the last time they met Jun, the guy had become more defiant. The system gave Changxiao the information that the leader of the Noble Spirit sect had become a first-stage martial artist. The young lord couldn't understand how he had reached such a level in a month. The cunning alliance head muttered that he had hidden his cultivation level last time so that Jun wouldn't take advantage. The protagonist realized that he underestimated his abilities, which means the fight will be tough. Besides, you'll have to use your trump cards, because otherwise you can't beat him. The realization that Harun had surpassed a first-stage martial artist had put a lot of pressure on Chang Xiao's disciples. He urged Jun to kneel, or die at the very least for disrespecting his elders. At this time, the young master was called out by the head of the Hai family, with a suspicious-looking man in a robe. The alliance leader asked Shani not to interfere because he was in a position to teach the guy a lesson himself. The unknown man muttered that he was a martial arts master, and Chang Xiao was a disciple, and his actions equate to disrespect to all martial artists. The protagonist's system notified the master of the presence of a highly ranked master. The head of the Hai family swept up, coming with his comrade to support Jun. The old man said that he had heard about such a young leader of the Iron Bone clan. The stranger threw off his hood and introduced himself as Wang Donglin of the Kangshan sect. Qin was shocked by his appearance. After all, he was the first of the 4 elders in the Kanshan guild, wondering if Shani and Elder Wang had come to support Chang Xiao. The second supporter also showed respect for the Iron Bone leader. The head of the Noble Spirit sect was perplexed by this development. Jun reiterated his demand that Harun and his pupils fight him and his clan. The exasperated lord accepted the challenge, calling his disciples to prepare for battle. The young master in turn considered the information of his warriors and realized that there were talented fighters among them. Chang Xiao suggested that their 7 pupils fight each other, where the one with the most victories would win. Naturally, Qin agreed and rushed to the training arena. The head of the alliance swept that he paid a lot of attention to combat strength, so he built the arena in a way that resembled a forest. The protagonist noted that their sect had roughly the same stables, which only made Haoran angry. The leader of the noble spirit offered a wager. The loser of the duel would clean their stables for a year. Jun made a counter-proposal that the defeated man clean their latrines for a year, and he who fails to fulfill the condition will succumb to humiliation for the rest of his days. After which, a nervous Qin called out to his first fighter, Sun Ye. He was an 8th-stage martial arts disciple and a hand-to-hand combat specialist. His opponent was Li Fei from the Iron Bone sect, who was at the 5th stage of martial arts and loved soccer. The onlookers began to say that the masters from the Noble Spirit sect were much stronger than the disciples from the Iron Bone sect. Sun instantly threw himself towards Fei, declaring that he would break every bone in his body. However, Li literally put down the cocky Ye with one punch. The guy in turn masterfully applied soccer techniques in the fight. Sun realized that he had underestimated the extremely fast and agile young man. Meanwhile, Fei hurriedly delivered his crushing blow, after which Yi no longer stood up and was unable to continue the battle. Hai and Donglin noted the guy's incredible strength, thinking that he had taken a body-shaping pill. Harun began to realize that it wasn't that simple. It was most likely Jun's miscalculation, and Li's level was much higher. The head of the alliance called out to Chang Xiao, sending his apprentice first. The protagonist ordered Tianqi to enter the arena to play for a bit. The Noble Spirit clan's clan leader saw that the young man was also at the 5th stage and could not be risked. Tang Yong, a 9th-level martial arts disciple, stepped up against Tian. Without having time to do anything, Yong took Qi's lightning-fast attack. Tang swept up the young master's excessive power, even though he was at the 5th stage of cultivation, after which Tian gave him another blow. The perplexed Noble Spirit disciple literally flew into the wall. Qi instantly started to finish him off, simply beating Yong against the wall. At this moment, one of Qin's adherents muttered that the Ironbone disciple intended to attack the Templars. The young master continued to beat Tan, pinning him against the wall. One of his many blows suddenly collapsed part of the wall, and the Templar fell down into the arena. Tian didn't hesitate long to launch a final series of attacks that killed the two of them. The leader of the Noble Spirit sect was furious and watched on in shame. A smiling Jun swept in, only 2 rounds separating him from imminent defeat. He and his students will then proceed to clean the latrines. The next one to come out to mock the masters of the cocky Qin, Xiao. He was much faster than Lao Tai, who had no way of keeping up with Su. Lao urged him not to run, but to fight a fair fight, looking him straight in the eye. Gloating Xiao agreed to move closer to yet another clueless student. A couple seconds later, the Ironbone warrior was in front of Tai. Subsequently, the guy threw a powerful punch at the surprised Lao. The Noble Spirit sect representative managed to block the attack, saying that all his attempts were pointless. However, the next moment, he saw a huge whirlwind that caused him considerable damage. Donglin, in turn, noted the young master's incredible speed, even though his physique wasn't as strong. It was painful for the supporters of the head of the alliance to watch their pupils being trampled into the mud. Angered, Haran accused Changxiao's disciple of being overly violent. Jun replied that Lao himself had asked him to be more serious. The dumbfounded sect leader ordered Hu Zheng to enter the arena and destroy the Iron Bone Master. Qin's adherents began to say that a peak martial arts disciple with a top-grade spiritual root would manifest himself. Jun instantly began to apply his best abilities, saying that the Lightning Fist is a mid-grade skill and no one can resist it, because the impact force is more than 10 tons. However, Zuji was completely unharmed. Moreover, he urged Hu to use his strengths. A distraught Zhen rushed to run away from Xiao, calling him a monster instead of a human. Haran was furious and ordered him to return to the battlefield immediately. Chang Xiao gloatingly asked the alliance leader why he was so angry, after which he urged Zuiji to destroy the cowardly Hu and beat him until he regretted being alive. The young master used one of his strongest abilities, causing blocks of stone to rise up from the ground. Zhen was surrounded. After a moment, the stone cliffs closed in, thus walling him in. Xiao eventually shattered the monolith with his strike and killed Hu. Chang Xiao smilingly muttered that his disciples would soon surpass Qin as well. The clan leader of the Noble Spirit clan recommended Jun not to be so arrogant. Wang in turn remarked that at this moment, the Noble Spirit head was embarrassing himself. The sect elders asked the protagonist not to make a fuss in the neighborhood, because the bet was a joke. The young master replied, if his guild lost, they wouldn't turn it into a joke, because they believe that the weak are born to be humiliated and ridiculed by their kind. After which, Chang Xiao ordered Zuiji to destroy the Noble Spirit sect's plaque. Xiao instantly took out a sniper rifle and shot the wooden plank with a pathos statement. A moment later, the sign shattered into small pieces. Horan muttered that he had insulted his alliance with this action and as such must die. The head of the Noble Spirit clan urged his warriors to attack the Iron Bone sect. All of Chang Xiao's masters immediately took the pills, with the help of which they became much stronger. Jun decided to accept Qin's challenge even after his defeat. At this moment, Donglin suddenly intervened. He grabbed the face of the Noble Spirit clan leader, saying that this would start a war, while agreeing with the ridiculous antics of the young guild leader, adding that they can work things out another way so that no one else gets hurt. Destroying a clan plaque equates to a year of washing latrines, so they're even. Horan didn't have to choose, and he agreed to Wang's terms, as did Chang Xiao. However, the protagonist rushed to offer the head of the alliance another option to solve the problem. After all, they had agreed on 7 rounds, but they only did 4. And that's not according to the rules. Qin stated that there was no point in this, since even if his disciples won the other 3 battles, they would still lose on the overall score. Jun swept up that they wouldn't take previous battles into account, and if his trainees lost even once, it would be his personal defeat. Chang Xiao offered 10 million if his disciples won at least 1 fight. The leader of the Noble Spirit clan reluctantly agreed to the main character's terms. From Qin's side, Xin Yunyan came out and instantly attacked Qingyang with his skills. However, Li blocked his punch with just 1 hand. Xin hadn't expected such strength, but he still demanded Chang not to look down on him. The young master smiled and began to repel all of Yunyang's attacks with 1 hand. After praising him, he launched his crushing series of lightning attacks. Qin gritted his teeth and muttered that Li had an unusual style and had undoubtedly won over Xin. The alliance leader asked if he could go up against the rest of Jun's disciples. After all, his elite fighter had already performed. Xin Cheng was indignant, stating that he was clearly underestimating him. A in turn demanded that he be put against him, the strongest fighter in the sect. Bei Jun, who was the best disciple of the clan, immediately rushed onto the battlefield. Bei paid attention to Xin Cheng's extremely dangerous aura. The young Ironbone disciple instantly began to attack him, applying the dragon skill. As a result, A was able to do significant damage to the warrior. Beijun noted his speed and the incredible ability to slow down his strikes. The Noble Spirit Cultivator also began to use his techniques. But Xingcheng was really very strong, after all. In his past life, the guy was an emperor and had trained in many techniques. The young Iron Bone minion was even at the top of the 10 supreme emperors. Dunlin didn't understand how a guy would apply such extreme techniques being just a student. Beijun in turn couldn't even hit the dodgy A, let alone win. Dodging Xingcheng's attacks, there was also no way. Jun began to realize that he was losing. Using the dragon's abilities, the young master easily dispatched Bei. After defeating the hapless Beijun, A remarked that this was not the strongest disciple but some kind of scum. Chang Xiao hurriedly reminded Qin that he only had 1 fighter left who hadn't fought yet. Jun stated that the first female follower of the Changqian Guild was participating in the next round. An arrogant master on Horan's part replied that it was extremely foolish to send a woman against him. However, a moment later, Lu literally incinerated him with her flames. At this point, the system rewarded the protagonist, experience points, and various bonuses. Moreover, a certain task was started, which the program also notified the gentleman about. The angered Qin couldn't accept the defeat and called out to Jun. Haoran suggested that Chang Xiao fight him since all of the disciples had already lost 3 fights. One of the young clan leader's supporters muttered that challenging a cultivator of lesser level was low. Qin replied that the guy dared to send his disciples but is unable to fight himself. And this is not how a leader should act. Haoran continued to insist on fighting, or Jun accepts defeat. Wang urged the young head not to fall for his tricks because Qin is stronger than he can assume. However, Chang Xiao agreed to the proposal on one small condition. The young man wanted to use his weapon in battle and wondered if Haoran had any objections. The noble spirit lord understood that Jun had obtained a powerful weapon and wanted to use it. Xia took out his weapon, which was 2 unusual sticks. People noticed that this weapon was made by Master Fan himself. Donglin also noted the incredibly powerful top-grade double mace. Master Fan had never created a stronger weapon. The mace is capable of accumulating spiritual energy, after which it can destroy an opponent's mind. A cocky Chang Xiao muttered that it was his turn to show off his weapon. After a second, something resembling a halberd appeared in Jun's hands. This azure dragon blade belonged to the warlord Guan Yu of the 3 kingdoms. The protagonist defiantly struck the ground with his halberd, but the weapon suddenly stuck. There was no way the guy could pull it out. The situation was rather awkward. He asked the system why it couldn't take him out. The program replied that he didn't have enough strength. Haoran noticed Chang Xiao's hesitation and decided to take the chance to attack him. At the very last moment, the young sect leader still managed to pull out his halberd and repel Qin's attack. The head of the Noble Spirit Guild gained an overconfidence, starting to gloat over Jun. The protagonist asked the system why the blade had become so heavy, as it had previously weighed no more than 17 pounds. The program replied that this weapon is of unknown class, and its characteristics are hidden. However, the azure halberd reveals its potential in the presence of the female gender, which seemed rather odd. Haoran in turn naively assumed that he could handle the master despite his high-quality weapon. Qin immediately went on the attack, applying his 10,000 golden lights skill. The double mace glittered. But Chang Xiao again easily repelled his blow with his blade. Wang became nervous, realizing that the spirit ability, together with the battle weapon, would develop unthinkable attack power. Jun suddenly counterattacked the arrogant Haoran with his magic techniques. As a result, clipped one of the Alliance Lord's maces, which came in a frenzy. The young leader rushed in with his next attack, not giving Qingyu a chance to catch his breath. This time, Haoran managed to block the main character's punch. However, Chang Xiao was unstoppable. The guy rushed forward with numerous series of attacks. Subsequently, Jun was able to cut down the second mace as well, thus disarming Qin. Blurring into a smile, the young man called out to the Noble Spirit Sect's sect leader, accepting his final blow. The young head instantly spun around with halberd in hand, thus creating a sort of vortex. A second later, the ground shook from Chang Xiao's crushing hold. The mangled Haoran couldn't understand how this was possible, or why the young man was so strong. Jun defiantly walked up to Qin and declared that it was time to repay the favor. The alliance leader held out 10 million taels to him, noting that his sect was by no means poor, adding that the amount wasn't that much for him, but he was in no hurry to let go of the check, which Chang Xiao mouthed to him. After a second, Haoran still handed him the money. The guy remarked that this battle had added confidence to his students. Qin nervously uttered that their clans couldn't coexist. The smiling protagonist replied that he and his sect had lost in a fair fight. After that, Jun went to rest as the battle was not an easy one and needed to recover his energy. The system notified the host that he needed to develop his strength to 90 tons to unleash the full power of the azure blade of Yan Yue. At this moment, a certain mercenary suddenly appeared in front of them. Fei recognized him as a member of the Morosi Pavilion. Remarkably, he was holding the corpse of an assassin. The unidentified man identified himself as Captain Little B, who informed the chapter that he was being pursued by 6 mercenaries. Jun swept up that these assassins were extremely strong since he had only eliminated 1 assassin. B replied that he intentionally let a few escape to catch bigger fish. The retreating murderers were furious, for their brothers had been killed. The mercenaries couldn't believe they had been discovered so easily. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Iron Bone sect and the disciples of the Morosi Tower were watching them, noting the incredible weakness of the assassins. Seeing the path of retreat, Xincheng concluded that it was one of his guild's enemies. Captain Little said that it was actually a disciple of the Xiao family, because the day Chang Xiao went to the Noble Spirit clan, an elder from the Xiao family suddenly disappeared for a while. The last place he was before he disappeared was his elegant home. B urged everyone to be vigilant and not let anyone escape, especially with the body-shaping pill. The task became easier. Late at night, Jun and Zuji headed to the manor. The boy asked the young head why Xiao specifically, since he was still the blood and flesh of this family. Chang Xia reminded him how they had bullied him and eventually banished him from their family. And to rehabilitate themselves in the eyes of everyone, they'll want to kill him. The leader of the Iron Bone sect urged Zuji, accept reality as it is. Meanwhile, in the secret basement of that most elegant house, the Xiao family members resented their dead brothers and demanded immediate vengeance. Head Shanghai assured the elders and the others that this was only a temporary pause and they would surely take their revenge. Plus, he's come up with the perfect plan by which to elevate their family. The leader of the Xiao family swept up that the Iron Bone Guild was extremely dangerous, for they had defeated the Noble Spirit sect. But if they use the Tower of Morosi to hire a top-notch assassin, their problem is solved. At this moment, someone suddenly expressed their displeasure. The master and leader froze. The deputy then looked around the basement. He thought the room was too quiet. Literally moments later, they were attacked by Iron Bone men. They killed all the guards and went inside. Luozhu mouthed that she wanted to hear something special and learn their secrets. Shanghai and his disciple were shocked to see the mistress of the Drizzling Tower. They started saying it was a misunderstanding and she got it all wrong. Li swept up that he was the Xiao family's director of external affairs, adding that she was henceforth no longer the mistress of the Drizzle Tower, but the head of the Iron Bone Pavilion. Then pointing a gun at them, the master threw a knife at her and urged the leader to flee immediately while he held them back. The girl stated that he could only blame himself for hurting the wrong person. At this time, the protagonist urged Zuji to burn all the bridges linking him to the Xiao family. The young man threw a burning torch into the house and declared that henceforth he would cut all ties with this heartless family. Chang Xiao smiled and said that he was now only a disciple of the Iron Bone sect, and he should forget about the past. A confident Juno muttered that it was time for them to go home. The townspeople, in turn, immediately began to extinguish the flaming building. It was soon reported to the Xiao family elder, with a note that the fire was supposedly accidental. But the old man refused to believe it and ordered the servant immediately find out the true cause of the fire. The second elder noticed that there were traces of blood in the secret basement, but there were no people and no corpses either. They couldn't understand how this could have happened and who was really behind it. The old man said that they should wait for the head to finish cultivating before acting. Jun was rubbing his hands together with the work he had done, realizing that the Xiao family was still not to be underestimated. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that the family's main business was mining, herbs, and pills. Chang Xiao hurriedly rewarded his disciples by issuing them improved equipment and weapons with the system. Xingcheng was over the moon, for he would finally be able to use the sword art. Plus he has the perfect partner for the practical part of learning this technique. Hong asked Ai if he was also practicing the art of wielding a blade. The guy replied that he only knew the basics and wanted Joe to help him develop some techniques. The disciples instantly bared their swords and began to fight. Hong was absolutely calmly fending off all of the attacks from the rather fast Xingcheng. At the same time, he praised the young man because 9 sharp movements in one breath was a pretty good result. A seemed only hyped up and urged Joe to try out another technique of his, which bore the name the divine art of the sublime sword. The cocky Xincheng immediately threw himself into another attack. This time, Joe had a hard time dodging the punches, the young apprentice. Hong pointed out that more than 20 movements in one breath was difficult. A boasted of the provided technique from the sect head. The sword practitioner stated that he too wanted to ask Chang Xiao to teach him these techniques. Xincheng replied that he was a little late since Jun had gone to Huyang. Meanwhile, the main character was walking around the city, as suddenly a little girl ran up to him and gave him a bouquet of flowers. The amiable young leader thanked her, promising to try even harder for them in the future. The townspeople began to turn around and recognize the young man as the leader of the Iron Bone sect, who had defeated the Noble Spirit clan. Chang Xiao headed to the Hai family's pharmacy, where Shani asked him why he had come on his own. Because Hai was just about to send a batch of herbs to his camp, he asked if Jun had created a new kind of pill. That's not what the protagonist asked to talk about, saying he was concerned about one thing. Shani assumed that the guild leader was talking about the Xiao family. The young master replied positively. Hai said he knew of a burned-down house that was running an extremely questionable business. Plus, he had an apprentice, who the family elders want to kill. Chang Xia was surprised that he was in the know. The old man remarked that the Iron Bone sect was much stronger than the Xiao family. Jun placed the pill bottle on the table and said that it was compensation for the damage. Extremely polite, Shani swept up. Such a bottle is worth several million. The young man said he wanted to recoup the loss of his business. In response, Hai uttered that he was fortunate enough to cooperate with him, and he would cut all ties with the Xiao family tomorrow. The young leader smiled and muttered that he was extremely pleased to hear that. The next day, an elder from the Xiao family was furious and asked his brother why the Hai family didn't want to cooperate with them. The old man replied that they did not give the reason for this decision, only sent a letter. The elder realized that they had crossed the path of a powerful man since they were not embarrassed by the payment of 10 times the penalty. The second elder inquired as to whom exactly they might have layered. After all, the Iron Bone sect had never had such an influence on the Hai family. The old man, after briefly pondering, came to the conclusion that it might be the Bai family who had started it all. Despite losing a business partner, they can buy herbs elsewhere, but their profits will drop significantly. The brother hastened to reassure the elder, stating that their main income was from the mines and they were in working order. Suddenly he realized that it was worth it to immediately send a reinforced guard to the mine, so that they wouldn't have that taken away from them as well, which he asked him to do. Meanwhile, the workers were heading towards the mine. Old Mo started to resent them again for being paid meager wages and not being appreciated. His colleague asked to speak more softly so that no one from Xiao's family could hear them, as he didn't want to be beaten up. Upon arriving at the mine area, the workers were puzzled and thought they had taken a wrong turn, because the mine itself was gone. In its place was a huge crater. Dropping their picks and hammers, they hurriedly reported everything to the Xiao family, the mercenaries watching from the side. It was pouring rain in the evening when the servant alerted the elder of the ruined mine and the missing men. The old man realized that the burnt house, the Hai family's non-cooperation, and the mine, all these events were related. He didn't know how to report it to the head, and couldn't figure out who was making an attempt on their family. He was also notified by a loyal servant that the Bei family was buying out their medical stores. The angered elder ordered everything to be sorted out immediately, for all clans benefit from their failures. At this time, Li came to Jun, saying that as a result of his machinations, the Bei family had come under suspicion. A satisfied Chang Xiao replied that the Xiao family would destroy themselves, and they wouldn't even have to do anything, adding that for the moment, they will observe what is happening while stopping to attack them. The system alerted the host when the peak stage was reached, and the maximum number of sect members. With that, an epic-level mission appeared. Luoju wondered why the leader suddenly fell silent. The protagonist asked if the owner of the pavilion knew about the Valley of Death. Li surprisingly replied that it was a forbidden area of Qingyang County, and no one dared to set foot there, because it is inhabited by powerful beasts that can kill even martial arts masters. Smiling, Chang Xiao suggested that she go to this Valley of Death. Jun began to ponder. After defeating the Noble Spirit sect, many disciples came, but an extremely dangerous task appeared. At that moment, Hong came to him and asked him to teach him the divine art of the towering sword. The young leader had a hint that in order to do so, he needed to contribute to the guild. Joe confidently stated that he was willing to undergo the toughest tests to get his hands on this technique. Chang Xiao said that he and his disciples were soon going to a dangerous place, and if he proved himself well, he would teach him the technique. Hong muttered that practitioners had 2 dreams, to have the best blade and unrivaled technique. So he is willing to follow his ruler, even to the ends of the earth or to hell. The guy smiled approvingly, saying that he needed to check on Wei to get the necessary herbs from him to create the pills. After a while, Jun went to see an elder who was extremely careful to dig up his ripened herbs. He talked about the fact that these plants take more time, but they are more effective. Chang Xiao realized that entrusting the herb cultivation to the old man was the right decision. The young Iron Bone sect leader said that for Wei's labors, he wanted to thank him. The leader took out a pill and urged the old man to take it, remarking that it would strengthen his body considerably. The elder was sincerely grateful to the head for the care he had shown. The old man instantly felt a surge of strength and muttered that Jun's capsule was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, Chang Xiao felt a huge flow of energy coming from Wei. The young man assumed that the elder was actually a hidden master. The protagonist asked him to join the guild as the head of the medicine pavilion. The elder began to get puffed up, saying that they didn't need such an old man in the clan. The old man sadly added that he no longer had a goal or a dream, and he just existed. Jun muttered that as long as one was alive, one had an obligation, something to strive for, and one should not be so pessimistic. Wei replied that when Chang Xiao was in his shoes, he would realize that it was impossible to be optimistic. The guy tried to calm him down, telling him that life doesn't end here, even though he's been through a lot. After all, most people waste their lives. There are bad moments as well as good moments. And even if he doesn't see any more meaning in life, it's worth doing the best he can, at least for his loved ones. Suddenly the old man looked at the young man and caught a glimpse a similar manner of speaking to a certain person. The protagonist reached out his hand to the elder and asked for help. Wai remembered his friend saying that one day they would accomplish many great things. After glaring, the old man still agreed to join the Ironbone clan. After asking what exactly he wanted to accomplish, Jun stated that he wished to glorify his guild so that the whole world would know about them and become the strongest sect. The elder had noticed that Chang Xiao's plan was more ambitious than his longtime friend's. However, he wouldn't be able to manage his alliance with a single medicine master. The young leader said that he knows about it, so he wants Wei to apprentice a couple of guys and teach them how to grow herbs. The old man smiled and thanked him, saying that the sect leader could be relied on. The protagonist was genuinely happy that his clan was slowly developing, as he now had a Morosi and medicine pavilion. The system alerted the lord that the sect's disciple limit had been reached, and awarded a few hundred points. After which, Jun began to beautify the mission hall and hung up a beautiful plaque. At this moment, someone shouted for the clan head to dodge, but the ball still hit his head. All the kindergartners immediately rushed to the mission hall to see what was inside. Running into the hall, the students noticed a large bulletin board in the shape of a tall pole. Chang Xiao mouthed that on this board they could take new assignments every day. Also, all missions will be divided by difficulty levels, and the more missions they complete, the better reward will be waiting for them. The head saw Fei, an ardent soccer player, and stopped him, saying that he had charged him with the ball right in his face. Li naturally apologized to the young clan leader. Jun took the ball and hit with all his might towards Fei to punish the disciple in this way. The cultivator swept up that the guild leader was undoubtedly strong and his cultivation level was impressive, but he was extremely weak in soccer. A moment later, a huge guild disciple caught the ball. The protagonist was surprised, as Ian was able to not only stop the ball, but also remained standing still. Yuhua swept up that the head had a really strong kick, and it wasn't easy for him to catch the ball. Chang Xiao hit the ball with the strength of a 5th stage master, and this guy was at the level of opening acupuncture points, which couldn't help but be impressive, the young sect leader realized. He should definitely take Ian with him, to the Valley of Death. Jun also realized that before going to a dangerous place, one should raise the level of masters. The head of the Iron Bone clan immediately sent the bulky man to the muscle-shaping room. Xiaomo noticed a large enclosed room. He was curious as to what it was. Su hurriedly asked what kind of body training hall it was and immediately went inside. Suddenly the door behind him closed. The young apprentice walked to the center of the room. Suddenly, some sort of cannon-like devices came out of all the walls. After a couple seconds, the guns opened fire on the perplexed sect disciple. Jun explained to everyone that this was a training room to strengthen his body. Chang Xiao prepared a transformation liquid for each disciple to improve their performance. Also, the guy felt it necessary to replace Li's rifles with silenced guns. The system, in turn, notified the host of the guild level increase. Thus, the sect's membership limit and contribution points increased while the foundry was opened. The protagonist decided to see what kind of foundry machine he was lucky enough to acquire. Were originally available for creation, 3 weapons. However, to make a cold glow sword, one needed to acquire cold steel and icy spring water. The conqueror's spear needed obsidian, which the young leader also did not have. But a sturdy iron shield was the ideal option since Jun had enough steel ore. After all, just recently, Chang Xiao and his disciples had taken the ore veins in the Xiao family's mine. The young man asked the system to make 1,000 shields, saying he had the resources and money. However, the program recommended that the gentleman use the ore more wisely because it is needed to create other things. But the guy still made some sturdy shields to head into the ominous location. Thus, the disciples were equipped with shields, and one could go to the Valley of Death. Meanwhile, Qingyang and Xincheng had reached the 9th stage of martial arts. Su Xiaomo, Li Fei and Tianqi were all at the 8th stage, which was also a good result. Zuji was at the 6th level, and Longxiang was at the 5th level. Well, finally, Yuhua had only reached the 4th stage. The rest of the cultivators were around the 3rd stage, and even the elites from the 7th level sects wouldn't compare to them. That being said, the bulk of the students in the camp, the less powerful ones, so you have to be ready, because they've hurt quite a few people lately. The clan head left in charge, Pavilion Mistress Luoju, and traveled with the masters to the Valley of Death. Li assured Jun that nothing would happen during his absence and wished him good luck. While walking through the forest, they noticed a huge yak-like beast. Xiaomo immediately set about dealing with it. Su wielded his blade quite deftly and dealt considerable damage to the ram. He decided to help Hong, who literally chopped the animal into small pieces. After a while, the disciples of the Iron Bone sect roasted him and ate him. Xincheng swept up that their synergy still needed to be refined. Jun replied that training promotes development, so it is a valid suggestion. At this point, they came to a distinctive rock formation that had scratched into it. Valley of Death. Xiao asked why there were so many people in such a dangerous place. Changjiao stated that risk carries a reward, after which he urged his disciples to ignore them and follow him into the Valley of Death. The masters who observed them remarked that the Iron Bone sect was too arrogant, adding that last year, Qin had lost more than 10 of his disciples in this valley. The unknown warrior stated that their confidence was only to their advantage, for they would clear the way for them to collect all the loot afterward. The clouds began to thicken. The young clan leader called for everyone to raise their shields and be on guard, after which they bravely continued their journey into the Valley of Death. After walking a few meters, they came across a firewolf. The outside warriors naively thought that the Ironbone clan was about to come to an end, and even their shields wouldn't help them, because wolves, by nature, always attack in packs. A moment later, the protagonist and his disciples were surrounded by a huge number of flaming beasts. Several ferocious wolves chased after the frightened masters, who in turn hurriedly left the location. The Ironbone clan disciples had dealt with the beasts easily enough. They noted that the fire dogs were too weak for them. The protagonist suddenly turned to the disciples and ordered them to immediately draw their swords. Qingyang urged his fellow clansmen to group together to launch a combined attack. A few seconds later, the wolves were annihilated, whirled by the master's blows. Qian asked them to leave a few beasts for the weaker trainees to practice too. The dogs at this point began howling loudly to call for help from their fellow dogs. The battle resulted in a massive explosion, with flames enveloping several trees. The cowardly warriors thought that the Iron Bone Guild was dead. However, the disciples defended themselves quite skillfully, using a magical barrier that the wolves couldn't break through. At a certain point, it was as if the beasts realized that they couldn't handle the humans, and they crawled back. After a light training session with the wolves, Jun took a small rest before trekking to the central parts of the Valley of Death. Xincheng understood why he was the one entrusted to cover the rear of the clan. Since he could smell animals a mile away, A knew there was a huge bear behind him. The young master noticed that he was getting better at technique, as he managed to land about 30 blows in one breath. The breathless bear, in turn, collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Xiao urged him not to be so cocky, stated that he was a peak disciple and had nothing to fear. In fact, Su realized that Xincheng was indeed extremely strong but excessively arrogant. Meanwhile, Jun sat by the fire and pondered over the task at hand, and that this walk might prove to be quite challenging, since there are a large number of really strong beasts in the valley, which it is best not to touch. Xiao screwed the silencer on his gun so as not to attract much attention, after which he shot toward the woods, where the bushes suddenly rustled. There turned out to be a ferocious cheetah that intended to attack the protagonist. The agile animal, however, dodged the bullet with lightning speed. The young sect leader was surprised at the cat's quickness. The boy realized that it was better to deal with the cheetah personally before his students got hurt by it. Jun climbed up a tree and asked Zuji, a sniper rifle. Changjiao took aim at the cunning beast for quite a long time before suddenly firing a shot, but hit the ground, for the beast of the cat family had slipped away again. The young man realized that the cheetah had hidden its true strength, as when he first fired the pistol, its speed wasn't that fast. It actually turned out to be a shadow leopard that was an overly intelligent creature. As he led the master to his fellows, a couple more beasts came out from behind the trees. Jun turned to the system to ask how to deal with the 3 leopards if they were dodging bullets. The program replied that his spatial ring contained the crystal core of the Firewolf King, with the help of which, the firepower of the rifle will become higher, and the speed will increase exponentially. At this moment, the shadow leopards swooped down on Changxiao from different directions. The protagonist hurriedly shot at the cunning animals. The maddened beasts rushed to flee from the young clan leader. The bullets, in turn, swept a hurricane of fire across the ground. After the shot left a huge mark on her, one of the leopards still managed to be seriously wounded. Besides, the sound of the gunshot was too loud, which could attract the attention of many beasts. Suddenly, the ground began to shake from the heavy footsteps of the beast. Jun froze in place. The boy realized that making noise at night in the valley was an extremely bad idea. A moment later, an incredible-sized beast that looked like a large monkey appeared in front of him. The system reported that the Class 5 giant gorilla has the ability to increase its attack power when it goes into a rage. The protagonist realized that he needed to kill the predator because that was his assignment. Changxiao assumed that such a huge beast was most likely slow. The shadow leopard in turn tried to run away, but the monkey spotted him. Subsequently, the gorilla grabbed the frightened animal with his hand, after which he calmly popped it into her mouth, savoring the cat. The young sect leader asked the system how he could defeat the ferocious beast. Unexpectedly, the gorilla looked at Jun and shouted loudly. Most likely the giant ape realized he was the one who woke her up in the middle of the night. As soon as Chang Xiao pointed his sniper rifle at it, the beast suddenly disappeared. He couldn't understand how such a large animal could literally vaporize into thin air. Looking around carefully, the young man saw the monkey above him. The guy pointed his rifle at it, figuring the gorilla wouldn't be able to dodge a bullet in mid-air. However, after shooting the wild beast, the monkey easily dodged the attack. Jun was puzzled and inquired and programmed where the gorilla got its tail from. At this moment, the animal landed on the ground with a rumble, rocks flying in different directions. Behind one of the rocks, the main character was successfully hidden. The beast didn't realize where he had gone. Then, after waiting for the right moment, Chang Xiao pushed off the rock and hurriedly attacked the gorilla. After delivering his crushing blow, the young leader of the Iron Bone clan was terrified. Because the monkey had stone armor, he couldn't harm it. At this moment, the beast lightning struck Jun with its tail. The guy flew off to the ground. Pulling himself up, he rushed to attack again, but found he was not on the ground, but in the hand of a sinister gorilla. At this time, snowflakes suddenly appeared, which Chang Xiao gazed at with surprise. The young master couldn't understand why it was suddenly snowing. Everything around was iced over, and the body of the perplexed animal was also covered in ice. The protagonist saw Qin coming to his rescue. The guy stated that he was only playing with the monkey and could have easily handled it himself. Lu mouthed that he had made a fuss about it, which is why she came running, asking the others to stay in camp. At this moment, the gorilla suddenly clenched his palm into a fist, shattering the ice in the process. However, the young masters managed to jump back, further angering the beast. Suddenly, Qingyang headed towards the distraught monkey, saying that she would deal with him. Chang Xia was surprised by her eagerness and tried to stop the cocky maiden. But Lu managed to cover the ground with ice, thus the gorilla slipped and assumed a horizontal position, whereupon huge frozen ice floes came crashing down, thus piercing and restraining the ridiculous animal. The young sect leader swept up, saying that 2 movements were enough for her to neutralize the beast. The enraged monkey tried to get out, but all attempts were in vain. Lu hurriedly froze the huge predator, and a moment later, the beast turned into an ice monolith. The protagonist said with surprise that even he wouldn't be able to handle such power. Xingcheng, who was watching, also did not expect such powerful ice techniques from Qian. After all, the continent possessed countless masters, but it was rare to find a cultivator with this level of ice technique. Sword practitioner Hong was of a similar level, only in the art of wielding a blade. The Iron Bone sect was indeed able to gather incredibly talented fighters. Jun noted the unusual ice technique, for even the climate was affected. The system meanwhile read out 1 dead monkey, out of the 10 needed for the task. The head stated that now you can't get the necessary crystal nucleus and skin and bones out of a gorilla, and that's money. Chang Xiao decided to once again remind all the students that this was an extremely dangerous place, and it was worth being careful. Yuan Shu remarked that the Valley of Death was indeed a frightening place after all. They had just entered and had already encountered many ferocious beasts. At this moment, behind Ling, a spider leisurely descended from a tree. Upon seeing him, the girl was so frightened that she blew the tree all the way down. The young master hurriedly reassured Yuanque, saying that it was only a small spider. Jun remembered that the assignment required them to destroy 500 spiders. After a while, Xiao reported the spider lair he had found, where there were a fair number of small but poisonous spiders. Chang Xiao urged all the disciples to prepare a medicine just in case the spiders turned out to be too toxic. He himself hurried down to the nest, where the insects were quietly walking around. Upon reaching one of the spiders, however, the lad discovered that they were somewhat larger than he had originally thought. Jun struck at it but couldn't hurt the insect. In response, the spider shot a web at him, but didn't hit. To his ruler, his brave pupils rushed to his aid and killed several monsters. Chang Xiao then ordered Yuhua and Zuji to enter the lair to lure the spiders out, as they were easier to kill in small groups. The disciples instantly rushed into the cave, from where they ran out like crazy after a couple of seconds. Xiao stated that they were unsuccessful in luring out a couple spiders, and there are a few more. A moment later, dozens of furious monsters emerged from the nest. The main character was puzzled, asking how they did it. Yuhua replied that Zuji shot the uterus in the head, and all the spiders rushed after them. At this time, blade practitioner Joe intervened. He asked to leave this problem to him, because from what he said, he advanced his new technique but never tried it out. Hong had absolutely no fear and headed into the lair of the poisonous spiders. A huge number of sinister insects instantly rushed to attack Joe, who in turn applied the learned divine sword technique in a timely manner. As a result, several dozen spiders were destroyed. Jun admired his disciples' strength. At the same moment, the system notified the master of the completed item of the task. about killing 500 insects. Chang Xiao began to tally up his earned points and was pleasantly surprised by the number. The guy thought about what would happen if Chen also had a weapon, without which she was already extremely strong. After which, he alerted his trainees of a beast with the level of a martial arts master. A large tiger with flaming coloring calmly looked at the humans. Suddenly the animal roared loudly, the young master in his face. The sect head immediately began to attack the enraged beast. After Jun had beaten the wild tiger, he intended to tame it. The young man hastily took Ash's brainchild, in the form of a small ball, from the system. Chang Xiao then, with a lightning-fast movement, threw the ball at the wounded animal. However, nothing happened, except that the beast simply disappeared into the forest. The guy asked a logical question to the program: why the capture did not happen. The system replied that the tiger in question was too high level and the master could not capture it. Moreover, the owner now needed to go to the woods to find the ball. Only the protagonist thought about where to go as the program reported the successful capture of the beast. Jun assumed the Pokeball had gone into a random animal. Chang Xiao began to demand another magic ball from the system, but the program was mysteriously silent. Meanwhile, the tame beast wandered through the forest, looking for his newfound master. After a while, the Ironbone clan eliminated the last gorilla. The system immediately notified the gentleman that the task item had been completed. Xiaomo brought a certain stone and said he found ore in the monkey's nest. The program identified the ore shard as obsidian, which was very helpful, since Jun had finally gathered the necessary resources and created a magic spear, and immediately decided to try it out on storm wolves, who in turn also needed to be killed on the mission. In addition, the weapon used spirit power to attack, thus it could be used to fire magic arrows. Chang Xiao handed the spear to Xiaomo and ordered him to go to the wolves' cave and bring them here. Xiao remarked that he usually asks that of him and Yuhua. The young man replied, "The wolves are too fast and only Su will be able to escape from them." A couple seconds later, Xiaomo flew out of the cave, bringing a pack of beasts behind him. Cultivators instantly began to shoo away the storm wolves. At that moment, the system notified the host that the beast he had tamed was approaching. That very animal turned out to be a small pig. The protagonist was perplexed. After all, the guy was literally dreaming of grabbing himself some ferocious wolf or dragon. And here's a pig. Zuji wondered what this ridiculous animal was doing here. Angered, Jun pointed his gun at the poor beast, intending to kill it. However, the program urged him to come to his senses because he didn't even see how useful this piglet was. At his presence, all the wolves suddenly stopped as if frightened. Moreover, they started to run away when the piggy ran in their direction and started growling. The young master could not understand how this small creature was able to exert such an influence on the ferocious wolves. At a certain point, a huge boar phantom appeared along with the animal. A second later, most of the storm wolves were dented into the stone cave. The system has picked up that there are ferocious, spiritual, and sacred beasts in Starland. But there are also ghostly animals, which is what this little piglet turned out to be. Jun realized how in such a dangerous place, this little boar was able to survive. At this time, the system announced that a ferocious beast of the first class was approaching the gentleman. The animal in turn appeared extremely spectacularly, turning whirlwind. The protagonist felt an incredible power that surpassed even martial arts masters. A second later, a huge wolf came out to them and gave them his menacing stare. Concerned, Zuji shouted out that it was the Storm Wolf King, after which he immediately fired a shot at the wild beast with deadly aim. However, the bullet curled up halfway through and fell to the ground. The students were shocked. The program picked up that the whirlwind armor covered the entire body of the animal, so a rifle wouldn't help here. The piglet, in turn, stood in front of the wolf and grunted loudly. Afterwards, there was a sudden explosion, but the beast again escaped any damage. Chang Xiao noticed that the Wolf King was literally toying with them. Piggy, meanwhile, passed out from helplessness, which was reported by the system. Turning his attention to the boar, the protagonist lost sight of the beast, who was behind them, and hurriedly attacked the sect disciples in the back. The head of the alliance was also unable to do anything, and flew into the stone next to Zuji. The cold-blooded wolf continued to close in on them for the next attack. Jun realized that the only way out was to use the Azure Blade. As soon as the beast tried to attack Chang Xiao, Lu suddenly intervened in the battle. Tian used her abilities and set up a large ice barrier between them, but the wolf easily broke it. Jun fended off the royal wolf's attacks with a sturdy scroll that the beast couldn't even scratch. Rolling up his sleeves, the clan leader hurriedly showed the animal the true power of knowledge. However, at this moment, sword practitioner Hong suddenly appeared behind the beast. The master stated that besides the divine sword art technique, he had a skill of his own, where the attack power is pretty average, and it can even hurt students, but it's worth a try. After which, Joe immediately used the Thunder Swan technique. As a result, the ferocious beast was enveloped in fiery flames. Hong continued to attack the wolf and subsequently chopped it in half. With his skill, Zhou surpassed all the expectations of an Iron Bone Guild leader. Jun meanwhile discovered a small cut on the bamboo scroll. The main character was saddened to realize that he wasn't the strongest in his sect. The system swept up that in doing so, he is the most charming clan leader. Afterwards rewarding the host with another pack of points for killing the hidden beast. Xiao stated that since it was a hidden enemy, there should be a corresponding reward. The program immediately gave him a hidden gift. The guy was pleasantly surprised. Jun hurriedly looked at what the generous system had rewarded him with. The young ruler immediately upgraded the store's assortment to purchase something interesting with the points he received. But there were only 2 battle technique books in the store, for the cultivator. One treatise was only suitable for ice masters, while the other was for fire masters. Realizing that the average divine-grade ice ability was more suited for Chen, Xiao chose the Royal Flame Art, the highest level. The protagonist looked at Lu and assumed she was upset at how easily the wolf had collapsed her ice wall, which would have hit her self-esteem and confidence. Suddenly the girl was headed for the head. Qingyang asked for the ice technique treatise to be given to her, stating that her skills should be improved. A disgruntled Jun handed her the book, realizing that he had lost the opportunity to display his leadership skills. The disciple uttered that she heard Chang Xiao muttering about her and the divine class, so she decided to make sure. Adding that countless training methods, medicines, and weapons were constantly appearing in their clan. The girl smilingly said that she would always help him, for his selfless help. They then traveled further down the valley and encountered a rhinoceros. By killing him, the protagonist has completed another item from the mission, to eliminate the hidden beast. The system signaled that the last monster, a dinosaur, needed to be killed. Jun saw the lava and rocky area and speculated that there might be a lizard-like monster living there. Meanwhile, the high-class fire dragon was sleeping peacefully. Zuji hurriedly used the crystal core to charge up his shields. The dinosaur, in turn, sensed the presence of uninvited guests and jumped up sharply. Upon noticing Xiao, the flaming beast instantly showered him with lava. The young master had time to cover himself with his shields, but with this blow, the monster removed a quarter of their power. Activating the magic barrier, Zuji boldly threw himself into the attack. But unfortunately, there was no way the guy could break through the monster's sturdy defenses. At this moment, his fellow brothers, Xiaomo and Li Fei, came to his aid. The Ironbone disciples successfully inflicted significant damage to the dragon. The angry dinosaur tried to attack them with its long tail. As a result, was able to remove another quarter of the shield charge. The monster began to rapidly approach them, while the students pondered their next plan of action. The young master tried his best to hold back the fire beast's attacks. The guy literally dug his feet into the ground, putting up maximum resistance. Suddenly, Zuji dropped his shields and began to confront the monster with his bare hands. Xiao threw lightning-fast punches at the dragon, diverting its attention to himself. For the sake of his sect and brothers, he was willing to overcome any challenge. Meanwhile, the perplexed system wondered to the master why he was idling and not helping his students. The brooding protagonist stated that it was the choice of his pupils. Before the battle with the fire monster, Zuji made a request to the sect leader, due to the fact that he had continuously killed all the beasts ever since they entered the Valley of Death. Understandably kept his masters out of the fight because he is worried about them. But they have a responsibility to evolve, and to rely mostly on themselves in life. Therefore, the disciples want to personally deal with the dinosaur without the head's involvement, asking Jun to intervene only as a last resort. At this moment, Zuji was suddenly able to lift the dragon by grasping its mouth, then literally knocked him to the ground, causing significant damage. Xiao was rushed to Xingcheng's aid with his series of crushing attacks. The young man used the reversal ability. Thus, the stream of flames coming from the monster's mouth turned the other way. A realized that the state he was in was still not enough to fully repel the beast's attacks. The fire dragon suddenly placed flame crystals that served as a kind of barrier. Zuji said that he would handle it himself and headed towards the flaming rocks. Xingcheng was amazed at such resilience and fortitude from Xiao, who had taken the monster's blow a second ago. The young apprentice skillfully demolished the burning crystals, gradually getting closer to the dragon. Fei in turn jumped onto the monster's muzzle and delivered a painful sword strike. As a result, the lizard went into a rage, literally going up in flames. All of the Ironbone clan's disciples began to attack the dinosaur without wasting any time. At a certain point, Li called out to Big Sister Chen for help. Masters urged Lu to signal in case of need. The girl boldly threw herself at the fire dragon, using her abilities. Suddenly, Sis used a 9-finger frozen palm. Subsequently, everything began to be covered with ice. Sensing danger, the beast began to retreat, but Qiangyang managed to restrain it with the chilling stones. The monster was trapped. When a fire dragon is in a state of rage and its body is engulfed in flames, its body temperature is also elevated. If he also freezes at this point, the monster will be significantly weakened, which is what happened to the dinosaur that was inside the ice block. Lu swept up that she would be able to restrain the beast for a while. Asking the sword practitioner Hong how much time he needed to build up his strength, Chu instantly got to his feet and began to use the cutting skill. A couple seconds later, the young master pierced through the monolith with the flame monster inside. As a result, the ice floe cracked and the injured dragon fell to the ground. Hong said that with his current cultivation level, it was too early to use this technique, adding that they used a lot of techniques, but the difference in strength is significant, Qian stated. She could sense the beast's weakness and that it didn't have long to live. The exasperated dinosaur abruptly jumped up from his seat and yelled loudly. Lu urged all of the students to throw themselves into the attack, as she had enough energy for ice abilities. However, as it turned out, the beast had called his fellow beasts for help with his roar. From the volcanic basin, lava monsters began to emerge in large numbers. There were even high-level lizards among the monsters, making it difficult. At this time, the young leader of the Iron Bone sect suddenly appeared. Jun praised his students, saying that they fought bravely and he was proud of them. Previously, Chang Xiao had patronized them too much and thus prevented them from developing. The guy wanted to correct his mistake. After which, he cold-bloodedly began to destroy a huge number of fire lizards. Xiaomo was marveling at his leader's strength, for with just a couple of blows, he had eliminated several dozen dragons. At a certain point, the protagonist felt tired, but it was still a pleasant feeling. After killing all the monsters, the system hurriedly informed the young head of the successful completion of the task and awarded experience points. Jun immediately began to cultivate in order to advance to the next level of development. After a couple minutes, Chang Xiao finally broke through to the 4th stage of martial arts master. The guy suddenly called out to Qian and asked his sister to come over to him. The young sect leader proudly handed her a bracelet that would make her ice skills stronger. The girl, in turn, took the bracelet, saying that it would be extremely useful for her. After which, Qingyang began to count the trophies he had obtained as a result of slaying the dragons. Several dozen crystal nuclei, over 300 kilograms of firestones and bones. It was also possible to get hold of a dragon egg, but it couldn't be put into the spatial ring because it was a living creature. Jun thanked his disciple by giving him a bottle of quality transformation liquid. The clan ruler then handed out a bottle of this liquid to the others as well, and encouraged his pupils to drink them to raise their level. After taking the magic potion, all the masters felt a surge of strength. The program alerted the master of the martial artist's breakthrough to the 5th stage. Zuji was satisfied with the result, realizing that after shaping his muscles and writing Yi Qin, he had become even stronger. Thus, all the disciples leaped to the next stage of development, and also healed after the battle. Afterward, Chang Xiao went in search of a new pet to replace the boar. Hiding in the bushes, the young man tracked down the purple electric tiger cub. As a cub, it was about 2 meters long, and when the animal grows up, it can be over 8 meters tall. The young man noticed how fat the kitten was, something that numerous workouts could easily fix. The protagonist, with a lightning-fast movement of his hand, threw the ball at the tiger cub. The beast instantly rushed away. The clan head naturally ran after it. At that moment, someone was watching the guy from a rocky area. Jun still caught up with the swift tiger, declaring that he couldn't escape so easily. After throwing a ball at him, the animal rushed forward even faster. Chang Xiao stopped as something suddenly rumbled behind him. Turning around, the young master saw a small stone monster, who in turn kept repeating that the man should be killed. The system squealed of an approaching threat as a highly ranked enemy was nearby. Stones and rocks literally fused together, subsequently forming a huge serpent. The stone monster swiftly towered over the protagonist. A moment later, the serpent tried to attack the dazed Jun. Chang Xiao instantly pulled out a blade from its sheath and struck the monster several times. However, there was still no way to harm him. The young sect leader was wary. The program reported that stone monsters cannot be defeated with this sword. The lad realized that he couldn't handle this beast in that case. Consequently, began to avoid collisions with the snake, which could also move its eye along its entire body. Using ghostly steps, Jun successfully dodged the slow monster. Suddenly, Chang Xiao saw rocks growing out of the ground in front of him. The protagonist hurriedly climbed up a vertical slope on one of the rocks. At this moment, the stone serpent attacked him, but the young master managed to jump back. However, the lad was surprised to find that he was trapped in a cave and didn't know how to get out of it. The system notified the host of a new incoming time-limited task. The guild leader needed to survive in the valley for 5 hours. The monster in turn skillfully erected stone walls, thus restraining Jun. That way the serpent could be in an unexpected place, Chang Xiao continued to use ghostly steps to avoid attacks. The young master had no idea how he was going to last this long. The young man was tired of running away all the time, so he decided to try to destroy the beast. Taking the azure blade in his hands, the guy rushed to attack the stone monster. The protagonist noticed that this weapon was capable of piercing the monster's defenses. Subsequently, he began to actively use his abilities, and was able to cut through the worm's body. With the help of the talisman, Jun increased his attack power, and delivered concentrated strikes. But the program reminded him that the talisman had a limit to its power. Meanwhile, the serpent had successfully regenerated and was already on alert. Chang Xiao realized that with the azure blade, he was stronger, but much slower. The system recommended to the Lord, merge his consciousness with the halberd and communicate with the soul of the saint within, which was a special skill in the arsenal of a young clan leader. A moment later, a huge ghostly warrior, Han Shouting, appeared above Jun, who in turn inquired who dared to rampage before him. Suddenly from the rocks, several more stone worms began to appear. They surrounded the protagonist rather quickly, from different directions. The ghostly Han in Chang Xiao's body muttered that death awaited the monster. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened, and the young man found himself in an unknown location. All around was a mountainous wasteland. The boy assumed he was in the memories of the Azure Dragon Yan Yue. Jun never thought that he would meet Shouting in another dimension. Chang Xiao bowed his head to the warlord and saluted him. Han wondered if all his descendants had become as weak as him, after which he declared that he would help the young head in a duel with such a ferocious monster. The protagonist struck with a lightning-fast strike with his azure blade. As a result, the stone creatures scattered in different directions. The young master observed that Han was able to overpower such strong opponents with just one move. However, Ting on the contrary noted Jun's incredible strength. But the difficulty was that the scattered stones came together in a moment. Thus, after a few seconds, a huge golem was formed. Being in Chang Xiao's body, Guanshou was just observing what was happening. The guy couldn't understand why he was inactive. Suddenly, the stone monster turned its limb into a pointed diamond, after which he tried to hit the protagonist, but the young man held back his pressure. In response, attacking the monster with a special skill, Dragon Roar, a magic dragon immediately flew out from the azure blade and pierced through the golem. Large cobblestones literally began to rain down from the sky. The monster was defeated. An overjoyed Xiaomo ran up to the clan head, praising his combat skills. After all, the students, in turn, could not even come close to the monster. Suddenly, Jun felt sick. The alarmed Su called out to the others for help. A side effect of using Yan Yu's azure dragon blade, Chang Xiao couldn't move for about 3 hours. The guy noted the irresponsibility of his charges, because they didn't even take care of him and went to bed. The protagonist even managed to get hold of a crystal with the earth attribute, which could also be used to increase the sect's level. Thanks to the crystals with the attributes of earth, ice, and light, one could fight opponents that exceeded the strength of the cultivator. Xincheng regarded the azure-headed blade, realizing that it was a top-grade weapon. At this moment, a purple tiger cub ran up to Jun. It had the attribute of lightning. Chang Xiao brought his hand up to it, and electric lightning sparked. A watched and didn't understand since when did the beasts from the Valley of Death become so friendly. The beast began to play with its master, which reminded Xincheng of his old friend. Once upon a time, a young disciple had a beautiful pure sky jade eagle. The young man remembered the carefree time they had spent together. This big eagle was the one who always and everywhere accompanied A until he reached the martial emperor realm. But from the moment his body was destroyed, Xincheng never saw his feathered friend again. The guy dreamed of finding him, because if the soul is not dead, the contract is still valid. After drinking a couple transformation potions, A began to possess a high-grade spiritual root. Suddenly, the clan leader approached him and gave him another transformation potion for his bravery in the battle with the dragon. Hearing this, Xiaomo muttered that he too had done his part. Jun gave out a potion to him as well. However, the system informed the host that the purchase limit had been reached. Since per year, only 3 bottles of potion could be purchased. This was so as not to upset the balance of cultivators on the continent. Chang Xiao responded to the program that imbalance is what this system is all about. The program stated that a large number of masters will increase the rate of spiritual energy absorption, and if the balance is disturbed, all spiritual energy can disappear. The young man agreed to the terms of the game and hurriedly spent his accumulated points. The protagonist asked the program to update the store as soon as possible. Jun wanted to buy a divine-level equipment even if he had to go broke on points. Updating the assortment in the store, Chang Xiao spent 500 points. The sect head inquired about the divine artifact. The program stated that no such artifacts have been obtained. But he is due a reward of 100 points for completing a hidden task and is given the title Prince of Trangira. The guy asked what benefits or bonuses this title gives. The system reported that his luck had been increased by 1 unit from now on. Jun was furious, for he had to use up a huge amount of points for such a terrible result. The program tried to reassure the gentleman, saying that with this good fortune, he would soon receive many valuable items. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Valley of Death, masters from various sects were talking about suddenly running out of beasts, discussing the march of the Iron Bone clan who hadn't been seen for a week now. The cultivators thought they were dead. Suddenly, a tiger roar sounded, and the humans turned around in anticipation of the high-ranking monster. At this moment, riding a tiger, Jun rode out. Everyone began to whisper amongst themselves, recognizing the young man as the leader of the Iron Bone Guild. Chang Xiao smilingly mouthed that they had gathered all the precious resources and items in the valley. So the clan finally goes to their home in their native land. The cultivators turned their attention to the sect disciples who were carrying bags full of goodies. One of the wizards remarked that this alliance was extremely strong, and perhaps he should join them. Suddenly, unknown men came out at the exit and demanded to give up some of the treasure as they were guarding the area. The leader of the Blackhawk gang urged the others to leave the location immediately. Naturally, everyone rushed to flee, realizing that they shouldn't take any chances. The protagonist jumped off the tiger and inquired about this sect, the Blackhawk Hall. Qingyang said that it was a fairly average 7th-level clan from the neighboring Huayin city. The head of the bandit guild remarked that they were only a level above and already so arrogant. The robbers again repeated their demands, threatening physical violence. Jun muttered that they weren't hiding their true identity, and that was a good thing. In response, the Blackhawk leader ordered his Verzillas to destroy the Iron Bone sect. The cultivators, along with their leader, instantly swarmed towards the overconfident Chang Xiao. The young master suddenly grabbed the head bandit's arm and gave it a sharp squeeze. While the robber was squirming in pain, Jun suggested that Qingyang visit the Dark Alliance on occasion, after which he ordered Qingyang to exterminate the others, especially after raising his level. He couldn't wait to start training. He defiantly took his blade out of its sheath and declared that these thugs weren't even fit for a warm-up, adding that he would only need 1 hit to kill them. Qingyang, with lightning-fast strikes, wiped out a huge number of bandits. After a few minutes, the guy had outlasted absolutely every thug. Jun urged the disciples to gather all the treasures that the robbers had. Chang Xia was extremely surprised, having only gathered a couple of low-quality medicinal herbs and 30,000 taels. Spatial rings, 60 in number, were also found. Back at the sect's camp, the head summarized that his disciples had become much stronger. The system reported that it was really better for the students to practice on wild animals. Jun replied that there was no way to get rich from monsters, and it might be a good idea to start provoking some clans. The program suggested to the gentleman, try his luck in the store where the training tower appeared, especially since he has an increased luck level, which could contribute to the lottery. The protagonist agreed, though, and rushed to upgrade the store. Thus, the young man was fortunate enough to acquire a universal gun clip with an increased number of cartridges, a ceiling cover that creates a protective barrier by transforming spirit energy. But most importantly, Jun still managed to win the training tower, but it was small. The system swept Chang Xiao's need to knead it into the open for it to become a huge tower. After a while, the guy found a suitable place and put up the tower, which increased in size in a moment. Qingyang noticed the unfamiliar construction and stated that the blueprints did not include this tower. Qingyang in turn realized that this was a true treasure. Suddenly, a certain voice spoke out as Jun entered the first floor. Xian wondered if this tower could be the training hall of Extreme Cold, the sacred sect of Taishuan. The voice reported that Chang Xiao had successfully completed the first floor of the tower. The doors of the building suddenly opened. A haggard sect leader stood on the threshold. Xiaomo ran up to the clan leader inquiring about the training tower. The young man replied that with her help, they could improve their abilities. Some time before, the protagonist had first visited a tower where no one was there but him. The guy noted the rather spacious room inside the building. Suddenly the door behind him closed and a voice announced that training had begun. The strange feeling did not leave Jun. He looked around. Suddenly the steps leading upstairs began to appear. A voice spoke out as Chang Xiao entered the first floor of the trial. Heading towards the stairs, the soul of the Iron Bone Guild leader suddenly separated from his body. The young master assumed that it was training the soul specifically. The system reported that the host could train both soul and body. Upon entering a certain arena, Jun was in a puzzled state. Suddenly, from the center of the site, an incomprehensible stream of water rushed outward. Chang Xiao believed that the training was to dodge geysers. Suddenly, the protagonist felt heavy and fell into the arena. Noting that this place is saturated with water and it's getting harder, gravity in turn was rapidly pulling him downward. The guy was surprised. The program alerted the gentleman that gravity would increase after each geyser explosion, and the young man needs to hold out for half an hour to pass the first floor of the tower. At this moment, several geysers rushed out. Jun was quite skillful in bypassing them. Chang Xiao had commented that both strength and speed were important in this test, and in its current state, it could withstand the eruption of geysers. The system hastened to inform the young master that the training in the tower is customized to the participant's skills. But after a few seconds, the protagonist was shocked by what was happening, because there was literally a tsunami rushing at him, huge waves of water filling the entire room. The head of the sect didn't know what to do and just stood still, eventually getting doused with water. The master asked the system how many times the gravity was now increased. The program replied, 10 times. Jun understood why this soul training, after all. His body wouldn't be able to endure under such conditions. The program deliberately chose such a load for the young man, but did not expect him to be able to stand on his feet. Chang Xiao urged the system to make the maximum pressure it can handle, realizing that it won't hurt the body, but the soul will still feel the pain of the pressure. The program once again asked the guild leader if he wanted to increase the gravity 20 times. The protagonist confidently declared that he was the man who would turn the entire continent upside down in the future. A moment later, Jun was pelted by an incredibly strong stream of water. The guy collapsed into the arena, the system picking up that this was his limit at the moment. However, Chang Xiao was thrilled with such exertion and was truly enjoying himself. The young master began to try to stand up, saying that this kind of training was much more useful. The program reported that a half period was required to complete the workout, encouraging the guy to put his best foot forward to get the best possible result. After a while, the head successfully completed the training session, noting that only 7 inner disciples had lasted. Fei and Tian were able to hold out for just over half the period, while Xiaomo was able to hold out almost the entire time. But Chen was able to hold on for a period and a half, which was nothing short of impressive. Qingyang and Xincheng, on the other hand, were able to overcome 2 periods. However, the best result came from Zuji, who endured about 5 hours in the tower, which amounted to 2.5 periods. All the passing scores of the first floor disciples surpassed the clan leader's score. He was uncomfortable. The system consoled the master by saying that the apprentices could not withstand the same gravitational pressure as the master. Jun felt his strength, stating that the training tower really did give instant results. But at the same time, it was necessary to restrict the entrance to the tower to weaker masters, as they wouldn't be able to pass such a test. After a while, the restless Chang Xiao still lasted 2.5 periods, thus surpassing Zuiji's record. Suddenly, the protagonist saw Qian and assumed that the trainees were even visiting the training tower at night. At this moment, the young master felt weak and began to faint from overexertion. Collapsing to the ground, the lad swept up in a sort of glorious feeling. After a while, the young clan leader opened his eyes and heard the disciples discussing Qian. Xiaomo and Fei swept up that Jun was undoubtedly encouraging Big Sister. Lu had been in the tower for 2.5 hours already. Su realized why she had never visited the body-shaping room. Chang Xiao had also not expected such a result from Changqian, noting that she had gotten used to the 10-fold gravity rather quickly. In fact, last night when Lu asked what he was doing in the woods, the guy fainted and accidentally fell not on the ground, but right on top of his sister. The young man went to the tower where he apologized to Qian for last night. The girl in turn pretended not to know what he was talking about. Jun walked closer-mouthed that she had been here for 3 hours, adding that her body is quite strong, especially since she has a holy spirit root and uses the rare ice element. Chang Xiao assumed that Lu was in a guild of at least the 3rd level. Xian replied that he'd better not know too much about her. But the young master continued, saying that she was most likely kicked out of the sect and joined them to avoid trouble. Guy muttered that her enemy was also an enemy to him, whom he would destroy. Sis declared that her enemies were emperors and holy martial artists, wondering if Jun would be able to handle such cultivators. Chang Xiao said confidently that he would make them beg for mercy and would not let her get hurt. Lu swept up that the clan head was not suited to the vertical type of energy. The main character, however, completely forgot about the 20-fold gravitational force, who laid him down in the arena after a second. Qian just watched the scene. After leaving the tower, the guy thought about it, because from now on, his enemies were martial arts emperors, which meant that he needed to develop his sect further. After a certain amount of time, Fei was still able to last 3 hours in the tower on the 1st floor. Xiaomo swept the 2nd floor open since Sis had passed the test. Su suggested that Li go up to the 2nd floor to see what kind of test there was. Once upstairs, the students were literally boiling from the overwhelming heat on the floor. Xiaomo asked Tian, as a medic, what he thought about this heat. Turning around, Su found that Qi had vaporized. The guy was shocked at what was happening. He couldn't figure out what exactly the training on the 2nd floor was about. The voice in the tower uttered that the training on this floor was bone-forming flames. Afterward, the sect's disciples were thrown out of the tower because they had failed the test. The clan head swept up that they should move extremely fast on the second floor to pass the test. Jun understood that this training tower had made the disciples frantically interested in training. While on the message board, the masters with the most points have increased. And with the transformation fluid, one could raise the motivation level in the guild. At this rate, his students could soon achieve unprecedented success. At this time, he was disturbed by a poisonous snake. The guy said he had an important message for the clan leader. Jun replied ahead of time that he wasn't going to go to the auction, as he wasn't interested. The young master stated that due to the success of previous auctions, he had caught the attention of important and influential people. Plus, the leader of the Miaohu Palace will be there. Xiao realized that Head High had really worked hard since it had produced such a result, but he still refused to go. The poisonous serpent swept up that Miaohu was quite young and one of the most attractive maidens on the continent. The young man said Shani had invited him to the event many times, and he had said no, so he should respect the old man and go to the auction. In addition, their relationship needs to be strengthened. The protagonist abruptly scrambled. As it turned out, all this time behind them was Chen, who was boiling with jealousy. Sis Lu announced that she would go to the auction with the clan leader. She grabbed Jun's hand and dragged him behind her, saying that they should go out early. After a while of wandering through the forest, Chang Xiao offered Chen a rest, but she flatly refused. Lu noted that the Miaohu sect only recruits women as disciples, and the leader's name is Shi Jingxuan, adding that she is well connected among influential personalities, so her support is high. After a few hours, the young travelers finally arrived in Huyang City. Near the Hai family's auction house, Jun noticed a line of people. He realized that Shani had heeded his advice after all, and created a membership system. The guy standing in line said that Chang Xiao needed to purchase a 5 million gold card to get in. At this moment, another townsfolk turned around. He realized that it was the same Iron Bone clan head. The young man stated that one sect from his district was much stronger than his guild. Jun showed his platinum card, saying that the leader of the Hai family had kindly given it to him. The auction staff politely invited the much-revered Chang Xiao inside the building, without waiting in line. The protagonist didn't want to stand out in the crowd, but now there's no point in pretending. Making his way to his VIP seat, the guy settled into a comfortable chair overlooking the entire event. Watching the scene, an unknown damsel stood beside him and admired the beautiful auction hall. Qian assumed that this was the head of the Miaohu Palace, Shi Jingxuan. Chang Xiao sharply yanked at his sister's arm, but Lu pulled him to her. The young master realized that she should be calmed down before speaking to Jingxuan. The leader of the Miaohu Palace asked the guy if he was the leader of the Iron Bone sect. The smiling young man tried to impress Si as much as possible by writing out compliments to her. The girl swept up that his guild had just trampled the Noble Spirit Alliance. At this point, an aide approached her and urged her not to talk to unknown people. The main character naturally resented it, which definitely pleased Qian. Lu noted Jingxuan's incredible abilities, despite having an eye disease since birth. Jun assumed that she had shown up at the auction for healing pills. However, healing capsules can't cure congenital diseases. He felt truly sorry for her. Xianqian informed the head that Jingxuan is actually quite cruel and ruthless, so appearances are deceiving. It was rumored that after becoming the leader of the clan, she ordered her students to find their parents and then sent them to hell. And one day, a sect insulted the Miaohu Palace, and in 3 days, that clan was annihilated. Jun began to realize that it was best not to ruin his relationship with Shi, and in no way could he offend her. Meanwhile, Jingxuan noted the rather young voice of the Iron Bone sect's sect leader. She wished she could see what he really looked like. The assistant muttered that the Changxiao clan would soon challenge the Holy Spring Alliance. Si asked her to notify her when the bout would take place, so she could listen to their confrontation. At that moment, Shani stepped into the center of the room and hurriedly announced the start of the auction. The initial price of the healing pill was 300,000 taels. The capsule was lying in the middle of various jewelry. It looked presentable enough. Jun knew Hai had a knack for padding the price. People started shouting out prices, interrupting each other. The best offer was 650,000. But the head of the Miaohu Palace offered 1 million for the healing pill. The townspeople began to turn around at Jingxuan, realizing that she could afford such a thing. A pleased Shani thanked the young queen for such a worthy price. After that, bidding began for the second healing capsule. Suddenly, someone shouted out that they would take the treasure in question for 300,000 taels. The other intended to outbid him, but his friend stopped him, saying he'd better not compete with this guy. Since it was the head of the Silent Rain Pavilion, his sect was at the 5th level of development. He was known for his ruthlessness and was literally the personification of lawlessness. the young man asked Shanny to end the bidding. The head of the High family understood that it was better not to cross him, consequently rushed to end the bidding. But at that moment, someone shouted out 500,000. The others were also extremely curious to see the brave man who dared to challenge the young master. It wasn't until Jingshuan recognized the notes in her voice that she realized it was exactly Jun. Shanny in turn was shocked that the guy actually dared to go against the head of the Silent Rain clan, who began to vigorously question who dared to oppose him. His acolyte reported that it was Chang Xiao. The guy was furious, stating that the Ironbone Guild apparently didn't know the strength of their pavilion. The main character pronounced that what he hates most in life is arrogant people, so he should put the self-righteous insolent man in his place. But the young man seemed ready to go all the way, and shouted 600,000. The protagonist immediately responded by raising the bid, setting the price at 800,000. The head of the pavilion became nervous and raised it to 900,000 taels. The aide tried to stop his ruler, saying they needed the money for more than just the auction. Meanwhile, Jun bragged about the 10 million he had beaten out of the noble spirit, raising it to 1,200,000. The naive young leader of the Silent Rain clan wanted to get more money out of him, and claimed 1,400,000. Chang Xiao in turn smiled and put the money in his pocket, remarking that it was a decent price for a pill. After which he spaceoed. The perplexed guy asked why he refused to bid. After all, he had 10 million. The ruler of the Ironbone Alliance said that he did have money and would have time to spend it, but the young man needed to pay for the lot, sarcastically adding that the Silent Rain Pavilion would not refuse to pay for the lot. The guy realized that he had deliberately upped the ante, the acolyte offering to teach the head a lesson. However, the young master refused to harm his reputation, even though Jun has the means to stop people from putting pressure on the High family. Thus, Chang Xiao had signaled to all influential cultivators, and the upcoming auctions would probably not have a similar situation. After the auction was stabilized, the protagonist hurriedly left the auction, as the Blackhawk Hall made their move that they had been waiting for. Qingyang swept up that this dark sect was a 7th-level dark sect. Walking through the forest, Jun and Lu talked about exterminating the Blackhawk, for they were a threat to them. Sis suddenly bared her blade and urged the sect leader to go to their camp immediately. Chang Xiao had picked up on the fact that she didn't necessarily always have to talk, only about killing and fighting, especially since he had already worried about it and had prepared everything beforehand. Asking the masters to come out of hiding, the guy called it their guild's strongest weapon. A moment later, a huge crowd of various cultivators stood in front of them. Luoju also greeted the young ruler, saying that she had brought the most worthy assassins with her. Making his way through the forest to the Blackhawk's domain, Li moved too loudly. The poisonous serpent admonished him. Shantian in turn asked him for a favor, to give him a chance to prove himself on the battlefield. At this time, a beaten Jun master came running into the Blackhawk camp, and begged the head to give him a chance to take revenge on the Ironbone clan. The hunter squad leader declared that this scum was incapable of handling any task, and grabbed his head, after which he delivered a crushing blow, thus killing the master. Scar asked the chapter to give his squad this mission to destroy the Ironbone sect. The master of the Black Hawk Strike Force Division had swept up that this clan was not to be underestimated. Yangzi added that they had destroyed the Noble Spirit Alliance in one-on-one matches, which meant that they had their own tricks. The Blackhawk Guild leader pointed out that their sect was still a 7th-level sect, while the Ironbone Alliance was only at the 6th stage. Plus they have eliminated countless similar sects. But most importantly, teach these masters a lesson so that they would know that insulting the Blackhawk Guild was not worth it. The ruler ordered Yangji to destroy the Ironbone sect, only so that they would be tormented. The elder of the Blackhawk Strike Force Division gave Scar a task. Take a squad of hunters and kill all the families of the Ironbone apprentices, and then the masters themselves. After a certain amount of time, they advanced to search for the Ironbone Alliance. Scar urged his warriors to be on guard, as the enemy is extremely cunning. At this point, Li carelessly gave away the location of his fellows by simply stepping on a branch. At the same moment, daggers flew at them, the poisonous serpent deftly fending them off. One of the knives ended up in front of the dazed Shantian's eyes, but the serpent managed to repel it, thus saving his life. After which he grabbed Li by his clothes and pulled him along. Realizing why the head had ordered the masters to team up with the newcomers, the young assassin urged Shan to move faster, and not to dishonor his name. However, the nimble commander of the hunters caught up with them and tried to strike. Serpent realized that such speed was only reserved for a martial artist. Subsequently, the master took the hit while protecting the clumsy Tian. As a result, they landed quite painfully on the ground. A frightened Li inquired if the poisonous snake was all right. The master in turn threateningly told Scar that no one dared touch his students. The commander of the hunters remarked that he was even able to injure him, and asked what sect they were from, adding that if he was honest with him, he would give him a quick death. The poisonous serpent ordered Shantian to run away immediately, and he would apprehend the thug. As this is not the time for sentimentality, and in situations like this, he should know what to do. Li replied that he was aware of his duty, and should not put himself in danger. After which, he instantly fled with the ghostly footsteps ability, stating that he would definitely call for help. The poisonous serpent knew he couldn't hold out until reinforcements arrived. Scar realized that he had a professional assassin in front of him, and he would have to work hard to kill him. Suddenly, the mercenary disappeared from sight. The hunter commander didn't have time to realize what had happened. Shanyaqian in turn could not leave his brother in distress and took him with him. Then he began to run away from the rest of the bandits, the fighters unable to keep up with such a fast Shan. However, while dodging the hunter's attacks, he still got his arm injured. Li realized that dodging the outmatched masters might hurt him. At a certain point, Shantian led the mercenaries into an iron bone ambush. As soon as they tried to kill him, they were attacked by sect disciples. Scar realized they were trapped and ordered his warriors to retreat into the canyon. Qingyang rushed to disrupt their scheme and threw himself into the fierce slaughter. With just a few blows, A took out dozens of fighters. At this moment, Luoju also came to the rescue in time. The commander of the Blackhawk disciples urged the hunters to stay focused on the battle and run away. Self-confident Li instantly started shooting off a large number of panicking bandits. Scar was shocked at what was happening and didn't know what to do. The weapon technique that the clan head had taught Luoju was best against a large number of opponents. Meanwhile, Longxiang attacked the hunter commander and subsequently wounded his eye. Scar was clearly unprepared for this, as the Ironbone masters kept his breath away. Xiang hurriedly launched his next attack, but the ringleader managed to dodge. The commander realized that the young man wasn't that strong, but it was hard to find time to counterattack. Long in turn continued to throw furious punches using various techniques. Scar was puzzled, noting the excessive craziness of Jun's underlings. At that moment, Shantian saw a poisonous snake lying on the battlefield and rushed to his aid. Chang Xiao persuaded him to leave the assassin for them to take care of, and go to the aid of his fellow man and kill the hunters, because the poisonous serpent had always said that Li was the best student, and it was time to prove it. The angered Shan bared his daggers and bravely threw himself into the battle. The clan head asked Qian to use the power of ice to stop the snake's bleeding and give it a healing pill. The protagonist himself hurried to stretch his bones and show a masterclass to his charges. At this time, Shantian quite skillfully dealt with a large number of bandits, after which Li pounced on Scar, actively using his skills. However, Long was extremely displeased that he had stolen his loot. Tian apologized and implied that it was by his hand that the commander should fall. The young assassin immediately used his special technique, the mountain splitting palm. The hunter leader was puzzled, for the Ironbone masters used abilities without expending energy. Scar shouted loudly, using his secret technique, blood burning. Everything in the neighborhood was literally flooded with blood, and the commander himself seemed to disappear into it. The hunter leader, smiling wryly, praised the Iron Sect disciples, noting their skills, after which he instantly rushed to attack. It became much more difficult for the masters to resist him, because by applying his secret technique, Scar had at least upgraded by 3 levels. The sinister thug continued to deliver his most powerful blows. However, Shanyaqian and Long activated the protective barrier in time. Xin swept up that they were able to block his blows thanks to the guild head. Scar laughed, stating that he was capable of destroying their magic shield with a single blow. Jun, who was standing behind him, threw a lightning strike at the cocky commander. Chang Xiao wondered if he was as weak as this bandit, since they were practically on the same level. Meanwhile, in the Blackhawk clan's camp, the leader resented the slain masters. Yangzi began to make excuses, saying that they outnumbered them in number of disciples and in armament, adding that at night he would assemble several strike groups to go around and attack them from the rear. The enraged guild ruler declared that he would trust the Elder One last time, and if he failed him again, he would become the material for his training, the writing of a blood demon. Yangzi assured the Lord in every possible way that he would definitely succeed this time. Going to the wasteland at night, wearing batsuits, the Elder urged the apprentices to go around the other side of the mountain, whereupon they all jumped off the cliff and flew down, thus finding themselves behind enemy lines. However, the members of the Ironbone Assassin sect were already waiting for them downstairs, who in turn started shooting them with guns. The protagonist mouthed that it would be target practice on moving targets. Jun added that after today's attack, they would definitely not be so frivolous again. Chang Xiao then ordered his underlings, going straight to the Blackhawk Hall. The head of the bandit clan heard footsteps and thought it was Yangzi returning. He called out to him, The young master asked if this was the man who jumped off the cliff and committed suicide, after which, he stated quite confidently that he was the leader of the Iron Bone Alliance, and he came here to send him to hell, following Yangji. The Blackhawk leader remarked that the guy was pretty brave for deciding to show up here. Suddenly, the Dark Sect Lord called for his masters to come to the hall, but no one was present, adding that he recognized Jun's strength since he was able to overpower his men, but he still couldn't handle him. Even if he had talented disciples, they wouldn't be able to handle the Blackhawk Guild. However, the ruler of the Dark Alliance couldn't understand where all his warriors had gone. Chang Xiao hurriedly reported that all of his men had been annihilated by the Ironbone members, and now he can open a subdivision of his sect in Huayin County. In the blink of an eye, the enraged head of the Black Hawk declared that he would kill all of his apprentices, after which he instantly threw himself into an attack using his abilities. The protagonist in turn became defensive by applying a knot shield, but the embittered thug destroyed it with just one blow. Jun asked the system if he was definitely at the level of Qin, of the Noble Spirit clan. The program replied that he had applied his secret technique, and now his strength was similar to that of a martial ancestor. She strongly recommended to the master the use of the Azure Dragon Blade, but Chang Xiao refused to take advantage of the system, stating that he also trains hard and is capable of destroying him with his bare hands. Employing various battle techniques, the young Ironbone clan head attacked the Dark Leader, who in turn was extremely surprised that the master was able to damage him. The system again demanded the Lord to summon the Azure Dragon Blade. The young man again refused. The protagonist said he was going to use a regular weapon without the help of the program, since he's always relied on her, and it's time to recognize his true power. Especially since the opponent wasn't much stronger than him, the young sect ruler headed towards the thug. The confident Jun didn't fearfully walk towards the distraught Lier, or swept that with a spirit-type art. He wouldn't even get close before he would die. The system in turn could not understand how spiritual power was left in the hands of the master. Chang Xiao replied that the power consumption was quite low, as was the damage it did. But this is concerning one cut, and if there are an infinite number of them, then no one can resist such an attack. The protagonist urged Li to solve everything quickly, as he didn't have a long effective technique either. The ruler of the Blackhawk sect understood that he should avoid such powerful blows. Muttered that with this ability his movements would slow down, causing him to be unable to handle him. Enraged Li threw himself into the battle. Jun prepared to attack. Chang Xiao confidently pointed out that spiritual arts have no weight, after which he gave a scathing blow to Lieru, who was bewildered. The guy added that he could chop it up as fast as he swung his arm. The head of the Dark Clan realized that his blood arts were unable to stop this attack. Jun thanked him for not attacking him at the moment of accumulating strength. Then the main character killed with one blow. Chang Xiao had already started to think of how to rebuild the hall and set it up for his sect. As a result, the Bloodlord's soul left his body and traveled to teacher Li, who in turn was shocked. He realized it was the soul of his student. The old man couldn't understand how this could happen, and who dared to kill him. After all, had only recently broken through to martial arts master, and the one who killed his pupil attracted the attention of 9 tribes. The enraged elder didn't hesitate and went in search of the culprit. At this time, Jun ordered his underlings to gather all the treasures of the Blackhawk sect. Spring Spirit disciple Dai Lu hid around the corner and watched the scene. He went to the Blackhawk Hall to find out which clan his brother was in. The Iron Bone Guild had killed Lu's relatives, and he naturally wanted to take revenge on them. But Chang Xiao was too strong, and at this point it was necessary to just run away, which Dai did. Walking through the dense forest, the young man noticed that it was too quiet inside the thicket. At this moment, an unknown person appeared in front of him and asked if he was coming from the Blackhawk Hall. Without giving the boy a chance to answer, the elder began to strangle him, after which he used his secret ability and began to absorb Daya's soul. The breathless Lu collapsed dead weight, the old man intent on destroying the Iron Bone clan. However, the youngster's eyes suddenly opened, lighting up with green flames. The dumbfounded old man realized that this was no ordinary guy, after all. He had ignored the soul capture skill and survived. The elder began to question him, implying that he had some sort of divine skill. He decided to use soul capture again to get to the bottom of it. Dai begged him not to do it, but the old man was unstoppable. After sucking out the kid's soul, he suddenly took his own life and collapsed to the ground. An extremely surprised Lu couldn't understand what had happened, or why Grandpa had died. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength, thus moving to the next level of development. Thus, the young master broke through and became a 7th stage martial arts disciple. Dai realized that he was actually capable of absorbing people's spiritual power. Lu assumed that he had adopted the old man's skills along with his soul, and decided to test them out. The guy got much faster with the Blood Blast ability, Dai was sure that it was enough to take revenge on the Iron Bone Guild. Suddenly it hooked over a rock and literally blew down a couple trees before it flew into a huge rock. Meanwhile, Old Man Wei came to the sect head and asked for money for the clan's needs, as the rate of maturation of the necessary herbs dramatically decreased. The elders suggested planting spiritual-type plants around the mountain to improve the attributes of heaven and earth. Besides, it would have a positive effect on the cultivation of the disciples. Jun fully supported him. After which, Wei handed him a list of necessary spiritual herbs to buy for planting, adding that all these seeds are required in thousands, and then within 3 years their mountain will become an outstanding site. However, in the market, such plants cost around 2 million. Chang Xia realized that he would have to spend a lot of money. The protagonist suddenly announced that he had a completely different plan to get his hands on those seeds. The young sect leader went to high. He gave the spatial ring with 20 million for herbs. Jun realized that from now on, he would have to save up money again and get out of poverty. Shani quipped that if Chang Xiao needed money, he had a suggestion. There's a martial arts competition in neighboring Pingyang County in 2 weeks, and the prize for first place is extremely generous, where the dominant sects are around stage 7, and the strongest member is at level 9. The young master's eyes lit up, naturally intending to participate in the tournament. After a while, Jun and Xingcheng were walking through the forest. A was indignant that the only reason for visiting Pingyang was for money. Chang Xiao said that the winner of the competition would receive 100 spirit stones, and it was all up to him, though the student was not thrilled about running around in dubious tournaments looking for money. But still, the head relied on him, which means he trusts him more than anyone else. Xincheng swept up that the sect leader had promised him training on his way to Pingyang. Instead, he races his tiger, even though A doesn't have a racehorse. Jun muttered that he had the ability to find a pet in the forest. The young apprentice was unwilling to put up with this, and rushed to catch up with the alliance leader. After arriving in Pingyang, they went to the tournament registration, where they introduced themselves as members of the Ironbone Guild. Xincheng swept up that Qingyang is a level below Pingyang and most counties. Chang Xiao was saddened to realize that his clan was at the bottom of the food chain. The competition officer stated that they are welcome to join, but there will be no indulgence for them. Also a feature of this county is the Battle Royal. Some of the participants began to discuss the sudden arrival of the people from Qingyang. They clearly underestimated the Ironbone clan. After conspiring with the other members, they intended to unite in battle against the Qingyang masters. Hearing this, Xincheng started to get rather cocky, calling them scum. The participants in turn reacted immediately, saying that he would have to answer for his words. After a certain period of time, the acolytes announced the start of the competition. A noted overconfident fighters who didn't really pose a threat to him. Xingcheng's huge opponent grabbed him, and as he took to the air, he declared that he would destroy the kid. Called before defeat to memorize the name of the winner, the naive warrior turned out to be from the Heishan sect, named Liu. Arrogant A muttered that there was no need for him to memorize his name, after which he threw his head back and delivered a lightning-fast headbutt, as a result of which, the enormous Verso slumped in the arena, senseless. The guy defiantly struck a pose, then urged the other participants to waste no time and attack him. The naturally furious challengers swarmed into battle, literally surrounding the young apprentice. However, they were unable to harm Xingcheng in any way, as the young man dealt with the fighters deftly. Even outnumbered, the masters had no chance of success. AE continued to frolic, saying that with their training, he wouldn't even have to use martial arts skills. The challengers in the tournament were mindlessly attacking such a nimble fellow, taking significant damage in the process. Xincheng summarized that a battle royal, above all, saves strength and time. After a short period of time, A beat up absolutely everyone in the competition. The young master noticed that there were even strong opponents among them. People began to talk about the incredible strength of this young man, who literally swept away everyone in his path. They couldn't understand how the sect leader was able to cultivate such a terrifying disciple. Xincheng in turn hurriedly gave the guild leader the 100 spirit stones he had earned, asking the protagonist to return immediately, back home to camp. After a couple days, Xiaomo and Fei were ecstatic to see their counterparts trek to Pingyang so fruitful. Suddenly, Jun summoned his trainees to him. He stated that there were tournaments taking place in several counties, so everyone will be assigned to one area where they will have to win the competition and bring the winning prize to the sect. But in doing so, Chang Xiao asked them not to show their true strength, but to pretend that they had barely won. Because Xincheng had killed all the participants in Pingyang using his skills, they were not allowed to enter the tournament in this county. However, if someone wants to humiliate them, there is no mercy to be shown to such a person. After that, the protagonist summoned Shantian to him and asked him for one favor. that he assigned a personal guard from the Drizzle Hall to each student traveling to the tournament. Also, some elders may take action after winning an Ironbone in a competition, and one should be on guard. After all, to Jun, his students are a treasure, and he wants them all to return alive and with money. After a few days, the disciples had won all the tournaments, and Xiao sadly poured the spirit stones into the clan's treasury, for he hadn't taken a penny. Chang Xiao reassured him, saying that whoever invested more and would be rewarded accordingly. At this moment, Shan muttered that in Huaying County, an elder got angry at Qingyang's victory and tried to kill him. The clan had realized that some factions hadn't learned their lesson after the destruction of the Blackhawk Dark Sect. Therefore, they should definitely be taught a lesson, which is what the protagonist wanted to do. Meanwhile, Qingyang and the masters of the Drizzle Pavilion were running away from the Ghost Hand masters. Song watched them standing on a tree branch and naively thought he would destroy them. And Jun is just an elementary martial artist who is simply incongruous to Shi. After waiting for the right moment, the Ghost Hand warrior suddenly attacked the Ironbone disciples. However, Qingyang reacted lightning fast and set up a protective barrier where the blow came. A confident Song walked out to the masters and declared that he would soon take away the young master's battle techniques, adding that if he gave him his abilities himself, Shi would give him a quick death. At this moment, he was suddenly attacked by Jun from the back, but the fighter dodged. Chang Xiao gushed that he was fine with the reaction, which he had in no way expected. Then he struck another powerful blow, which Song could not cope with. Yiji tried to block the attack, but found himself waist-deep in the ground. The indignant foreman declared his strength to be 60 tons. The protagonist replied that he had crossed the threshold of 80 tons a few days ago. Song began begging the head for mercy, calling himself an elder of the Ghost Hand, and if he killed him, they would come for him. The young master stated that even if he let him go, the Ghost Hand would still take revenge on him. Shai muttered that he would give him a piece of his soul and serve the Lord. Jun in turn had no idea what the distraught Song was talking about. The system hurriedly explained to him that this was the essence of a martial artist, and if he had it, one was at his mercy. Chang Xiao stamped his foot on Shi and began to demand that he give him a piece of his soul. A second later, a certain entity emerged from the body of the Ghost Hand master. The protagonist grabbed it with his hands and started stretching it in all directions to see how it worked. Then stated that Song needed to return to his sect, and when he needed him, Jun would summon him. Naturally, Shi agreed, after which the Ironbone members hurried home. Chang Xiao was furious, for it turns out he could get the souls of those he had defeated earlier. Back at camp, the system reported that the sect leader had been awarded experience points. The guy chose a device in the store, thanks to which he could incubate a fire dragon egg. Jun placed the egg inside the rather strange incubator, and he asked him to put in the required amount of crystals, asking for 10 high-level stones to incubate the egg. Chang Xiao put the desired crystals into the device and pulled the handle, but nothing happened. The protagonist pulled the lever again, but there was no effect. Suddenly on the incubator panel there was a chance of mutation in time. The probability was 1% in 100. The protagonist was perplexed. The device spelled out, to increase the chance of mutation, more crystals are needed. After that, the hatchery started urging the owner to throw in as many rocks as possible. The young guild leader naturally fell for it and cast a few crystals. However, the chance of mutation only increased by 2 points. Jun was furious. The hatchery reported that if he did not put in the required number of stones, he would simply lose them. The exasperated Chang Xiao, realizing that this was a trickery, meekly threw in another bag of resources. The probability increased to 8 points. The protagonist decided not to give up and threw in another bag. The chance of mutation was 22 points. Then he brought another mountain of precious crystals. The probability increased to 72%. The young master did not know what to do, for all his savings had run out, and the probability of mutation was only 85%. At this moment, Luoju appeared at the guild leader's door with bad news. Lai muttered that after their disciple won the tournament, he was attacked by over 100 extremely strong masters. Jun ordered her to gather her army and head to Heian County, where they should be as soon as possible. Zuji, meanwhile, fought off the thugs with his sniper rifle, realizing he was not in a good position. The bandits in turn demanded that he give them the gun, and then they might spare him, adding that their leader is a martial arts master, and he won't get out of the forest alive. At this moment, Zuji suddenly killed one of them with a rifle shot. The clan leader noticed the young man's extremely effective weapon and wanted to get his hands on it. After which, the young apprentice abruptly changed position, jumping to another branch, and as he started aiming at the next robber, he realized that no matter how many he killed, they were still coming at him. Suddenly, someone at his back muttered that he was being extremely cautious and constantly changing positions. Before he could turn around, Zuji fell from the tree and ended up on the ground. The head of the great mountain struck his blow with a force of 12 tons. But the young man was able to get to his feet, which was commendable. The master was surprised. The guy urged not to look down on him and not to be so cocky. The sect leader wondered how many blows the iron-boned disciple could withstand, then struck another blow. Zuji knew that the guild lord was a martial arts master, second stage. The bandit swept up. The kid had already withstood 2 of his crushing blows. As such, suggested that he switch to his guild's side, and then he would stay alive. But the young apprentice was loyal to his clan, and declared that he had lived under the Iron-Bone banner, and would also die. The leader of the Great Mountain replied that in any case, he was primarily interested in weapons. Zuji realized that he needed to hold out for reinforcements at all costs. The young man activated a protective barrier and prepared for the thug's attack. However, the cunning lord bypassed his defenses and muttered that not even his abilities would help him. After which, he lightning-fast delivered an extremely painful blow to his back, thus breaking all the bones in his right hand, the young iron-bone disciple. But the violent thug didn't stop there either, determined to finish the guy off. Before he died, the master thought of repaying his chapter's kindness in the next life. At this time, the Ironbone clan were walking through the forest, heading towards Qingyang. The protagonist suddenly stopped. The students wondered what had happened. Jun stated that he would rush forward, and they should find and kill the people attacking Zuji. Chang Xiao's unexpected behavior was due to a message from the system stating that a sect member had died. The older student is lying on the floor, at first not realizing what happened or who covered him up. Above him stands his younger brother Tai Li, and the other assassins who hold the master. He tells the older man that he is a very valuable disciple of the sect, and he can't die. The master says that the assassins were really good at hiding, and he didn't even notice them until they showed themselves. He rushes at the older man, scattering all the assassins, and says he'll finish him off after he's dealt with them. Tai Li's brother falls to the ground, and the elder sees this. He gets furious and says the master will pay for this and kicks his hand away. The master is surprised that he can still fight with broken bones, and says that since he won't join them, there's no point in letting him live. Zuji is very angry and is about to attack the master, but their blows meet. The elder has broken bones in his right arm due to the meeting of their blows. He can't hold up properly against the master. They attack each other, and there is an explosion due to their blows meeting. They both recoil. The master asks him if he doesn't feel any pain, since his bones are broken, but he continues to use martial arts. The older man is very determined. He stands in a fighting stance and can't stop saying that he will finish him off. He throws himself at the master, but the master tells him that only if he was a spade master could he get any injury. The master says that he will now show him his true power and seals the elder into the ground with the words that martial arts masters can use the power of heaven and earth. He praises him and says he has a lot of potential and is strong for his years, but it doesn't matter. He is surprised that his younger brothers are also quite good. And although their sect is only 8th level, but they are actually strong. The master talks about how he doesn't know how they got this power, but they have to evolve step by step. Jun Chang Xia arrives and addresses Zuji saying that he is late. Zuji starts crying and tells the head that he is sorry because he couldn't protect the younger ones. Jun says that he shouldn't worry, as he will definitely avenge them. The master turns to him and tells him that judging by his energy, he is only a martial artist, and he risks being near his students by speaking such loud words. The head replies to him that on the way to them he was thinking about what to do with the master. He says he made a great decision, which was to finish him off by chopping him to pieces. The master tells Jun Chang Xia that even if the latter is just a martial artist, the aura he emits is worthy of a glance. It tells him that he is able to make him put his best foot forward and he can take pride in that, gathering energy in some areas. Purple spheres of collected energy appear at his fists, and he looks intimidating. He says he respects Chang Xiao for choosing to fight him to save his student, and promises to finish him off quickly. The master attacks him. The spheres seem to be extensions of his fists, but Jun doesn't even look at his attack. Jun Chang Xiao stops his attack with his hand, holding the sphere with his palm. The master marvels at the fact that he was able to fend off his blow with one hand, and says it's commendable. He gathers the sphere over his fist again, but Jun strips him of his arm with a swift blow. Chang Xiao walks over to the lying Tai Li and says he's sorry because he was late. The master gets furious about having his arm cut off and says he'll rip him to shreds for it, attacking him with his remaining arm. Jun quickly turns around and repels the master's attack and damages him. The master doesn't understand how a martial artist can inflict damage on him. Jun Chang Xiao tells him that how dare he call himself a master after what he did to his men. He kicks him and tosses him into the air, swinging his spear at him. The head cuts him off with his other hand, and the master says he missed and claims he can beat him even without his hands. Jun Chang Xiao says he didn't miss and tells the master that he will beat the hell out of him. The master says that the head will only be able to do this in his dreams, and he gets a sphere under his foot. Jun is about to punch his sphere, and the master confidently tells him to attack. But Jun punches his sphere with his fist. The master is very surprised by this and tries to stop him by attacking him with his foot. After they both land on the ground, the magician immediately tries to attack, but Jun blocks his attack. The chapter uses the breaking elbow strike with the words that this was Ty Lee's favorite technique. While the master can't do anything, the head lands a bunch of punches to his face and sends him flying. The master rolls on the ground and falls straight to his knees, as if bowing before Ty Lee. The head walks up to them and sadly tells Ty Lee that they are going home. Zuji sits next to Ty Lee's grave. His grave is in the most spiritual energy-enriched place. He brought his favorite snacks and promises to visit him more often. He talks about how he as an older brother failed to protect him, and he was the one who had to die. He promises that he will never forget him and will become stronger to protect everyone. He says that now Ty Lee will watch the sect grow stronger and stronger. The head is drinking in his office, and Qingyang walks in, and he tells her that if she came to change his mind about raising the dead, she's wasting her time. He blames himself and says that if he hadn't wanted the crystals and thought of the consequences beforehand, Qingyang slaps him and drinks a mug herself to relax. The head is surprised, and she tells him that the pavilion pastor Morosi told her that they teach their students one overriding principle. She tells us that an assassin should be able to correctly assess the difference in strength, and if the opponent is stronger, he should hide and look for an opportunity to retreat. She explains that Ty Lee did not act as a murderer, but as a member of the Iron Bone sect, sacrificing himself for the sect and his brother. She tells him that she remembers the head once telling her that dignity is the tip of the sword. Qingyang hugs him and tells him that he is a man she likes, and on this day they will honor their brother's dignity. She says that they will continue to make their sect stronger, so that they will never shed tears again because of their own weakness. The chapter lets out a tear and thanks her. The head is sitting in the office and musing about the fact that there are now 7 inner disciples in the sect, and thanks to the quality transformation liquid, all but Tianqi have raised their level. He talks about not feeding him pills and liquids, or it will be bad for his psyche and health. He decides that he needs to recruit a new batch of inner disciples from the outer disciples. He recalls that the best of all the outer disciples would be Yang Yuhua and Long Xiang, and the latter might belong to some big clan at all. Jun hears a sound and realizes that 15 days have finally passed, and the incubation is finally complete. The egg cracks, and the head is politic about whatever is in the egg mutating. The egg cracks, but he can't see anything in it. He doesn't realize where his fire dragon is, and doesn't understand where it went. A small paw peeks out from under the shard, and the silhouette of a huge fire dragon appears above it. Jun Chang Xia feels a very strong pressure and realizes that this is the jackpot. The disciples look at the dragon and don't understand how it can be divine, but the head tells them that it is indeed him. He tells them to look at his sharp claws and his dragon horns. The students say he is indeed beautiful, but somehow too small. The student says that for its size, he would call it a mutated lizard. The little dragon tries to bite him and easily puts him on his back by his finger in a swift motion. The dragonkin gathers fire in its mouth and roasts the apprentice. The chapter calls this psychic roasting. Jun Chang Xia calls him a mutated dragon, and his name is Draco Kid. He doesn't like being called a lizard. The head calls him the third contract beast. Dudu's sister walks into the room and calls the dragon a lizard with the words that she brought him something to eat. Little Draco is angry at first, but he immediately changes when he sees the food she brought him. Everyone thinks about the fact that the little guy has nothing against being called a lizard. He just hates men. The head asks her if she has cooked too much, but she replies to him that he is a dragon after all, and his appetite must be large. Baby Draco swallows all the food and immediately eats everything he swallows. The chapter doesn't understand what happened or how the dragonkin was able to swallow it. Dudu's sister tells the chapter that the dragonkin still looks hungry, and says she'll make some more food. The head thinks about the fact that with such an appetite to nurture it will be a problem, as they don't earn that much. The head looks angrily at the dragonkin and thinks about the fact that it's not too late to shove it back into the egg. Students come to lunch and talk about how it is really luxurious this time. There's something sweeping across all the tables that eats absolutely all the meat, leaving no lunch for anyone. It's a dragon. Everyone runs after it and says it's too much, because they haven't eaten a piece of meat in 3 days. They see the head, the dragon jumps on his shoulder. Jun asks what all the fuss is about. He tells them not to worry about the meat, because he has a whole bag of meat on his back and still has 8 more in the spatial ring. The students point at something. They ask the head to turn around. There's baby Draco eating the whole bag. The head freaks out and tells the dragonkin that he eats too much meat and doesn't grow, and the sack was worth over 1,000 gold. The dragonkin belches. This pisses the head off and he lashes out at it with anger. The dragon cub runs away from him, and Jun says that once he catches him, He's going to do something terrible to him. The dragon sees Qianqian's chicken leg and is about to steal it, but he doesn't have time because she freezes him. Qianqian asks what kind of manners are these? After all, he dared to steal food from a girl. The head quickly catches the frozen dragonkin and tells him he's out of his mind altogether because she has all his money, and if he pisses her off, they won't eat, and they'll be kicked out to sleep on the couch. She hears all this and freezes the head, saying he's talking some nonsense, and she tells him she's only cutting his money in half this month. Jun Chang Xia is indignant. He doesn't understand why he is so weak, and Qianqian says that she used her strength carefully. She tells the chapter that she read in ancient scrolls that beasts can evolve while sleeping. She explains that there are several species of beasts in Starland that go into deep hibernation, and during sleep, their powers evolve. She tells him that one day he'll be a real dragon, and he chats to her and asks if she's mocking him. Jun asks the system how much more time it takes for the Draco to evolve. The system says that if he's lucky, he's 3 to 5 months, and if not, years. He thinks about having to bury the dream, to pass on the divine guardian of the sect to his grandchildren. He decides it's best to hide and not show Draco. He calls him his secret weapon. Jun Chang Xiao's sister bursts into her office saying that she has made a breakthrough and invented a new dish. She explains that this dish increases strength for a short period of time. The head tells her that he didn't know she was capable of cooking such a thing, and asks if she's sure it increases strength. Her sister asks to just try it. He takes a small bite and tastes it. It gives him just an incredible rush of energy. He takes the bowl in his hand and eats it all. His body fills with power, and he punches the air with insane force. Zhu said that judging from the wind pressure his fist created when he struck, his strength had increased by about 20%. He is amazed that with the help of food he has increased his strength by 20%. And the system says that it is a miracle, and it is as if he has won the jackpot. His sister rejoices that her experiment was a success. The head is surprised that it was an experiment. The sister explains that she has only tested the results of her experiments on rats before. The head grabs the toilet paper and tells Dudu to stay put, and she remembers that this is another failure, but he should be fine considering how strong he is. After that, Jun was in the toilet for a month, and except for Dudu being forbidden to continue his experiments, the sect was fine. But the head had lost his position as the strongest. He asked for some good things from the system and asks to feel sorry for him after all he's been through. The system says he's just gotten 2 powerful items anyway, and the head says the items give him a sense of déjà vu. He holds a martial arts book in his right hand, which is called Cloud Steps. It allows you to jump through the air. The system says it's a useful skill because it allows you to gain air superiority. But the head asks if the skill is entry-level and doesn't understand what's special about it. Another technique he's gotten is the art of telepathy, and he thinks it will now be possible to create a group chat for the entire sect. He decides to upgrade again. That's what he needs now, and gets a mid-level healing pill that can heal martial artists and masters of martial arts. The head thinks about the fact that he now has insurance for his students, and marvels that he has never heard of any of these 8 herbs, and there will be 5 points left after the purchase. He thinks about the fact that it's no big deal, since he'll be able to get his points back after enrolling new students. But first he decides to demonstrate 2 new martial arts to his students. He summons all the students and asks them to come up to the main hall. He tells them he's going to show them something new. He says telepathy is one of the things he wants to show, and the students hear his voice in their heads and don't understand how it's possible. Everyone comes to the main hall and they all don't realize where the head is, because he told them all to come. Everyone looks up and sees the head, who telepathically tells them that he will teach them one technique today. He steps off the roof, and everyone thinks that by falling from such a height, the chapter will be seriously injured. But the chapter stops in mid-air. The head jumps across the rooftops and the students watch him and marvel at the way he moves. He lands in front of the students and says, "Here are these techniques," and tells them they can have fun. Everyone jumps on the rooftops. One of the students of the Drizzle Hall says that the cloud steps and sound transmission technique definitely suits them, because it's noticeably faster than ghost steps. Brother Lee remembers that Zuji suggested he go out for lunch, since Draco had fallen asleep, and they could have plenty to eat. The head is sitting on the grass and looking at the scenery. Qingyang comes up to him and asks him why he is sitting alone. He answers him that all the disciples are jumping around the sect's territory without stopping. Jun Chang Xia tells him that they haven't recruited anyone into the sect in a long time, and can't earn more points if they don't recruit new people. Qingyang says there are no longer any people left in their city who want to join them, and he would recommend looking for new students in neighboring cities. The head says that it made sense and asks him to take a couple people with him, because they're heading to Liang City to recruit new disciples, and it's also Zuji's hometown. They come to the town, and the head tells Zuji that he will be the main character. Jun notices someone walking straight towards them. It's the head of Liang City, Mr. Avenue. Ao turns to the head and says that he hopes he won't be mad at him for being late, since he personally came to greet him. Jun says he is honored, and Master Ao says he has heard of his accomplishments and the victories of his students. Ao says that the head is a true genius, and he would like to call him Brother Jun. And he remembers that it seems strange, because he wouldn't have been so friendly before. Zuji thinks about the fact that their sect has become influential because of the head, and because of this, Lord Ao himself came out to meet the sect below the 5th level. The head turns to the gentleman and says that, as he wrote in his letter, he would like to hold a recruitment drive for his sect in this city. Mr. Ao says it's a great honor for him in the city, but there's a problem. He tells him that there is a non-verbal rule of cooperating with the Alliance, and people can't join sects that don't belong to the Alliance, and he can't insult the Noble Spirit sect. Jun asks what he needs to do. He suggests crushing them all, but Ao says that's not necessary. He tells him that although some members of the Alliance have befriended his sect, they are acting arrogant and asks the head to teach them a lesson or two. They shake hands with the words that everyone will get what they need, and Zuji thinks that they are up to something, for there is an evil aura emanating from them. There are new faces on the horizon. This person says that Jun should follow the rules. After all, his sect has no right to conduct disciple recruitment since it is not in an alliance. Ao says it's just those people from the alliance and says the head can hit him safely. The alliance member is a bit startled. He doesn't understand why he suddenly has goosebumps running down his back. Jun Chang Xia says that there is only one rule, and that is, whoever is stronger is right. The alliance member says that the head can't use the force in the city, but the head tells him that they're technically out of town, and Jun uses the embrace of death. The head slaps him, and the alliance member passes out because of it. The head didn't even tense up. He turns to the sect heads of the 100 Sect Alliance and says that they are underestimating him by sending people of such a level at him. The heads of the Tiger Roar, Golden Dragon, and Long Blade sects are watching this. They don't realize how Jun hit him. The head of the Tiger's Roar addresses the Golden Dragon leader with words that even he couldn't see, even though he was a 3rd stage martial artist. Jun Chang Xia decides to approach them and uses cloud steps. The 3 heads are surprised that he can walk on air. He lands and addresses them saying that he came to recruit people into his sect, not to play games with them. He tells them if they can defeat his disciples, they will leave this city. All the students also, with a new technique, approach the head and stand to his sides. Jun Chang Xia asks them what they think about it, and asks them to show him what they can do. There are 2 people standing in the ring. One of them introduces himself. One of them is the leader of the Golden Dragon sect, Kui Shun. Zuji warms up in front of him. This surprises the Golden Dragon leader, and explains that the head always tells them to warm up before a fight. Kui Shun says he's talking some bullshit, just like their head, and he claims he's going to teach him a lesson. The sect leader launches his spiked ball at him, and Zuji recalls their conversation with the head. The head told him that although he was used to taking attacks with his body and striking back, he would have different tactics this time, and asks him how much he knows about meteorites. He uses cloud steps and rises into the air, thus dodging his attack. Kui Shun says he must really be fast if he dodged that. He sees Zuji rise into the air and asks with a surprised expression where he flew to. He has some strange feeling and sees Zuji flying down very fast. The sect leader can't move due to the wind pressure he created. They are about to hit each other. There is a very strong energy coming from Zuji, as if he is a meteorite. The Zuiki attack doesn't do much damage, because it takes an unreasonable amount of time to prepare for the attack, and the accuracy isn't high either. And the head said that this technique is useless in battle. Also, the head said that in such battles, the attack looks effective, and there is a large crater around them. The sect leader falls to his knees, and Zuiki says that if all the other heads are as weak as this one, they better attack all at once. Jun Chang Xia says that the heads should take his words seriously, because he ordered him not to hold back, and one-on-one he can finish someone off. All the heads are surprised because of this, and say that they won't fight him one-on-one, and one of them says that they will all teach him a lesson together now. Zuiji stands sipping his shoulder while the children in the crowd are thinking about how the Iron Bone sect is strong, and if the other heads altogether don't defeat him, they will join the Iron Bone sect. The head thinks that the effectiveness of their tactics can already be seen, as everyone in the crowd is saying that the disciples of the Iron Bone sect are amazing. Jun tells Zuji to get ready to fight. He looks very intimidating. He swiftly elbowed the head who had run the furthest first with a quick uppercut. The second head he takes the attacking arm and spins him around, and while he doesn't realize anything, throws him to the floor. A huge head appears behind Zuiji and tries to hit him with a huge stone. He quickly turns around and breaks the stone, while he thinks to himself that the sect head's demands are too strict, because he can't properly fight back with an attack that can't break through the defense. He notices a stand by another head who looks just like some kind of demon. This chapter says that since one person can't take his attack, they will try it all together. He looks intimidating, but Jun looks at it and says that they will now look at the effectiveness of their combos. The head calls them a bunch of losers. For now, Zuji will show them and tells them to get ready, for it will be a surprise for them. The head of the attacking side tells him to go and accept his fate, and Zuji kicks the arena and they all fly into the air. He concentrates the energy in his fist and turns to the sect heads and thanks them for their help in their campaign to recruit new disciples. He attacks them all in turn and scatters them in different directions, himself landing in the arena. Jun quickly runs up to Zuji. He is holding a red flag in his hands. He turns to the crowd and asks if anyone has appeared who wishes to join the Iron Bone sect, and tells them that if they join them, he will make them as strong. He announces the fact that recruitment for the cult is starting right now, and anyone who is 14 years of age or older can apply to join. Everyone who watched the fight is shocked after all. Even Xiaozuki couldn't reach such heights in cultivation after losing his spiritual energy, and many people want to join. A guy comes to the table and they don't even let him say anything, and immediately accept him. All the others are accepted as well. Mr. Ao is talking to Jun. He is surprised that he recruits people regardless of martial arts level and cultivation, and the head calls it a unique method. He tells Ao that he doesn't care about their level and will pump them up himself, because after his training, they will become real monsters. Someone calls out to head Jun and asks for a moment. It's an old man who asks if they don't really care about level. Could they make an exception in terms of age? The old man says that the head must be joking, for he had no intention of joining the sect. He tells him that he wanted to ask him to have Jun take in a little girl. He explains that she lost her parents. The old man tells him that she is currently living with him, but he is too old now and he hopes the chapter will accept her into the cult. Jun Chang Xia tells him that she's too young and he thinks they won't be able to take care of her and he'd rather give them money so the old man can take care of himself and the girl. The girl tells the old man that she doesn't want to leave, because she wants to stay with him. She looks at the head and shows her tongue, saying she doesn't care about the cult and will stay with her grandfather. The old man thanks the head for his help and says they should probably go. The head tells Ao that there are a lot of orphans in this world and he tries to help them, but it's impossible to help everyone. He says that from the looks of it, there don't seem to be any more people willing to join their sect. But Mr. Ao is confused by something. He recognizes someone in the old man. The old man asks the girl if she is willing to stay with him for the rest of his days. The girl replies to him that her grandfather is her closest person, and she will follow him to the end. The old man smiles and says that they should go to Sanyang City then. Zuji reports to the head that the recruits will soon finish packing up and can leave for the next town. The head says that they have done a good job, and when this group of disciples reaches the 12th stage of acupuncture point opening, the sect will be able to become a 7th level sect. Zuji tells him that the head of Ao City said that he has a friend in Sanyang City and wrote him a letter, and he might be able to join their sect. The head says that's great and announces that the next stop is Sanyang City. The chapter thinks about the fact that for a 7th level sect, the sect head must be a martial arts master, 50 disciples, and at least 100 disciples at the 12th stage of acupuncture point opening. He says he has waited so long to recruit new students and train them to the 12th stage of opening acupuncture points. He and the disciples hear a cry for help. The head assumes it is a wild animal attacking the men and says they must help them. They run to the place from where the scream was uttered, and the head realizes that they are a little late. There is a wounded old man lying on the ground. The head quickly approaches the monster and takes the monster by the muzzle. He squeezes his palm and touches the monster's muzzle. He tells the monster that he's impressed with his courage, and the monster's muzzle just bursts with pressure. Zuji sits down next to the old man. He checks his pulse and says that he has stopped breathing. The head realizes that this is the same old man who asked them to take the girl who was left without parents. He says they will bury him. Zuji turns the old man over and sees the girl there. The old man covered her from the beast. The girl is fine. She is crying because of Grandpa Lu. The head asks to bring a first aid kit. The girl sits by the old man's grave and cries, asking him not to leave her alone again. The head strokes her head. Her name is Mayan In, and tells her that they are related, because the old man wanted to entrust her to him, and from this day forward, she will live in the Iron Bone sect. The head turns to the old man and promises him that he will take care of the girl and he can rest in peace. He takes the girl in his arms and tells the students that their destination is Sanyang City. The grandfather climbs out of the grave and some hooded man appears. He addresses the old man as Lu's protector, and asks when he will return to the Mountain of Demons. The old man replies that he will finish the meat and they will move out. His wound's still a little sore. He says that his intuition didn't fail him and the Iron Bone sect isn't that simple, and the head surprised him and he claims that this sect will be strong in the future. He finishes the meet and says that the young leader has done the right thing, and all they have to do is go and deal with this garbage. His eyes turn black and an ominous aura flies around him. He says that this old man and the demon lord will wash the demon mountain with blood again. The sect comes to Sanyang City, and they are greeted by Xuanzhou. He says that Qingyang has already contacted him, and he is very happy to welcome them. The head doesn't realize who it is. Zuji tells him that he is Qingyang's friend, and it was on him that the head used the healing pill to promote it to the masses. The chapter finally remembers this guy. He is the second son of the Song family, and he looked different before. Jun thinks about the fact that this is another genius. He saved his life, and he notices his strong change. The second son says that Qingyang wrote to him before they came, that they would be coming to their town to recruit disciples, and it just so happens that his family is not the last in the town. They walk into the city and see a bunch of posters and advertisements for sect recruitment. Xuanzhou tells them that he took the initiative to put it all around the city. He also tells them that he has organized a support group for their sect, and if they want to start recruiting, the chapter only has to say the word, and the chapter thinks the second son is a marketing genius. The second son tells him that there are already people who have already said goodbye to their families and are ready to join his sect. They are ready to go with them. The head says they should go to the next city then, and Zuji says he feels like they're progressing too fast. Jun tells him that's not a bad thing, since he probably wouldn't want to fight in every city. Meng In asks to be held in his arms. The head tells her she can sleep in his arms. Zuji says that after they took the girl, she hasn't said a word, and only sleeps the whole time. And the head tells her that she is very scared, and when they return to the sect, Dudu will play with her. She remembers the head protecting her, and he marvels at how loudly she snores, and her sort of strange voice for her age. Zuji tells him that the girl has become very attached to him, and the older sister might think it's his illegitimate daughter, and he should come up with an explanation. The head kicks him and tells him to go back to the sect and cook something delicious, because Meng Ying will wake up and be hungry. After they taught a lesson to the alliance of 100 sects and they stopped sticking them and they quietly recruited disciples in many cities, they returned to the sect, and the head thinks that the new students will help activate new quests and allow him to unlock the 4th level, and the Talisman Pavilion will open. Myung-in wakes up and approaches the chapter saying that she too wants to join his sect. Jun tells her that it's no problem, and he's about to take her to Dudu's older sister. Dudu's sister holds out a cake to her, and her eyes light up with happiness. She sits and eats it happily. He meets with the head of the Li Pavilion, and says that he has prepared pills and training techniques and muscle-building rooms for the new disciples, and in the coming days, he will assign all of them to her. She tells the chapter that she's fine with it and asks if there are any other orders. Jun tells her that their battle with the Spring Spirit sect is just around the corner. He says he needs privacy in order to break through to the martial arts master level as soon as possible. Jun is sitting in his office and a whole month of training has passed, and he is dissatisfied that he has only risen from the 6th to 7th stage of a martial arts master. The system says that ordinary people need 2 years for such a thing, and the chapter says that there is a meridian opening pill for disciples, and there is the same for masters, but it takes a lot of luck. He says he'd rather do 10 rolls at a time when there's an overabundance of points. He says that with his current training speed, it will take him about 2 months to break through to the 8th stage, and he will only be a peak master by their battle. He fears that this level of training will not be enough, and is telepathically contacted, saying that the sect certification warden has arrived, and the head says he is just in time. The junior assistant warden asks why they came to the Iron Bone sect instead of the level 6 sect, since it's only level 8. The overseer says that the certification standards are definite and brutal, and so they have started the process of generalizing and recording achievements, and their opponents have underestimated this sect. He tells us that HQ has decided to promote them, and even if they don't currently fit all the conditions, and being friends with such sects is like an investment, he tells the assistant that since they've been here, they've only met students who are at the level of a martial arts apprentice, and developing 100 of them can be difficult. The overseer says that according to the headquarters assessment, this sect's potential is a first-class rank 1, but it seems they are still underestimated. Head Jun approaches them. He greets him, and the overseer says that each disciple's breath is deep and energetic. There is an atmosphere of superiority in their sect. He says he has heard from his students that the sect leader has recently been training in seclusion and says they shouldn't waste time. He announces the start of the certification test. An examination stone appears from the ground, and the warden asks the head that the 12 disciples of the 12th stage of opening acupuncture points start first. The students take turns hitting the stone until one martial arts student hits the stone. The head wants to explain something. He tells the warden that only one of last month's set is at the point opening level, and the rest have broken through to the martial arts level. He asks for a replacement and the warden agrees. The warden says that there are enough students of the 12th stage of acupuncture point opening, and says that the next ones will be martial arts students. He is surprised that they have 450 martial arts disciples and are still a level 8 sect, and the head is summoning disciples. The disciples hit the stone, and the warden is shocked to see that everyone's strength is over 10,000 and they are all martial arts disciples. The warden says it's the head's turn to hit the rock, and he smashes the rock. The head apologizes. He says he thought this stone had a limit of over 100,000. He explains that he recently broke through to a new stage of martial artist and was unable to properly calculate the force of the blow, and asks not to worry, as he will compensate for its cost. The warden has nothing to say. He is nervously writing something down in his notebook. He writes down that the Iron Bone sect is now a first-class second-rank sect. The system congratulates the head for raising the sect to level 7, and he rejoices at this, for the system has become level 4. He asks the system to show him what new perks are now available to him. He rejoices that now, thanks to the mascot pavilion, he will be able to provide all of his wards with various mascots, and it will only take a couple minutes to dominate the continent. He notices that the system made the mascot's power increase, become 2-fold instead of 5-fold, and he realizes that the system purposely made the description so small. The system explains that although the enhancement effect is less, but the time of action without any side effects has increased to 120 minutes, which means that there is less strain on the body. She talks about the strength of the other 12 provinces, and the chapter realizes that they happen to be at rock bottom and are nothing to the rest of us. He calls their battle with the Spring Spirit sect nothing more than some squabble outside a shabby inn. Meanwhile, in the sect certification hall, the news brought by Warden Xiao from Qingyang County is being stipulated. The elders say that it is unthinkable for a 9th grade prefecture sect to receive a grade 2 ranking of 1st grade, and suggest that it is a mistake. One of the elders says that Zhao Mo has been a warden in Qingyang County for several decades, and although he has no outstanding achievements, there should be no mistake. One of the elders says that Elder Zhou will only say that after all, Zhao Mo was promoted by him and he is one of his men. He says that according to what he knows, Zhao Mo has entered into an unauthorized agreement with the 100 Sect Alliance, and he presents certificates to the alliance members without proper verification. They argue amongst themselves again, but one of the elders stops them and says that they can't deny Warden Zhao's work without any proof, for it will alert the others. He says all they have to do is send someone to check it out. The two quarreling elders say that they will personally inspect the Iron Bone sect. They fight over Zhao Mo again, and the elder who asked them to be quiet thinks about the fact that he didn't tell them that he was giving them his permission. He thinks about the fact that although their behavior is absurd, but their certification ability is really flawless, and if the assessment is correct, with such a sect, perhaps Qingyang County can save itself. The two elders grab Zhao Mo's overseer, and they explain to him that they just want to make sure that he judged objectively. The head of the city flies with them, and one of the elders explains to him that whatever happens could change the fate of the entire Qingyang County, and that's why they need him as a witness. They fly up to the Iron Bone sect's territory. They notice that it is quite imposing. They notice their protective barrier, and one of the elders uses his power to get inside. They notice that they have a bunch of hidden buildings in the sect's territory, and one of the elders uses the art of stealth. They say that it's not surprising that the 7th level sect is so well guarded, and Overseer Xiao might indeed be right in his assessment. They notice one of the students looking at them and don't understand how this is possible, as even most masters are unable to see through their stealth techniques. He turns away from them and the elders calm down. He thinks about the fact that they are not enemies if Mr. Z came along with them. The elders are about to begin their study. The warden hopes that the sect disciples really are monsters, and it wasn't a stupid staging at certification. He thinks about the fact that everything must be okay, because he has personally seen the students who were at the certification, and hopes that the students will really surprise the elders. The elders grab the overseer and ask him how he did the certification, and ask him if he thinks this is the AA rank standard. One of them says that there are 50 peak martial arts disciples here, and all of them can easily compete with martial arts masters. The second says that out of the 550 disciples, the weakest ones are at the initial stage of a martial arts disciple, and furthermore, their bodies are hardened to the extreme. The warden is surprised by this. He thinks they hid their real level when certifying. The head appears and says it's true. After all, the tallest tree is always cut down first, and last time he made his students hold back. He asks the elders who they are. The overseer replies that it's Elder Zhen and Elder Zhou. They are both elders of their certification center, and the elders are surprised that the 7th stage can see them. The student who noticed them before asks the head if he knows these people. The elders are shocked that a martial arts disciple can see them. The head thinks about how the guy is really exceptional, because he only sees them because of the system. The elders tell Jun that getting an AA grade is a big deal, and that's why they were sent to this place to investigate it. And there's one more thing they need to check. The head wants to make a point and asks if they really need to recognize the power of the sect leader, and thinks it's some kind of nonsense. The elders say that's right and attack him. The head says if that's the case, they should try harder. They both attack him at the same time, but the head fends off both attacks with little difficulty. He tells them that both his hands are numb from the blow, and thanks them for holding back the forces at the end of the attack, for he could have lost his hands if they hadn't. The head says that he didn't expect the two elders to be at the level of a martial arts master and apologizes for his behavior. They say that the head is doing well, as he managed to take both of their attacks and not get damaged, and if judging by their measurements, their strength is at the beginning level of a martial arts master. The warden is surprised by this, because he didn't expect Jun to be at the first stage of a martial arts master. The elders say that for someone who is at the master's level, the AA ranking is a little low. They say that the Iron Bone sect, the first sect from 9th-ranked cities in history to obtain a AA ranking. The elders say they need to go back and make changes to the official papers, and they think such news will spread around very quickly. Jun asks the elders to keep the AA ranking information safe. After all, his sect had only recently strengthened, and he didn't want to attract the attention of larger sects. The elder tells him that this could be a good chance to increase the prestige of the sect, but everyone has their own principles, and if they so desire, they can choose not to publish them in the rankings. Head Jun stops them and says that if they are not in a hurry, they could have lunch together. They arrive at the lunchroom, and the city leader says that everything came out so conveniently, because he had no reason to rush. He says he is very proud to have such a prominent sect in his city, and raises a shot to their prosperity. He also says this is the first time he's seen a sect progressing so quickly, and because of them, their city will be able to make it through such a difficult period. The head wonders about the complicated period, and one of the elders is about to explain to him what's going on. He tells us that skirmishes are not the only thing the sect has to watch out for, and real wars are now being fought. He explains that each county in the southwestern region of Yangzhou can be considered an independent little kingdom, and they wage wars for expansion and resources. The city head says that rank 9 cities like theirs are at the bottom of the power rankings, and it's only a matter of time before one of the counties attacks to take them over. He says that when that day comes, everyone will be involved in the war, and tells us that there used to be over 500 counties, but now there are only 300 or so. One of the elders says that in times of war, even masters like them are mere pawns. Another elder tells us that Elder Zhenya's home county was one of those that was wiped off the map during the war, and then he was weak and couldn't do anything about it. The city head tells them that there is a 6th-ranked county, Truyang County, not far from their Qingyang County, and its head is a man with great ambition. Head Jun thanks them for the information and says that they can be sure that his sect will not be left behind in the event of a war. The city head thanks him for his help, and they have a drink, and the sect leader asks who the head of Qingyang County is. He is told that their head is a very mysterious person, and there is not a single person who knows much about him, for he himself has only seen him twice during his reign. He says he's been away for so long that as a result, none of the administrative work in the county is being done by him. Jun thinks about the fact that from the description, it's Zhu Hochun's description. And the city head says that in the competition between counties 10 years ago, he had no problem defeating the 8th-ranked head. He says that the head's name is Yang He, and he is at least an 8th-stage martial arts master. He is considered a cultivation genius, and he is no more than 40 years old. The head of the town further narrates and says that the head of the county likes to wear blue clothes and keeps a wine jar with him and has a full head of gray hair. Jun says that the county head can leave his post and travel. He says he is very jealous of his freedom. He thinks about the fact that once he's dealt with the bomb, he'll leave all the cult business to the disciples and go explore the rest of the continent. He thinks of Qingyang County's defense as another reason to increase its strength as soon as possible. Shinchin hits a pair, and he thinks about the fact that his cultivation has reached the 6th stage, and he doesn't know if it's because of the Mystic Sutra or sect training, but he's definitely stronger than he was in his previous life. He thinks about the fact that he is bound to be the main character in this world, and his revenge is about to be realized. Abruptly, the head appears in front of him and asks for his help, and he thinks about the fact that there is no way he can understand him. The head tells him that he has just broken through to the peak of the martial artist realm, and so he can't fully control his power yet. He says it's not an option to practice in solitude, because he can only use 70 or 80% of his power if he controls it. He says that's great, that he has a few more days to get used to his new power and buries Xincheng in the ground with a thud. Shinchin doesn't understand what happened, and the head apologizes for it. He thought the one could withstand his strength. After all, he is the strongest student. He tells him that he's here for a reason, but to tell him about the fact that there are 10 days left until the end of their agreement with the Spring Spirit Sect. Meanwhile, in the Noble Spirit Sect, their head says that not too long ago, the Iron Bone Sect beat up everyone from the 100 Sect Alliance, and says that they will go to watch the fight. In the Mystic Flower Palace, the head is also going to watch the battle between the Iron Bone Sect and Spring Spirit Sect. In the district where Mu Rong's Big Acacia Sect is located, it is said that the Iron Bone Sect will fight with the 5th level sect, and it is the sect her ex-fiancé is a member of. She says their practice is over and they have some free time and suggests they go. Her older sister tells her that Mu Rong was able to break through to the 9th master stage and calls her ex-fiancé worthless, and calling off the marriage was her best decision. Mu Rong asks her what she would say if he could regain his former strength. Head Jun is trying to control his power and practicing. Xincheng says that his destructive power is great, but he is not yet able to concentrate it in one point. He says that compared to when they were in the sect, his control over his power has practically doubled. The head sighs and says that he originally only wanted to be an ordinary martial artist, but he thinks that he has no choice but to go all the way, because he is too strong. Shinchin thinks about the fact that although the head can't control his power properly, he knows how to present himself and calls him a show-off. The system notifies him that he has reached peak master level, and he will be given a new epic quest, and the assignment is to bring in apprentices and challenge him for a month. The head says he will have to negotiate the form of the competition if he wants to fulfill this mission. He is angry at the system, because to fulfill the quest, he needs to defeat more than 40 disciples of the Spring Spirit Sect, and at the same time, personally cannot affect the result. The disciples discuss the fact that the head is talking to himself, and Xincheng is asked if they have any chance against a level 5 sect. Xincheng says that all sects value reputation, and they will definitely overwhelm them with their cultivation level, and to show their strength, they will pit disciples with the same level against them. He says that even among those at the same level of cultivation, martial prowess can be divided into ranks, namely ordinary, medium, high, and superior. He suggests taking a peak martial arts student as an example, and just based on brute strength alone, a top-level student can defeat ordinary students with a single strike. Xincheni says that based on the standards of a level 5 sect, most students will be at the intermediate level, and so they will have an advantage in the early phases of duels. He is told that this means his fighting power should be at a high level, and maybe even the second worst inner disciple can win a match or two. He looks at him and says that if he says that any of their students are below the highest level, he will insult their abilities. Meanwhile, outside the Spring Spirit Sect building, the first disciple of the sect, Qinglin Feng, greets the people who have come to watch their battle with the Iron Bone Sect, and asks who they are. This is the head of the Noble Spirit Sect, and he can't wait to see the defeat of Iron Bone. They notice the head of the 4th level Mystic Flower Palace sect, and can't understand why they came to see the battle between the 8th level sect and the 5th level sect. They notice that it's not just the 4th level sect here, and see the girls in the form of the 2nd level sect's Holy Land Lily. The first disciple approaches them and addresses the elder sister. He says that he has prepared tea for them, and if they wish, they can rest first, for they don't know if the Iron Bone Sect will show up. He turns to his younger sibling and says that his father often mentioned her name, even though they both have upper-class spiritual roots, and he is ashamed to admit that she is more prominent than he is. He asks her why Murong Xin has come, and if only to see what their Spring Spirit Sect can do. He says that he, as the first disciple, can give her a tour of the sect to look around. His older sister reassures him with her finger, and tells him that her younger sister is an honorable elder's apprentice, and if he wants to approach her, he must first demonstrate his abilities. She explains to him that the reason why she came is because her ex-fiancé is a member of the Iron Bone cult. She tells him again that he must first prove his worth to get a chance to be near her. An ominous aura begins to emanate from him, and he says he's figured it out and has no more questions. The older sister tells the younger sister that she's met too many people like him. She says that if they aren't given a target to distract them, they definitely won't back off. And the younger one says it would be bad if he targets Zuji. She asks why the older sister is trying to give him as much trouble as possible. And the older sister says that she's sure that Zuji hasn't given up on her either, and they should fight for her. She says they can take it easy as long as the two are busy with each other. And the younger sister gives herself to memories and thinks he hasn't left a good impression of her. The disciples with the head stand in the middle of the forest, and he shows them some pose. He asks them to bend their left knee and bend their right leg, for their fist must strike the ground with force. Zuiji asks if it would hurt their knees if they landed in that pose. and the head says that it's the strangest thing to hear it from him, since his body is the most pumped up. The chapter tells the students that it's time to finally enter the tiger's den. The head of the Noble Spirit sect says that the day of the battle is tomorrow, but the Ironbone sect still hasn't shown up, and he's sure that they're afraid to come or they're hiding somewhere. They feel the wind suddenly pick up a lot and they all raise their heads to see what's up there. The first disciple looks up into the sky and sees a man there. He realizes that he is not alone there. The head and disciples of the Ironbone sect descend from the sky. They are rapidly approaching the ground. They all land in the same pose, and the head calls it the superhero landing. It looks very spectacular. The head of Noble Spirit calls them a bunch of posers and clowns, and his associate says it looked cool. It makes him angry. The first disciple looks at them and thinks that for a 7th level sect, their aura is eerily intimidating. He approaches them and greets them. He introduces himself as the first disciple, and tells them that their sect has prepared a whole residence for them. Zuji and Xincheng look at him with a sinister look, and say that they sent some pathetic disciple to greet them and press him. The first disciple thinks their sect is too arrogant. Meanwhile, Elder Gold comes over and apologizes for not welcoming them properly. He orders the first apprentice to take their guests to their residence, for they have traveled a long way, and asks them not to do anything else that might harm their reputation. The head senses something and turns around sharply but sees nothing. He assumes his imagination has been overplayed. Their opponents say that judging from their aura, you can tell that they are not an easy opponent, and he is told that they probably used some talismans to increase their strength. Behind them is some kind of terrifying shadow that emits a terrifying aura. It speaks the name of Jun Chang Xiao's head. It was Dai Lu. He looks at him with hatred and thinks to himself that Jun will suffer just like him. A student comes up to him and hits him on the head, saying that he knew Dai Lu would be here. He tells him that he heard he was given the opportunity to compete. Dai Lu says that he can't live under the same sky with this sect, and the other disciple now understands why he trained so hard to break through to the peak level. Lu himself thinks of stopping at this level of cultivation because he doesn't want to attract the attention of the elders. And he himself is already at the first stage of the Master Realm. He thinks about the fact that it's not enough to defeat Jun Chang Xia, but his disciples, he will be able to defeat him. He gawks ominously and thinks that if he didn't know they were coming, he would leave the sect and start taking over the world, and he wants to start with the disciples of the Ironbone sect. Xinchen turns to the head and says that since they are in a different sect, he should at least observe the rules of decorum. They sit and watch as Zuji talks to Murong Xin, and the head tells him that he should be quieter. She tells Zuji that he looks stronger than he was when they last met, and has even gotten taller. He doesn't understand what she wants from him. The head watches this and is angry that he is ignoring the girl who is pursuing him. She asks him if he's really going to cause trouble for the Spring Spirit sect with a chapter. He replies to her that it's none of her business, and she shouldn't get involved, because it's none of her business. Jun says he is doing well and notices someone is the first student. He tells Xiao that he is being too rude. He tells Murong that a rough man like him is not the right man for her. The head says that here comes the anti-hero and the show is picking up momentum, and Xincheng says that Zuji should punch him. Zuji says that since a new lover has arrived, he should probably go train. But Murong tells him that she's still in love with him, and he's not her new lover. They both look at her in surprise, and she is embarrassed and covers her mouth with her hands. Xiao tells her that such things will only hinder his development, and he leaves. The first student tries to stop him and asks if he's scared, but he doesn't get a chance to say anything, because he gets slammed into the wall. The first student tells him that he underestimated him, and Xiao just apologizes to him for that. He says he was thinking, and didn't notice him. Murong is very impressed, and the head and Xinchen say that Zuiji has grown up and he's very pathos. The head says that Xiao gave them a good head start, and now he's even more excited with anticipation for tomorrow's competition. The next day, the chapters face each other, and Spring Spirit offers guests the right to choose the format of the competition. Head Jun agrees, and says that they will then start the competition with the weakest students first, and offers to hold 30 rounds. This surprises the opponent a bit. The head thinks about the fact that he doesn't want it himself, but the mission, because few people would want to compete for so many rounds. Opponent says agree to this, and asks to choose students who will participate. Jun says the key to a good mood is good food, and chooses their cook's strongest assistant for the first round. He calls number 47 for the first round. He wants to put on a show. The assistant chef comes out and says that if it wasn't for Dudu's desire to watch the contest, he wouldn't have come to the fight for the crowd's amusement. Lu Yangqiang comes out against him. He introduces himself as a peak martial arts disciple. He tells the deputy that he doesn't like bullying the weak, and so he's giving him a chance to turn himself in. Dudu yells from the crowd for 47 not to give up, and he says that by fighting they will find out who is capable of what. and he doesn't want to disappoint Dudu. Lu Yanqiang asks not to be blamed for not holding back and using the 9-step jerk to get close to him. 47 dodges his attack very easily, and Yanqiang says that he has a great reaction. The head of Noble Spirit and his assistant reasoned that Lu Yanqiang's speed was at master level, and the head said that the Ironbone disciples froze in surprise. The sect disciples are watching the fight, and they don't realize that the martial arts disciples outside their sect are too slow, because even beginners can move much faster. Yanqiang tells the assistant that since he can keep up with him, he's one of the most talented disciples in the sect, and he's about to show him something. He uses the 3 clones technique, but 47 says he's only being held back by the fact that he wants to put on a show for Dudu and hits him in the face with a ladle. Lu Yanqiang rolls away from him and passes out, and the assistant is upset that he broke the ladle. All those who didn't believe in his victory are shocked, and the assistant head of Noble Spirit is surprised that a peak-level disciple fell from a single blow. The elder says he must have been the sect's secret weapon they decided to use in the beginning, and the head says they probably don't stand a chance. The head gets angry and says that they can't let them set the pace. He orders to send a disciple with a mid-level spiritual root and tell the rest to give their best. The rookie punches and knees his opponent in the face in the second round, while apologizing for forgetting to take a step back. The score becomes 2-0 in favor of Ironbone, and this angers the head. He says to have another round. The next 2 rounds also end with the rookies 1 stroke down, with the score becoming 4-0. The remaining 6 rounds are the same. The Spring Spirit sect has not won a single round, and the score is 10-0. The remaining 20 rounds go the same way, and their opponents failed to win a single round. The chapter sits in shock that 30 matches have already taken place, and the Ironbone sect has won all of them. Head Jun says that their inner disciples have finished fighting, and asks that the inner disciples be put up now. He laughs at him and says he expected more and it will be over so quickly, and asks him to speed up, because if they speed up, they can make it to dinner. The Spring Spirit Elder asks to summon the best inner disciples of their sect, and says that they must win by all means, or his sect's reputation will be ruined. The system reports that 30% of the epic mission is complete, and he's also completed the secret mission 1 hit, 1 kill. Dai Lu enters the arena and addresses Jun Chang Xia, asking if he remembered him. The head thinks and remembers him a lot. He calls him the one who tried to steal his first student. Xinchen is angry and asks if he dared to molest their eldest. Dai Lu asks the head to send the strongest disciple to fight him. Everyone calls him crazy, and Xinchen is summoned to go out against him. Everyone is mad at him for deciding he is the strongest student. He tells them all if they don't agree, they can work it out when they get back to the sect. But if they all jump on him, it won't count. He presents himself in front of Dai Lu, and says that he accepts his challenge, and says that according to his assessment of his spiritual aura, he is not worth his time. Dai Lu thinks of the 30 disciples before him defeated, and if he defeats the strongest disciple, the elder will make him his disciple. He thinks about the fact that he will be able to utilize all the resources of the sect and won't have to get anything on his own. He tells Brother E that now he will experience what he is capable of. He releases the energy and the arena beneath him cracks, and the Spring Spirit Elder is surprised that Dai Lu has become a martial artist. Xinchen gets upset because he's only a stage 1 martial artist, and the head realizes that they've been spent. After all, he pitted him against a pathetic stage 1 master. Dai Lu smiles and asks Brother Ye if he is surprised by his real strength, and says that he will be the cornerstone of his development. Brother E lets out a powerful aura and suppresses it with words that he is being laughed at, for he can't believe that this is all his power. He quickly jumps from his seat and puts his foot over his head, saying he will send him to his ancestors. He punches him and buries him in the ground. Dai Lu can't understand his strength. He thinks he is a higher stage martial artist. Xinchen is angry because he came all the way to the Spring Spirit sect to defeat such a lowlife and puts his foot on his face. Dai Lu realizes that this is not the end, as he still has the ability to absorb his power, and the absorption power only activates when he is close to death. He cheekily asks Brother E if it's all his power. This angers him and he punches him in the face. Dai Lu asks him to hit him again. He says the harder he hits him, the better he feels. Xinchen thinks it's gross and remembers that this is exactly what the chapter was talking about. He starts stomping on it with his feet, and Lu is happy about it, because he can feel his absorption power activating. He thinks that now all of Brother E's power will be his, and a red aura envelops Xinchen. Dai Lu is carried off the court on a stretcher, because in reality, before the absorption ability activated, he was knocked out by the attacks. In his dreams, he was still able to successfully absorb his power and make it his own. Xinchen thinks about Lu laughing when he hit him, and he can't wear that pair of shoes anymore. He decides to burn that pair of shoes when he gets home. The Spring Spirit Sect Elder is angry. He says that his sect has been humiliated by turning the face of the disciple they put up into a pig's patch. The elder asks if there's no reason for him to summon the strongest fighter himself, and the head asks him to keep quiet so as not to ruin his reputation. He summons Lan Jin's inner disciple and says, "There is no right to lose." He comes out, he introduces himself as swordsman Lan Jin, and says that he is ready to fight the Iron Bone sect. Jun says that they also have someone who knows how to use a sword, and asks Zhou Hong to come out. Ma Yuning is called to the fight. He explains that Dudu wants to see how strong his Julian skills are in a real fight. Dudu's sister confirms this, and he enters the arena. Lan Jin says that the man who came at the behest of the little girl doesn't have the heart of a warrior, and is unworthy to fight him. Brother Ma says that Lan can start first, for if he bears his sword, he has no chance of winning. The head turns to the phrase and aura. He calls him a character similar to Gu Lun. Zhou Hong says that Ma Yuning won't lose because he's a swordsman. And the chapter thinks about how he forgot that they have gifted characters. He thinks about the fact that he should talk to them after the competition because he doesn't want to have students who try to show off. But meanwhile, the fight has started. Lan Jin uses the sword technique Water's Ripple and attacks Brother Ma. The unfriendly head is surprised that Lan can use a high-end sword technique, for it hits like the ocean in a storm, unpredictable and endless. A huge amount of water appears around Lan Jin, and he attacks Brother Ma using the tidal wave skill. Ma Yongning says he doesn't like to get wet and pulls out his sword, his sand absorbing the water. He directs all the sand at Jin, and he dodges the attack. He is frightened by the deep and devastating intent of the sword, for if he had been a little slower he would have been defeated. He calls him one of the 10,000 sword cultivators. And in Starland, sword cultivators are known for being invincible among their cultivation levels. Ma Yuning hides his sword in its scabbard and leaves the arena. Everyone thinking about since when did the cooks in their sect become so strong. Zhou Hong tells him that they should fight him in the future, and Brother Ma agrees. Head Jun is shocked. He asks the system why he is the protagonist. The head of the Mystic Palace is surprised. She says that she didn't expect all the disciples of the Iron Bone sect to be so outstanding. After all, not a single one of them has lost so far. She says that even if they lose one match, there is no stopping them. Tianqi is fighting in the arena. He is punched in the face and he jumps back. He remembers that the last time he tested his strength, it almost reached 30,000, but he has a 7th stage master against him. He thinks about the fact that his opponent is at least a quarter stronger than he is. His opponent says that he didn't think Tian could last this long, and under other circumstances he would have asked him to surrender, but he must win for the sake of his sect. He beats Brother Tian and says that his comrades were right, for they are quite strong, just like a punching bag. He tries to hit him again, but Qi dodges his attack and punches him in the face. His opponent wonders if he can still fight after all that has happened. Tianqi says that he responds to his 5 punches with 1, but it's still a plus for him because as long as he can hit him, the last punch will be for him. He lunges at him again with an attack, and they pummel each other to almost no avail. The head is told that Tianqi's opponent is much stronger than him, and they are both melee experts, so there is nothing left for him to do but to take his blows. The head objected with the words that Brother Tian was the most ordinary of all their inner disciples. He says that he doesn't have outstanding talent, and he can't match the speed of others, or the steepness of Zuji. His plus points are his calmness, patience, and endurance, so opponents can land hundreds of blows on him, but they won't be able to knock him down. His opponent looks tired and sends him flying with an uppercut, but Tian calmly lands an uppercut into the arena. He tells him he's not done yet and asks again, but his mouth bleeds dramatically. The malevolent head believes that the Iron Bone sect will finally lose. The opponent falls to his knees and doesn't realize after all, he had only received a couple dozen blows, and he had hit Brother Tian over 100 times. He doesn't understand why he and not Tian lost and falls to the ground, losing consciousness. Tianqi stands and looks at him and says that the reason is simple and obvious. He shouts that the Iron Bone sect never loses and his clothes are torn. All the disciples cheer and rejoice at his victory. They shout belligerently and raise their hands. Tianqi is taken under the arms and told he did a great job and asked to leave the rest to them. He asks the head how he did, and if he ruined the honor of their sect. Jun replies to him that he has done a good job and shown everyone what their sect is worth. He gives him an elixir and tells him to drink it when he rests. The elder tells the chapter that the Iron Bone sect might be arrogant, but it really isn't that simple, and the Spring Spirit elder admits that their disciples aren't up to par. An aide to the ill-wishing chapter says that this sect is different from the one he described, and the chapter itself says that they were just lucky to recruit a good disciple. The head of Mystic Palace says that being able to raise such a disciple is simply amazing, and Head Jun is simply an amazing person, and her assistant agrees. The head is confused and says she wants to see him with her own eyes, and the assistant tells her he is skinny, white, and has a long, pointy nose. Her older sister asks Murong where she is going, because there is about to be a new match with the first disciple. She tells her that the Iron Bone sect hasn't lost a single match, and there is no point in watching. It is announced that a fighter Xiao Zuji will come out from the Iron Bone sect, and Murong immediately returns. Her older sister wants to say something to her, but she asks her to be quiet. She wants to watch. The first student tells Zuji that he was unprepared last time and let him get caught off guard, but he assures him that this time will be different. The first disciple keeps bragging and says that he is the personal disciple of the elder and he is not like the other disciples. Zuji says that the first student is talking too much and asks to start the fight. The first student attacks him and Xiao uses the explosive fist, but Qin dodges his attack. He says what he has noticed is that all the disciples of the Iron Bone sect are focused on perfecting their bodies. He says that only a foolish warrior would fight him head-on and goes behind his back. The first disciple uses the Great Spirit Seal skill and hits Xiao in the back. Murong is a bit worried, and Big Sister says that it's a top-level skill, and it turns out the Spring Spirit sect is worth something. Qiqi gets into a stance, and the arena cracks beneath him, his clothes tearing as he does so. The first disciple says he expected that even a top-level martial skill couldn't leave a scratch on Xiao's body. He talks about how this skill isn't for beating, and Zuji interrupts him and says that he realized it was for internal damage, because it disrupted his chi flow for a moment. The first student says his reaction is pretty funny and he wants to see how many punches he can take. He attacks him with a new attack, but he destroys his attack with his body and flies straight at him. The first student concentrates the energy in his hands, and as if he is clamping Zui Chi with his abs. The head is very impressed. As the first disciple is already able to use 2 great spirit seals at the same time, he says that his technique has improved again. Xiao rests his hands on his seals and shatters them. He asks if this is all the first apprentice can do. He answers him that it was stronger than he thought, and asks if he knows why this technique is called the Great Spirit Seal. Zuiji tenses up. He feels something sharply. The entire arena is covered in some sort of pink glow. A huge seal appears above Xiao that is incomparable in size to the past ones. The first student brings it down on him, but Xiao stops it with the words that it's not bad, but it's still weak. He concentrates the energy and says he should add another one then. He brings down another seal on the past seal, but Zuiji stops it with his muscles as well. The head is angry and yells that the first apprentice stole the Divine Meteor technique. He says he'll have to patent some more skills and he'll drag those who steal them through the courts. An elder of the Spring Spirit sect said that just one great spirit seal of this size would have a crushing power of 75 tons. Zuiji, on the other hand, is holding 2 seals. That's already 150 tons, and he can't believe that he can hold that kind of weight. He says that Xiao Zuji's strength is incredible, even though he doesn't look too strong. He hears the laughter of an ill-wisher, and he says that the Iron Bone sect disciple was completely depressed, and he is sure that defeat is a matter of time. The Spring Spirit Elder asks him to be quiet, because every time he starts laughing at a disciple of the Iron Bone sect, a disciple from his sect loses. Zuiji bends down and slides his hands into the ground while still holding the seals on his back. The detractor says that Xiao apparently can't take the pressure anymore. Ju pulls out a whistle and says that they've never experienced 9 years of mandatory physical training, and they can't imagine what's about to happen. The head can't figure out what 9 years of mandatory physical training he's talking about and what's in his hand. He fears they had a cunning plan for a counterattack. Jun says they will see everything now, he says on his command to get ready, and Xiao stands up in the sect to run. The first disciple sees him lift both seals of the Great Spirit with his thighs, and cannot believe that this is not his full power. Jun blows his whistle and Zuiji stands up abruptly, throwing the seals up. He whips off the seals, making a crack in them and flings it away from him. He tells the first student that if this is all he can do, he will now show their difference in strength. The first disciple uses the spirit seal, but it comes out weak and wobbly. He has expended all his spiritual energy. Zuji swiftly rushes towards him to end the fight, and the first disciple says he surrenders, but Xiao punches him in the face anyway. The first student faints, and Zuiji sends him flying. This is all Murong sees. Her eyes straight up glow, and she pays no attention to her big sister calling her name. Eldest sister says that the Spring Spirit sect disciples are disappointing, because even their personal disciples can't do anything to the Iron Bone sect disciples. Shin Murong asks his older sister if she admits that she was wrong about the Iron Bone sect disciples. She breaks down but admits it. Xie retrieves some new clothes for himself, and Big Sister looks at him and thinks he doesn't look so bad. They both swallow nervously as they watch him dress, and when he looks at them, they both look away from him. Murong recalls how 10 years ago at their family residence, her grandfather told her that he had found a good husband for her. He says his name is Xiao Zuiji, and he is very talented and hardworking. She replied to her grandfather that she had never even met him, and wondered how he could sell her so easily to some stranger. She calls Grandpa a meanie, and he asks her if she doesn't trust his choice. He tells her that there is great potential hidden in him. He has a great aura of perseverance, and he knows he will become an outstanding man. In the present tense, Zuji leaves and looks at Murong. He quietly says that in 2 years he will come and keep his promise. She sees it as a confession, and faints from the impression. Her older sister catches her. The wind rises, and the Spring Spirit Elder asks if they have already arrived, as the face of their sect has already been stomped into the mud, and is told that they have already been informed. 2 figures appear behind the head. They ask what happened that it took them to interrupt their cultivation in seclusion. Jun is called out and asked if he would mind doing a 2-on-2 fight. He agrees and releases 2 disciples, Su Xiaomo and Li Fei. They are surprised that the opponents wanted to have a 2-on-2 fight, and why they were told that they were the most shameless and they would be able to piss them off. Brother Li tells Brother Su that he's the one who always brags about how shameless he is. Su says it's embarrassing when someone else says it. The 2 unknown people talk amongst themselves that they must be careful, for the Iron Bone sect is not an easy opponent. They are 2 brothers. They ask to go easy on them so that their sect can retain some pride and dignity. They introduce themselves. One of them is called Gu Chao Ju, and the other is called Gu Wanwu. The Ironbone disciples also introduce themselves, and Su is surprised that they are twins. He says this is the first time he will be fighting twins. They answer to their request. If they want to keep their pride, they have to fight them. They are the first to attack the Spring Spirit disciples, but the 2 twins block their attacks. Brother Su says there's no way they can keep up with their speed. He says they're not that strong. The head is worried about them. He can't believe that they haven't realized that they are not simple opponents, and Shinchin sees their aura and realizes that they are in big trouble. Brother Su tries to punch one of the twins but fails, as he is blocked. He thinks about the fact that he's had some weird feeling and strange sensations from the beginning with his kicks at them. They both bounce away from the twins to do some thinking about everything that's going on in the arena. Su asks Li Fei if he noticed something wrong with them. Brother Li agrees with him and says it feels like when their punches touch them, it's like they stick. One of the twins claps them and says their speed is admirable, and some glitter appears on his hands. Brother Su says he feels like none of their punches have gotten through their defenses. Brother Li disagrees with him a bit. He says that none of their attacks even touched the twins. The head tells Xincheng if their students don't figure out their tricks soon, they might lose. And Brother Ye says that if they lose, they shouldn't be blamed for it. He says that even knowing what the secret of their technique is, he would have no more than 30% chance of winning. The Ironbone disciples concentrate, and Brother Li says they can't drag out the fight. It needs to be over and fast. Su agrees. Brother Su quickly approaches the twins and uses the lightning strikes technique and aims them all at the twins. His attack is blocked, and the twins say that what they hate most is people who have brawn instead of brains, because in such battles there is usually only one exchange of blows. The fog around them clears and you can see that none of the attacks hit them. They say it's too easy, and ask if this is all they are capable of. Brother Li is about to attack as well and uses double explosive strike to attack. Brother Su watches from the sidelines and yells at him that he should be careful, because he was able to figure out their secret. The twins stop his attack again, and he tries to get back to Brother Su. They try to catch him, but he fails to get the distance. Li Fei asks if they didn't catch him on purpose, and if what Su said earlier is really true, and if he really managed to figure out their secret. He has answered that this is indeed true, and the fact is that they were caught in their web as soon as they entered the arena. The twins are surprised. One of them says he didn't think they had the brains to realize it. They pull their web and the arena under Lin Fei and Brother Su crumbles to pieces. They look at them contentedly and call it all a trap that was prepared by them. They call them pathetic bugs, and you can see the web in the air that permeates the entire arena. The Ironbone disciples stand and reason that it was a web created from condensed spiritual power, and they were only defending themselves because of the web. The twins say it doesn't matter how fast they are in their trap, because they are bugs and have wasted too much of their time. They say that whatever they try to do will be useless, for they are trapped by them. Brother Su says it's a spider web and then all he has to do is tear it up. One of the twins says that their web is much stronger than he thinks, and it can't be torn. They destroy the arena beneath him, but Su jumps through the remains and uses the spiritual blade slashing strike, but he fails to break the web. One of the twins says he knows some really busy techniques. They pull their hands towards each other and use the weave web skill to create a shield. Su sees this and says their web is too strong and he can't cut it. He doesn't understand how he can block their technique. Something with tremendous speed rushed past Brother Su's head. He didn't have time to realize anything. Some balloon crashes into their web and they don't realize what it is, because they can't cut it. They say they'll just bring it back then and push the ball back to the sender. Li Fei catches the ball and kicks it away using a turnaround kick to send it back at them. The ball hits their web again. The twins say it doesn't make sense since it didn't work the first time. And why does he think it will work the second time? They bounce his ball off their web again using the reflect skill, and the ball flies back. Li Fei catches the ball and tells Su Xiaomo that it's time for their crowning attack. He sends him a mecha, and Su says they're just a reasonable goal net and what makes them think they can be so arrogant. He kicks the ball and uses the skill Ferocious Tiger Strike. It's as if a fiery tiger is flying at the twins. The ball-clad fire tiger crashes into their sect and tears several threads. The twins are very surprised. They say the power of this hit is really impressive. They do beat back their attack and send the ball back. The Ironbone students keep hammering the ball back at them with their strong kicks. The twins are angry because they are being used as some kind of practice soccer dummies. One of the twins says it's just the death throes of the bugs, and all they need to do is pull down the web. They pull the web down around the Ironbone students and cover them like a lid. Their webs cannot do them any damage, for their skin is stronger than any protective artifact. Su asks Li what they will do with them. He is reminded of one technique they practiced. Su says he's thought of him too, but he wonders where they can get enough room for him. Li Fei says he'll set it up now and bounces up, making a crater in the arena, landing. They are going to hit the ball with the two of them and use the combined skill, Explosive Splitting Kick. They spiral the ball and a huge fire whirlwind crashes into the twins' web. Li Fei's attack unwinds the vortex even more, and the threads one by one tear under the pressure. The head says it's a great technique, a combination of explosive and dissecting strike, because they use the wind to intensify the fire and create even stronger combustion. The vortex looks very intimidating. It looks like some sort of fiery tornado with a ball in the middle of it. The twins are shocked as the vortex simultaneously burns and tears their web. They aren't sure their web can last much longer. The fire vortex flies right at them and they create a web barrier for themselves. Their barrier doesn't last a second, and the all-consuming vortex destroys even their clothes. They are surprised, saying it can't be considered a soccer attack at all, because it's more like thousands of red-hot bar kicks. Ball returns to the Ironbone disciples, and Su says that he didn't expect their attack to have the secret effect of clothing removal, and the technique needs a different name. Su suggests the clothes shredder, and Li replies that they can't use that punch against girls, so he suggests the male stripping punch. They're a little embarrassed and think it was a little inappropriate during the fight. The Spring Spirit Elder looks at all of this and says that he originally wanted to hide the power and not show Trump, but now he can't hide it. He says that they must win the final round and summons his strongest disciple, the owner of the Saint Spiritual Root, Jian Feifan. Jian says that he doesn't want to bully the weak, but he has to defend the honor of his sect, and so he asks for forgiveness in advance. The first disciple of the Iron Bone sect comes out against him, and she says that the arena was completely destroyed in the last battle, and she doesn't like it. She uses the skill 9-layer Frostpalm, and a very strong cold emanates from her. Jian calls it a normal cool breeze, but his body freezes a little at a time. A chill stretches across the arena, and cold swirls descend from the sky, tending to the broken arena. The Spring Spirit Elder is just shocked because of this, and he can't say anything on it. The arena is covered in a perfectly smooth and even layer of ice. The strongest Jian disciple is frozen. Qingyang says that the arena is now fully restored, and she can't be thanked enough for that. She walks away from Jian and says that Spring Spirit will remove his trump card from the arena himself, and it will unfreeze within the hour. Shinchan thinks about the fact that her ice attribute technique is too strong, and if he wasn't mistaken, her technique could also completely suppress him. Jun grabs Qian and calls her Goldie. She asks to let go of her and the head's hands turn icy. She has accomplished his epic mission 120%. She slumps to the ground embarrassed and says Jun has no right to do that in front of such a crowd of people, and he says he has no regrets. The system congratulated him for completing the mission, and the suppression of cultivation towards him had been eliminated. He breaks the ice on his hands and says that he has finally advanced to the martial arts master level. He feels something strange, as if something unusual is forming in his body. The system explains that only master-level cultivators possess this, namely the spirit core, and with it, he will be many times stronger than a martial artist. He feels another vortex of ki forming next to his new spiritual core. The system says it doesn't know why, but it's even better, and it might be because his cultivation has been suppressed for too long, and the head thinks the system doesn't care since it's not her body. A Spring Spirit Sect Elder jumps into the arena and says that the spiritual fluctuation earlier indicates that sect leader Jun has suddenly broken through to a new level. He says that their sect has admonished his students over and over again, and he should repay them in the same coin, or he won't be able to sleep well at night. He summons the head of Ironbone. He wants to share his experience with him and teach him a lesson. He says that he is not gifted with talent, and at his age, he has only reached the 8th Master Martial Arts stage, and judging from the aura he saw earlier, Jun is at least at the 2nd Master stage. He asks for a battle and wants to know how much stronger the Iron Bone Sect's sect head has become. Shinchan says that since he's an 8th stage martial arts master, his brute strength is around 150 tons, and the head says that's very weak. Shinchan is surprised, and says that the Spring Spirit Elder is a high-level martial artist, and is surprised that the head called him weak. The head repeats again that it's only 150 tons, and he surpassed it in strength exactly 5 seconds ago, when he broke through to the next level. Spring Spirit Elder Jin Mao rushes at Jun first and uses the Calming Dragon Strike. The head of Ironbone is unimpressed. He quickly dodges and punches him in the face. He flies off and says that this is impossible. After all, he is at the 8th stage of a martial arts master. For the punch he used, during it his strength exceeds 200,000 tons. Jun says that while he was watching his disciples fight, he wanted a battle, and now he finally has the opportunity to have a good time and try out his new power. He says that if Jin is talentless, then it comes out that he was gifted by powers from above, because he was right at the 2nd stage of the master after the breakthrough. He isn't allowed to finish, and the head tries to hit him again, but the head of Ironbone stops his blow. He says Jin is not well-mannered if he attacks people when they talk. He continues his speech and says that his strength was over 150, even before the breakthrough, and his technique is a power type, and after the breakthrough, his strength is 240,000. After saying that, he calmly throws Jin away with his power and he flies away. He uses his blast chain skill on it and attacks the Spring Spirit Elder. After this series of attacks, he clenches his fist and slips his thumb between his index and middle finger. He uses the shuriken skill and sends it flying. Jin is surprised by this and thinks about Jun being a high-level martial arts master. The head of Ironbone thanks him for his guidance and says he had a great time. He thanks him for stopping in time. He says if that hadn't happened, he would have had to reveal a couple trump cards he had stashed away. All of the Ironbone students are excited and say their chapter is incredible. Someone is approaching, and the system alerts Jun that a peak martial artist has been detected, and the arena feels very pressurized. Jun is surprised that he knocked on the Winstrat family's door since he had just defeated the Elder. The head of the Spring Spirit sect himself has arrived. He says that since the Iron Bone sect head hasn't used his trump cards, he's still not satisfied. Sect head Huang Quan says he can't let sect guests leave until they enjoy their stay, or rumors may spread that his sect treats guests badly. Jun says that strength and fame is ahead of Huang Quan, and from what he heard, the sect leader also wants to give him some guidance. He asks if the head of the Spring Spirit sect wants to behold his trump cards that are left. He apologizes and says that the sect leader Huang is not ready to learn his trump cards yet. Huang Quan says that defeating an elder of his sect at such a young age is commendable, and apparently it is true that heroes come from the younger generation. He says that he has an overwhelming desire to fight him, and asks if he will accept the challenge, using the Dragon Strike. Someone snaps their fingers, and the attack that Huang launched at Jun disappears. Someone says if it's too much and asks how he can attack someone who recently broke through to the master stage, and where is his pride as a peak master. He introduces himself as Wang Donglin, and he says he won't let him bully his friend Jun like that. Jun greets him, and the elder says that the Kangshan sect has come to support the Iron Bone sect and apologizes, because he was a bit delayed while he was dealing with some matters. Wang says that he has arrived and is ready to fight, for he will not allow Huang Quan to do whatever he wants. Huang says that he didn't expect Jun to have the support of a peak martial arts master, and if they were just going to leave after humiliating his sect, then they are deeply mistaken. Wang asks if he really wants to fight, then he'll teach him a lesson, and Jun says it's okay, and he'll accept his challenge. The elder asks if he is sure, because although Huang is shameless, his power is real, and he is still a peak martial arts master. Jun calls for the spear and tells him that the trump card he's about to use will handle it. Wang thinks about the fact that this is the first time he's seen this Azure Dragon Blade up close, and there's such an aura emanating from it that it seems like it could single-handedly stop an entire army. He says Jun is very brave, and he admires him more and more. The head of Ironbone tells the elder that being brave should be done when you're young. Wang warns him that his strike subduing the dragon is different from what they've seen before, and he's changed the originally tyrannical and imposing technique into a sinister one. He says that in order to practice this technique, he has made a sacrifice that very few people are willing to make and asks that he not be underestimated. Jun thinks of sect leader Huang following in the footsteps of demonic master Dongfeng and calls it a decisive act. Huang Quan says that although they are enemies, he admires the Iron Bone head. He says that forcing a sect leader to personally take action to save some face of his sect is quite brave. He looks like a madman, and says that because of such an arrogant act, Jun will regret very big time. He hits the head of the Iron Sect, but Jun blocks his attack with his Azure Dragon Blade. Huang's attack really isn't that simple, and it splits into 3 parts and heads for Junyu's head. Jun uses the defense seal and destroys his attack. The Spring Spirit head recoils. Huang says that he has quick reactions and defensive skills. He says that Jun can be proud of himself because he managed to block his attack. Jun says that his attack really doesn't look like a dragon restraining blow, and it's more like unleashing a den of snakes. Huang says that even a dragon must bow its head when it enters a den of snakes, and only its modified strike can unleash its full power. He says Jun should resign himself to his fate and aims a bunch of his snakes at him. The head of Ironbone calls him an arrogant boy and asks how dare he flaunt his pathetic strength in front of him. Jun Chang Xia put on his blue spiritual armor and called him an arrogant boy again. He wonders if he really dares to challenge him with his power. Huan is frightened. He thinks it is the spirit of the weapon that is ennobling him, and cannot believe that this spirit of the weapon is stronger than him. He says that he thought about taking down Jun with his bare hands, but he couldn't have guessed that he had such a strong weapon. He says that he won't hold back anymore and concentrates his energy. He releases some treasure and calls it the treasure of his Spring Spirit Sect's mountain reflecting mirror. He uses the mountain from the mirror spell and a huge mountain appears over the arena. The ghost tells Jun that a martial arts master cannot be underestimated and asks if the second master can handle it. Huang says that it is a combination of the 2 strongest techniques of the Spring Spirit Sect, and the power of this combination is too great, although it consumes a lot of power, so he rarely uses it. A huge black snake climbs up the mountain and completely envelops it with its body. The second foreman is told that the mountain weighs probably in the neighborhood of 600 tons. He asks General Zhou Kang to bring him his horse, and he immediately hurries to fulfill the order. The second master sits on his horse, and Huan feels the pressure increased with his arrival. He says he can't let it build up the power further. He's going to strike first. He points the mountain with the snake straight at the second master, and he says that he, the second master, named Guan Yu, a man with 1 horse and 1 blade, rules the battlefield, and no one has survived his blade. He jumps on his horse onto the mountain and cuts the body of the snake that is coiled around the mountain. He swiftly reaches the top of the mountain and slices the snake's head open with a single blow. After he defeats the snake, he takes the blade in both hands and cuts the mountain in 2, and his attack is channeled into the Spring Spirit chapter. Huang can't believe it. He wants to block his attack and uses the skill Mountain Reflective Mirror Shield. The debris of the mountain and Guan Yu's attack comes crashing down on him. Could the Spring Spirit head block it? The mirror in Huan's hands is chopped in 2. It falls to the ground like an ordinary pebble. Guan Yu appears before him and says that he will still spare him this time. He says the only reason he thought so is because there was no intent in his attack to kill him. He says it's barely half his power and it's in his best interest not to give them more trouble. Huan thinks about the fact that after seeing such a thing, only a madman would try to attack the Iron Bone Sect. Everyone is shocked, including the Unkind chapter, and the Spring Spirit chapter turns out to have a wig. It's cut in 2. The ghost says it means that the sect leader sacrificed his hair. Jun tells him that he can return to his body and the power returns to the blade. He is overjoyed and says that the last technique was incredible, and it is worthy of the title of God of War. And it is only half of their power. Ganyu says that the title of God of War is of no importance to him, and the reason why he helped today is simple. It is afterward that he calls him his second master. Jun thinks about the fact that this is the first time he has seen the master smiling. He thanks him for his help, and says that he will do his best to make sure the master can reunite with the other legends. Master says that he will look forward to Master Liu and Grand General Zhang. Wang jumps up to Jun and says that he has an incredibly strong weapon spirit, as he didn't even have a chance to understand the limits of his power. The head replies to him that it's obvious since his second master is the God of War himself. And if he wasn't so weak, the master could reach an even higher level of power release. The elder tells him that he has made one mistake, for it is almost impossible to find a weapon with its own spirit, and many will want to possess it. Jun thinks about the fact that it's not hard for him to defeat a martial arts master. But if the king shows up, he doesn't know what to do. The system reassures him, because after the epic mission, the store has been updated with new items, and if the martial arts king shows up, he'll be able to fight back. He says now that he thinks about it, if he does make it, he can really take advantage of it. Jun announces that after this battle, he is sure that everyone has seen and realized the power of the Iron Bone Sect, and many will think how they managed to become so strong. He announces that the Iron Bone Sect is open for recruitment, and those who wish can try their luck and join their sect. All those who dislike him are very unhappy about it and say they won't let it happen. They return to the Iron Bone Sect building and Jun says that he thought that during their return, someone would take a chance and attack them to take the Azure Dragon Blade away from him. He says he's glad that their sects are friends, and it's only thanks to Elder Wang, who decided to escort them all the way to the sect, that they had a smooth journey. Jun asks the system to show him what's new in the store. The system is angry that he stopped being polite again. She decides to omit this moment after all. He did accomplish an epic mission, and so she brings out the entire list of new items. Jun sees the goods appearing and starts laughing loudly and creepily. He looks like a madman. Jun is standing on the roof of his main sect building. He is creating a defense for his sect. After the words he had to say to erect the dome, he decides to run away from the sect until the disciples forget his recent reprimands. The system reminds him that he recently acquired a recipe for a martial arts master pill, and he should buy resources from the High family. The head says that with this pill, all disciples at the peak of the disciple level will be able to break through to the next level, and introduces a sect with 500 martial artists. He goes to the High family, and they tell him they can only sell 3 or 4 servings worth of ingredients. It is explained to him that this is because there is a high demand for most of the ingredients he needs and not much supply. The head starts crying, and they try to calm him down, saying they'll send people out to find the ingredients he needs. Elder Wang appears behind them, and asks if he can look at the list of ingredients he needs. Jun is surprised by his arrival and asks why he still hasn't returned to his sect. The elder replies to him that he thought that while he's in the region, he should stop by the High family and address some of his issues. He looks at the list and says that all these ingredients are quite rare. He thinks and says that he probably has the ingredients for 50 servings in his ring, and Jun, hearing this, immediately asks to sell it to him. Wang says they're just ingredients for the price of 5 million, and he was going to clean his spatial ring anyway, and he's just going to give them away. Jun says that he cannot accept such an expensive gift, and in exchange for the ingredients, he will give him pills of his own making. He holds out the pill to the elder, and Wang says that the last time such pills were sold, his sect tried to buy them. But because of the great competition, only 3 pieces could be bought. He is surprised that Jun is also quite good at alchemy, and realizes that he is the one producing these pills. He asks if he makes them, couldn't he only make one, and the head shows him that there is more than one. Wang says it's just incredible, and he's made a huge profit on these ingredients, and the head tells him it's just his hobby. They return, and Elder Wang says it's time for him to go back, and he says he will inform their sect leader that they have made an alliance with them. Jun is flattered by this. The head asks the elder that he not tell anyone who is the manufacturer of these pills. Wang tells him not to worry, and if anyone asks him about it, he will tell them that it is an invention of their sect. Jun thanks him. He too decides that he needs to get back soon and get busy making pills, and he also needs to find the seeds of the ingredients and ask Wei to try to grow them. A strange aura appears around Jun. From somewhere words are spoken saying that Elder Wang Dongling has finally left. A man shows up and says he has a couple of reasons to talk to the leader of the Ironbone cult in person. He introduces himself. He's from the 3rd level Demon Moshi sect, Qingyang branch, the branch leader. Bu Zhongyao. He says he wants to get his hands on the Azure Blade. Jun says that the branch manager is very patient, but this is not the first time someone has tried to attack him. He says that judging by his aura, he's a peak martial artist, and asks if he's forgotten that sect leader Huang was one too, and he still defeated him. Another elder appears from behind and asks what makes him think Bu Zhongyao came alone. Bu says there's no point in hiding anymore because against them, the 3 peak masters, he doesn't stand a chance of winning or escaping. The head of the Mystic Flower Palace sect shows up and says that one of their friends can't help them because he's very tired, and she helped him lie down and rest. She goes to Jun and says that she'd like to join the fun too, and she doesn't think anyone would mind. Jun is surprised by her arrival, and she tells him that she was just on her way to check on his sect. Jun asks if she's going to come to their sect covered in blood, and if she thinks it's normal. Palace Mistress C says it's probably not a good time to ask about it when there's a strike near them. She tells him that her students often tell her that she doesn't see the whole situation. But she says it's such a joke, because she can't see anything at all, and Jun thinks she's not right in the head. She tells him that he can take it easy, because she's been trained to get out of situations like this. She quickly snaps out of her seat and inflicts a wound on the head of the department, Bu Zhongyao. She says you just have to get rid of things that ruin the atmosphere. Jun thinks that there's definitely something wrong with her head, because she smiles when she gets blood on her, and she's completely calm in battle. Bu says that they will deal with the Iron Bone head first, and then deal with Palace Mistress Shi, while the other attacker says that they have no right to look down on the demonic sect. They attack them from both sides, and Jun says they each take on one opponent. The second attacker with lightning rushes at him, and Jun says that since he's using lightning, he brought it on himself and summons a purple electric tiger cub. He says his cat is still in the growth stage, and his attack wasn't bad and that's why he was so bloated. He tells the cub that it's time for the attacker to taste real electricity. He uses the cat's 10 million volt thunderbolt skill and directs this attack at his attacker. The attack hits him, and Jun says that his opponent is pretty well fried. He turns his head and asks the mistress of Xi's palace if she needs help. He sees a terrible picture. The mistress is standing next to a body covered in blood and says she must have overdone it. She says it's no big deal, since she can't see anything anyway. She tells Jun that she may have to postpone her visit to his sect. She shows the split tablet and says that she found it on her opponent's body, and the demonic sect should already know about his death, and she doesn't know if she can record the last minutes of his life. She says that she needs to go back and make some arrangements to be ready in case the demonic sect attacks and tells Jun that he better get ready too. He says that there is no need to worry about his sect, because many people already have their eyes on his sect, and nothing will change if another sect is added. Meanwhile, at the demonic Moshi sect headquarters, they say that the branch leader has died, and ask what he was doing before he died. The head is reported that he was on a mission to obtain a spiritual weapon from a 7th level sect, because with this weapon, an entry-level master can reach peak level. The chapter says that only their demonic Moshi sect is worthy of such a great weapon, and if the peak master isn't enough, the aide suggests that they should send more. The head tells the aide that they know they can finish off a peak magister with this weapon, and maybe it's not the limit of power, and they can't just throw around peak magisters like that. He says that he is sure that many people want to get their hands on the weapon as well, so they would need an extra escort, and asks that Jian Shi be sent to retrieve the weapon. The aide asks if the head really wants to send a martial arts king to a 7th level sect, and if it's overkill. The head answers him that he has already made a decision and asks him to fulfill it, because the most important thing is the result. The aide says he has no right to object, and he will give Jian Shi his order. The aide thinks about the fact that this time, Jian Shi better not leave evidence of his recklessness. Meanwhile, in the Jian family, a man says that he has done a lot to earn the title of King of the Pit, and wherever he goes, no one dares to stand in his way. He asks someone to unclench his hand. Turns out he's trying to take away the candy. The man holding the candy is called out by the girl, and Jian Shi snatches the candy out of his hands. He asks if the man wants to fight him, for in 5 years he has never come close to defeating him. The chapter's assistant comes in and says he's still taking candy from the kids as well, and he doesn't understand what the chapter found in him. He tells him he has a new mission and tosses him a scroll. And Jian asks if it's really necessary to send a king against some small sect. The aide replies to him that it's the chapter's orders, and he needs to select and deliver spiritual weapons to the sect, and he won't inform the chapter that King Shi let go of his goal of the last mission, unless he fails this mission. Jean says he's arranged to discuss new farmland with a neighboring village, and he can't put it off, so he's going straight to the mission. He quickly walks away and breaks the ground beneath him, the debris of the ground hitting the chapter's aide. Meanwhile, in the Iron Bone sect, everyone is sitting around the campfire and celebrating their victory over Spring Spirit. Everyone shouts out their words of honor towards Iron Bone sect's sect head Jun. Brother Su thanks him for his guardianship of them, and he says he'll drink a glass in his honor, and the head chats with Qian about drinking. Su gets upset at being ignored, since he wanted to have a glass in his honor. But Li calms him down by saying that the head shouldn't be disturbed on a day like this. Jun buys potions from the potion store and says that as a reward from him, everyone who participated in the competition will each receive 1 bottle of high-grade potion. They have all sorts of fun playing different games and sitting around the campfire. Jun tells the students that the mistress of the Shi Palace is incredibly strong. He explains to them that she is not just strong, but downright ferocious, as she finished off 2 masters in a couple of seconds. Qian is very angry about this, and she stares ominously at head Jun. She looks very intimidating. The students decide to run far away from them. The head is angry that they didn't warn him. She takes him by the shirt and asks him if he wanted the students to hide something from her. He tells her that he wouldn't dare do such a thing even if he was a martial arts emperor. Something hits their protective dome and the ground shakes, Shinshin marveling at such incredible force. Qian kisses the head on the cheek, and he confidently decides to go look to see what kind of enemy came to them this time. He says that because of that kiss, he's going to try to treat it with all the respect it deserves. Qian is very embarrassed and all red from this. Everyone looks at her and smirks. Those who were looking at her with a smirk decide to leave quickly. Su calls Gigi to drink, for they all remember the past fun times. Qian is asked if they should go to the head and help with the enemy, and she replies that he still has his trump cards stashed away and doesn't really need their help. She says that Elder Wei continues to quietly sip wine, and so there is no cause for alarm. Wei thinks about the fact that the martial arts king himself has come to give them trouble, and thinks about the fact that unfortunately, Their head is not only increasing in ability, but also in trouble. Jun tells the enemy that judging from the previous attack, he can assume that a martial arts king has come to see them. Jin Shai introduces himself in front of him and says that he is from the demonic Moshi sect, and he is impressed with their protective barrier, for he is able to withstand its blow. Jun says that since he's realized that, there's no point in him staying here, since they're having a feast right now and he doesn't have time to deal with it. Jin calls him arrogant and says he'll just increase his punching power to break through the protective barrier. He uses the angry dragon fist skill and the ground beneath him breaks and there is an explosion, but the barrier doesn't break. Jun says he shouldn't be upset that he can't break through their defenses. Jen says that he is ecstatic, because he finally realized why their head sent him to their sect, and it makes his blood boil with excitement. He emits a tremendous amount of energy and tries to break through the barrier again. The disciples inside the barrier continue to feast like nothing happened and have fun. Qingyang says that it's already worth finishing as it's too late, and suggests that they go rest and gain strength. Morning comes, and the king still has not succeeded in breaking through the barrier, though he has been beating it all night, but there is no sign on it that it has been hurt. Jun turns to him and says that it's rude to mess up other people's property like this. After all, he'll have to spend money to hire people and restore the landscape. He says he's surprised at his stamina, because he beat all night without stopping. But when he saw his technique, he realized there was no intent to kill in it. He tells him that there are many strong people in his sect, but truly not that many, and asks if Jian would like to join them. He said that there was no need to talk about the benefits of joining. After all, his sect had to scrutinize his sect, and if he joined, the Emperor stage was only the beginning. Jian says he didn't study the information his superiors gave him well, and he doesn't know their capabilities. He wanted to quickly steal his blade and return home to attend the village meeting. He also says that their small sect will not be able to fulfill all his needs. He says that because he can't break the barrier, he'll just sit and wait, because sooner or later he'll be outside the sect anyway. Jun laughs evilly and says that he doesn't even realize the fact that he will become his new treasure. He says he only created 50 pills, but he has somewhere around 60 or 70 peak martial arts disciples in his sect. The head says that there isn't enough for everyone, and he needs to go out to get the ingredients. But as long as Jian Shi is sitting outside, going out to get the ingredients isn't an option either. He thinks about the fact that he can't fight him with the Azure Dragon Blade, because if he accidentally finishes him off, the demonic sect will send all the forces to destroy his sect. He hears a strange sound and turns his head. He thinks baby Draco is finally awake. But when he opens his eyes, he doesn't realize who is standing behind him and where his dragon has gone. Baby Draco is raging fire and Jun tells him to stop, because he's about to burn everything down. He's worried because Qingyang will lecture him again and demand money for repairs, and the system reminds him that he's immune to fire since he owns Draco. The head jumps out of the building clad in fire. He doesn't seem to be doing well. Zuji thinks the head is practicing a new fire technique, and Qingyang is counting the damage. He says he will have to talk to the head about repairs and money. The head goes all on fire and asks the system why clothes aren't covered by immunity to fire. And the system tells him that clothes aren't part of him. He gets angry and tells the system that she's always leaving something out. And she tells him that he just didn't ask for details, and it's not his fault. Jun doesn't understand why there are so many students in this place, and the system reminds him that this is the day of the monthly competition. He asks why his dragon turned into a ball of fire in the first place, and the system replies that it's most likely because he's evolved and he can't control his power. The head says that the fire is getting stronger, and he can't control it anymore, and he will have to look for a big place with an open area because he has no choice. He asks the students to leave the competition area immediately, and for the female students not to look in his direction. He tells the guys that they shouldn't look in his direction either so they don't lose their confidence. The disciples see this and don't realize what happened, for a naked head ran past them. Qian sees this and calls him a pervert. The head tells her that he can explain everything. He tries to explain to her that he's doing it unintentionally, and it's all Draco's fault. She freezes him and sends him flying. She's asked if he will be okay. She replies that he is not worth worrying about. Jian hears that their fun is in full swing, and he feels a powerful aura of fire and ice heading in his direction. He is surprised that he feels threatened by this aura, and assumes that the head has finally decided to reveal his cards and fight him. The fog from the impact in front of him dissipates, and he begins to see what lies behind him. Jun says that Qian helped him a lot, and she not only helped calm Draco down, but she also made him ice armor. He tells Draco that he has finally curbed his power, and there is no way he could have expected him to evolve into a divine. He strokes him and congratulates him on the fact that he is now a real dragon and can be his pet. The head turns to Jianxi and asks again if he is willing to join them. The king thinks about the fact that he has a top-level ice armor and a fire beast of the same D level. But what surprises him the most is his ability to properly show off. At this moment, the armor on Jun cracked and shattered abruptly, leaving him naked in front of the martial arts king. He talks to himself and asks why Qingyang didn't warn him that the duration of the ice armor is so short. He yells Qingyang's name, and she asks him who made him show off without finding normal clothes. She looks at him running through the woods and thinks about how his twisted nature isn't so bad. Jun asks if Draco really ate all the meat they had. He says it's a problem, and he has no choice but to go outside the cult and get some meat. Qingyang asks him why he's still wearing the mask, and the head replies that he's very ashamed after what happened and can't face them afterwards. He suggests that they go back to their problem, and if he fills all of his space rings with food, they can supposedly live without problems for a couple months. Jean sits at the barrier and thinks that all the attacks he has tried over the past few days have had no effect on the dome, and thinks that only the Emperor will be able to break the barrier. He senses something and realizes that Jun has finally gotten out of his barrier. Meanwhile, the head has decided to come down from the back of the sect, and he says that he feels his dragon's power has increased even more, and he will have to buy up all the meat in the nearby towns to feed it. The system intervenes and says it has something to tell him. It tells him that since he is not yet a king, he doesn't know that every king can form a zone that will work as a radar. He asks the system if it is trying to tell him that the person who has been sitting in front of the cult for days knows everything. Jianxi appeared in front of him and was immediately going to attack the Ironbone head. The king turns to him and asks if he really thought he could get away with it quietly. He uses a very powerful skill, and his attack swiftly approaches Jun. The head emerges from the smoke and says that he's lucky that his cloud-stepping technique peaked, because he could have died. He asks Qingyang to quickly run to his room and get him a new uniform. He says that he has ruined more clothes in the last couple days than he has in the last couple years. He talks about how the king only lightly hit him, and did a lot of damage. He's afraid to imagine what would have happened if he had taken the blow entirely. The system asks him not to worry, for when he reaches the realm of Battle King, he will experience growth in all aspects. But he must overcome another entire realm to do so. He lies on the bed sick and tells Draco that he's doing it all for him. He asks to worry about him just a little bit, but Dragon continues to lick himself further. He tells him that since he can't go outside and buy food, and they don't have any meat, therefore Draco will be without food too. He tells him that this is when he will have to become a vegetarian. Draco is infuriated by such news and he begins to blaze, burning the table beneath him. The dragon begins to speak and says that the king can beat his master, but not deprive him of his meat. He says that no martial arts king will be an obstacle to him if he is forbidden to eat meat and turns into a fireman. Jun comes in shock because of Draco turning into a human. One can't believe what he sees. He needs time to clear up the whole situation that happened. He asks him what it turns out to be his new ability that increases his power and allows him to be in a new form. Draco replies that that's correct and it's called by the common name of human form. Jun says he's more like not a humanoid dragon and he's more like a devil. The dragon replies to him that he didn't say it was the perfect form and he still needs to evolve to complete that form. The head says they should leave that problem for later, and at least he looks strong enough, and yet his opponent is a second-stage martial arts king. Draco says that as long as his opponent isn't a peak martial arts king, and he won't be a problem for him. He's not looking where he's going and he trips over the rug and he falls flat on the floor. Draco says he's just learning this form and still not used to it. He's going to go and defeat him right now. He stumbles again and falls to the floor. He gets up and says that he will indeed defeat him, and Jun suggests that he learn to walk first. Draco quickly flies off and tells him that the chapter should just expect good news from him. He has a bad feeling about it. Sue's brother asks who that is jumping around the mountains. He is told it's baby Draco, and Sue asks why he turned into a devil. The head is angry and asks if there's something wrong with him, and Sue replies that there's a cliff and Big Brother put a wall there so people wouldn't accidentally fall into it. Screams reach them both as Draco yells as he falls down. Jean stands there and thinks about the fact that even if sect leader Jun survived his strike, he should have received a hefty amount of damage. Draco falls into the ground in front of him and says that in his spare time, he will have to be sure to study the sect's plan. He tells Jean that judging by his aura, he is the king that is the reason he can't eat meat. The dragon tells him they have two choices. Either he gives up or he forces him to. Jian also thinks it's a demon, not a dragon, and tries to chase it away. He realizes that it's the same dragon that the sect head was with, and he couldn't imagine that it could take that form. He tells him that just by changing his form, Draco won't be able to defeat the martial arts king. Draco lunges at him, but Jean catches his punch, but he can't hold his punch with his strength. He flies away from such a hard blow and slams into the wall, making a large dent in it. He realizes that Draco has already managed to become a high-level martial arts king. Draco is about to hit him again and tells him that now he's going to feel his wrath for being forced to eat only vegetables. He hits him a bunch of times, and Jian thinks about the fact that he's just a cub. And his strength is amazing, and if he doesn't pick the right moment to counterattack as soon as possible, he'll lose. He uses the skill Dragon Rage, Restraint Removal, and a strong aura appears around him. The dragon hits him on the head with its tail, and Jian immediately loses consciousness. He suddenly wakes up in some basement, and immediately upon waking up, he thinks he's still fighting Draco. Jun appears in front of him and says that energy is directly bursting out of him. He asks if he really wants to eat his dragon. He tells him that Jian will really like and welcome him to the Ironbone sect. Jin is surprised that the head had the courage to appear in front of him. He says the chains won't hold him back. He tries to break the chains, but Jun punches him in the face and tells him that his meridians have been blocked. He says it was for his ass, and the king is surprised that his punch only hit his ass. The head gets very scary and says that it was very painful, and from now on he is his prisoner, and asks once again if he is willing to join his cult. The king says he is not weak at all and he will be able to withstand any torture. Jun says they'll take the hard way then. He makes a cut with the leaf between his fingers, slams his pinky against the table, kicks him in the groin. The head asks again if he's ready to surrender, and Jian tells him that he's a sadist and his torture is too twisted. The head asks him if he really hadn't guessed why he wasn't hurt after his attack. He says that instead of explaining, he'll let him feel it all on his own skin, and holds out his palm to him. They end up in a room where Jian sits tied up and asks what the chapter is up to. He tells him that it's important to him that the sect has a good intelligence department, and his sect doesn't have that. Jun thinks about the fact that he's looking for something or someone. He decides to put it off for later. For now he will practice in the muscle-building room, and maybe after that he will tell him something. He chooses a mode in the room and turns on Unfurious Infinite mode. He bids farewell to the defeated king, and says that he wishes to have a good time, and they will see each other in 24 hours. All night long screams are heard, and Jian is given to reminiscing. He remembers his sister bringing some fish and meat for him. She tells him that she sneaked it from the leftovers at the restaurant and asks him to eat faster. He asks his sister to eat with him too. She asks him for food, and they are found by some guys who call her a petty thief and tell her to sell her to the Moon Blizzard House. Jean punches the guy and asks him to let his sister go, and the guy punches him back and says, that's what they deserve for stealing. They yell each other's name while his sister is carried away, and he is beaten by the guy who ordered his sister to be sold. He wakes up and punches the air, tearing his shackles. He doesn't realize where he got such strength from, for his meridians are still blocked. He notices Dudu's sister and realizes he remembered it because of the smell of food and the beating in the training room. He reaches out to Dudu's sister, but she starts crying really hard about it. All the students come to the room and ask him how he dared to do something to their sister Dudu. He tries to explain that it's all some misunderstanding, but a bunch of fists are already flying at him. Jun is surprised that even Dudu's sister couldn't handle it, and apparently he needs to get a better handle on what drives him. He says it's time to find out what Hall Morosi has dug up. He asks if there is any progress on his request he made 2 days ago. A dagger flies at him, and he thinks he shouldn't have told that story, and now their behavior is becoming more and more like the characters. He opens the list and reads that his sister was kidnapped and he joined the demonic Moshi sect so they could help him with the search. He thinks Jianxi is dumb or just naive, and if they really found her, they would lose the martial arts king, and he has no choice. He will have to resort to using items. Jian turns to the head and says that maybe it's time to surrender. And his torture room is quite interesting, because he has a feeling that he's only gotten stronger after it. He is chained up, and the head tells him that once he puts the iron hoop on, he will no longer be an ordinary man. He summons the iron hoop and once again asks him to give up after all and join the Iron Bone sect. He puts this hoop on his head and he loses his own will before it. He breaks the shackles on him, and Jun thinks to himself that after spending a day in the muscle-building room, his strength has increased, and if he had someone like that in his sect, it would be much easier. He thinks about having to work for him until he breaks down and agrees to his offer, and after 2 months he has no choice but to join his cult. He obediently gets down on one knee before him and calls him his master. Jean asks him to forgive him. He says he was out of his mind and asks to be allowed to join the Iron Bone sect. Jun says not to call him a master, just a sect head is enough, and asks if he really thought the demonic sect would help him find his sister. He says he won't hide anything from him, and reveals that since joining the demonic Moshi sect, he has never received any news about his sister. He says that after a while he realized that they were trying to keep him in the cult, but he had no choice, because no one else could help him find his sister. Jun tells him that firstly, his sect has a protective dome that few people can break. Second, there's a beast defender at the level of a king of spades. And third, they have the ability to gather all the information they need within a couple days. He says that the last thing he wants to tell is that they can help him in increasing his strength and raising his cultivation level, and such help he won't find anywhere else. He calls it just the tip of the iceberg, and he can't say he's 100% going to be able to help him find his sister. He explains to him that unlike those who only use him to kill, his sect can truly help him. Jun tells him that judging from the reports, his level has stopped because he hasn't received any news about his sister, and he can help him with that. He will be able to move quickly and search for information because of that. Jin says that he wholeheartedly wants to join his sect and thanks him for it. The system counts him as a new member, and the chapter thinks about the fact that he must have wanted to join with all his heart and soul, and the surrender order made it easy for him to do so. He tells him that Jian will be his first elder from now on, and offers to fulfill what he said earlier. They hear some sort of bang, and Jian replies that it's most likely the 10 martial artists they sent after him, and they should have shown up much earlier. The head asks him how strong the demonic Moshi sect is. He is told that there are at least a few martial arts emperors like that. Jun grabs him by the shoulder and says that they urgently needed a spy in one sect, and Jian is just the right person for it. The 10 masters are trying to break through the barrier. They don't understand why this protective dome is so strong, and they don't understand why Jianxi doesn't leave the sect. After all, he has been there for days. One of the magisters says not to worry, because they still have someone who can break that dome. He says we just have to wait and the dome will soon be destroyed by him. This man gets inside the formation of the protective dome, and he sees some strange message that keeps him from breaking through, and he senses some kind of danger. The 10 magisters find Jianxi beaten up and ask who did this to him. After all, they dared to throw him away like some trash. Jian asks if he was really thrown out as trash, and the magister tells him that the person who threw him out said they didn't need such trash. Jian says we can forget it and they need to leave. He wants to tell them something about the Iron Bone sect, but he coughs up blood and a healer is called in. A couple hours ago, Head Jun had voluntarily beaten him up so they wouldn't suspect anything. The head says that with such wounds from now on he can come out and say that there are people who are capable of fighting back, and then the demon Moshi sect will think before attacking them again. Jan says he feels like he just wanted to spill his personal grudges, and the head says he's only doing it to deceive his enemies. The martial arts king thinks about joining some strange sect. Jianya lies all bandaged up, and is being treated for the wounds the Iron Bonehead inflicted on him. The head of the demonic Moshi sect asks if there's really someone in Qingyang County who can finish him off like this, and asks what cultivation level his opponent had. Jin replies that it was some old man, and he couldn't even counter him with anything. He says that he was most likely a peak martial arts king, and perhaps even a martial arts emperor. The head is very surprised by this news and doesn't understand what a person of this level is doing in such a sect. He says that judging from his wounds and the lack of residual spiritual qi, he doesn't think that person wanted to finish him off. Jin tells the chapter that this is indeed the case, and he wanted him to go back to the sect and warn them to stop attacking them. The head says that he's figured it out, and they seem to have no choice but to ask for help from a couple of martial arts emperors from HQ. Jin gets scared because of what the head said and thinks about how this is totally not the development they had planned, and says that it's better not to bother the emperors about such small things. The head says that these people spend most of their time drinking tea and playing. They have too much free time. Jian thinks it's over, and they screwed up big time. A messenger abruptly bursts into the office and says that headquarters has just sent an urgent order. He is informed that the third-level sect, Tycoon, has just attacked one of their mines, and they want them to send some of their best fighters to help them. He tells Jian that they will postpone the matter of the Iron Bone sect for now, and asks him to recuperate. Jin comes out of the hospital and says that he was injured for the demonic Moshi sect, and they didn't compensate him for it in any way. He says that yet all the members of this sect are tools, and now he does not regret leaving this place. He recalls that Head Jun had given him pills to heal himself after he deceived the demonic Moshi sect. A memory of Jun offering him 2 pills, a healing pill or a body-strengthening pill, popped into his mind. But he ended up giving him both. He eats them and feels his wounds heal. He doesn't realize if that's the whole effect. The assistant head comes in and says that he heard he was beaten up, and it's because of people like him that their sect's reputation is falling. Jin tells him to shut up and punches him in the face, as he has no time for him. The aide flies off very hard and crashes into the wall, making a hole in it. He marvels at the fact that he actually did it. His new power is impressive. Jin walks over to the assistant and pulls him off the wall. He is out of breath and sees the chicken looking at him. He doesn't understand how his power has grown so suddenly, and he thinks it's all because of one pill. He can't believe that some pills have such a strong effect, and he was lucky, because this time he made the right choice. He returns to the sect, and Jun greets him. Jin tells him that the sect head has shown favor, and he is very flattered by it. The head tells him that he doesn't remember him doing any such thing, and he tells him that the pills he gave him were probably the cult's jewels. He says that he was able to increase his strength to 100 tons, and now he can be considered a top-level martial arts king. The chapter says that the body-strengthening pills from their sect's pill kit are actually a bunch in their sect. Jun says that he may not believe him now, but once he stays with them a little longer, he'll get used to everything. They return to the sect and watch the battle between the two disciples. Jin sees this and says that although their level is a bit low, they can be considered almost high level, and suggests that these two must be disciples that the sect has spent a lot of resources on. Zhang San loses the fight, and Qingqian announces that he has lost in 3 matches from Luo Xian, and his ranking will now be changed from second to last place. The first elder is very surprised by this and asks why this is so, and the head tells him that their sect has quite a few talented people. He tells him that in addition to the muscle-building room and body-strengthening pills, they have a room to increase physical strength, spiritual strength. He says that there is about to be a competition to join the inner disciples group, and in a couple of moments he will see and realize what the standards are in their sect. The first one to fight is Li Shantian of the Morosi Hall. He says that their hall is required to have at least one inner disciple. Longxian will fight second. He says he will win. He is the first to attack a student from Morosi Hall, but he dodges his attack. Jian looks at this and says that both of these disciples are at an incredible level. They keep fighting, and the first chapter says that if all the inner disciples are at this level, it's only a matter of time before the sect reaches the 4th level. Jun says that he still doesn't understand something and how a future great elder of their sect can have such small ambitions. He turns sinister and says that his goal at the moment is to make the Iron Bone sect the strongest in Starland. Jin thinks about how the head is a bit crazy because he just has some unrealistic ambitions. He hears the students start to say that Li Shantian is losing and will most likely get more training when he returns. He loses his sword and has a spear coming at his throat. He says he surrenders. The head comes out and says that he congratulates everyone who got a spot in the inner disciple group, and now the number of inner disciples in his sect has increased from 7 to 22. He says that those who did not pass should not be upset, for he has seen the results of their hard work, asks them to keep working hard for next time. Li is upset that he lost in the end, and Moroshi Hall has no inner disciples. He says his master will not be happy. Jun tells him that it's because times have changed, and he should change his hairstyle. This surprises the student of Morosi Hall a bit, and he is at a loss to understand what the head has told him. The head tells him that there's no shame in losing to Xian, since he has the techniques of the sect and his family. And Li says that their hall is a fighting department and they don't have any inner disciples. The head tells him that he can only wish him luck, and Elder Wei says that maybe he should reduce the number of pills he gives out. Li asks him not to do that, and he will water his vegetable garden right now. Elder Wei tells him to calm down as he's just joking and sends him off to keep practicing. He notices Jian and wonders if the head has succeeded in recruiting the martial arts king. The king thinks about the fact that the elder is not that simple, for not only was he able to correctly determine his level, but he was also calm about it. He looks at him and thinks about the fact that the spiritual energy around his body is incredibly concentrated, and he can still feel the hostile aura emanating from him. He thinks he is at the level of an emperor. Elder Wei takes the head by the arm and drags him off somewhere and says he has some news he'd like to tell him. Jun notices that his hand is trembling, and he doesn't understand what could have gotten him so excited. They come running to the sect's grounds, and the head asks him why they ran to this place in such a hurry. He asks him to look at the sky. They look up at the sky and see, and Jian tells the chapter that this is a manifestation of restoring spiritual qi. Wei explains that in ancient times there was only one large continent in this world, and in those times spiritual qi was in abundance. Anyone with talent could become a martial arts king or emperor. He also tells us that the constant conflicts between the masters of the time caused the entire continent to split apart, forming 13 provinces. The head marvels at the news that humans were able to split the continent apart, and he dreads to imagine what they could do to someone like him. Wei tells us that along with the splitting of the continent, the flow of spiritual qi was disrupted, and they were preserved as spiritual qi source seeds. They were scattered all over the world. Jin says that after the source seed is restored, the spiritual qi in the surrounding area thickens and becomes incredibly dense, and some sects even wage wars over them. He talks about how because of the dense spiritual qi, it can also produce spiritual stones. He tells them that the demonic Moshi sect has postponed the attack on their sect because someone attacked their mine, and the head is thinking about spiritual stones being indispensable for cultivation. He thinks about how it's just great that the demonic Moshi sect has been distracted by other matters, and it means he'll be able to keep the weapon he acquired recently a secret for longer. Suddenly he realizes that if all the top sects are fighting so zealously for such things, then when the news of their source spreads, they will become their target. Wei says that this is indeed true, for the five-colored glow has only now appeared, and if they wait a few more days, it will light up the entire sky above the mountain. He notices the glow dissipating and doesn't understand what is happening. He fears for his spirit stones. He suggests that Jian and Wei hurry up and head over there and see what's going on. They come deep into the mountains, and the head says that the seed looks like it's dying, and Wei says that most likely the conditions were insufficient for it to grow properly, and it's going back to sleep. The elder suggests that it's because the spiritual qi in this place is too weak, and suggests creating a garden in this place and slowly tending it, so it will probably recover. Jean says it's a great idea, and they can put a protective dome around that area until it forms. The two elders decide that this is a great idea, and even if the seed is later recovered, the phenomenon will be hidden from view. The head says he's just a fraud who has no idea how to form arrays and asks for help from the system. The system says they can buy items that will help him create a protective dome, but there's a very low chance of them showing up in the shop, and it suggests upgrading items until he gets it. Jun is shocked by this after all. It takes 100 points to upgrade mid-level items once, and he only has 1,200 and still needs to buy items. Qingyang appears and says that there are people crowded outside who want to join their sect. The head tells him that they'll just accept them all, since this isn't the first time they've recruited disciples. And Qingyang says that the head will figure it out for himself when he sees it. He sees a huge line of people. It's explained to him that it's because the thing is that when they defeated the Spring Spirit sect, it became public. Jun says that with so many people joining this time, he can afford to refresh the lava as many times as he wants. Jun summarizes, nearly 1,000 disciples have joined, and the number of contribution points has set a new record of 2,254 points, and after the sect is filled, there will be a new task. He says that if they fulfill the sect's assignment, a new batch of disciples will bring him at least 2,000 contribution points. The head asks the system to refresh the store as many times as necessary, because he wants all the best treasures. The system agrees with him and buys all the useful items. His contribution points go to 2 points, and he is left with no points again. He says that even though he spent all the contribution points on these items, they are all top-notch treasures. He takes one treasure in his hand and says it's time to enjoy what he bought. The chapter drinks a liquid that allows it to learn information about barrier and formation to the level of an elemental barrier and formation master. He senses something unusual and says that the knowledge of barriers and formations fills him. He says that being able to instantly increase knowledge of formations and barriers is incredible, and takes the next treasure. The next treasure is a book that allows you to study the formation of barriers and formations even better and raise your cognition. Jun says that with this guide with formation maps, he will quickly be able to create all the formations himself without a system. He laments over the fact that the remaining items can only be used if he has the materials he needs and has to make a short trip for them. First, he wants to test his abilities by drawing a basic 10-fold chi-gathering formation. Qingyang walks the new students to the cafeteria to get their ration cards, as an explosion occurs next to them, and a chapter flies under their feet. Qingyang picks him up from the ground, and says that this is their sect leader, and asks the new disciples to welcome in the future, with respect. The head returns to his office and says that even with knowledge, drawing the formation is not an easy task, because just a slight flinch, and this mistake led to the explosion. He says it was supposed to be an art lesson and it turned into a chemistry lesson and decides to stop there for now. He remembers that he still needs to gather materials for other items and figures something out. He comes to Qianqian and offers her to go on a little trip with him, just the two of them. She embarrasses herself by blushing and says she has nothing against it. The head tells her their route to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, and says that they should go there because they can get high-quality monster cores and materials there. He says that they will definitely harvest a big harvest this time, and Qianqian is angry because their journey will be so strange. He says this is a great opportunity for him to practice drawing formations without compromising the sect. Jun angrily tells her that he only needs her to back him up if anything, should his mistake cause the formation to explode with its wall of ice. He offers to try to draw one now and draws a new formation and asks her to prepare an ice wall, but he makes a mistake again. He asks Qingyang to make an ice wall faster, but she only creates one in front of herself. They are walking down a path in the woods and are attacked by a monster, but as soon as he notices the chapter, he immediately calms down in fear. The head says that they have only entered the first zone and have already encountered so many dead travelers, and realizes that the 10,000 Beasts Valley is quite dangerous. Behind him are 3 of his monsters, and he says that this place is the best place to breed monsters. He orders his monsters to go out hunting. He wants them to show everyone who the real master is. Jun looks at the map and says that it is very detailed and has well-marked areas on it, and the darker they are, the more dangerous they are. He says that with a map like this, they will be able to set off, and their goal is the most dangerous area. Some travelers see them and assume Qingyang is from a wealthy family, and she is out with her servant to hunt. Jun is angered by their words. He shouts to them that He-on is the sect leader and he can defeat any monster in this valley. Qingyang asks for water, and the head immediately gives it to her. Calling her queen, the travelers think he is 100% a servant. They spot a rank 4 monster in a tree and tell the chapter that they have a monster behind them. The sister hits it with water and freezes it, and the chapter breaks a block of ice. The travelers are speechless and realize that Jun is indeed an expert in martial arts. He scolds her for freezing their enemy again, because that way they won't be able to gather any materials. The head tells her that based on his experience, the most dangerous in this valley should be humans, not monsters. The regular hunters are attacked by the Blood Wolf mercenaries, and the chief of them tells the newcomers that everyone must pay a protection fee equal to 90% of their profits. He doesn't have time to say it, and the Ironbone sect's sect leader lands on his head. He asks a guy coming to the valley for the first time why he still hasn't left with his wounded comrades. The head looks at him and asks why he's standing there just watching, since he's just robbing robbers. He lashes out at the remaining Bloodwolf mercenaries and says it's a robbery. He examines his loot and says it's too easy to make money this way. He realizes that all the bandits he robbed are in a group called the Bloodwolf Mercenaries, and if they find more groups like that, their sect will never be short of money. He fills his spatial ring with a mountain of money and asks Qingyang to look after him. He says that he will distribute it to the funds when they return to the sect. He shows her the armor he created himself and says that it is a treasure that can absorb a blow of up to 50 tons. He asks Qingyang to hit it to test it. She hits him, and he falls to the ground. She tells him that the treasure is really magnificent, for it absorbed most of her blow. She leans over him and asks why he secretly hid 2 spatial rings from her in his inner pocket. He gives them to her, and she suggests going to the next zone, because there should be master-level beasts in it, and you can collect a lot of materials from them. He tells her he's on his way, while he himself has stashed 2 spatial rings from her in the soul. A battered mercenary comes to a huge man with an axe and tells him that Jun robbed them and even took his clothes. He calls him deputy. The deputy says they're not easy, but he's confident that they'll somehow get hurt in the restricted area, and strong people like them should have valuables with them. He asks to summon all the mercenaries nearby. He wants to set a trap for Qingyang and Jun to take them by surprise when they come out. They walk through the cold forest, and the head says he never imagined he would find such a unique place. He says it's just what he needs to make swords out of frost steel. His hand is covered in ice, and he says that since this place has gathered so much frost qi, there must be frost steel under the ground, and he will be able to mass-produce frost steel swords. He is angry because there are too many ice caves in this place, and he can't figure out which one contains the frost steel, and he will spend a lot of time checking each one. Sister Qingyang is surprised that there are no beasts in such a rich place, and the head is trying to find steel with some strange tool. The device goes off and points him to the ice dew flower and tells him that the system has screwed him with some useless thing. A drop falls on his head and he is surprised that the water is not frozen in this place. He feels a gust of heat coming from the cave and thinks it is a treasure combining the elements of fire and ice. He calls Qingyang to go with him to the cave, for there is a treasure there. Something icy tries to attack Jun. The system reports that it is a second-rank ice lion, and is as rare a beast as the purple lightning tiger. He now understands why this place was so barren, and he doesn't understand why this tool sent him straight into the jaws of ice, and the system tells him it's just guiding him to the most dangerous place. The head throws the tool away and calls it useless trash. He turns to the lion and says that he is just like the Magister and how dare he act so arrogant. He tells him that he has never used spiritual fire for anything but cooking, and had almost forgotten that it was meant for combat. A strong fire envelops him and he launches a spiral of fire at the ice lion. The lion uses Glacial Lion Howl, but Jun doesn't appear in front of him. He appears above the lion, clothed in fire. He jumps on the lion's back and binds him with his fire. He calls him a loon. He says he needs a new high-end ice core and asks the lion to burn to the ground. His fiery attack is stopped by Qingyang and says that this lion can still be useful. She looks at him very strangely, and the head thinks about the fact that this is the first time he's ever seen her have that look. He calls him unemotional and refers to him as somehow alien and detached. The instruments are reacting to something and shows that the biggest danger in the 3-kilometer area is them. The ice lion cries. Qingyang asks him if he is so attached to this world and offers to then make a contract with her and become her contract beast. The lion looks at her and immediately obeys. Jun is not happy, as he had to run around for half a day, and only then was he able to use the pokeball to make a contract with the lightning tiger. The system tells him that it might be because Qian possesses a much stronger ice element qi, and she relied on her superior affinity with the ice element to subdue the lion. The system reports that the technique it's practicing is also getting stronger, and the head says it's no longer like a normal ice technique. He says that she is the reason why Qian is completely devoid of emotions. He hands her a pokeball and says she can keep an ice lion in it to make it easier to carry around. He says they can call him Little Ice Lion. She agrees and takes the pokeball. She pulls the ice lion into the pokeball. Qian suggests that they should move on. After all, there are other places they should visit, and the head says that no matter how much he ponders, he can't figure out what kind of technique she is practicing. It scares him that she's getting colder and more unemotional, and he says that if that's the case, he'll be her prince and melt her heart. He catches a small snake and makes a doggy. He shows it to Qian and tries to cheer her up. The head catches a regular bear and paints it just like some kind of panda. All his attempts to cheer her up are fruitless, and he thinks about the fact that if he can't cheer her up now, in the future, when she takes her technique to a higher, she will be stone cold. Night comes, and he says that time flies really fast when you're having fun and says they should find a place to sleep. He tells Qian that he hears the sound of water and suggests she go take a look, for there might be a perfect place to sleep. They arrive at the waterfall, and Sister Qian immediately sits down by it and starts practicing. Jun gives her the fish and tells her that he cooked it for her. He says that he is not Dudu, and so the taste will not be as nice. He tells her that this is the first time he's ever fried fish, and so he asks her to give him a few extra points for it. The head tells her that her current state reminds him of when they first met each other. But things have changed since then, and now he knows the place she holds in his heart. He tells her she's like a waterfall, beautiful but bossy. He tells her she draws attention to herself from afar. He looks at her and says that when he's around her, he can't look at anyone else but her, and he doesn't need anyone else. Her face is blushing and she's embarrassed about it, and he reaches for her, thinking about his goddess finally coming to her senses. They are distracted by some shouting, and he hears someone say they will detain someone and tell the others to run away. He says Qian can rest and he needs to save people. She asks him to come back soon. Half an hour ago, adventurer Jun Yi encounters a huge buffalo and tries to stop it. His aides tell him that he is incredibly strong, but he asks them to keep quiet and better help him. He says that if they don't deal with him quickly, a lot of wild animals might run to the place. He didn't know that at that moment, there were already a bunch of beasts in the bushes that were not friendly. Zhang Yi holds the bull and seals it into the ground. He asks the helpers to quickly help him kill it before the wild beasts come, and they stand as if they're standing still. They look up into the trees and notice a bunch of bats there, lots of them. The mice rush at them, and the adventurer says he'll hold them off and get the rest of them out. He defends himself and again asks the others to run away, for they will only hinder him. Some mice see those that are running away and decide to quickly switch to them. They injure one of the fleeing men, and this makes the adventurer Zhang Yi very angry. He stands in the middle of a swarm of bats and doesn't understand how they know about battle formations. The mice attack each fleeing adventurer, and one of them says they can't run anymore. Jun orders them to fight them off, for they must kill as many mice as possible. They try to fight back and say that they hope to see Jun Yi after they die on the other side. Jun is thrown back into the wall and asks for help from the heavens, for he wants to save his brothers. Jun appears on the mountain he was sealed into. He asks if his voice is like the voice of the heavens. He uses suppression, and absolutely all the bats fall to the floor. The head thinks about the fact that he can now easily suppress anyone below the martial arts master stage, and the guys he saved are admirable, and he decides to save them. The fleeing adventurers notice that the bats can no longer move and want to kill them. The mice start screaming really hard, and all holding their heads they feel a lot of pain. Jun turns to the bats and says that they can't do anything but yell and ask them to shut up. They don't stop, and this makes the head very angry. He asks if they didn't hear what he said. He screams and asks them to be quiet. Pillars of flame begin to erupt from their heads. Jun claps his hands, and he asks if he can ask the adventurers to give him some attention. He announces that the first in the history of the Iron Bone Sect, the 10,000 Beasts Valley's temporary recruitment event, is declared open. The adventurers bury their fallen comrades, and Zhang Yi says he hopes they will meet in the next life. He turns to Jun and says that he heard about the Iron Bone Sect, and the name of the head. He thanks him for saving them. Jun is surprised and says that his sect has apparently become quite famous, and asks what they have to say about joining his sect. Zhang tells him that they most likely won't be able to meet his expectations, and have to refuse since they are rogue cultivators. But if Jun needs their help, they will help. He asks his brothers to gather all the materials from the bats and purify them for Jun. The head thinks about the fact that he was refused. His eyes light up and he thinks about being forced to use all his eloquence. He tells Junyi that he's very talented and just lacks proper guidance and resources, because he's a rogue cultivator, and because of that, he can't reach his full potential. He tells him that if he was more powerful, he wouldn't have to lose his 6 brothers. He tells him that there may not be a second salvation. The head tells him that situations like this always take him by surprise, and when the time comes, it will be too late to regret his weakness. He says this is just the situation right now, and they see a herd of older buffalo demons approaching them. One of the bison tries to attack Jun, and Junyi tells him to be careful and runs to him to keep him from attacking. The head tells him that he must look at the Ironbone sect's strength with his own eyes, and turns to the buffalo. He quickly approaches him and kills him with one very hard blow. They are boiling buffalo soup, and Jun tells them which parts and how long to cook them in order for it to taste good. Junyi tells the chapter that they already owe him their lives twice, and it would be churlish to refuse him again. He says that they are willing to join his sect if the offer is still valid. Jun tells him that he knows that the reason is entirely a friend, for he was afraid that his brothers would not be accepted because of their weak talent. He tells him that Yi can relax, because the reason why his sect does not lack talent at all is not because everyone who joined their sect was talented originally. He explains to him that it's all because his sect can turn any cultivator into a genius. Jun tells them that after arriving in the sect, they should find a disciple named Qingyang and tell him that they are from him, for he is in charge while the head is gone. The system alerts him that he has completed a hidden task and tells him that the capacity of his spatial ring has been increased tenfold, and he says that he had completely forgotten about this possibility. He remembers that he has entered the inner space of the ring before, and thinks that he might be able to put other living beings inside. He says that if it is, it might be a unique treasure and chops the tree with his sword. Jun looks at the sword and says that it is indeed worthy of being called a frost steel sword. He regrets that this weapon has an ice attribute and is completely incompatible with him. He decides to just give it to Qingyang. He tells her that they have bypassed almost every dangerous place in the valley, and their final destination must be a martial arts king-level beast. He says that since no one comes back alive from there is no map for the place, and asks her if they can make a map of the area to sell it for a high price. Some kind of monster is watching them from a branch. He looks very intimidating and is completely out of sight. A pack of hurricane wolves comes out at Jun and Qingyang. The system explains that they are an evolved form of storm wolves, and they are rank 5 beasts. The head isn't happy that it's a wolf again. He doesn't like that there are so many wolf-type beasts in this world. He says that Draco doesn't like the taste of wolf meat at all, and there are over 100 of them. He thinks it would be a bit tedious. The system asks him if he doesn't like wolf-type beasts, and Jun tells her that he's sick of wolves and wants something different, along the lines of a spiritual stone monkey. The system says the spiritual stone wall is strong enough and tells him he can try to tame the wolves and form a team. He imagines a real wolf cavalry and how he sits on a wolf as a leader. He says that then he should only wound the wolves, not kill them, and he emits a fiery aura while saying that their pack now belongs to his sect. He asks them to come to him, for he will treat them very well. The wolves are frightened. The wolves try to run away from him, but Jun catches up to them with a rope to tie them up. He captures the entire 100 wolves and says he's on a roll today. He's making them into some sort of garland. Qingyang calls the head and calls him baby. He thinks about how the fact that she came to her senses is good, but her ability to give nicknames he doesn't like. She says she has caught practically 200 wolves and shows a frozen mountain with wolves. The head thinks about the fact that he's been losing to her throughout the trip, and if he can't win with quantity, he should at least win with quality. He says the remaining wolves ran off in some direction a few minutes ago, and says it was the pack leader and his guards if they decided to get on his radar. He says they should forget about escaping and runs after them at high speed. The head of the wolves asks the others in his own language who told him that the 2 walking men would be an easy target, and his sister-in-law answers him that she didn't think they would be so strong. He says their only hope is to return to the Holy Lands, for that is his only hope of salvation. All the wolves agree with him and run, but something stops them, and the leader turns around to see what happened. He sees Jun holding a bound wolf in his arms, and saying that one rank 5 hurricane wolf has been caught. He asks them not to pay attention as he can still keep up with them. The wolves are about to attack him using their air bullet skill, spheres of energy appearing in their mouths. Jun uses the amulet for speed and strength, and there is a massive explosion in its place. The fog clears and they see one of the wolves lying unconscious at the site of the attack. The head appears abruptly between the wolves and says that the wolf didn't hit him weakly at all. While the wolves are standing as if they're dug in, he slams the 2 wolves into the ground with both hands. Jun turns to the ringleader and says that although the talismans he created himself are weaker than those provided by the system, but their effect is 2 hours and it is worthy, he offers the Wolf King a deal. He offers him to obey. That way he will leave him and his subordinates alive. And he knows the king understands him. He asks him to think it over well. The king decides not to listen to him and is going to attack the head of the Iron Sect. Jun says that he realizes that the pride of the Wolf King is not easily subdued, and he will have to use force. He hits the wolf, but it doesn't have much effect. The wolf attacks him back using air bullet. Jun doesn't react to his attack. He tells him that wind can't exist in a vacuum. He uses an improved version of the Splitting Mountains palm and the wolf's attack disappears. The Wolf King sees this and can't believe what just happened. Jun looks sinister and asks the wolf if he can see the difference in their strength now, and says he will show him the difference in their speed now. Countless silhouettes of the head of the Iron Sect appear around the wolf, and he asks him how it feels to find himself surrounded. The head attacks the wolf non-stop from different positions, and there's nothing he can do about it. The wolf falls to the ground with no strength. Jun standing over him and reasoning that recently he had to use the Desolation Blade to kill rank 5 monsters, and now he doesn't bother at all. He asks the king of the stakes again if he is willing to submit to him, but the wolf only looks at him angrily. Jun says that apparently that's not the case, and with his current spiritual power he can't force him into a contract yet. He decides to approach him kindly. He approaches the wolf and asks him if he has seen the power he has. He sits down and roots a benevolent smile. He tells the king that if the wolves follow him, they will never have to starve, and all will be enveloped in warmth and care. They both hear howling, and Jun says that the sound is coming from the side where Qingyang is. He thinks she has something wrong. They both quickly rush towards the source of the scream, and the head thinks that she wouldn't have hurt the wolves for no reason, and they may have met a stronger opponent. It turns out that the wolves they caught were attacked by a sky gorilla. The ice lion attacks don't go over it, and it chews up the wolves they caught. Qingyang tries to attack the gorilla and uses the ice lock skill. This attack has no effect at all, and a huge block of ice just smashes over her head. The gorilla looks at Qingyang and grabs her in its huge paw with lightning speed. It is in the paw, and says that a wild beast always remains wild, for it is not even capable of distinguishing the fake from the original. It turns into an ice statue and causes an ice blast that encircles the gorilla's entire paw. The real Qingyang goes behind the gorilla's back and tries to attack it with a frost steel sword. She fails and says her fur is too strong for her sword. The gorilla tries to eat her, but Jun appears and pushes her away using Iron Mountain Strike. The gorilla shifts and the head jumps back to Sister Qingyang to protect her. He turns to the gorilla and asks it how dare it attack his men. The gorilla scratches the impact site and starts yelling that she's here to eat whatever she wants. Jun is surprised that the monkey can speak and looks at her with incomprehension. The gorilla is pissed off by all this and tells Jun that he's the monkey, and all their 9 generations are monkeys too. The head shakes the box of plates and says that having too many trumps is a problem, because it is very hard to choose one. The gorilla is angry that Jun is ignoring her and is about to hit him. The head pulls out one of the signs. He examines it and says that since he pulled it out, it's the one he's going to use. The gorilla hits with all its might on the place where Jun was standing and the ground cracks. The gorilla howls in pain, her paws bleeding, and she doesn't realize what has happened. The head of the iron bone stands whole and unharmed, while the ground around him is split open. He says that the second master didn't lie to him. The plaque he's holding says, "I am the blade of the crescent moon, and the blade of the crescent moon is me." He says he got this skill from his second master when he moved up to master level. He brings 1 foot above the ground, and as he takes a step, a blade appears and heads for the gorilla. The head says that this is the first time he has become one with the Azure Dragon Blade, and so he doesn't have full control over it yet. He apologizes to the gorilla for being able to cut off a couple of its limbs. This makes the gorilla very angry. She punches the ground angrily again, and Jun says that she only finally got serious after she felt threatened. The gorilla is wrapped around some tree roots and its arms become like trees. The gorilla looks at him contentedly and punches him with all her might. She is confident of her victory. Jun tells her she's strong, but he chops his roots with 1 hand. He jumps to the gorilla, and the ground under his foot shatters. He approaches the gorilla and says that metal is superior to wood. It twists and cuts through the roots with which the gorilla's paws were wrapped. He speeds up and pierces the gorilla's head. He says apparently he couldn't help himself. The chapter returns to the Wolf King, and he decides to bow to his power after all. Jun says that if he had only known he could subdue them like that, he wouldn't have played with them. He tells everyone that it's time for them to return to the cult, and now they've gathered everything they need. He guides the wolves and asks the wolves to pay attention to him. He says there are quite a few, and asks them to hold formation. He tells them that joining the Ironbone sect will be the best decision their pack has ever made. He says he is sorry that the monkey is too big to keep in the ring and too heavy to carry on the mountain roads. A great loss. A hand appears from the gorilla's head, and a small gorilla comes out. It says that people always remain people arrogant and proud, because they can't tell the difference between the original and the fake. She says she will remember the name of the Iron Bone sect, and says they will meet again. Qingyang and Jun come out of the forest, and he says that they are finally leaving this forest. He says eating meat every day is fine, but it makes him fat, and he is deficient in vitamin C. Qianqian says she will put him on a diet once they return to the sect. Jun asks her if she thinks it's gotten a little too quiet. Someone is attacking them and sealing them in some strange and incomprehensible barrier. The mercenary deputy says that the news of their passage in the Forbidden Zone has already spread throughout the forest, and so all he has to do is use the Spirit Burst formation. He tells them that they may be strong, but he is more cunning and says that no one has ever escaped them, the Blood Wolf mercenaries. They're standing in the barrier, and the deputy says they're just like fish on a cutting board now. He tells them that if they give him all their treasure, they can leave their corpses untouched. Jun calmly destroys his formation and takes out Qingqian. The deputy can't believe it. He doesn't understand what's going on, because he's sure that the manual says that this barrier can hold even short-lived martial arts kings. Jun snatches the crystal from his hands and says that the array was inscribed very weakly, and it affects the input of spiritual energy, and at best the barrier will be able to contain the peak master. The deputy is angry about this and swings his weapon with the intent of hitting the head. Jun stops his axe and bends its blade, the head calling his axe another defective product. The deputy jumps back and says that the advantage is on his side, for he has 500 men with him, and due to their formation even the king will have a hard time. Jun calls all the thugs pathetic and weak and says that he can just wipe them all out in one blow. The deputy says he will make the head pay for his arrogance and commands everyone to attack them. The head simply exhales and thus creates a very strong gust of air. The deputy doesn't understand how he was able to create such a powerful gust of wind and asks to be on guard, for they must not get out of the encirclement. The Wolf King comes out to them with his subordinates and the deputy asks them to listen. He wants to apologize. Wolves don't even bother and defeat all the mercenaries with just one hit. The deputy dumps all of his treasures to Junyu in a bag and says that this is what they should do for their dear guests, so that they will only have good memories of them. The head and Qingqian get on the Wolf King, and the mercenaries wish them a happy journey. One of the mercenaries says they can go back, and the deputy beats him up and asks if he really wants him to keep going back, and they don't have much money. They go back to the sect, and Jun Yi sits on the exit. One of his brothers says that this sect is really unusual, and this time they got really lucky. Brother Y says he agrees with him, but they have to be careful, because anything can happen. He sniffs out that a group of wild beasts are approaching them and orders that all the brothers be summoned. Wolves jump out at them, and they see a pack of wolves with a king at the head, with Jun and Qianqian sitting on it. Qingqiang comes out and asks the head if he really tamed them all. After all, they are rank 5 wolves. Brother Su asks him if he is going to give them away as riding animals. Jun tells them that it all depends on if they can get them to recognize them and asks if they won't be ashamed if he can't even defeat his animal. A dagger flies and the head catches it. He says Morosi Hall wants to tell him something. He reads something and it scares him. He asks Qingyang to help him take these hurricane wolves to the mountain to settle there, and Zhongyi to pick one for himself and go after him right now. He instructs Qianqian to have her organize the pairings between the wolves and the disciples. He needs her to do it as quickly as possible. He looks at her and says that the Iron Bone sect is about to face its greatest danger. At the residence of the city chief, he says that Yang County has declared war, and now the entire province is in turmoil. He says that very soon the war will reach them as well, for if the 6th-ranked district attacks the 9th, the only result for them will be total annihilation. The city's chief says, although the turmoil has just begun, it's already too quiet. He thinks even the insects are too scared to stay in their neighborhood. Jun Yi approaches the residence of the head of the city. The head asks who visited him at such a late hour, and says that if he's a scout, he won't escape. He quickly jumps out of his residence, uses Eagle Claw to attack Brother Yi. They bounce off each other, and the head thinks about the fact that based on this exchange of blows, the man and the wolf are just martial arts masters. He thinks about the fact that if all scouts have this kind of power, the situation could be much worse than he realized. He's going to catch Jun Yi alive. He wants to know the full strength of their army. He attacks the man on the wolf, but Brother Yi uses combo strike, man plus wolf. He is surprised that his strength has increased, as this combined attack has doubled his strength. He says that Jun still hasn't reached the level of a martial arts master, and rushes in to attack. He is about to attack him, but a strong shout stops him. Jun says that this is the end of the scene in the city head's residence. He says they're done, and the head of the city doesn't understand what's going on, and Jun Yi thanks him for his work. Jun explains to the head that he immediately rushed to him as soon as he received news that Yang County had declared war on the neighboring counties. The city chief says it's only a matter of time before the war touches them, and the Iron Bone sect is the only one Qingyang County can rely on right now. The sect head tells him that he has already seen Brother Shi begin to increase the number of soldiers and strengthen the defense. He says that this can only delay the inevitable for arrival of this level. The city chief says he realizes that it is his duty to protect civilians to the best of his ability. Even if it is futile, the destruction of Qingyang is inevitable, and he is doing his best. Jun asks him to not be so pessimistic. He asks him what he thinks of the strength of his wolf cavalry, and the city leader says he feels like they aren't used to working together yet. Still, the head of the city says that their power is impressive. After all using the power of the two masters, they were able to stop the master, and with more training they can even rival him. Jun tells him that if we talk about his wolf cavalry, he still has 500 of them. The city head is shocked by this information. The city head tells the sect head that 500 warriors that can rival martial arts masters is simply amazing. Jun tells him that the wolf cavalry can only be considered pseudo-mages, and at most, they can be used as a trump card, but it's not enough to win the war. He says there's another very big issue that has to do with wolves. Jun explains that such a large pack of wolves eats a lot of meat every day. He says he's not sure that even tens of thousands of caddies will be enough. The head of the city and the head of the sect say that they really can't afford to feed all the wolves. Jun returns to the sect and draws the formation. He thinks about the fact that before the soldiers start the attack, then he needs to unload the food supplies. He thinks about the fact that their sect's main income comes from selling pills, but they'll need a lot more money if he wants to provide for his entire cavalry, and the offerings on the market might not be enough. He decides that he must find a new source of income for his sect to sustain it. He finishes drawing the formation, and this time he succeeds without flaws. And now the seed of the spiritual chi source is hidden behind multiple layers of protection. The system notifies him that his sect has reached the required number of contribution points and has been upgraded to a new level. His sect is granted access to the spiritual beast hall. Jun thinks about the contribution points have reached the maximum. It means that he is doing well with the tasks of the system. He wants to inspect the spiritual beast hall. He launches it, and the mouth-opening face of the beast appears in front of him, and the head is impressed by it. Something comes out of his mouth, and something comes out of his mouth. These are elementary techniques. Jun summoned a single scroll. It was the elemental fire rain technique, which allowed the contract beast to learn the elemental fire rain technique. The sect head realizes that he can use this to increase the combat power of his contract pets. And since it is a fire attribute technique, this technique can be learned by Draco. He beckons 2 more scrolls and says he can give the lightning technique to his cat, and the earth technique he can give to the boar. He rejoices that he didn't gather a bunch of cores in the 10,000 Beast Valley for nothing, and he has everything he needs to learn these skills. Says that it's time to test these techniques. He stands in the arena and summons his 3 contract beasts. He's going to give each of them a technique. He gives the fire technique to Draco, and he immediately uses it. Lots of projectiles flying out. Jun punches each of them away and says that one ball has the power of one martial arts master's attack, and even his hands go numb when blocking them. He says it's the perfect skill for mopping up weak monsters, because until the fire cloud dissipates, the fireballs continuously descend downward. He says that if it's just a basic technique, a high-end one would be equal to a napalm bomb. Head says he feels like the system's representation of the elemental is a bit wrong, and it only makes him more eager to try even more powerful techniques. Draco is hungry, and Jun says that his energy consumption is too high, and that's after just one use of the skill he became so hungry, but luckily he gave him a spatial ring. He picks up the boar and says they will now test his ground-strengthening technique. The boar boy doesn't want to use this technique because it will require too much energy, and the head tells him he's too lazy. The system tells him that there is something else in the Spirit Beast Hall, and he will definitely like it. A scroll appears in front of him. It says on the scroll that it is a scroll of an elemental beast pill that allows it to increase the flow of energy within the contracted beast, and serve as food for the animal for 10 days. Jun says that now his pets won't have to worry about energy consumption, and he can easily feed 500 hurricane wolves, and he only needs to buy satiety grass. He brings out a mountain of satiety grass and says that with the pill he can gather an army of 10,000 beasts will be very easy. He says that if Yang County dares to attack, he'll just set a bunch of beasts on them. He creates a pill and says that time-wise the pill is created pretty quickly, and gives it to Draco. Fire bursts out of the Draco like this. Jun says it's gorgeous, because with the increase in energy circulation, the Draco's strength has also increased. The head says it's time for the boar, and a lot of energy appears around him. The head is surprised, After all, he thought earth strengthening was a defensive technique, and he doesn't understand why the energy around the boar is becoming more and more concentrated. The boar screams very hard and a pile of sand appears in front of the head. Jun calls him pathetic. He calls him useless and lunges at him with a knife. The cat tries to hold him back and Draco starts a fire. Someone comes to the Iron Bone sect and Jun greets his honored guests. It's Elder Ma who comes in. He says that their allies are up to their necks in trouble, and the Moshi Demon sect has declared to Jiang Hu that he'll come and deal with their sect once he's dealt with his mine. Jun says that there is nothing to be done. After all, they have poached their martial arts king. After all, they will not just leave it like that, because they have a lot of things to do now, and do not have time to deal with them. The elder says that he just so happens to have an idea that will help him contain the demonic Moshi sect. He gives the chapter some kind of invitation. It's an invitation to the leader's birthday celebration in 7 days. Elder Ma says that this old man is the leader, and the only teacher who has ever taught in the Qingyang Group Heavenly Order Academy, and he has cultivated many geniuses. He says that even if they can establish a good relationship with him, the demonic Moshi sect can only put up with him. Jun says that it would be nice to be friends with him. The head asks the elder what kind of academy the Celestial Order is, and asks if housing is required for the students. The elder replies to him that the Heavenly Order Academy is a sacred land of martial arts, and the academy director has already reached the peak emperor stage. The guy who came along with the elder calls Jun ignorant because he doesn't know about the academy. The head asks the elder who this guy is, and he is told that he is the strongest disciple of their sect, Pingyang, and he is a bit arrogant. So he asks him not to be angry with him. He asks him to be more respectful, and the head offers to spar with a disciple from his sect. Peng says that he is willing to challenge the strongest disciple of their sect. Elder Ma says that they can use this opportunity to show their disciples the true strength of the Iron Bone sect, and help further strengthen their alliance. Jun thinks about the fact that this is not good. After all, they should win. But they should not humiliate the Kangshan sect. He thinks about who he could put up against Pingyang. The top 7 he immediately puts out of sight, for they are too strong. He remembers that there is the most suitable disciple and chooses Tianqi. He tells him that the most normal of all their inner disciples. Pingyang stands in front of him, and asks him if he understands correctly that Tian is the strongest disciple of the Iron Bone sect. He recalls that the head told him to perform as the strongest disciple of their sect and says that he is indeed the strongest. Peng immediately rushes into action and says he looks forward to being instructed by him. Tian has no problem dodging his attack and goes behind his back. Jun thinks about how he's too fast, and he asked him to be gentler. Pingyang notices him and quickly tries to fight him off with a leg kick, getting up on his hands. The temporarily strongest disciple looks very intimidating, and the chapter thinks about him going overboard with his strength. He weakly beats him, and Peng says he's strong, and the elder praises them for a reason. The head asks Tian to say something. He starts tentatively talking some nonsense about the show, and more incoherent lines. Peng quickly rushes at him with his punch that gathered a lot of energy. Tian thinks about what he should do. He thinks about whether he should dodge, or take the blow from him, for it could crush him if he continues to dodge. Peng hits him, and he says that this hit epitomizes 10 years of his hard work, and Tian decides to take it on. He calls him too careless. Tian looks at him with carefree eyes and doesn't give off any reaction to his punch. He thinks about the fact that he should at least react somehow. Because even if he wasn't hurt, he should at least pretend to be seriously hurt. He tries to feign pain. Peng thinks Tian is trying to humiliate him somehow by portraying such bad acting. Tian apologizes to him and tells him that the proper way to show respect to your opponent is to come out against him fully armed. He tells him that he will take the rest of the fight seriously. He quickly approaches and punches him. The first disciple of the Kangshan sect flies backwards heavily. Tian quickly decides to go behind his back and catches him flying into the wall. He is startled. He tells Pingyang that he was able to take a punch from him, and he didn't even vomit blood. He calls him resilient. Pingyang says it's great, and he's really impressed. He asks if he's really the strongest disciple of their sect, and Tian tells him that he can only be in the top 10 strongest. Jun hears all this and gets angry. He asks who asked him to say such a thing and asks him to stop his nonsense. Elder Ma just stands there and remains silent. Pingyang tells the head of the Iron Bone sect that once he returns to their Kangshan sect, he will do his best to raise his level. He says that entering the first 100 of the Iron Bone will be his goal, and the elder takes him. Jun says that although Peng lost, he didn't hit the dirt, and his sect's manners are really good, and decides to implement his plans to make money. He and Qingqian go somewhere. He lists all his roles, chief civil engineer and similar specialists. He tells him that he's the best informed with their financial difficulties, and pill sales are slowly coming to a standstill. and Qingyang tells him that the head has robbed a bunch of bandits. Jun tells him it's not a stable plan in terms of long-term and asks if he has experience raising horses. Qingyang asks him if he really wants to buy a horse and tells him about the horses of different areas. He relates that he once bought 6 horses and explains that most of the expense consists of their upkeep and food. Jun says that he completely forgot that he is a Qingyang from an influential family in Qingyang Prefecture, and explains that he is thinking too narrowly, and he doesn't want to buy horses but go into business with them. Qingyang asks if he wants to open a racetrack and says that it would take a very long time, and it is very easy for new racetracks to be on the losing end. Jun balks contentedly and tells him that the business he wants to get into is the feed business, and that's what all those who raise and buy horses should buy. Qingyang says it's disrespectful. Jun gets angry and says that people are ignorant, and it's almost like an outside world gasoline. He says that selling fuel is very lucrative and talks about the price increase. At the High family estate, the head approaches his horses and tells them he has a new treat. He gives the Jun sect heads unique fodder and says that he is an amazing person. After all, he created elemental beast pills, and this fodder is bound to have extraordinary properties. The horse bites into its feed and stands up on its haunches. It looks overflowing with power. The horse grabs its master and throws him on its back. It immediately begins to run. The horse starts running in a circle around the other 2 horses and has no intention of stopping. Evening comes on and the people watching say that the horse has been running for 3 or 4 hours now, but is still very fast. The head, who has been sitting on her back the whole time, asks the horse to stop. They think the head is having fun testing it. At the news store, Brother Su says everyone feeds their horses forage, and he hasn't seen anyone feeding them basic animal pills, and they haven't had any customers all day. Jun tells him that he's too impatient, because they only sent the sects a sample of the product in the afternoon, and need to wait a bit for it to take effect. He says that after repeated trials, he has found that their elemental beast pill is enough for 10 days, and its effects are irresistible to everyone. Su Keat looks and says, there's no way that pills can turn horses into dragons, and doesn't see the cloud of smoke behind him. All the chapters are rushing in their direction and screaming that they all need a large number of pills. He looks at them and says that they have apparently all experienced the effects of the elemental beast pills before. The head of the High family's estate says that after his red horse ate this pill, he ran all day and didn't even break a sweat, and he can go from racehorse to super racehorse. Jun explains to them that an elemental beast pill could allow the beast to grow faster and reveal its limits, and they would still have to feed the horse pills to stabilize its condition. He puts the price at 500 taels apiece in payment in advance. This surprises the heads of families. The heads say it's too cheap and could cause unrest among the big racetracks, and they might try to rob it. Jun recalls that the pill is only made from meat and grass. After all, it would be quite difficult to get away with a loss even if he tried his best. The chapters tell him he should open more branches and offer him their stores for a discount in the future. Qingyang says that he has finished calculating the store's revenue and reports that it is 2,510,000 tiles. Shinshin heads into the forest and says he should try to gain experience by fighting a rock leopard, and it's all for the ingredients needed to make pills. He punches the leopard and wins in one blow, and the 5th-ranked porcupine dashes away. Jun said that at this moment, all the inner disciples had been sent for training, and they would not only be able to hone their skills, but they would also be able to hunt, obtaining more beast meat. He says they now have their stores in a number of major cities in Qingyang County, as this is now their main industry. He looks at the calendar and realizes that it's already time to depart for Master Shangguan's birthday banquet. Jun pulls out a pair of keychains and says that a pair of gorse will suffice as a congratulatory gift. He comes to the city of Zhenyang and says that although the city is small, there are a lot of people in it, and thinks that they have all come to the birthday banquet. It's like the system goes crazy and alerts him that a bunch of peak martial arts masters and kings have been detected around him. Jun is surprised because of this, and the system suggests to him that it advises him to be restrained when there are so many peak masters and kings around. He tells her that he's never been one to make a fuss, for only if others take him too lightly and belittle him will he respond. He's asking something of the system. He asks the system what will happen if he uses the devastating blade with his current level of development. The system hesitates at first, and says that the entire Zhenyang city will then be littered with corpses. Jun says that it won't be a problem then if he continues to act a little arrogant. He arrives at the Shangguan residence and thinks about how those few words really left him with a feeling of mighty power. Brother Z takes him by the shoulder and says that this is the calligraphy of the Heavenly Order Academy's academy director, and it can weaken his mental state. He tells Jun that every banquet in honor of Master Shangguan's birthday was a gathering of the strongest in the world, and they should stay low-key and sit in a corner to act as if they were not there. A loud guy announces that the head of Qingyang City, Shi Guangkun, and the head of Iron Bone, Jun Chang Xia, have arrived. The crowd begins to talk about how this is the same Jun sect leader who defeated the Spring Spirit sect leader. Some say they didn't expect him to be so young and say he's probably a young talent. Some person calls him a kid who barely defeated a level 6 sect master. Behind him, his servants say that those who come from a low-grade place like Qingyang County, they are nobodies and pose no danger to them. They both call them ignorant. Some person says that the little genius Jun from the low-ranked county is also a prodigy in business and is currently trading fodder. They both start laughing, saying he's very poor, and saying that the 9th-ranked district could really give them a good laugh. Jun hears this and, accidentally, drops the spatial ring containing the money. A huge pile of gold appears from the ring and says it's the money he made from selling feed for the last 2 days. He says it's good that he still has his space rings, but he won't be too upset even if he loses a ring. The people who laughed at him are surprised that Jun can earn so much just from selling fodder. Master Shangguan appears and thanks everyone for coming to the banquet in honor of his 300th birthday. He notices Jun Chang Xia and quickly jumps to him. He calls him a hero from Qingyang County and a genius. The head says that he is just an ordinary person. Master Shangguan says his precious granddaughter looks a lot like him, but she's hiding around the corner, secretly watching her idol right now. The granddaughter is very angry with her grandfather and says that he was not allowed to tell her secret and now she cannot continue to appear mysterious. Jun sits next to the city head and eats. He looks a little restless. The head of the city asks him if something is wrong, because he was eating quietly and suddenly froze. And the head of Ironbone replies that he is forced to be elegant, because his female fan is watching him. Everyone looks at him angrily and says that Master Shangguan's granddaughter is a famous beauty, but she is interested in Jun. They talk about the fact that there are a large number of talented young men who came just to marry her. Jun tells all of them that saying nasty things with your mouth about others without being able to do anything is very stupid. He apologizes to Master Shangguan, because he just can't stand the annoying flies that are constantly buzzing around. Master Shangguan says that his Qingyang County is looked down upon by everyone, and since he wants to stretch himself a bit, it's fine with him. He volunteers to help him out and says that if they want to spar, he would be happy to give them the opportunity. He says that if someone harbors a grudge and decides to take revenge, he will take action against them himself. Master Shangguan tells Jun that defeating the Spring Spirit sect and crushing their leader. He heard about all of this from his granddaughter and asks him to step in and do his best not to embarrass himself. Jun says that he is already so used to beating up old people that he has managed to forget the fact that he still belongs to the younger generation. He says he doesn't like to be arrogant and bully people, but he has to. He announces to all that if they make him get up from his chair, he will admit defeat. He asks all counties to try, for he will accept the challenges of every one of them. Everyone calls him too arrogant, and I call him a redneck who is about to know despair. The first man who attacks him says he's going to teach Jun a lesson now, but he is defeated with one punch. The next attackers decide to attack him in a mob, but he defeats them all without getting up from his chair. The head of the city thinks about Jun only punching them in the face, and suspects that he is trying not to offend all these families this way. But he realizes that he still decides to demonstrate the strength of their county. The head calls him a genius, and Jun quite sits back in his chair and thanks everyone for letting him win. Everyone is surprised that he has such incredible strength and skills at such a young age, and thinks that the moment is coming when the young will surpass the old, and Jun is stronger than many of them at their age. Master Shangguan thinks of Jun's perfect control of his strength, allowing him to maximize the pain for minor injuries, and he is surprised that he was able to be so accurate at such a young age. He thinks about the fact that having such a genius in Qingyang County is very lucky, and his granddaughter is really good at spotting talents. Meanwhile, his granddaughter watches from a rooftop and is delighted that she was able to see with her own eyes the leader of the Iron Bone sect go on a rampage. She drew his portrait and says that now all the other sisters will be jealous of her. Master Shangguan again thanks everyone for coming and for the event with lots of food, wine, and even performances. He says he is very happy. Everyone thanks Master Shangguan for their invitation. The master asks Jun to linger. He says that fate brought them together and suggests he stay for a couple days, and the head of Ironbone replies to him that he would only welcome the opportunity. The head of the city tells him that this is a great opportunity, but Jun tells him that he already has his sweetheart back home, and how he can take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone leaves and the master calls for his granddaughter, the head thinking about how he can reject her without hurting her feelings too much. He thinks about how it's very hard to be popular, and the system replies to him that she's never dated anyone. Jun imagines him refusing her, the granddaughter crying and telling her grandfather that he only wants to marry him, and the master asking him to accept his feelings after all. He thinks all it takes to say no to her is to be blunt. His granddaughter appears and says she is very happy to finally meet him. Jun starts to tell her about the relationship, but all she asks for is the right to join his sect. Master Shangguan's granddaughter starts asking him a bunch of questions about their sect and all the disciples. Jun tells the master that he has suspicions that he has an ulterior motive in making him accept her as a disciple. Master says that he's helping him contain Moshi's demonic sect by allowing his granddaughter to join his sect, and it's definitely not because she talks a lot and can't take it anymore. Jun thinks the master is trying to trick him, but he says that besides his granddaughter being so chatty, she is also a genius cultivator. His granddaughter holds out to him a book with the nameless hand technique she developed herself. She asks him for advice, for she remembers him giving people advice on their techniques and cultivation methods at the beginning of their careers. Jun can't believe that she came up with this technique at such a young age, and he can't make a mistake like her idol. He uses the talisman and tells her what she needs to improve on in her steps to make the technique more effective. He says that if you make these adjustments, you can increase her strength by 2 levels. And the talent to create such a technique is really impressive. The granddaughter and master are shocked. Jun is fighting with the system over the insight talisman, and the master and his granddaughter don't understand why he's talking to himself. He puts his stamp on the acceptance statement and congratulates Shangguan Xingyao's granddaughter that she is now a member of the Iron Bone. The system shows that there are currently 2,015 people in their sect, and tells the new student that if she wants to stay a few more days to say goodbye to her grandfather. The master appears with a huge sack and says that he has already prepared all her luggage and they can leave right away. They come to their sect, and the granddaughter of the master says that this must be the work of elder brother Qingyang. She starts to load him up with a bunch of questions again, and Jun says they're finally home and she'll have 2,000 people she can pester. Qingyang's sister appears. She asks him how she should feel about him bringing home a girl. Jun cries and tells her that she can't even imagine how he suffered on the way home. Her granddaughter quickly runs to her and calls her daughter-in-law. She introduces herself as her big fan and new student. Qingyang says she is very nice and decides to walk her to the residence. She says she will call her granddaughter Yao from now on and offers to get her identification tag first. Everyone forgets about Jun, and he hugs the Wolf King while saying that they are finally rid of her company. A bunch of wolves rush past them. The head asks Qingyang where they are rushing to, and he is told that they got a message from the Drizzle Hall. He tells him that their disciples are surrounded by people from demonic sects in the Valley of Death. The head asks which disciples are in trouble. Qingyang answers him that it's Zuji and Xiaomo's older brother, and Jun immediately jumps on the wolf and says they should hurry up. He's worried about them not knowing how to hold back. He says they'll lose a good opportunity to practice and fill their pockets if they procrastinate too much. The demonic sect people say that their sect has been on everyone's minds lately, and ask for a demonstration of their top-notch techniques. Zuji and Xiaomo realize that they are 2 6th-level sects and 2 7th-level sects. They ask if they really decided to rob them. The ringleader of the attackers says that if they feel that way, so be it. But if they give them their techniques, they will thank them. The ringleader notices that absolutely everyone from the Iron Bone sect is grinning terribly, and he doesn't understand why he suddenly got goosebumps. The ringleader says they're brats and they'll let them see the Bloodblast sect's strongest technique. He asks his disciples to show them just how strong their Iron Bone sect is, and is going to attack them. He is an elder with the level of a martial arts master. He punches Zuji but somehow ends up hitting himself in the face. He doesn't realize what just happened. All the attackers don't understand what happened either, and how their elder didn't even scratch him, but was knocked down by the recoil. A new elder appears. He says that the Bloodblast sect is weak if it couldn't defeat the younger generation. He introduces himself as an elder of the Wind and Rain Palace. He says he will show real strength, but Brother Su punches him in the face and he falls to the ground. The elders stand up and say that they were careless. They tell them that great martial artists are not as weak as they think. They command everyone to attack the Iron Bone disciples, for there are more than 500 of them, and they don't believe that they can't handle 30 disciples. The Iron Bone sect disciples take out their shields and spears and become the sect's battle formation. Zuji says that they leave the disciples to the younger ones, and he, Brother Su and Li will take care of the elders. They say that the one who will be the first to tackle their opponent and win their competition. The younger ones use the shield formation and head towards the students in a fighting stance. The 3 elder brothers rush at the elders. One of the elders tries to hold them back, but Zuji breaks his attack. Brother Su jumps out from behind him and punches the Wind and Rain Palace elder in the face. Brother Li also jumps out from behind and hits the Bloodblast sect elder in the face with his ball. 2 more elders jump out at them. Zuji guesses that they are from the Little Demon sect and Storm Temple sect, and says that among the 7th level sects, There are only 2 peak masters. He pushes the 2 of them away in one blow and says that they haven't even reached the master stage. He doesn't understand how they have so much confidence to attack their sect. Zuji quickly rushes towards the Wind and Rain Palace Elder, and Brother Su doesn't realize what happened. After all, it was his opponent. He says Su is distracted and needs to be more aware of his surroundings. He says that their younger brothers are almost done mopping up the rest of the demonic sect disciples, and at this rate, they will lose to them. The younger brothers shout to them that the older ones can take their time, because they can and will handle everything without them. Elder Bloodblast falls to his knees and apologizes. He says that he is only a weak and unimportant martial artist. Jun and the Wolf Cavalry arrive and realize that they are too late, and the Ironbone disciples have already defeated everyone. The head tells Zuji that they could have been slower to deal with them, as the weaker comrades could have practiced with people of such levels. He says they'll have to use Plan B because they can't let the Wolf Cavalry come to this place for nothing. Meanwhile, at the Storm Temple, the Master is fishing and says he has some kind of bad feeling and thinks some sect is coming again to take revenge on them or something. His servant says that the Master may not worry, for there are 5,000 disciples in the temple, and if anyone dares to come today, he will not be able to leave alive. The Master says that if any fool dares to come, they will show them what will happen to those who dare insult the Temple of the Storm. The Ironbone sect breaks into their temple and everyone is outraged, the disciples asking the intruders to identify themselves. The servant says the noise has died down, and the Master assumes it's just a bunch of scum who overestimated themselves. The Master of the temple orders him to go and help the disciples clean up. Jun appears in front of them and drags a battered disciple of their temple behind him. He says that their men have surrounded and attacked his disciples, and he can't just let it go. He goes with a crowd of his disciples and says that they have also torn their clothes, and he cannot let it go unpunished. He wants to get justice for the disciples of his sect. The servant says he doesn't remember them having anything in common with their sect, and his host tells him they didn't come to negotiate. He releases a frightening energy and says Jun is a brave man, because judging from his aura, he has just become a master, and his students are masters. He says he is a stage 5 martial arts master, and he will catch them all and feed them alive to his precious alligator. There's an explosion behind them, and the head asks him if he's talking about the alligator his wolf is now standing on. The host realizes that it is a high-level Hurricane Wolf King, and Jun looks at them fearfully. The master grabs his servant and throws him at them, asking them to detain them. He himself is fleeing. He thinks that a smart man never fights a losing battle, and he decides to go to the Bloodblast sect and ask for reinforcements. The head of Ironbone catches up to him and slaps him on the cheek, thus sending him from heaven to earth. Jun lands on the ground and says that the 7th level sect is too weak, and he hopes that the 6th level sects will offer some resistance. He orders his disciples to go and get all their treasures. He gives them an hour to do so, and says that after the time is up they will meet at the entrance. He says their next target will be the Bloodblast sect. He defeats their elder, and says that he originally wanted to spare him, and he naively believed that the demonic sects were those cultivators who practiced strange cultivation methods. He realizes that there is not a fraction of humanity left in all those in the demonic sects. He gets angry and says that all those who act this way don't deserve to live. Ironbone's disciples arrive at the Wind and Rain Palace with the head. He says that he was only going to punish him a little at first for attacking his disciples. Jun says that after hearing about all the atrocious acts they have committed, he can't just let them exist. Considering what he saw in the Bloodblast sect, it's just something horrible, and he can't forget it. He says he will do the whole world a favor if he destroys their dirty plans and ambitions. He is told that he can't attack their 4 demonic sects alone. He is told that the Temple of Death won't just leave it at that, but Jun doesn't listen to him and chops everything in front of him. He says he doesn't care who comes out against him because he will destroy every rotten sect. Meanwhile, the Ghost Hand cult discusses that the Ironbone sect and daring, but if they have the strength to pull this off, they have destroyed all 4 demonic sects. He thanks Elder Song for convincing him not to attack the Ironbone sect, and the Elder thinks that one would have to be stupid to go against a man who has his soul. A messenger appears, bringing news that they have received an invitation from the Temple of Death, and the Elder is surprised by it. The letter says that the Temple of Death is summoning all sects to their branch in Huaiyan County to discuss matters concerning the Ironbone sect in 3 days. Jun is reported and explained that the Temple of Death is actually a 3rd-level sect, and the sect in Huaiyan County is just a branch, and they are the leaders of the demonic sects in Huaiyan County. They are planning to attack. It makes him upset, because he had just avoided a confrontation with the 3rd-ranked Moshi Demon sect, and now another 3rd-level sect appears. He is told that the Temple of Death might be stronger than they think, as more than 20 demonic sects have gathered in their Huaiyan branch, and they have many strong warriors. He is told that Jun was too reckless this time, and the head says that he would have destroyed those sects anyway, even if he had been given a second chance. He says there are some things he can't stand, and if they want to fight so badly, they'll get one. Jun hangs bulbs on the trees. Brother Su asks how they got so many. The head tells him it's a new treasure he just got. He says that because of them, he will be able to work at night. He says they should do it in the interest of the sect and not complain. The sect leader comes running over and asks why Jun is still in a good mood and why he is building a battle platform. He replies to him that since their guests are coming from far away, they should give them a warm welcome. The town leader asks if he really wants to fight them on the platform, since they're coming for revenge and they won't want to fight by the rules, and suggests he just hide. The head of the sect walks away from him and says that he is using this opportunity to declare the core values of his sect. He writes the rules and says that for all enemies who dare to cause trouble to the Iron Bone sect, they only have one word: fight. The city leader says that he realized what he was talking about, and then he just has to side with the Iron Bone sect, because if they surrender in front of Huayang County, they won't stand a chance with Yang Country. Jun says that they will let them experience the power of Qingyang County on their own skin. They notice people in the forest. They turn out to be cultivators from their town. They say that demonic sects have been constantly bullying their county, but the Iron Bone leader got rid of them. They want to help. Their crowd is huge, and they are all yelling that they are all ready to die with the Iron Bone sect. Jun stands and is told stories about sects that have been destroyed by demonic sects. He says that punishing evil and restoring justice is what his sect should do. He tells the crowd that he realizes that everyone gathered in this place wants to help them destroy these demons. But there's one problem. Jun asks them to let the Iron Bone sect single-handedly deal with the upcoming battle. He says that their opponent has many martial arts masters and even kings, because he doesn't want the heroes of his district to die because of them. The crowd yells that they are ready to fight and die with the Iron Bone sect, and a new persona appears on the horizon. This someone says his eyes have been opened, because so many people are willing to line up to die. The old man says that he is from the Star-Counting Valley. Wang Shuxian came to this place to send the Iron Bone sect to hell and attacks them. The crowd says that the old man is a peak martial artist, but someone stops his attack. Wang Shuxian is surprised that there is someone in his sect capable of stopping his attack and asks who he is. The one who stopped his attack says he has no right to come to the gates of his sect and ask who he is and whips the skull back to the old man. The old man marvels at the fact that his skeleton skull could be broken with a single palm strike. Li Qingchang's brother Li Qingchang introduces himself in front of the old man, and Jun thinks about the fact that he has learned how to show off better than him. The old man doesn't understand how this is possible, namely to have so much strength at such a young age. There is a voice in the air that says Wang managed to lose to a boy. He says he can't believe the old guys would have to come out in person to deal with a bunch of young guys. The crowd from the cultivators who came say that this is another peak martial artist and that he is too fast. A voice says that his one will be enough to finish everyone off. Another old man clings to a branch and says he's from the Evil Spirit sect, but word gets to him that he's quite agile for his years. It scares him. He looks up and sees Brother Su, who says that he must be a little deaf because he's been following him the whole time, but he never once noticed him. Brother Su says that if Huayang County sends people of his level just to cause trouble. His phrase is continued by Brother Li. He says that they are just asking for a tough battle. A third opponent appears, saying that the Temple of Death had already warned them that the Iron Bone sect was a bit abnormal, but they still underestimated them. A man riding a bear appears. He says that even a lion would use all his strength to catch a rabbit and orders him to attack the humans. Zuji appears and asks Qingxian for permission to take care of him. He is going to stop the bear that is bearing down on him at full speed. The bear crashes into his stomach but doesn't do any damage on him at all. Zuji says that even after all those words, he was unable to damage him even on his 10th of his defense, and hits him with all his might. The rider along with the bear fall to the ground and everyone stands there and just watches it. Xincheng is asked if he will speak and fight on behalf of their sect, and he replies that he is biding his time for those hiding behind their backs. Behind their backs is a woman sitting on a throne held by her servants. They are all dressed in the same clothes. One of the servants says that it's no wonder he was brave enough to attack and destroy the 4 sects of their county, for each of the disciples is extraordinary and comparable to a peak master. They are quickly transported and told that they can do nothing against them, the kings of martial arts. They are both stopped and brought down to the ground. It's Elder Jiang and Xincheng. The elder asks him if they can defeat them, and Brother Ye tells him that they are only in the first stage and it will be easy for them. Brother Yi asks him a question, namely, why he's wearing a mask. And the elder replies that he hasn't officially left his previous sect yet, and it's okay to hide his identity for now. The kings yell that they have no right to humiliate martial arts kings and get very angry about it. A woman from the throne appears, who determines their levels and tells her servants that if she didn't come in person, but only sent the kings, they could lose their entire army. She says that as long as she's here, they won't lose and flips off Elder Jian along with Brother Ye. Brother Ye and the Elder tell the head that he should be careful, for her cultivation level should be around the middle stage of the martial arts king realm. The woman approaches the head and says that she has heard of him, and Jun holds up a gun and said that he didn't expect that the Temple of Death would place so much importance on his sect. He says he could not have imagined that his sect would be noticed by a peak martial arts king. The woman says that the fact that he is able to see her cultivation level is commendable. She says that he still has to die. Xincheng and Jiang decide to attack her from behind, but she flips him off in one fell swoop. Her servant kings come up to them and say that they never expected to be able to sneak up on the martial arts king unnoticed. Elder and Brother Ye say that it's sneaky to attack newcomers like them. It's the easiest thing to do. They hit them over the heads with various objects and say that Jun can leave these kings to them, and the King of Spades is at his disposal. Jun tells them that he only recently broke through to master level, and they want him to fight a peak master. But he says he has no choice anyway and calls the system. The system informs him that the peak martial arts king, without taking into account his martial techniques and skills, has immense power, and even a reinforcing talisman won't help him come close to its mark. Jun thinks about the fact that even if he uses the Azure Dragon Blade, it won't be able to compensate for the difference in strength over 100 tons, and the system informs him that it's not all bad news. She reports that because of her efforts, he will be able to weather a few blows. He thinks about how the system has upgraded his value to a punching bag. Jun uses a skill to activate a special ability, and the Queen of Spades says she is surprised that he can make her feel threatened, and it must be his spiritual weapon. She says she can't wait until she gets her hands on it and can try it out in person. Jun puts on the spirit image and says that he thinks he sees some petals in the background. Wei Lao walks up to the Queen of Spades and takes her hand. He says it's been over 10 years since they last saw each other. The head of the Iron Bone sect says that it is like the plot of a romantic drama. He is confident that they can win with no effort at all. The Queen punches him in the face and asks him how he dared to leave him once. Jun thinks this is bad. After all, Wei apparently ended things with her on a very bad note. The Elder takes her by both hands and tells her that they shouldn't fight like children, and suggests they go somewhere private, where there will be no prying eyes, and discuss their past. He picks her up and takes her somewhere in the mountains. Brother Yi says that the Elder turns out to still be able to throw something out. The remaining two kings order the members of Huayan County to surround them, for Elder Bai has been detained by the enemies and they will have to cope on their own. Jun looks at the crowd of people who are attacking them, and King says that what he sees in front of him are the strongest martial artists of their county, and there are over 1,000 of them. The head of the city comes in and says the enemies are too strong and offers him a tactical retreat. The sect leader replies to him that it would be a waste to run away from such a large prey. He orders 2 of his disciples to chop up the ground and they create a huge ravine. He says that those who cross this line will perish. The masters in the crowd are very surprised by this, and the kings tell them that they only have a couple strong inner disciples, and with their numbers, they will bury them all. Zuji tells them that if they manage to damage even a hair on his body, he will accept defeat and have his clothes torn. He is very angry. He says that those who go against his sect and brothers will be simply destroyed. He quickly rushes into the crowd and knocks down absolutely everyone in his path who dares to get in his way. They try to attack him from behind, but all their blows are directed back at them, and the weapons shatter against his flesh. People in the crowd are amazed that he was able to defeat 10 people in one punch, and that he not only has an impenetrable defense, but his punching power is very strong. Jun says that he never ceases to be amazed at how Zuji is progressing day by day. The 2 kings attack him, but someone quickly knocks them off the direction of the strike. One of the kings is very angry and asks who dared to sneakily attack them. He says they will still show them the consequences of the martial arts king's anger. He stops and notices that there are a bunch of red dots on his body. The sound of a gunshot comes. Bullets fly at the king, but he fends them all off. He thinks about the fact that to the king such a concealed weapon is no threat as long as he is at the ready, but to those weaker, it is a death sentence. He notices that all of these attacks are directed from the cliffs. He can't figure out what kind of weapon is capable of hitting targets at such a distance. The snipers realize they can no longer wound the kings. They are ordered to focus their fire on the martial arts masters. Assassin says they shouldn't miss this opportunity, as they don't often get to practice on walking targets. One of the kings shouts to the magistrates to watch out for attacks from the cliffs and not to panic, for they are just dirty tricks of the enemy. He says to get together and attack the platform. He is confident that they will win once they destroy the head of Ironbone. He notices something scary. A wolf cavalry led by Jun comes out against them. He looks at them squeamishly and orders the wolf cavalry to go on the attack. The skeleton elder is attacked. He praises them for managing to reach the initial stage of a martial arts master. He laughs and says that he was able to reach the peak of a martial arts master and they can't beat him. Abruptly, an assassin appears behind him and says that all the inner disciples of their sect are stronger than him, but they have never once bragged to him about their skills. He quickly takes out his blade and beheads the demonic sect elder. Meanwhile, the disciples defeat the attacking elders and masters one by one. The king is surprised by this. He says that they were informed that the sect is only level 7, and the other king calls them monsters. One of the kings becomes furious. He says that at this rate they will all go down and asks the second king to find a way to get out while he holds them back. The other king tells him he shouldn't do it, as he will lose his humanity, and the second king uses an unusual skill. Jun takes him by the shoulder and stops him. He says he has a pretty good skill, and the king can't understand how he could be behind him. After all, he increased his strength with a secret technique. The head tries to explain everything to him, but the second king uses the secret technique again, trying to attack. He says that from that distance he wouldn't have been able to dodge his punch. He's sure Jun is dead. The head flies up in front of him, and the outline of the second master can be seen around him. He says that the second king is just using the incarnation technique, and he can just as well. He says his technique is much more powerful than the childish technique of the second king. The second king isn't going to listen to him. He says that even if he has to blow himself up, he'll still take Jun with him. Everyone feels the horrifying aura. Wei can be heard asking Yao to stop throwing a tantrum. Both combatants fall to the ground, and the system reports that under the pressure of a higher power, the Azure Dragon's blade was automatically dispelled. The head asks the system what is happening. The system reports that an extremely powerful expert has been discovered in the Iron Bone sect, and his strength reaches the 4th stage of a martial arts emperor. The Queen of Spades recoils, and is surprised that Wei Lao was able to break through to the Emperor realm. The elder turns to her and asks her to take her men and retreat. He says that as long as he is here, she will not succeed. He tells her that none of her subordinates can stand up to him and match his strength, and orders them all to stand down. Jun approaches him very quickly, and is surprised to see that Wei is at the Emperor's level. The elder tells him that they are lucky it was Yao who sent the Temple of Death, for otherwise there would have been a massacre, and he says he was intemperate and really let her down. He wants to say something, but he abruptly starts coughing up blood for some reason. Jun holds him and tells him that he can take it easy, since he put up a barrier that will prevent others from overhearing them. He says that Wei can call himself a saint, since he even let her beat herself up. The elder stops him and tells him that he didn't beat up Yao, and it's all just echoes of his youth. The head assumes it's a consequence of one of their injuries. Wei Lao says that if it was an injury, he would at least know what he would die from. He says he has a rare disease that can't be cured. He tells that after he reached the 4th Emperor stage, his strength decreased for no reason, and after his first weakening, it became a regular occurrence. Jun says that even if it's a rare disease, there must be a way to cure it. After all, he has a healing pill, and the system says that a middle-class pill would be useless. The system explains that the mid-grade pill is only effective for martial arts masters or stages below, and it has scan results. She tells us that the elder's body is like a balloon and his energy is constantly leaking out, and with the current level, the system is powerless. Jun thinks about the fact that he needs to raise the sect level, because that way he can cure the elder. The system confirms it. He sits in his office and says that the Emperor's threats can indeed prevent a lot of trouble. But Wei Lao only has an aura, and he himself must continue to build up the sect's power. The system informs him that he is being rewarded for successfully resisting the Temple of Death. Jun absorbs this reward, and the system congratulates him for awakening his sword-wielding abilities. He walks out to the 2 students and pulls out his sword to test his new sword-wielding power. They attack each other and their attacks meet. The disciples ask him if the head has truly become on the path of mastering the Tao of the sword. Zhou Hong says that the head's abilities are only slightly inferior to him, but superior to Brother Ye. Xincheng thinks about the fact that the sect leader has become a dual cultivator of both martial arts and the Tao of the sword, and his talent in both fields is superior. He thinks about the fact that in his past life, he was a martial arts god, and he can't inferior to him. He thinks that at this rate of chapter growth, he will never be able to catch up to him. He thinks with regret that he is apparently not destined to surpass him in this life. Jun thanks the system for its rewards, which are as good as ever, and says that he never thought that his Tao of the sword could compare to Zhou Hong and Ye Xincheng. He walks through the sect and says that he still has some high-rank ability transformation liquid left. He is thinking about which disciple he should give it to. He walks past the gym where Long Xian is practicing with his spear, and it distracts him. Brother Long sits down on the bench and says there are only 5 days left. The head beckons him over and says that Qingyang told him that he has been walking around depressed for the past few days, but he hasn't had time to talk to him before. Long Xian apologizes to him for making him and Big Brother worry. He wants to explain something. He says he wants to go home and compete in his clan's martial arts tournament, but he was the one who ran away from the clan as soon as he had the chance. Jun is surprised by this. He asks Long Xian what clan he is from. He answers him that he is the heir of the Dragon clan from Longyan County. The head tells him that judging by how proud he looks, his clan must be pretty strong. And Brother Long remembers that their sect leader is good at everything, but his overall knowledge is practically zero. He explains to the chapter that in the entire southwestern province, other than the royal city, their dragon city is the strongest, and his clan is one of the 3 great clans that reside there. He talks about how in terms of strength, the dragon clan is stronger than the 4th level sect, and they are very influential in the business world, and their earnings exceed the annual earnings of Qingyang City. Jun sits up to him and tells him that since their clan is so strong, they must have quite powerful fighting techniques, and asks him why he ran away. Long explains that the Dragon clan does have many powerful techniques, and each one is equal to any sect's hereditary technique, and it has a supreme spiritual root. But it has a problem. He tells the chapter that he cannot learn any of the clan's techniques for some reason, and he is able to learn any technique except the Dragon clan's techniques. He says that other techniques can't compare to the Dragon clan's heritage, and he has gradually become a laggard in his generation. The head asks him if he was bullied. Long says he wasn't bullied. After all, he is still the main heir and no one would have dared to bully him. But the looks they looked at him with were unbearable. He reveals that one day, the clan's council of elders made a proposal to deny him the chance to cultivate. Jun thinks about what if the direct heir of the clan can't learn any of the hereditary techniques, and most likely they wanted to deny him the chance to become a candidate for the clan head. Long interrupts his train of thought and says that the elders wanted to get him to manage the clan's fortune and business. But he doesn't see the point of inheriting assets at a huge value. The head asks the system if he's really talking. The system says to hit him. Brother Long continues his thought and says he grew up on martial arts and he wants to improve and become a master, and he doesn't care about money. He says the chapter should understand him. He looks at the head and notices the eyes full of hatred staring at him scornfully. Jun gets angry and tells him that Long just wants to show off, because it's very hard for him to earn money to support the sect himself. Long tries to explain to him that he doesn't want to brag about his wealth, but he really has no talent for business. He says that his father once hired many teachers to teach him calculations and management, but even after months of training, he learned nothing. He says that his father is still alive, and he can support the clan with his strength. But once he dies, and he remains as weak as he is, everyone will want to finish him off. He tells him that the clan elders and his uncles are just waiting to share the power and money of his clan, and without enough power, his family will just be those waiting to be slaughtered. Jun gets up from his seat and says that being rich but not strong enough is a crime, and he knows it well. He tells him that he had joined the Iron Bone sect quite some time ago, and he should have realized by now that their techniques were just as good as those of his clan. He looks at him and says that the news of their sect having an emperor is already on everyone's lips. Their sect should be safe, so he will help him deal with his clan. He says their sect doesn't have many strengths, but they care about their people, and he'll also call a few disciples to support him. Long thanks him for it with tears in his eyes. He is very pleased that the chapter will help him. After a while, they are driving through the forest, and he doesn't look so content anymore, as Brother Su and Brother Ye keep asking him about Dragon City. He gets very angry and grabs Su by the neck, but they are separated by the head, saying they should understand each other better. Jun asks everyone to get ready, for Dragon City is right on course, and he says that they will show everyone the spirit of the Ironbone sect. The guards of Dragon City notice a magical wolf-type beast, but they realize that someone is sitting on the wolf. It's Brother Long. He snaps his fingers and summons a dragon above him. All those near the entrance to the city are shocked, and he says he's back. They go to the entrance of Brother Long's clan building, and the head says he should ask his father to invest a few billion in their sect. The doors open in front of them, and Long Xian immediately flies a golden toad into his forehead, while someone inside calls him a petty rebel and asks him how dare he come back. 3 old men come out, and 2 of them ask the one in charge to calm down. They ask not to be angry with Xian as he is still young and impulsive. The elder at the helm says he quit their billion-dollar family business and ran away to pursue self-improvement. He asks Xian what sect he joined to learn magic tricks and asks how he dared to bring a bunch of brazen men with him. One of the elders says that Xian was talented from his childhood, and he could have joined a powerful sect. He cites the example of a sect that has recently become famous for its victories over opponents from higher districts. He recalls its name and calls it the Iron Bone, and Jun hands the golden toad to Qingyang. Brother Xian tells them that he has indeed joined the Iron Bone sect and points at Jun with the words that he is the leader of his sect. The elders look at him unhappily and label him very strange. They don't believe in his power. They start laughing at him, and the head thinks they are trying to chastise him for not believing in him. One of the elders says he realizes that Xian wants to save face after he returns home, and if he wanted to brag, he could say he brought the most powerful god of the past. Shinchan thinks about the second elder of the dragon clan talking too much, and it could end badly. One of the old men says that those who came with Xian should leave them, as it only affects their family. Jun smiles and tells Brother Long that, as expected of tycoons, they are really sincere towards others and offers to show them a bit of their power so that they will believe them. Jun clenches his fists and says that it's okay. Because he was always underestimated because of his politeness and young appearance, he tells the Dragon Master that he is really the head of the Iron Bone sect. He releases his aura, and everyone around him can realize what level of skill he is at. The Dragon Masters realize that he is a second-stage martial arts master. The second elder realizes that the chances of his son remaining the sole heir will be drastically reduced if he cannot escort Xian out. He thinks about the fact that even if Jun is really the leader of the Iron Bone, he will beat him until he recognizes him as a fake, and the Dragon Master tries to say something to the head. The second elder interrupts him and says that Jun is 4 stages below him, and he can't be the head of the sect, and he's just a rogue. He volunteers to check him out and says that if he turns out to be an imposter, Xian tried to let an imposter into their home, and he will be a traitor to the Dragon Clan. Jun asks Long why the elder has been trying to get rid of him since he returned home, and he replies that it's been like this since he left the clan. His son has become the official heir of the head. The elder gets into their conversation and says it's only for the sake of the Dragon Clan's reputation, and Long says that he is a 6th stage martial arts master and is proficient in hereditary techniques. He says that he is able to fight an ordinary 8th stage master and overpower him. The second elder is very confident. After all, Jun is only at the 2nd stage. Long Xian asks the head to be gentle with him for the sake of their clan's reputation, and besides, he is his relative. The head asks him how much power he can use, and he is told that it is best to use a small portion. He recalls that the second elder's son beat him up pretty badly at their clan's tournaments, and he asks the head to do whatever he wants, because it will help him calm his anger. The second elder gets angry, and uses the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar skill and a dragon-shaped attack carried straight at Jun. Sect head, Jun smugly looks at this and says that it's time for him to try out the new skill he got from the system, and his hand starts to blaze. A very strong fire appears, and the second elder's skill is simply vaporized by his fire. There is a huge fiery something next to Jun, and the head says that this Scarlet King Fire Strike is perfect for showing off. The story is told about this skill. It is very powerful and allows you to fight higher-level opponents, and with the fire attribute, it becomes twice as strong. Jun says that this skill is at the middle stage of the divine level, and the system reports that this skill can only be mastered by men, and is surprised that the head was able to master this technique. Jun asks the second Dragon Clan elder if he needs more proof of his strength. The elder is frightened by his power and says he made a huge mistake and failed to see his power. He recognizes him. Jun brags about his technique to Xinjiang and Chengqian, saying that he plans to teach it to all the disciples of their sect. He notices that something is wrong with them. An aura is seen over them that appears on its own. Xinjiang doesn't realize anything, as his enhancement technique reacted on its own. Chengqian thinks of something like this only happening if her technique collides with another technique of the same level. They look at him and are afraid of how many divine-level techniques Jun can possess. After that, Brother Long is practicing with his spear behind the Dragon Clan's residence. The head comes to him and asks him if he really cares that much about the tournament. Long replies to him that this is indeed the case, because his clan possesses many powerful techniques, and he is only recently trained in Iron Bone. He is afraid that based on techniques alone, he will lose. He says that he has heard that many disciples who have practiced self-cultivation in seclusion have decided to challenge him, and they are all talented high-stage masters. Jun sits down next to him and says that it was probably set up by his uncle on purpose to hit his morale. He says that their sect is having a good winning streak over strong opponents right now, and gives him a bottle, calling it a treat especially for him. Long is worried and says he has a very bad feeling about this for some reason. But the chapter reassures him and tells him to trust him and have a drink. Long drinks the entire bottle and feels a very strong rush of energy and new possibilities. When the tournament time comes, the referee announces the start of the Dragon Clan's first expert group match between Long Zison and Long Xian. The students in the stands are talking about Xian being sent to the business side of the clan, and they are confident that he will lose. Jun listens to all this and says that although Long is the first heir, the amount of hatred towards him is very high, but he is confident of his victory. Brother Su breathes a lot of air into his chest and shouts to Xian that he is the best among the main heirs and he can win. Xian hears all this and he feels very embarrassed at being encouraged like this. His opponent turns to him and says that the second elder was right in calling the Iron Bone sect a bunch of clowns, and they have no dignity or greatness. He says that he heard from the second elder that he is only at the 4th stage of martial artist, and he is confident of his victory, because he is at the 7th stage. He smiles contentedly and says that he will be the one to beat Long Xian again. Brother Long quickly approaches his opponent and slaps his cheeks. He says that the information about stage 4 is outdated. He wins the fight and turns to Long Zishan. He wants to tell him something. He tells him that he hopes Zishan doesn't lose to him as pathetically as his past opponent. Brother Su observes this and says that it is very boring to watch. He marvels that they are the top talents of their clan. Shinshin tells him that the finals are coming up and they're actually not that bad for their level, as they're all high-stage martial artists. The judge announces that the Dragon Clan's expert group finals are starting right now, and Head Jun is asleep. Long Xian and Long Zishan stand across from each other, and Zishan says that he has been watching Xian's battles, and although his aura suggests that he is still at the 6th stage, there is a nuance. He talks about how opponents below peak martial artist level are no match for him and he feels bad for being just at peak martial artist level. Xian asks him if he thinks he can keep bullying him like before, and tells him that the only thing their sect's disciples are good at is defeating a superior opponent. He lunges at him and says he'll taste the anger he's been storing up inside him for 10 years. Everyone looks at them and sees them fighting like children, and Zishan says he was worried about him since he was kidnapped, and Xian says there was no point in him staying since Zishan never held back. Zishan pats him on the head and tells him that it was his own choice to participate in the tournaments, and if he held back he would have insulted him. He tells him to remember who took care of him when he was little. The second elder is told that apparently Zishan still cares a lot about Long Xian, and the elder asks if he really plans to stay in the second role for the rest of his life. The second elder suggests they use some sort of plan, but the second elder tells him to ignore it and just continue to act as they do. Zishan says he advises him to stay home, as he can still reclaim the title of chief heir. He says that even if he can't cultivate his clan's techniques, he'll always have his back, and he even wonders who would dare to claim the title of successor while he's here. Xian tells his older brother that he no longer needs his protection, as he can now fend for himself. He looks at him seriously and asks him to show him everything he can do at the moment. Zishan hears this and smiles. He says that he will personally test what he has learned in all the time he has been away. He uses the water dragon tread skill and attacks his younger brother. Shinshin looks at it and thinks that this technique is similar to his dragon water splitting technique, but a highly simplified version. Zishan beats up his younger brother, and Brother Ye thinks about the fact that maybe the Dragon Clan has a legacy that he left thousands of years ago. The second elder says that this moving technique was invented by the martial arts god Yi thousands of years ago. Shinshin realizes that they most likely dug up his grave and it makes him very angry. The second elder feels some strange pressure. The older brother pushes the younger brother away and says that he has heard that all the disciples of the Iron Bone sect are geniuses who are experts in all aspects. He uses his Dragon Strike skill, but Xian chops up his attack with a Dissecting Strike and then uses Dragon Spear release. His attack is directed at his older brother, but he's not going to just take it on. Zishan uses the Dragon Power, Domain Formation skill, and a huge amount of energy appears around him. Xian jumps back and is surprised that his older brother was able to learn Dragon Power, shaping domain before he reached the level of a martial arts master. Zishan asks him to stop sucking up, for he has spent almost all his spiritual energy, but he couldn't even touch him. He tells him that if he can't win with this technique, he will admit defeat. Shinshin thinks about the fact that he has a rather terrifying aura of a peak martial arts master, and calls him a genius who can defy the heavens. He notices that the second elder's aura has changed for some reason. He's sure something interesting is about to happen. The older brother Zishan unleashes the power of a martial arts master and directs his attack at the younger one. The Dragon Clan master says they should be ready to intervene at any second. Junior Xian says some phrase. He says that even the mighty wind can't move the mountain. He uses the Seal of Protection and stops his older brother's attack. The attack just can't penetrate his shield. Those watching can't understand how he managed to resist the pressure of such a strong technique. They call him a monster. The older brother's attack disappears, and he addresses his younger brother with a speech. He says even his trump couldn't get him, and now he is even more interested in their sect even more. He says the day may come when his older brother becomes his younger brother. Xian's shield disappears and he says that if his older brother could have held on for a couple more seconds, he would have lost. But the older man says there are no ifs in battles like this, and he's not afraid of defeat. He announces that he wants to admit defeat, but is interrupted by something that tries to attack his younger brother. Xinchen manages to stop the second elder's attack and he looks displeased. Brother E asks him how he is not ashamed to attack the younger generation like this. He asks him if he has any dignity left at all. The second elder says that the Ironbone sect is not bad as there is one among the disciples who is able to block his attack. Zishan asks his father how he could attack his younger brother. The second head looks at him angrily and asks him to take the heir back to his residence. People jumped from the stands to the participants. Among them were Head Jun and Xian's father. The father asks the second elder how dare he behave so inappropriately, for he has done a foolish thing. The second elder says he is only acting for the bright future of the Dragon Clan. He says that Zishan has always been the most talented in studies and martial arts, and even in business, his creativity has allowed the Dragon Clan to progress day by day. He's angry because it wasn't until after Xian fled the clan that the head allowed his son to take the place of heir. And now, he wants to return all the honors to him again. He gets mad that he wants to do this just because he's his son. He says that in the past, the head was a self-cultivation maniac, and he had no talent or desire to run the clan, but he didn't mind since he was his brother. He calls his son a genius in every aspect, and he has a once-in-a-thousand-years talent that doesn't have to work in the shadows like he once did. The second elder says it is time for the power in their clan to pass into new hands. Elder Guy approaches the clan head and wants to say something. Something happens and he pushes the elder away. A knife can be seen in his side. He asks why the elder chose to do this to him. The elder says that he fully supports the second elder, and he could only resort to a dirty attack, as the head is the strongest in their clan. The second elder says he doesn't want to take his or Xian's life, and he won't commit to anything as long as he agrees to give the title of heir to Xian. He says he's ready for privacy in the ancestral hall and will never cause trouble again. Zishan comes out from behind his father and tells him that he is wrong. He says that holding the position of head is not that important. After all, they are from the same clan, and who says that the descendants will only remember the head's name. He states a fact from history. When an advisor is more famous than the emperor he served, and he has full confidence in his younger brother Xin, Head Jun thinks he knows how to express himself intelligently. Brother Su asks his head who the military advisor Zhuge Liang is. This scares him. Zishan thinks about the fact that not only is he exhausting himself with constant training, but he's also appeasing his family and he's tired. Head Jun starts quoting a phrase and Zishan continues it. I am not afraid of someone who has studied 10,000 different strikes. I am afraid of someone who has studied one strike 10,000 times. They can't believe they just said the same phrase. Meanwhile in the Dragon Clan, the head and second elder have a childish argument, and the head asks him why he thought that since Xian was back, he would take back the title of heir. Zishan and Jun are watching. The head says that their clan is pretty busy, and the older brother tells him that the head and second elder go back to their childhood when they fight. The head tells him that he died of overwork before entering this world, and Zishan says he was hit by a truck. Jun asks him if he is striving for something after having a second chance. Zishan replies that at first he thought he could surpass everyone with his knowledge. But he was too naive and the world doesn't like talented people and he's only slightly better than the average person. He says that he doesn't have any system and hasn't met anyone who suddenly decides that they have to kill him or die trying to do so. It does a lot of damage to Jun. He says that's why he decided to quietly live his life as a rich man like Jia Baoyu. And for someone who worked a very poor schedule, it's all like a vacation. He says he has one aspiration in this life that he wants to fulfill. He says that he suspects that he was born in this clan because of the fact that he was from Huaxia in his past life, and he as a dragon descendant should not defame his name. He wants to make the clan the strongest. Zishan says that his spiritual root is only mid-level, and he fears that his current level of strength is his limit, and only Xian will be able to lead the clan to the top. He is talking about it, because he possesses a top-level root, and he can help him find the right techniques for him and make him the strongest, because with his strength, they will be able to elevate the clan. Jun asks him if he wanted to live like Jia Baoyu, and besides, their clan is not so weak, and he can live a rich life and not worry about anything. Zishan replies that it is also a sin to be weak in this world, for he cannot sit and wait for their clan to fall, and until that happens he wants to do something, and he has someone to protect. A girl comes in and says that her older brother lost in today's tournament. He calls her Oyer. Yoer tells him not to despair, for he himself always says he's not very strong in martial arts. Head Jun sees all of this and thinks that this guy has settled down pretty well. a bunch of girls come over to Zishan's place, and the head starts to think he's settled in too well. Zishan turns to Jun and tells him that he had an emergency and has to leave him. He gets upset and says that he feels like a loser for some reason. Changqian notices him. She walks up to him and asks who he lost to. She says they are done packing and can go back to the cult. Jun asks her a question and asks her if she doesn't have 11 sisters. She says he's talking nonsense, and she asks him why he looks like a beaten dog. Changqian is embarrassed and asks a question for her sisters. She asks him if they will have any battles for the title of heir. Jun asks if he understood correctly that she meant their children. This confuses her a lot. He hugs her and tells her that the shyness on her face makes her very cute, and assures her that he doesn't have to worry about any future feuds. He tells her that he himself will personally conquer a large piece of land for their future children, and they will each have their own city or kingdom and not have to fight. This confuses Changqian, and he tells her that Xian told him that he has 7 uncles, not counting his aunts, so they'll have to try harder in the future. The weather outside is very bad, and Head Jun is asked why they are leaving in such gloomy weather, much less at night, since the issue with the clan has been settled, and they could have stayed to spend the night. Brother Su asks him if they're really going to keep Xian in the clan, to which the head tells him that he has to handle some things on his own. Meanwhile, Xian himself is trying to find his head, and Zishan approaches him. He explains to him that leader Jun has already left, and told him that he should stay and take the place of the heir to the Dragon Clan. Xian asks him if he told him that the most important thing in life is to find something he likes and stick to it. He says he has already found that place. Xian appears in front of the wolves walking through the forest and asks him why he didn't tell him they were coming home. Jun looks at him and asks if he has made his choice, and Xian tells him that he wants to stay in their sect, and he only asks the leader to help his clan in case he encounters a problem. Jun tells him that he hasn't disappointed him, and he wants to help him get rid of his worries. He calls for something. He tosses something to Zishan and quickly runs off, taking his younger brother with him while saying that he is the same afterwards of the dragons, and he waits for the day when Zishan will lead the Dragon Clan to the top. Zishan is holding bottles in his hand, labeled that it is a top-level spiritual root, and it is a payoff for taking his younger brother away from him. Jun is asked if they correctly realize that he is also from the Dragon Clan, and he tells the students that it's a secret. They return to their sect, and the head is sitting in his office. He is happy that they are finally home. He says the trip was very productive. He realizes that the arts he teaches his students forces them to tweak their skills to cope with the changing battlefield, and the Dragon Clan has skills for different situations. The system informs that it is glad that the head realized this, and suggests to spend some points in the store, because otherwise it will be too late to regret the missed chance. The system says it's been too long since the last purchase, and it's just begging the chapter to buy something. Someone interrupts her, and he is informed that Warden Xiao from the certification hall has arrived. The overseer says that Jun's sect had reached the 6th level long ago, but he lacked disciples, and after the extreme recruitment, they can officially consider themselves a 6th level sect. Jun greets him and apologizes for the warden having to come on his own. But Xiao says that he is always ready to come to them, after all. Their sect is worthy of the first class of the 2nd rank. The system congratulates Jun on his sect promotion and accrues the reward. The head is happy about it. He starts laughing hard and the warden startles him. He asks if he's okay, and the head starts letting out energy. Xiao doesn't understand what's going on, after all. The head broke through from the 2nd master stage to the 5th master stage in a single moment. He doesn't understand how he can do it. Jun apologizes to him and says it came out awkwardly. He says it happens to him and asks him to ignore it. Xiao somehow thinks unkindly of him. The warden leaves, and the head says that next time he'll try to raise the sect's level to level 4, so he won't have to visit them as often. Jun turns to the system and says that breaking through to the 5th stage in an instant is simply unimaginable. But the system doesn't respond. He looks at her and thinks he should still spend the points. After all, he's overdoing it, and at this rate she might break. The system immediately comes alive and says that it can give him anything he wants. All he has to do is name it and he'll get it. She's very elongated and orders the items to be categorized because a customer has stopped by. Jun looks very pleased. He says it's time for him to stock up to his fullest. At this time, somewhere beyond Starland, Hewood is pursued and ordered to leave the scroll fragment to them, and then they will grant him a peaceful death. He replies to them that he risked his life for this fragment, and he has no intention of giving it to them. He tells them to come up one by one and put their lives on the line if they want to take it. His pursuers tell him that since he insists, he shouldn't blame them for being ruthless, and they all attack him at once. He crashes to the ground and says that it's too much, because so many Saint Masters on his own is too much. And with the scroll, anyone can break through to the Saint Master martial arts stage. The Saints say that even with this scroll, he can't break through to the Saint level, and his resistance is futile, and the island can no longer withstand their might. He Wood agrees with them and says that he will give up this scroll fragment. But who takes possession of it is up to them. The Saints look at him smugly, and He Wood thinks about how if he just breaks through to the Saint level, he will immediately destroy them all. He throws the scroll, but it disappears into thin air. It looks like it was swallowed up by the system. Everyone sees it and can't say anything. They are in shock at what just happened. The Saints talk about him throwing the scroll, but it disappeared. They think He Wood did something to it. Haywood himself stands puzzled and doesn't understand where his scroll has gone, because it was just here. But it has disappeared. All the Saints are attacking him, and he's trying to explain to them the fact that he didn't do it. It is pulled out by Jun, and asked if he correctly understands that this is the technique left behind by the Holy Master of the Seven Mystics. The system informs him that the full portion of the technique reaches the divine level. He thinks this is quite unusual, for he can feel the resentment wafting from this fragment. And he wonders what became of the past owner of this fragment. The system reports that this fragment is a truncated technique, and its full form reaches the divine level. Jun says that he has hit the jackpot. An assassin bursts into his room and plunges a dagger into his forehead with the words that there is breaking news. Jun calmly pulls it out of his forehead and says that it's okay, because on this day, he is the happiest person in the world. He reads the letter that was sent to him. It says that soon the mistress of the Flower Palace, Shi, will visit them. He pretty much says it's time to get things in order and welcome the guests. He starts cleaning up the sect and says they'll have to put in their best effort, and sends Shinshin and his brother Su to clean the toilet. They're very unhappy about it and a little disappointed in their chapter. They're devastated. Flower Palace Mistress C comes to the entrance of the Iron Sect, and one of her students calls their buildings bragging rights. She says that if she wasn't such a gigolo, no one would even look at him, and the hostess laughs because of the fact that Lear still doesn't like the Ironbone leader. Lear says she was the one who liked him too much and had never seen her give importance to such a person before. She asks why they came. After all, a cult of such an unworthy person must be a dump. Mistress Chi tells her that she should not underestimate the sect leader Jun and his Iron Bone sect. She says that his sect must have its own secrets to cultivate such outstanding disciples, and they have come to learn something new. She asks Lyre to show her best side. The disciples line up in 2 rows and greet them in the Iron Bone sect. They have lined up a corridor with Jun at the end of it, and he greets her as well. The palace mistress crashes into a column, and Lear runs up to her and tells her that the road is a bit in the other direction. Mrs. C apologizes. She says she was distracted by their greeting and stopped listening to where she was going, and she will pay for the column repair a little later. She tries to squeeze Jun's hand, and says that she is very happy that she was able to meet him again. She takes Chenqian's hand, and the head tells her that she was mistaken, and the hand she squeezed is that of his disciple. She apologizes again for being so wrong and bows to them both. She says that usually because of her eyes, she usually relies on her sense of smell and hearing to distinguish people from each other, and she remembered the smell of the cult leader, for he had an extraordinary odor coming from him. She says that's why she mixed them up, because Qingyan has exactly the same fragrance. This confuses the disciple. She grabs his side, and he says that since Mistress C has come from far away, he should show her some of the special attractions of their sect. He asks her to follow him, for his students have put together a fascinating tour for her. Mistress C asks Lear to tell her what's special about their attractions, and she tells her that except for the large and clean restrooms, everything else is pretty ordinary. Mistress Chi tells Jun that although it was only a small tour, she saw many amazing things. She mentions most common herbs, and says that each blade of grass exudes spiritual energy, and its density and quality is 10 times higher than common herbs. She mentions the fact that there are traces of their battle platform being used very actively and on a regular basis. She thinks that this is the secret that helps him cultivate such outstanding disciples. She says he can't particularly trust her after only a couple of meetings, but she wants their sects to have a wonderful union. Jun thinks about the fact that she was only able to understand so much after a small excursion. He thinks that she is stronger than she seems at first glance. She says their sect has a lot of fragrant smells, and she's sure the sect leader isn't a bad person. Jun sees this and thinks that she is still not very bright, but she is very guessable. She says there's more. She says there's a big Swordmasters convention being held at Mount Hua this month and suggests he attend. Jun is amused by this, and jokingly says that there are probably still Mount Tai, Song, and the 5 Mountain Sword Sect Alliance. But Mistress Shi confirms that there really is such a thing. She says that she's not too friendly with the 5 Mountain Sword Sect Alliance, as she doesn't really like their scent. He begins to analyze all the information and realizes that she is not actually the mistress of Shi Palace, but the leader of the sacred Sun and Moon cult, Dongfang. Mistress Shi thanks them for their hospitality and bows to Chen Qian, turning to Jun. Qingyang punches the head and says that she told him to stay away from her, because it was all his fault. Jun holds his side and says that he has heard of recognizing a beautiful girl by her scent. But this is the first time he has heard with a guy. The system says she would challenge his self-proclaimed title of handsome man. And the head says that the mistress of Xi's palace is quite an interesting girl. Xinchen touches him on the shoulder, and Jun asks him what he wanted to ask him. He suggests that he probably wants to ask for the 7 mystic lights technique he promised him before he made him kill himself in the toilets. Jun is a little worried and says that he can take it easy and he remembers his promise, but he will teach it to her a little later, and he doesn't need to rush. He is confused by the way Xinchen looks at him and says they can go to their training right now, and asks him to stop looking at him like that. He draws a formation and says that the 7 mystic fires technique reaches divine level, and even if it's just a fragment, they can use 1 mystic fire. He says he will specifically create an isolated area for them to train in. Xinchen thinks about the fact that he has a feeling that this technique is not only strong, but the secrets within it excite him, and he is confident that he will be able to go beyond the realm of a martial arts god. Jun tells him that this technique uses spiritual energy in the body, and it takes a lot of practice to master it, and Brother Ye thinks about how he can't learn it in one practice either. The head turns to him and says that he has mastered the technique on the 3rd day, although he hasn't had time to try it out yet, but he can already form the scarlet mystic color. He creates a sphere of energy from his fire, and this surprises Xinchen a bit. He says it's a very skillful way of gathering energy. He is surprised at the pose the head is standing in. He thinks it holds the secret to mastering the 7 mystic lights technique. But there was nothing of the sort in the scroll fragment. Jun gathers energy and says that even for someone who is living a second life, this is still the perfect way to use this technique. Jun uses the 7 mystic light strike skill, but it fails. He doesn't understand what happened, as the attack came out very sluggish and very strange looking. He turns to Xinchen and says it's probably because it's the first time he's used the technique and it'll work out properly next time. He uses the 7 mystic light strike skill and he fails again. He says he's too young. He says he refuses to accept it and tries again, but all his attempts fail. He doesn't understand what's wrong with the technique and tells the system that it should explain everything to him. The system reports that the reason for this is because they kept supporting the tech and says that the more he supports the tech, the more unstable it becomes. He summons an energy sphere and says that it can only work by calling out its name, because otherwise it won't seem impressive. He says that if he just attacks like that, he won't be able to show his power and unleashes a huge beam and breaks through the barrier. He doesn't understand what happened, as his barrier should have been able to hold back even the martial arts king's attack. Elder Wei comes running in and says that someone's attack made a huge hole in the great formation behind the sect. He says that the seed of the spiritual chi source has already started to spread, and if they don't immediately plug this hole, the entire neighborhood will be able to see it. Jun heads towards the broken formation and says that he has to fix it urgently. The head asks the elder what happened. After all, it should have been another half a month before the source seed recovered, and he doesn't understand why the spiritual energy seems to be boiling. The elder answers him that the high-energy technique that destroyed the defense formation caused a reaction with the spiritual energy within. He says that even though this happened, it was because of this that he noticed something he missed earlier, because the seed regenerates very quickly, and if his hunch is correct, there is something interesting underneath their sect. He says that there is most likely a huge vein of spirit stones under their sect. Jun hears this and says that this will lead them to wealth and they can, roughly speaking, start printing their own money. The elder says that the current formation is not strong enough to completely isolate so much spiritual energy. He says we need to increase its reach and stage. Jun stretches and says that he will do everything now, and the elder is surprised that the head can create an isolated area of this magnitude. He calls him a genius of the formation. The head begins to read the book, and the elder gets a little frustrated that he is only learning how to do this. He closes the book and says that for a genius like him, learning for 5 minutes is more than enough. It creates a huge formation that envelops the entire mountain range. It's shaped like a cat. Elder says it's just incredible, and he didn't think he could see a formation of this level, but is surprised that it's shaped like a cat. The head says it will represent good luck. Jun sits and asks how long this phenomenon will last, and the elder tells him that it should take about a week for the spiritual source seed of such a source to recover. Jun is surprised by this, and says that they should send the disciples out to mine resources, and he will return to the sect and rest. He tries to shift, but he fails. He is surprised by this. The system asks you to note that there is a nuance, which is that the creator of the formation cannot move. Jun asks the elder to keep it a secret that he has to sit in one place for a week. The elder says he won't blab to anyone. The head thinks about having to sit in that position for a week, and he is sure that his neck and back will hurt again. Glava wakes up from the noise and sees a bunch of students in front of him. They ask him if he was comfortable and if nothing is stiff. He gets angry and yells at Elder Wei since he promised to keep it all a secret. Junyu is told that the elder first told one, and then it spread to all the disciples. At this time, two people wearing strange cloaks appear in Qingyang city. The man in the black cloak asks about the mountains in front of them, and is informed that these are the holdings of the Iron Scythe sect, and is told that he should not be interested in such a simple sect. He begins to emit a terrifying aura, and says that the Iron Bone sect is actually not as simple as everyone thinks. All week while the head was supporting the formation, he was bullied, used as a way to make money, as an exhibit, and he turns out to be very angry towards the end of his term. At the end of the term, he stands up and says that the disciples may not expect him to repay anyone who has treated him badly. He notices that the disciples are drinking something, and the disciples inform him that Elder Wei sent them to mine a vein of spiritual stones while the head maintained the formation, and what they are drinking is spiritual energy. He comes to a shock at this information, and says that the spirit stones are worth 10,000 apiece. Qingyang gives him a taste of this unusual drink, and he says it tastes exactly like milk tea with a slight minty flavor. Sister Dudu tells us that she was the one who came up with the idea of how to make the spiritual liquid drinkable, because originally it had no taste, only spiritual energy. She says that she injected her qi inside the stone in a way she had invented. The spiritual energy inside immediately began to take on an unusual flavor. She says that each person's qi is unique and therefore spirit stones have their own unique flavor. She cites the example of Sister Chenqian, who gets a mild minty flavor. She says Sinchena has a much more pronounced flavor and resembles pure alcohol. Sister Dudu says that absolutely every student has their own unique flavor. Jun drinks it and says that he just can't stop. And his sister says that her favorite flavor of spirit stone is Elder Wei's, because it has a very rich peach flavor. The head asks who has the worst taste, and his sister tells him that Zhou Hong and Ma Yangning have the worst taste. She assumes it's because they cultivate sword techniques. He looks at them. They look very distressed. He wonders what flavor could have put them into such depression. He drinks it and his mouth gets on fire. He says it tastes really bad. He sits down with them and thinks about how it's like a bomb killing the receptors in his mouth. He tells Sister Dudu that the flavor of these drinks can be used as biological weapons, and since she can turn a rock into a drink, she is truly a culinary god. Dudu tells him that only after she wins the God of Cooking tournament can she wear the title proudly. She says it is the truest pinnacle. She says that being able to participate in this tournament is her biggest dream, and the head tells her that she has already taken the place of the God of Cooking in his heart. He tells her that if this is her dream, they should make it come true. He asks when the tournament starts. Dudu informs her that the tournament is still 6 months away, and she needs to go to the southwestern province for the qualifiers first, as only the top 10 can participate. Jun tells her that she has to cook more delicacies to prepare for the competition, and she says that their spiritual energy density has increased 20 times. The head says she's right, and he didn't notice it until she mentioned it. He says that with such a large and dense amount of spiritual energy, the golden age of their sect is approaching. Jun says that in the future, their Iron Bone sect will become incomparably more powerful and stand at the top of the entire continent, and he must match it. Jun announces that after numerous rounds they have finally chosen a team to go to Mount Hua and introduces them. Among them are Qingqian, Qianqian, Zuji, and others. He also announces a team with a below-average sect-level test ranking with Brother Ye, Brother Li, and Su. Xin Cheng says that Zuji cheated. The chapter sends them on their way and tells them that wherever they are and whoever they become, they must remember where they have been and who they have become. Jun pokes at the map and tries to explain to the students how they should get there and what they should do. Brother Su asks Brother Ye if he understands what the head is trying to tell them, and Shinshin says that he doesn't understand anything, but he knows for sure that no one should be left alive. A few days ago, they arrive at the sect, and Shinshin asks a passerby if they have anything to eat in the village and scares him with his appearance. Jun jumps off the wolf and says his smile is too intimidating and he'll have to do everything himself as usual. He orders the hurricane wolves to stay in the forest, otherwise they will scare away all the villagers again. But he finds it strange that there is no one outside in the middle of the day. He knocks on the door, but his force causes it to shatter. He says he will make amends for all the damage for the inconvenience he has caused. A sword flies sharply in his face. The guy holding it says he must die. The sword breaks against the head's face and he tells the boy that all he wanted to do was try the local cuisine, and if his skin wasn't so tough, he would have gotten his face ruined. The little boy recoils and says Jun is a martial arts master. He asks how such a person could attack them. Simple villagers. He is missing one leg. The boy says that even if he has to die that day, he won't let him touch his sister. His sister comes running out and tells the chapter that she will go with them, but asks them not to hurt her brother. His sister asks that her brother not be harmed, for he has already lost a leg fighting for their county. Jun asks them who they think he is since he didn't intend to attack them. He says he's not some mountain bandit but just the head of a cool sect who was passing through. Sinchen calls the head and says that they have visitors. They are already real bandits, who ask them to give them all the food and women. Otherwise they promise that they will kill everyone. A little boy comes running out, apologizing to the head for mistaking them for bandits and asking them to leave as they might get hurt. The boy turns to the bandits and says that if all their men hadn't gone off to war, they wouldn't have dared to stick their heads into their village. The bandit leader says that their men have gone to slaughter and they are left here, and now no one can protect their village. He says that the men will probably not return and asks the boy to get out of the way, for he does not want to stain his clothes with the blood of the invalid. Guy says that although all the men from his village are gone, the bandit shouldn't expect them to surrender without a fight. He calls all the villagers to give the gang of bandits a break, and all the old men of the village are summoned. The bandit leader looks at them and says that a bunch of old men and a disabled man won't be able to do anything to them. Jun stands on his head and says that there is no forgiveness for people like them. He starts telling the rule of their sect. He says that if they encounter trash, they must eliminate it, and crushes the bandit. He crushes thugs and says that will happen to anyone who gets in his way or hurts innocent people. The bandits get angry at this and ask if he knows who they are. They introduce themselves as the Gorno Gang. Jun says that he doesn't care who they are and all he needs to know is that they dare rob the families of soldiers who are fighting for peace in this land, and they will answer for it. He begins to blaze, and he says that from the looks on their faces you can see that this is not the first village they have attacked, and he says they deserve to be punished for their deeds. He heads in their direction and sets fire to absolutely everyone who stands in his way. Qingyang tells Qian that although these bandits deserve to die, he calls the head's reaction to them unusual. He says he feels like he's got too much bloodlust and has gone wild. Qingyang said that he had simply improved too fast recently, and that was why his mind was unstable. She tells him about how after meeting Long Zishan, he started talking about how he remembers his past life, and says his reaction is still too crazy. She approaches him and tells him that if he loses himself in anger, his personality could be forever changed, and she must keep him healthy. For she is certain that he is destined for her by fate. Jun abruptly turns around on her and lashes out in rage, but Qian calms him down and tells him that he's all dirty. He hugs her and tells her that he was really scared that all his mind was filled with was thoughts of killing, and he was even starting to forget what she looked like. Qingcheng says that luckily she was able to calm their head, because otherwise they would have had to sacrifice the fully armored Xincheng to stop him. The little boy then sits on his knee and thanks the head for helping their village and saving their lives. Jun says there's nothing special about it, and thanks the fresh vegetables he was given as a thank you. He asks the boy to show him on the map where the bandits' fortress is, and the boy has no problem doing so. Jun says goodbye to them and asks them to be careful. He says his sect will take care of the mountain bandits. He tosses the guy some kind of pill and tells him it's a gift from him, and after that the entire defense of the village will fall on him. He suggests he take off his bandages before consuming it. At her sister and brother's house, the sister goes into his room and calls him for dinner. She sees her brother crying, and his leg has grown off. The Ironbone sect comes to the Tower of the Mountain Hunters and is about to attack them. Sinchen says he senses some rather strong auras inside, and assumes they are the strongest. Jun says it's a good thing, because eliminating the elite is what they always do best. He gives the students the command to attack the tower, and they shoot the wall to break through. The head looks at all this and says it's just incredible power. He calls them hand artillery. He says that from now on, the sound of the Kalashnikov rifle lined up is his favorite, and says the sound of the gun sounds very satisfying. Jun tells someone that he shouldn't be made to repeat himself twice. He says he needs the coordinates of all the mountain bandits in the area. The bandit tells him that he can't tell him that, because if he tells the location of the other bandits, they will finish him off. The head leans over to him and tells him that he can do something scarier to him, and once again asks him who he fears more, him or the bandits. He uses the great technique of memory retrieval and gets the location of the other towers. He said he would have been better off cooperating earlier, because that way he would have given him a painless death. Qingchang runs up to him and says that all the bandits are finished and they can move on. He asks what the puddle is in the corner. Jun asks him not to think about it, because now their path to Manhwa has changed a bit. He says they will have to stop by a couple places along the way. He orders the distribution of all the valuables they've gotten from the fortress to the victims in the village. Qingchang says they've already done that once they infiltrated their stronghold. He holds out some object to the head and asks to examine it, for it looks like some unusual compass. Jun takes it and says that if it's actually a compass, they should find out what it's pointing at. He unwinds it and the little compass enlarges. The head assumes it is a treasure map. The map turns to him and tells him that if he covets her treasure, then he should follow her. Jun doesn't understand what it is and hides the card. He says they don't have time for that right now. The system notifies him that the secret quest has been completed. It tells him that he should keep doing good deeds, because that way more quests will be unlocked. He tells the system that there are things he would have done anyway, regardless of missions. Ironbone's disciples mop up all the bandit towers in their path without any problems. Jun said that they had exterminated almost all the bandits in the area, and they were only left in one place, namely the Zhui clan's fortress. He says that before this, he had always sent people from the Drizzle Pavilion to scout, but all the scouts were very quickly detected as soon as they got close. He talks about how all the people in the surrounding villages say in one voice that they have done nothing wrong, but it all looks suspicious. Zuji says that Qingyang has mastered the fast travel technique better than anyone else, and he should go check it out. And the head asks him to stay out of sight. The students don't understand where he went, since he was just there for them all. Qingyang comes to the bandits' tower and says they are nothing and not worth wasting so much energy and time on. He says the head is too cautious and he'll figure it out quickly now. He remembers that he was a lone wolf in his past life, and he wants to remember the past and not worry about hurting his allies. He notices some 2 warriors. The 2 assassins sitting in the tree are surprised that they were able to be discovered so easily. They jump on Qingyang and he says they look like professionals, since they backed off as soon as they were discovered to report it. He catches up with them and tells them that unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, they are powerless. For some reason he abruptly leaps away from the assassins and knocks down the trees behind him. He realizes it was a trap, and apparently their reconnaissance from the Drizzle Pavilion has caused them to increase their vigilance. A bunch of warriors appear around him. He is surprised that they didn't make a sound even when the tree fell on them. He looks at their armor and weapons, for they look more like some kind of soldiers than bandits. Qingyang stands in the middle of a pile of warriors, one of them ordering them to march into the encirclement. They make some kind of strange attack and destroy the tree behind Brother E. Qingyang quickly jumps on the warrior and says they'll never be able to surround him at that speed. The other warriors quickly approach him and stop his attack with their weapons. Brother E says it's not a bad attempt. He concentrates the energy in his foot and attacks the warriors with his foot strike. They fly away from him. Qingyang is surprised that they didn't make a sound even after he set them on fire, but immediately rushed into battle. He thinks they are the best of the best among the soldiers. He says he must have severely underestimated them, and something grabs his shoulder and he uses the Scarlet King's fire strike and says he'll beat anyone. Jun sees this and says it's like an army formation, and even though Qingyang outnumbers them, they still hold him back. He says he will have to review their tactics against the true Yang County before they start fighting them. He notices a man on horseback who suggests that the chapter come down to him and talk. Jun comes down and tells Qingyang to wrap it up, as he's already starting the negotiations. The rider says he is amazed that his apprentice is able to fight the elite trained by him personally. He calls him really strong. He says that he has heard of the head of Ironbone, and he is grateful to him for getting rid of the mountain bandits. Jun looks at his aura and notes that he must be at master level. The head assumes the rider is a general from the Shui clan. He asks him why he is pretending to be a mountain bandit, and why he didn't deal with them earlier himself. He says the rank of general is all a relic of the past, and there's a reason he himself hasn't personally gotten rid of the bandits. He tells him that he and his 500 brothers from the Shui clan are deserters, and if word of them got out, they would send an army to wipe them out, so they could only defend the nearby villages. Jun doesn't understand how this could happen. After all, with their strength, they should have stood on good standing in the army. He assumes that the reason is because the true Yang County soldiers are so strong that even they were forced to flee from the battlefield. The former general says that Yang County is indeed strong, but his soldiers would never do that, because they are willing to give their lives for their county and are not afraid of death. He tells us that the troops of Huayan County were forced to retreat, and their officials thought of ways to steal more army money and did terrible things. He talks about how they were forced to kill civilians on whom they themselves had made loans. He recalls the first time he was ordered to kill the traitors. But the general didn't understand why he would do it, as they were just ordinary civilians and residents of their district. The official replies to him that if they start killing the civilians of the true Yang County, they will attract the attention of their army, but they must bring the heads of the residents to get war credits. The general comes to a shock and says that his soldiers are no weaker than the soldiers of the true Yang County, and they can manage without killing the civilians of their county. The official says he's a nobleman and his life is far more important than these filthy townspeople and orders him to go kill civilians. He talks about just helping them get away from a world that is completely mired in the house. He has to make a difficult decision, and he kills the official by beheading. He says that he is Shue Rengui, a loyal soldier of his county, and he has no intention of becoming some kind of assassin. Jun suggests that he might be a general in white armor, the Tang dynasty's god of war. He asks him if he knows Tang Taizong. The general replies to him that he has long been called a mountain bandit, and there is no reason for him to be called a god of war, and he knows no Tang Taizong. Jun calms down. He thought he had met another fallen person in this world. He notices Sinchen chatting with the warriors and questioning them about their formation and the number of soldiers. Jun tells the general that his soldiers are too good to just languish in the mountains and suggests that he join their sect and start life with a clean slate. The general replied to him that he had not considered such situations or thought about the future. He just wanted to guard the area to protect it from Yang County if anything happened. The head tells him that he is too narrow-minded, because in case Huaiyan County loses, all they will be left with is a very hard time. He again invites him to join his sect, and against his will takes his hand and stamps his application for membership. Jun tells him that from now on, he is one of the members of their sect, and his soldiers now belong to him. He says they will become part of their military force. The general asks the head if he can swear that they will not be forced to do things that are against their honor and morals, and if they will be given a chance to fight the true Yang County. The head tells him that he is worrying for nothing, as their sect is always in the thick of things. The general sits down on his knee and says that he knew that the head of Ironbone was kind, but on this day he witnessed those rumors come to fruition. He says that it is an honor to serve such a person and they will fight and are willing to die for the Ironbone sect. Jun says this is good news and calls the wolf cavalry over. He says from now on these wolves will be their riding animals. He asks to accept them as a gift. The general says he can't accept such a valuable gift, and the head tells him that they have about 1,000 of them, and if they are not used they will turn into common dogs. He gives him a token and asks him to take all of his soldiers to their sect, and their elder Wei will help them settle in. He asks them not to relax, because from the moment they arrive in the sect, he will be expecting General Shue to lead their sect's elite cavalry into the battlefield. The general lights up with this idea and thinking that he will definitely show the strength of the wolf cavalry. Jun has a bad feeling. There are people climbing Mount Hua. They talk about how they should be the first ones to get to the top. They talk about how they have to work hard so that the youth cannot surpass them, because that way they will lose their face. They talk about how the pressure from the top of the mountain is so intense that they find it difficult to climb even one step. They are saying that the 5th and 6th level sects will most likely not even be able to rise to the top because of this pressure. Brother Su appears next to them and tells them that even the first floor of their training tower has a 10-fold suppression effect, and it's nothing. The people climbing the stairs are shocked because of this. They assume Su is from a 3rd level sect. They realize that this form belongs to the Ironbone sect's 6th level Ironbone sect disciples. Jun stops his students and says that by jumping over people, they are humiliating those who work so hard to climb to the top. He says he's having a hard time watching such ugliness and orders everyone to get to the top by Froggy. The students handle it with ease and further jump all the way to the top. The people coming up the stairs are shocked. They say they are pissed off by his attempt to save their face. Head Jun appears in front of them and says that this is only called humble bragging. The 4th level sect is ahead of everyone. Their head is confident that they will come first and they will be promoted to the 3rd level. He notices the Ironbone disciples, Brother Su and Brother Ye, behind him. They abruptly run upwards. It is reported that it was the Ironbone sect that reached the very first peak. Jun said that compared to their training tower, this pressure was not felt at all, and he would be surprised if they weren't first. Palace Master Shi says that his sect's disciples are capable of bypassing 4th level sect leaders, and their training is terrifying. Jun tells her that she's overestimating them. After all, they've only trained their bodies a little better than the others, and they're unlikely to defeat her in a fight. He says they're just not that far from the top and asks if they're interested in winning. He suggests that they grab onto him, because that way he can get them very quickly to the top. They grab onto him and Lier says there's no way she's letting him seduce their head. Jun says that they are leaving now and starts to run very fast to the top. Other people don't realize what happened. They think of it as just the wind. From the top, it is reported that the Mystic Flower Palace sect came second to the top, and the people on the stairs do not understand what happened, because a minute ago, they were close to the first place. Those who were on the ladders come up and see what they are greeted by the head of Ironbone sitting in a chair. Jun tells the leaders of the other sects that they've had their fill of them and suggests that they start the conference. Some sect head is saying that the minimum requirement to attend the conference is a 5th level sect or higher, because only from the 5th level can a sect create their own techniques. He says that the Ironbone sect had only recently emerged and couldn't have had time to accumulate enough experience. He says that because their sect came first, they will turn a blind eye and advises them to take this opportunity to observe from the sidelines. Jun says that he can't forbid them from thinking that way, and he hopes that everyone who agrees with this chapter can keep their arrogance until the conference is over. The head of the Qin Ascendant sect stands in the center of the circle from the sects and greets everyone. He offers to start their conference and talks about the new technique. But out of the 9 stages, he could only master 5 of them. He says that he hopes for their help and uses his Qingyang claw technique. The elders say that this technique is simply incredible, and although it is not yet complete, it has already reached the middle level. The head thinks that this time he will be able to get enough attention to his sect with this technique. Jun stops him and says that he doesn't want to watch any more time being taken away from him. He says that he will now show him how to properly use the Qingyang claw technique. The head uses the 5th stage technique and Jun uses a counterpunch. They cause a violent explosion. The head is thrown back, and he doesn't understand how he was able to achieve so much energy in the technique, for it is as bright as the sun. He hears Jun use the 6th stage Flood Dragon Palm, and sees a huge dragon appear in front of him. Jun directs an attack at him and he just stands still, unable to do anything. He says that by channeling qi along the meridians, one must change directions from small yang to small metal, and this is the only way to multiply the power of the technique. The head is shocked. He says that changing the direction of qi in the meridians is too risky, and it can get injured for life. He calls it an innovative technique, because this change can really increase the power of the technique by several times, and to understand all this just by seeing a few movements. He asks what he can say about the other stages. Jun says that since it is his technique, he will tell him his thoughts. He whispers something in his ear, and the leader says that the last 3 stages are even more impressive, and she is worthy of Qinyuan's name, but he has a question about the last stage. Jun says he's confident in what he said and he should just try it. He uses the 9th stage of his Qinyuan Lone Dragon technique and hits one of the elders. He tells the head of the Ironbone Setka that it's a palm technique, but the final blow comes with the foot. He says it can take the opponent by surprise and thanks him. Jun is asked from the crowd to look at his meditation technique, because it has some problems too. Each of the elders and heads from the crowd start asking him for advice on how to improve their techniques. The head of Ironbone tells them that they are just here to make friends and develop martial arts, and he will try to help everyone to the best of his ability. He sits in a chair and helps everyone who comes to him for advice. They all thank him because he has helped them improve their techniques in minutes. Mistress Qi comes up to him and says that she is surprised that at such a young age he can decipher and improve the techniques of the sect elders. He says that he just has talent. He wishes he could help her, and the mistress says that her technique is something that can only be practiced by people who have lost their sight, and Jun will have a hard time helping her, so he tells her to be careful when practicing it. The system reports that the side quest has been completed and awards him 1,000 contribution points. The head of the Qin sect brings his best disciple, Jing Shengqi, who ranked 89th in the human ranking of the Heroes Assembly, to him and asks him to share his wisdom. Jun hears this and doesn't understand what the hero ranking table is. He asks what it is. Sinchen tells him that it is the most reputable list of geniuses on their continent, and anyone who managed to get on it is considered a genius on the entire continent. He said that only young disciples and traveling cultivators could enter this table, but once their age exceeded certain limits, they would be immediately removed. He recalls that in his previous life, he was able to reach the 9th place in the heavenly ranking table, but this time, he is confident that he can get the 1st place. Jun asks him if there is something like this for sect leaders, but he is told that there is no such thing, and only disciples can compete for top spots. The head of the Qin sect hears this and says that it's too early for the Ironbone sect to fight for the top spots in this table, but he believes that in 100 years they will be able to dominate the table. The Ironbone head says that this goal is not so out of reach for his sect's disciples. He suggests Jing Shengqi to show them the level of genius from the human table. He uses the 1,000 transformations spiritual finger technique, and Jun says that the technique is impressive, but it should work differently. Sinchen appears and uses the same technique. He says it should be fast like lightning. He looks at the best disciple and says that in their sect, he would rank at the end of the strongest 100. The system asks Jun why he used as many as 2 insight talismans to train other sects without asking for anything in return, and he tells her that this is how he gained useful friends. He says that he has had time to memorize absolutely every high-level technique, and he will use the system to create copies of them. He says that with these first-class techniques, they will take their sect's strength to a new level. He jumps off the wolf and starts sliding on the ground. These are the new cloud-walking boots he pried from the system. He ranted that if he engaged his chi to activate this treasure to its fullest capacity, a thin, airy substrate under his feet would be created. His students try to catch up with him, and he says they aren't ready to grapple with him yet, and uses the 7 mystic light strikes. He is swept away very quickly. He calls this technique a perfect match for his new treasure, as he is very fast. Some guy comes running out of the woods saying that now he'll definitely be able to drop his tail. He is picked up by Jun and apologizes for such an unpleasant situation. He stops, and the guy flies into a tree. He marvels at the fact that he hasn't gotten a scratch during his escape from 100 assassins, but now he's nearly crushed to death. The head asks him not to be dramatic. After all, it was his fault that he jumped out in the middle of the road and into a tree he threw him into, so they can talk calmly about what happened. A bunch of shurikens fly at Jun, and the guy tries to warn him against it. The head catches all the shurikens with ease, and realizes that this time it wasn't his students from the Moroshi Tower, and he wasn't even surprised that the threat wasn't felt at all. The assassins come in and tell the guy he's a pretty fast runner. One of them says that's the end of the games, because he can't escape from now on. Jun asks the guy if they are trying to finish him off, and the guy confirms it. He asks to save him. After all, Jun is at fault for preventing him from escaping. The assassin says the heroes don't live long and tells him that they're from the 5th level sect of the Tong Demon Hall, and he shouldn't mess with them. Jun pretends that it's none of his business, and he was just passing by in the first place. The killer lunges at the guy and says he's going to make him spill absolutely all of his secrets. He stumbles over the bump that Jun created and gets angry because this kid is so lucky. He says the tricks won't work on him anymore and he'll make him spill all his secrets. He tries to hit the guy, but he easily dodges. The tree he broke falls on his head, and everyone gets really freaked out by it. Jun asks the system if it has ever seen a peak martial artist stumble and fall and then fail to dodge a tree. The system can't give an answer. He asks the system if this guy was lucky, and the system replies that he was very lucky. The guy escapes from the killers and asks Jun for help. He says he will give him 100 spirit stones for his help. The head of Ironbone quickly dispatches all the assassins after these words and asks the guy for his reward. The guy holds out a stone and says he only has one with him right now. Jun asks him if the assassins were really chasing him for one stone. He tells the chapter that they chased for another reason. The reason being that he found a natural vein of spiritual stones. The system reports that this guy is incredibly lucky, and he did the right thing in saving him. The guy shows on the map that there are a lot of high-ranking monsters in the Black Demon Forest. Qingyang is surprised that the guy was able to survive in the forest, but also found a vein full of spiritual stones. The head tells him that his name is Ren Shan, and he accidentally stumbled upon it. Jen tells us that he was taking a walk and got a little lost, and he happened to find a cave full of spirit stones, and he took one pebble with him. He leads his disciples to a cave and says that's where he was able to find a bunch of spiritual stones. Shinchin is surprised that such a place can be found by chance. He thinks about the head finding someone extraordinary again. And the head says that he even felt the aura of the royal beasts along the way. He marvels that the guy managed to get past them unnoticed, and can't believe that this level of luck is possible. The guy is the first to enter the cave, and says that people have never been in this place, and most likely this derelict mine is stuffed to the top with spirit stones. A huge piece of spiritual stone falls in front of him, and Shinchin says this guy should be recruited into their sect. Jun asks Brother Su to contact the sect, but he says that something is preventing his mental power from connecting. The head orders him to go and find a place where he won't be disturbed, and they will go scouting. Jun thinks of Zhenshan's trek to the golden carp that brings good luck, because even the stone that fell in front of him turned out to be spiritual. Jun suggests that this stone could have been a sign from above to prevent him from entering the cave. He thinks it sounds like a delusion, since nothing can threaten them in a cave full of spirit stones. Brother Su climbs to the top of the tree and contacts Tian Qi. He reports that they found a mine full of spirit stones in the middle of the Black Demon Forest. He asks to escort 100 of their students to them, but he hears some strange rumbling. He lands and informs Tian Qi to take absolutely all the capable disciples with him, for the leader and disciples have fallen under the landslide. Jun asks what that sound could have been, and Ren says it's probably monsters from the forest. The head marvels that the deeper they go into the cave, the more spiritual stones become. He says this vein surpasses the one in their territory. He recalled that Elder Wei had said that spirit stones were important to spirit beasts, and was surprised that they hadn't encountered a single spirit beast in such a rich vein. He asks all the students if they hear anything other than the sound of the drops. He tells everyone to be on the alert, because this place may be more dangerous than they realized. A drop falls on Qianqian's shoulder, and she says that the water is getting colder for some reason. She says that there is a faint trace of spiritual qi in the water, and it contains a bit of the ice element. She suggests that there is a water spiritual beast nearby. Jun and Xincheng notice something and ask Qian to freeze. They ask her not to look to the left. She turns her head to see what is sitting on her shoulder. She sees a scary snake on it. She quickly kills it with ice and says it was just a little snake and they shouldn't scare it like that. A bunch of snakes appear around her that are malevolent. They catch her a bit off guard. Jun says they only have a couple moments left before something terrible happens. Qian gets scared and uses Ice Domain to fight off all the snakes.